Who started World War II? Truth for a War-Torn World. By Udo Walendy. Castle Hill Publishers, September 2014. Original German edition, Vlotho, 1964. First English edition, Truth for Germany, The Guilt Question of the Second World War, Verlag für Volkstum und die Zeitgeschichte, Vlotho, 1981. The slightly different U.S. edition of this book carries the original title, Truth for Germany, The Guilt Question of the Second World War, The Barnes Review. Editors, Forward. How can anyone in his right mind ask who caused the Second World War? Everybody knows who did it. Hitler did it. The Nazis did it. The Germans did it. End of story. So, why ask? But since you've started reading this book, chances are that you know already that truth is rarely that simple, or are at least willing to hear arguments to that effect. After the end of the First World War, the victorious powers insisted that Germany take the full blame for the outbreak of that conflict. It is true that it was Germany who declared war on France and Russia, and not the other way around. But it is also true, as most historians acknowledge today, that Germany was the only great power of those days who seriously tried to avert this war, and who tried to stop it with numerous genuine, reasonable peace offers once it had been unleashed. These propositions simply fell on deaf ears and further, were concealed or even denied by their recipients. Hence, it is not always the nation firing the first shots who is primarily responsible for the ultimate course of an armed conflict. In late 1918, after the U.S. had proposed a reasonable basis for peace negotiations, U.S. President Wilson's 14 points, and after all powers involved had agreed upon it, Germany surrendered. But after the Germans had laid down their weapons, the other powers did not follow suit, as the armistice had provided. Quite to the contrary, the ceasefire agreement was repudiated and replaced with the plunder and rape of Germany in what is called the Treaty of Versailles. Ever since Germany had been forced at gunpoint to sign this treaty, voices of reason could be heard all over the world stating that the conditions of this treaty must be revised, or else yet another major European conflagration would be inevitable. The greedy, hate-filled victorious powers, however, did not allow such a revision. Hence, when peaceful revisions failed, new tensions and finally a new war arose. The Second World War is therefore nothing else but the continuation of the First World War. It is impossible to understand the Second War without knowing the causes of the First War and how that war was ended. Both wars have to be seen as one unit, as a 30 Years' War. It was not the first 30 Years' War on European soil, it was the second. The first happened between 1618 and 1648, when most of the great powers of Europe of that time, first and foremost the Church, struggled for control over the heart of Europe, that is, Germany. The consequences for Germany were devastating. It lost roughly one-third of its population, mostly due to war-induced famines and epidemics, and became politically emasculated, unable to decide its own fate for 200 years. Even though the peace treaty which ended this first German catastrophe placed a national German paralysis for centuries, at least it didn't blame anyone for the war and instead ordered a general amnesty for all the atrocities committed by all sides during the conflict, allowing everyone a fresh start. As we all know, that was not the case after the Second 30 Years' War. First of all, there was no peace treaty with Germany, and there still isn't. In addition, Germany has been made to carry the imposed burden of exclusive guilt, and while all the victors' atrocities have been amnestied, denied, and even forgotten, the vanquished nations are haunted to this very day by collective accusations, and their now geriatric citizens who were involved in that war are still today in constant danger of being hunted down, dragged into show trials and thrown into prisons for crimes allegedly committed some 70+ years ago. This second 30 Years' War had at its core a similar motivation. After Germany had overcome the political castration of the first 30 Years' War by uniting all northern and central German principalities under Prussian rule in 1871, it rapidly gained economic strength and was swiftly outcompeting all other great European powers. These powers in turn felt that they either had to control, weaken or even destroy this new, much smaller Germany in order to stop this apparently interminable German success story. The most radical proponent of that attitude was Great Britain. The UK saw its world dominance increasingly threatened by Germany, whose economic prowess had surpassed Britain's just prior to the First World War. Although Germany had repeatedly offered Britain her assistance in maintaining the empire, Britain was not willing to share her rule of the waves with her cousin Germany. The Treaty of Versailles was designed to cripple Germany to the point where she would not be a serious competitor anymore. But Hitler derailed that plan. He reunited Germany, liberated her from the shackles of Versailles, and enabled Germany to economically rise from the ashes of Versailles with breathtaking speed. While the rest of the world continued to suffer from the Great Depression, Germany flourished and again outcompete everyone within only a few years of Hitler's rule. Hitler had to be stopped. Germany had to be stopped. The job left undone after the First World War had to be finished. And so it was done, again primarily orchestrated by Great Britain, as the reader of this book will discover. Looking back today, 100 years after the outbreak of this second 30 Years' War, what were the consequences of this conflagration for Great Britain? Let's face it, when trying to destroy Germany in 2 world wars, Britain bit off far more than she could chew. Sure, Germany's population was reduced by many millions by means of genocidal carpet bombings during the war and ethnic cleansings afterwards. Her territory shrank by 1/3. But Germany is still there, and she is thriving. On the other hand, the British Empire is gone, and the waves are now ruled by the US. Britain's economy has been outcompete, nay, trounced once again by Germany, and vast parts of the surviving British industry today are in no small part controlled by German corporations. Europe is being ruled from its financial center, Frankfurt, Germany. Britain, of course, is relegated to keep celebrating her victory over her Germanic cousins, a victory today so much less than empty. And one last thing I would like the reader to consider: the Germans live on both blessed and cursed soil. During peace, most European commercial and cultural trade runs through Germany, as it lies in the very center of that continent. Hence, during peace, Germany thrives. It thrives to the point where its neighbors get envious. Unlike many other nations, however, Germany has hardly any natural borders offering protection, and it is the country in Europe with the most contiguous neighbors, currently 9, and if we include Austria within Germany, even 12. Hence, there is no spot in Europe where having envious neighbors is more perilous. And that is the reason for the German fate: pure geography. Any people living in such a location would face the very same exposure to political machinations by its neighbors. The reason for modern history's devastating wars in Central Europe is therefore not because the Germans are a belligerent, evil tribe. The Germans are no different than anyone else. It is simply a matter of political geography, or geopolitik, as the Germans say. Jamar Rudolph, August 18, 2014. Chapter 1. Only the truth will set you free. Building political structures that ensure lasting peace will necessarily call for open and unbiased dialogue, which itself depends on historical objectivity. Those who falsify other nations' history and at once refuse to consider their own past objectively and honestly deserve no trust. They have nothing to contribute to the quest for peace and justice in the world. It is the historian's duty for the sake of the past and the future to search for, to find, to defend, and to gain acceptance for those historical truths which will stand the test of time, irrespective of considerations of political expediency which can be elevated to the status of universal dogma with the support of the mass media and the help of governmental means of control. The blind adherence to politically motivated conclusions and the concealment of essential historical documents can never help attain that objectivity which is indispensable to the quest for peace and the continued existence of humanity. The world today cannot afford to tolerate historical lies. Both the present and the future demand an uncompromising examination of the question of war guilt. The proverb, "Might is right," offers no solution. Moreover, the warring parties to any future conflict will hardly acknowledge it as a precept of international law. A judgment can be constructive only if accepted by both sides as being based on fundamental and inalienable truths, and on a concordant interpretation of the law. Whoever does not also grant the principles of justice to Germany is clearly not amongst those who have truly perceived and understood what really happened in Europe and indeed in the world during the 20th century, and who are now determined on making understanding, veracity, justice, honor and consequently peace itself politically effective. Those who place all blame for the Second World War automatically on Adolf Hitler have neither grasped nor sought to identify the causes of the First World War or of the various conflicts that arose between 1918 and 1939. Thus, no answer is given either to the guilt question of previous wars, or to those that have been waged since 1945. Likewise, the tensions between the two superpowers during the Cold War cannot be explained either when placing guilt solely on Hitler and on the German people. To try and ultimately establish Hitler's war guilt as a dogma for all times is to refuse those insights and connections which are fundamental not only for the war guilt question in general but which are of cardinal importance in laying the foundations for assuring the survival of present and future generations and nations. It is vital to discard political dogmas, prejudices, catchwords and slogans in order to achieve a fuller vision of history, of peoples, and of individual destinies, and to make unbiased judgment possible. To project guilt exclusively onto Germany is to lock humanity into a new mentality of hatred. The Allied war and atrocity propaganda of the First World War was developed in the succeeding years of peace by the same politicians and press magnates, still at their posts, into spiritual guidelines both for their own and for the vanquished peoples. The same methods were again and are still applied, but in a perfected manner, during and after the Second World War. The claims of atrocity propaganda have become the historical basis of political opinion amongst civilized nations. Can it be surprising that our world finds itself in ever more dire political crises? The appalling events of the Second World War can be properly judged only by submitting the political and military behavior of both camps to the same criteria, and by acknowledging that the actions both of decision-makers and of peoples are not solely the product of their free will, of a plan and of a premeditated objective, or, respectively, of one individual's good or bad intentions. Only after seeking to resolve the question of responsibility for the war in an objective manner and without preconception can one hope to arrive at a just verdict of this period. To this date no such effort has been undertaken by any official body. The present study is so designed as to draw insights and knowledge from history and to render them constructively useful both for the present and for the future. A thorough understanding of history will require awareness and acknowledgement of the fact that political authority is principally a matter of power, so that a political leader, may he be a German one, may he be an Adolf Hitler, often has no choice but to also employ the same methods and means as are imposed upon him by the adversary, for without evenly matched armaments measures his actions would remain ineffective. It is, moreover, unjust to censure Hitler for having used such methods and means whilst leaving others who used them also exempt from blame. Were the various measures taken by the NSDAP, National Socialist German Workers' Party, typical of National Socialism or were they symptomatic of the time? The bloody communist revolts of the period, for their part, were the prelude to the formation of the Weimar Republic. As early as January 1919, the leadership of the German Socialist Party SPD, Social Democratic Party of Germany, organized volunteer militias which took up arms against the participants in violent insurrections and strikes that had brought general disorder to the Reich. The following list may serve as a reminder of the general presence of such uniformed militias in Germany during that time: Red Front Fighting Unit, Steel Helmet, Reichsbanner Black, Red and Gold, later known as the Iron Front, Red Navy, Volunteer Corps, Werewolf, Order of Young Germans, plus numerous other armed militia units. It should also be remembered that neither authoritarian leadership, nor dictatorial autocracy, nor vigorous state propaganda, nor the banning of opposition political parties, nor concentration camps, nor the imprisonment of political dissidents, nor antisemitism, nor rearmament and universal compulsory military service, nor special laws in a state of emergency, nor the politics of power, nor military strategy, nor war crimes, were inventions of Hitler or of the NSDAP or of the German people. As a matter of fact, it seems that during the decades following 1945 these occurrences have still not been banished from the world scene. When these practices are used by governments in many parts of the world today, they seem to cause just as little revulsion as they did when they were adopted by Germany's enemies in the years from 1933 to 1945, or by any of the world powers before that time. That said, a one-sided morality will not help solve the political problems of today's world. In order to terminate the seemingly endless recurrence of injustice and suffering, a goal to which we all ought to devote all our efforts, it will be necessary to look beyond the confines of Germany. The sovereignty of a nation includes the right to revolution, legitimizing it in so far as it may enable the nation to put an end to internal chaos and effectively enhance the nation's prestige in the international arena. This is all the more legitimate when a political party has obtained power in a legal manner. Whatever reasoning might be applied for judging this matter, it must not be colored by the national interests of any particular state, but should rather adhere to ethical principles that are equally valid and binding for all nations. Nor can a just assessment be developed in the shadow of events arising from an all-out war of annihilation. Research in history obliges one to confront a myriad of dreadful facts. But this does not exempt us from the obligation to find standard criteria for historical assessment, criteria that can be found only with a comprehensive, impartial, objective view of history, taking into account all essential aspects. The war guilt question stands at the center of the debate. In the epoch of world wars and eternal wars on terrorism, this problem has more than ever before become a matter of might, of dogma, and of worldview. One cannot escape the impression that the emphasis frequently is not so much on a search for the truth of this question, but rather on an effort to interpret the war guilt in such a way as to serve certain interests. Is it any wonder, then, that national or world proletarian interests decide on the interpretation and appreciation of secondary historical factors? A declaration of war in the absence of any violation of national rights and interests, as well as war policies designed to exacerbate hostilities and to steer them toward another country, are deeds that should greatly influence any historical judgment. After all, these deeds are the motives and immediate causes which brought about the death of some 55 million human beings during the Second World War. All other events are but consequences. On September 3, 1939, England and France declared war on Germany. In so doing they transformed a limited territorial dispute between Poland and Germany over the city of Danzig into a world war, although this dispute could easily have been resolved through negotiation. The real significance of these events can be revealed only by an analysis of the apparent muddle of causes and effects that induced the great European democracies to opt for war rather than to seek conciliation. Moreover, we cannot have a just idea of the situation if, for example, we ignore the main war crimes committed by Germany's opponents before or after September 3, 1939, see footnote 64, p. 54, or, if we do not take any account of the fact that the Soviet Union decided to wage war against Germany, for the destruction of fascism in order to extend the world revolution, in May/June 1940, i.e. a year before the start of Germany's campaign into Russia, a decision which was publicly admitted by the Soviets 13 years after the end of the war, see pages 367 ff. The present volume tries to unlock the historical insights that are necessary in order to learn lessons from our past and to draw conclusions for the future of mankind, in order to avoid a third world catastrophe. The facts thus exposed will perhaps reawaken old national resentments in the lands of the winners, discrediting dogmas cemented by decades of propaganda. In any case, the free and open discussion of questions of destiny, questions that are crucial for humanity, for the European nations, and for the German people, cannot rightly be denied by way of a peremptory invocation of the National Socialist policies toward the Jews during the last war. A German national must be allowed to defend his nation and thus himself against the accusation of guilt cleaving to Germany's name. He must, therefore, be allowed to strive fully committed to world peace, equipped only with his intellectual resources. Chapter 2. Clarification of the war guilt question. A prerequisite for future peace. During the 20th century, 2 world wars have swept over the European continent like hurricanes. Death and misery have left the survivors horror-stricken. Countless cities were crushed into piles of rubble and ashes. Imbued with idealism and belief in a just cause, armies were bleeding to death on all fronts. Women, children and old people found their graves buried under the bombs and phosphorus of enemy squadrons. Millions upon millions suffered their undeserved lot with dogged and silent determination. Countless destinies have been transformed by these senseless tragedies. Who was responsible for all this horror? One man. A gang of criminals. Several gangs. One nation. A world conspiracy of capitalists, Jews, fascists, communists. Or, and this question needs to be asked too, is it the whole human race marked by original sin? The will of God? Did nature with its still largely hidden laws arrange for those tiny particles, we human beings, to battle eternally on this planet Earth, this immense planet that fades into obscurity in the vastness of the cosmos? In that case, is there no guilt at all? Is it fate or the will of God, or the random selection of human free will that shape our historical development? Are victory and defeat merely the expression of a judgment handed down by history in regard to individuals and nations? In this world, do we only find triumphant the honorable, the noble, the just, the loving, the compassionate and progress? Only reason can enlighten us with respect to these elementary questions. Faith is not able to supply the answer. When faced with the misery and gravity of the situation, the millions of killed and wounded, the war-stricken nations, then each one of us is reminded to unravel the problems of the past, to do it with honesty and objectivity and with courage and vigor. It goes without saying that the scientific method should be used here. Scientific analysis demands a mind without prejudice and immune to the pressures of political power. Humanity no longer has any use for theories, hypotheses and contradicting schools of thought. We have come to realize that it is neither faith, nor scientific or political teaching, nor any philosophy that has ever given us a reliable assessment or a clear, unambiguously correct answers when probing the world and its displays. It is therefore essential to critically evaluate all those beliefs and tenets which, especially in the political field, are deeply entrenched and defended with such intolerance. Insanity, stupidity, megalomania, profiteering, barbarism, miscalculations, and the losing of one's nerves can no longer be accepted by any nation as a possible explanation for the causes of the 2 world wars. The consequences are far too gruesome, the inconsistencies of the testimonies too obvious. Not enough of the ravages of the past, not enough of the experience of the 2 world wars, not enough of the misery in one's own country and in other countries. Only a few years had gone by since the most dreadful of all wars, and the threat of a 3rd World War was looming for decades during the Cold War. And hardly was that virtual war over, next came the eternal war on terror, with its current catastrophes and calamities. Despairing when faced with this pitiless reality, we search for rescue, for a convincing answer to our agonizing questions: why must nations always be at odds with one another? Does war perhaps come about regularly in order to check the continuous propagation of the human race? Is there any justice or mercy in nature? Did our forebears deliberately choose to move from one period of destitution to another when, in fact, they could have opted for peace? Throughout the ages they have longed for freedom, equality, fraternity, for happiness. Were their declarations of peace mere idle prattle, just empty phrases, used to deceive the nations? Did not each generation vie anew with their fathers to surpass them with more altruism and more love of thy neighbor? Youthful idealism always seems to have been smothered. Once more, history has denied noble motives. What then do we, today's young generation, expect? Who will dare vie with his forebears and deem his own wisdom greater than theirs? If we really had wanted to improve on our ancestors' efforts for peace, we should have succeeded long ago in banishing the threat of war for all times, especially since, on the one hand, we now have at our disposal all possible means for bringing about a reciprocal understanding between nations, while, on the other hand, never before have so many people realized the utter futility of war. Two unimaginable gruesome wars on a global scale, to rid the world of war, 2 wars to make the nations fit for democracy, 2 wars for getting rid of tyranny, 2 wars to gain acceptance for humanitarianism, were without success. Each time the results were such as to bring about an increase in injustices, more disagreements and more disputes amongst the nations. The slogans, the propaganda, the dishonesty, the selfish attitudes, the denial of people's rights to self-determination, the merciless, hate-filled and shameful policies of destruction, all pursued in the name of feigned humanitarian values, were those appendages and consequences which appear today more obvious and which are now more irreconcilable than ever before, in spite of a changed balance of power. The path of history has never been a path of common sense or fairness, nor has it ever been a path of fraternity, of magnanimity or of true advancement. Fabricated war guilt notions, enforced by intolerant power politics, served as a starting point and a justification for the system of rules created by the military victors after both world wars. In spite of the fact that historical research has refuted these views, despite the obvious flagrant violations of the right to self-determination, despite the installing of democratic, even most democratic, social structures, the post-war political structures aborted freedom of opinion, of teaching, and especially of action on the crucial war guilt dogma, notwithstanding its vital importance for the destiny of nations, for the political climate and for the international order. A look back into history gives rise to the question, has the world changed over the centuries? Were the previous forms of government very different from today's? Although many historical situations repeat themselves, with different nuances and under changed names, with different banners and changed value systems, today's conditions are essentially different in the following respects. The intellectual level and social attitude of the educated citizen. The public spirit of modern society. The catastrophic dimensions of a modern warfare. New problems posed by the magnitude of such a war, destruction of all established values, danger of mass suicide. The expectancy and the experience of various forms of government. The structures of international coexistence of nations. What else might be done besides creating international arbitration bodies such as the League of Nations and the United Nations Organization, with their various subsidiary organizations, to settle international disputes peacefully? These institutions were not created to lull to sleep the nations of the world, but were meant as a wake-up call for an international conscience. Even though their ideas, undertakings, modus operandi, and constitutions more often than not, indeed in part quite fundamentally, deviated from the demands of international politics and from international law, the existence of these institutions should be fully acknowledged. Every politician must take into account the sovereign will of statesmen of other countries. International cooperation requires voluntary consent between them. Needed is a power transcending national limits, a law transcending national limits, a system of values transcending national limits. If peace is constantly endangered throughout the world, is it due to a want of goodwill amongst men? Possibly a world government might be able to open new paths by which to maintain peace. However, it would have to be based on the trust of all nations. The establishment of such trust would, for its part, begin with an objective assessment of common historical experience, notably with regard to those statesmen and political systems that the law of fate has allowed to be destroyed, and end with an understanding of the dynamics of causality to which mankind is subject. To these conditions must be added the duty to hold fast to universally binding values. In the 20th century, however, the practice was developed that the guilt or innocence of former warring opponents is decided upon by the use of arms, and the world organizations were established each time by the victorious military coalition. The organizations thus formed have at all times striven to maintain as official their own partial account of history and to impose the political order thus derived on an international level, labeling it as international and in accordance with international law. Thus we find that up to now the world organizations have always refused to adopt an objective attitude of nonpartisanship and to commission historical research in order to uncover the truth. They have also strongly opposed any modification of the status quo that would demand justice and historical truth and with it the conditions for peace. It is not by chance that these institutions have not enjoyed the trust of all nations, nor make their codes binding for all. After military defeat, the victor would routinely dispute the legal system of his formerly equal enemy to the point of declaring him a criminal. Such methods are contrary to international law and inhumane, if not to say, criminal itself, and will hardly solve any problems in the future. The world powers, who alone can be expected to launch new major wars, must engage in dialogue on an equal footing. Both the politician, in looking to the future, and the historian, in confronting the past, must work in such a spirit. War as a reality is not merely an entity of the past, but requires a constant state of alert in all countries today and tomorrow. The fundamental problems that it poses are timeless. Any attempt at clarification must be made without attachment to time, place, power, or ideology. A world war is a tragedy for the whole human race, not just one nation or one political party. The causes of war cannot be clarified by preventing yesterday's opponent from speaking and reminding him of his defeat. All of mankind wants to be heard. It has a right to be heard. For the sake of the past and the future it even becomes a duty of politicians and of historians to listen to its voice. The mammoth proportions of the world wars pushed the question of war guilt and of expiation of this guilt to the center of attention in public opinion worldwide. Napoleon's banishment to Elba and St. Helena allowed the question of guilt to be set aside, but in the 20th century too many violent passions had been aroused, insisting on an investigation into the causes, clamoring for a verdict and for future protection. The millions of those killed in the war, the wounded, the homeless, the oppressed, the refugees from the East, are entitled to the condemnation of those guilty of the war. They are entitled to the respect to be shown for their own personal rights and the rights of their nations. The absence of any international court proceedings and, especially, of any objective international investigative committee charged to discover the causes of the First World War have facilitated the subsequent outbreak of a Second World War. Although it would have been wishful thinking to hope to deter future politicians from waging war on pain of death, the knowledge of those causes and their guilty agents, as well as the improved standards of international law, could have prevented a new catastrophe. The year to repair that neglect was 1945. The blame for this neglect after the First World War, however, lies not with the German nation or any German government, for when the German side repeatedly demanded a neutral, i.e. an international, commission of historians for an investigation of the war guilt question and offered, at the same time, to grant access to all archives and documents, this was spurned by the Versailles victor states. Nor did the victorious powers exhibit a burning desire to guarantee justice and equality amongst the nations for the sake of a future peace. Professor Sven Hedin, the renowned Swedish scholar and East Asia explorer, once wrote appropriately. In studying modern history, one can rarely state with certainty that a war between two countries or two blocks of nations actually began at the moment when war was declared or when the first shot was fired. Take the two world wars swamping the present generation, where the events which finally made war inevitable go far back in time. The shots at Sarajevo were not fired by mere chance, but their sound ruptured the dark clouds which had been brewing over Europe for some time. Even less did the Second World War begin on the September 1, 1939, at that precise moment when German troops were crossing the Polish border. It was born of the First World War, at that hour at the latest, and the representatives of 32 nations gathered in the Hall of Mirrors at Versailles to endorse a document that was touted as a peace treaty without being one. And a German historian has stated, "The popular idea according to which a war starts with a declaration of war is only partly accurate. There are intermediary stages between war and peace to which neither of the two concepts applies. It is for that reason that such provisional expressions as undeclared war and Cold War have been invented. On the basis of previous experience, the historian can therefore recognize the dark clouds which presently threaten mankind. He need not even wait for the first shot of a new war before being able to assess and evaluate the given matters of conflict and the legal positions amongst the nations involved. Historians and scientists have a duty to note in time the causes of wars of the past, of the present, and of the future, and thus averting future wars. Chapter 3. Versailles 1919 and the question of war guilt. The question of war guilt for the First World War has neither been perceived as having inevitable consequences or has it been treated as such to this day. It has served instead as a means to promote the victor's power interests, resulting in permanent discrimination, deprivation of rights, the carving up of territory and the pilfering of resources of the vanquished. Under the pretext of war guilt, moral decency, trust and the rights of peoples are eclipsed, leaving fertile ground for future conflict. World public opinion, thus far, has not grasped this. In contradiction of the 14-point program drafted in the course of the negotiations leading to the armistice in 1918, France and Great Britain imposed conditions upon the German people that violated the fundamental principles of international law. In the terms of the Versailles victors' dictate, Germany bore full and exclusive responsibility for the war. She was subsequently held liable for reparation of all damage done. The Versailles Dictate became the foundation of law, the law of nations providing the rule of order amongst the European nations. Lies, economic exploitation for an indefinite period, annexation, forced assimilation and the oppression of ethnic minorities, the expropriation of other nations' colonies, compulsory demilitarization, submission to foreign governments, military occupation and numerous other instances of wrongful and arbitrary treatment were thus legalized by the victors. In consequence, the very ideas of law, democracy, agreement, truth, self-determination, freedom, etc. were subverted. Anyone who called into question these acts of the civilized nations was accused of violation of law, revisionism, revanchism, and considered a warmonger. The authority of this ruling is derived from the war guilt paragraph, section 231, of the Versailles Treaty and moreover from the Allies' explanatory letter of June 16, 1919 to the German representatives, reply of the Allied and associated powers to the observations of the German delegations on the conditions of peace, published as a preface to the treaty. It reads, in part, in the view of the Allied and associate powers, the war which began on August 1, 1914, was the greatest crime against humanity and the freedom of peoples that any nation, calling itself civilized, has ever consciously committed. For many years the rulers of Germany, true to the Prussian tradition, strove for a position of dominance in Europe. They were not satisfied with that growing prosperity and influence to which Germany was entitled, and which all other nations were willing to accord her, in the society of free and equal peoples. They required that they should be able to dictate to and tyrannize a subservient Europe, as they dictated and tyrannized over a subservient Germany. In order to attain their ends they used every channel in their power through which to educate their own subjects in the doctrine that might was right in international affairs. As soon as their preparations were complete, they encouraged a subservient ally to declare war against Serbia. In order to make doubly sure, they refused every attempt at conciliation and conference until it was too late, and the world war was inevitable for which they had plotted, and for which alone among the nations they were fully equipped and prepared. Germany's responsibility, however, is not confined to having planned and started the war. She is no less responsible for the savage and inhuman manner in which it was conducted. They were the first to use poisonous gas. They commenced the submarine campaign. They drove thousands of men and women and children with brutal savagery into slavery in foreign lands. They allowed barbarities to be practiced against their prisoners of war from which the most uncivilized peoples would have recoiled. The conduct of Germany is almost unexampled in human history. The terrible responsibility which lies at her doors can be seen in the fact that not less than 7 million dead lie buried in Europe, while more than 20 million others carry upon them the evidence of wounds and sufferings, because Germany saw fit to gratify her lust for tyranny by resort to war. That is why the Allied and associated powers have insisted as a cardinal feature of the treaty that Germany must undertake to make reparation to the very uttermost of her power, for reparations for wrongs inflicted is of the essence of justice. The Allied and associated powers therefore believe that the peace they have proposed is fundamentally a peace of justice. They are no less certain that it is a peace of right fulfilling the terms agreed upon at the time of the armistice. The victorious powers frustrated all serious attempts of clarifying the causes and the motives of the First World War, along with their practical application to politics. Since the 1920s, no serious historian has defended the claim of Germany's exclusive responsibility for the war. Yet the repeated protests and requests by successive Weimar governments seeking rehabilitation of their country through a revision of the official version invariably met with outright rejection, effectively justified by nothing but power. None of the victors of Versailles based any of their charges against Germany on specialists' reports, let alone did they reduce or retract the charges with the emergence of later findings of historical research. In this regard, British Prime Minister David Lloyd George declared at a meeting of the Reparations Commission in London on March 3, 1921. German responsibility for the war is fundamental to the Allies. It is the basis on which the treaty has been established, and if this basis breaks down, or should be abandoned, the treaty would be destroyed. Therefore, we wish to make clear, once and for all, that German responsibility for the war has definitely been established and must accordingly be dealt with by the Allies. This label of culpability was necessary so that the victors could not be indicted with their own immoral actions. Only in this way was it possible to continue considering as valid, legitimate, and irrevocable all of the punishments meted out against Germany in the form of territorial cessions, discriminations, reparations, confiscations, control rights, etc. The future is in your hands. With those words, Raymond Poincaré, President of the French Republic, greeted the representatives of 27 nations at the opening of the Versailles Peace Conference on January 18, 1919. These words were to take on historical significance. The reason for the disastrous outcome of this peace conference was not due to the harsh conditions laid upon the German nation, but rather because an unjust ruling in international law was created in the shape of the Versailles Treaty, signed by a German government under threat of military occupation. There were politicians both in Germany and abroad who could already foresee the inevitable consequences of this peace treaty. Philipp Scheidmann of the Socialist Party SPD, at that time Chancellor of the Reich, said in May 1919. I come straight to the point, this thick volume in which hundreds of paragraphs begin with, Germany renounces, renounces, renounces. This terrible, deadly weapon is being used to extort from a great nation an admission of its own unworthiness, an agreement to a pitiless dismemberment, the acceptance of enslavement. This text must not be allowed to become a statute book for the future. What hand should not wither, binding us with these chains, yet still they want us to work like slaves for international finance, to do sockage, labor for the feudal lord, for the whole world. The government of the Reich considers this treaty unacceptable. Unacceptable to such a degree that, still today, I cannot believe that the world could tolerate a text such as this without the sound of millions upon millions of voices echoing throughout every land and every party, away with this murderous plot. Many notable politicians from France, Britain, Italy and other countries, in 1919 and in the years soon afterwards, were already stating with urgent insistence that the Versailles Arrangement, particularly as concerned the borders between Germany and Poland, could only lead to a new war. The former U.S. Secretary of State Robert Lansing stated, as quoted by Francesco Nitti, head of the Italian government. The victors intend to impose their combined objectives on the vanquished, and to subordinate all other interests to their own. European politics, as established today, are prey to every sort of greed and intrigue, only called upon to declare just what is unjust. We have a peace treaty, but it will not bring lasting peace, because it is founded on the shifting sands of individual interests. In this judgment, Lansing added, I was not alone. A few days after, I found myself in London, where I was discussing the treaty with some of the leading men in Britain. They all agreed that the treaty was absurd and unworkable, that it was born of intrigue and shaped by greed and, therefore, was more apt to cause wars than to prevent them. Nitti himself said around the same time, "A serious and durable peace has never been built on the plunder, the torture and the ruin of a defeated nation, let alone a defeated great nation." And it is precisely this which the Treaty of Versailles represents. The British Labour Member of Parliament J. W. Neeshaw commented at his party's conference of 1920 in Scarborough. "Should we have been the defeated nation and should such conditions have been imposed upon us, we would, instead of a calm engagement, begin in the schools and homes to prepare our children for a retaliatory war to shake off the intolerable, unbearable victor's yoke. These conditions have amounted to a plot not only against Germany, against Austria and the other defeated nations, but also against the whole of civilization." The Dutch ambassador to London, René van Swinderen, stated to the British diplomat E. Howard, "The Versailles peace conditions contain all the germs for a just and lasting war." U.S. President Wilson stated in 1919, "How can, for instance, a power like the United States of America, since I cannot speak for any other, 3,000 miles across the ocean, sign this treaty, withdraw from Europe and tell the people in America that a peace treaty has been created for the world, while its content cannot be viewed as lasting? I have felt it incumbent upon me to withhold my signature." Is it at all surprising that the Weimar Republic rejected the victor's demands for the extradition of war criminals, only Germans, of course, and then allowed one of the most prominent amongst the criminals, Field Marshal von Hindenburg, to be elected President of the Reich twice, in 1925 and 1932? All governments during the Weimar Republic, irrespective of political orientation, denied the legitimacy of the Versailles Dictates' grave accusations and of its consequences for their country, calling time and time again for a fair judgment to be made by an impartial court of justice. Always in vain. The great powers simply did not respond. The trust amongst the nations involved thus remained impaired. Versailles was the irresponsible provocation that summoned a nation to gather all of its defensive forces available and mold them into a united front, the better to fight this injustice not only with words but also with deeds. An Englishman, Lord Buckmaster, admitted that to induce any nation, however evil and abominable they might be, to lay down their arms on one set of terms and then, when they were defenseless, to impose another set, is an act of dishonor which can never be effaced. But, this was not the only thing that took place. On October 7, 1928, Lloyd George conceded in a speech at the Guildhall in London. "The entire documentation which certain people among our allies have placed before us was made up of lies and is a swindle. We have ruled, in Versailles, on the basis of forgeries." At the session of May 8, 1919 at the Peace Conference at Trianon Palace, the Allied delegates confessed that they had not the slightest notion of the problems of Central Europe. Yet none of these shocking facts led to any change in the situation. The governments of those countries had given their word to the world and to Germany, and they broke it time and time again. Germany had laid down her arms in November 1918, trusting that the conditions of the 14 points made by U.S. President Wilson would be honored, since Lloyd George for Britain and Clemenceau for France, as well as the United States of America, had committed themselves to them in a pre-armistice agreement. The Allies completely ignored their obligation. The armistice agreement was violated at the very outset with the continuation of the blockade against Germany. The Allies repeatedly breached their peace treaty thereafter, in the absence of any provocation by the German government, and at a time when Adolf Hitler was just entering the political arena. The violations against this pre-armistice agreement by the Versailles Treaty were failure to respect the Reich's sovereignty and the denial of the right to self-determination for its population in contested border regions, Eupen-Malmedy, Alsace, parts of East Prussia and all of West Prussia. Annexation of parts of Upper Silesia by Poland in spite of a plebiscite in favor of remaining a part of Germany. Poland's violations of the borders drawn up at Versailles. Annexation of the Memel territory by Lithuania without plebiscite. Misappropriation of Germany's colonies contrary to Article 5 of Wilson's 14 points as the one confirming impartial regulations. Non-observance of the minority rights of the separated ethnic Germans, despite contractual assurances. Military occupation of the Ruhrort, of Duisburg, Düsseldorf, Mulheim, Oberhausen and other West German cities in March 1921, and the relocation of the customs border, military occupation of the Ruhr area in January 1923 by France. Prohibition of a customs union between Germany and Austria, to say nothing of the prohibition of unification of the two countries. Non-compliance with the disarmament guarantee. Additional resolutions of the Council of the League of Nations to further restrict the freedom of Danzig. Expulsion of ethnic Germans who were compulsorily separated from the territories detached from the German Reich. By 1922 their numbers had already reached 1 million, not counting those interned by the Allies. 200,000 expatriates and Germans in her former colonies. 120,000 Germans of Alsace-Lorraine. 500,000 Germans, refugees and exiles from West Prussia, Posen and eastern Upper Silesia. 100,000 Germans from Russia and the Baltics. The countries in question never took stock of the grave consequences of these facts. Brave voices raised here and there were stifled by the wave of blinding hatred of anything German. In those lands the showing of hatred for Germany seemed to have become a way to demonstrate character and good citizenship, in keeping with the international or rather European political standard. Not troubled in the least by the various critics, the victorious powers continued to regard their treaty as a means by which to conduct their general anti-German policy. Germany remained weak, dismembered, strife-torn, isolated from foreign affairs, economically ruined and under constant military threat from her neighbors. Danzig, Posen, West Prussia, Upper Silesia and Eastern Silesia, Memel, the Saarland, Sudetenland, Holzchen, Eupen-Malmedy, North Schleswig, South Tyrol and Alsace-Lorraine. The treaty had stripped Germany of all these territories, turning them into detonators of conflict along her borders that made a reconciliation between the German nation and her neighbors still more difficult, if not impossible. Indeed, a coalition of hostile European states could be mustered against Germany at any given moment. Adolf Hitler declared in a speech to the Reichstag on May 17, 1933. The hopes of restoring an international conception of justice have been dashed by the Versailles Treaty, because in order to justify all the measures of this dictate, the Allies had to brand Germany with the mark of guilt for the war. This procedure is both simplistic and impracticable. In future, the guilt for a conflict will always be borne by the defeated since the winners are always able to impose their own diagnosis. This practice leads thus to a dreadful result, because it gave them a reason for changing a balance of power as existing at the end of that war into a permanent legal fixture. Thus the concept of victor and vanquished became officially the foundation of a new international legal and social order. It took until the year 1958 before Europeans learned of the, hitherto solitary, appearance of some form of self-criticism emanating from official Paris. The full burden of the Versailles Treaty fell on Britain and France and the newly created states in Eastern Europe that could scarcely manage their own problems. The victors were neither strong enough to impose their will upon the vanquished, nor magnanimous enough to seek reconciliation with them. In spite of the idealistic internationalism of Geneva, no constructive European policy came about, and so constant use was made of stopgap measures in order to maintain a dubious balance of power. The entire tragic nature of the period between the two world wars is expressed in the failure of the League of Nations. Germany above all had cause to assume a suspicious attitude toward an organization that was based on the coalition of the victors. France had attempted to impose coercive measures on a vanquished Germany. By such means, Germany was driven to despair, but France gained nothing. The creation of successor states that relied upon the right to self-determination provided no satisfactory solution, for in practice that right was accorded only to certain majority nations. The creation of thousands of kilometers of new borderlines in Central and Eastern Europe solved none of the region's economic problems. On the contrary. Let us repeat these thoughts with all urgency. The states in Eastern Europe, newly created by Versailles, could scarcely manage their own problems. The winners of Versailles were not magnanimous enough to attempt reconciliation with the defeated nations. The League of Nations was unable to establish a constructive European policy. Versailles created a new and precarious balance of power. This doubtful balance of power was to be preserved according to the will of the League of Nations. Germany was driven to despair by France's forcible measures. The right to self-determination was reserved only for certain nations. However, such an admission was too late and in any case had no effect. Those statesmen who had led the big battle against Imperial Germany in order to stamp out the tyranny and the international anarchy would not lift a finger to give a worthy democratic government in Germany an honest chance, once they had defeated Germany. Violence and international anarchy were thus the prospects for the future, at a time when nobody spoke of Hitler. And so Versailles became the birthplace of National Socialism. An American historian who admits to heartily disliking this Hitler wrote, "It is obvious that the revelations in the Nuremberg documents concerning Hitler's design for aggression are merely the last chapter in a long and a depressing book that began at Versailles." For he, President F.D. Roosevelt, was well aware of the fact that none of the European nations that had profited by the Treaty of Versailles was willing to give up one crumb of the spoils of war. The injustices of that treaty could be rectified only through war. Chapter 4. Viewpoints on Germany since 1919. Fear in the service of war agitation. Up to now, the actions of the powers in East and West have been characterized by dialectics and the disregard or rather the biased distortion of universally binding principles. With the weapon of propaganda in the hands of the technological superpowers, they have managed to not only recast history to fit their mold of power political interests but also to set it in concrete. It is with phrases that politicians mobilize their peoples, it is with phrases that historians justify scientifically the actions of victorious governments, and it is with phrases that the nations will once more be driven to the barricades. Hatred and fear, lies and violence have always been the tools of those politicians who tirelessly repeat that they, in contrast to all others, desire peace, progress and the good of humanity in democracy. The politics of hatred and fear, impossible without lies and slander, are not only disgraceful by themselves but also carry inevitable consequences that, sooner or later, make war unavoidable. That historically provable chain of cause and effect that was set off by the agitation of fear and hate seems to have taught us nothing. Evidently, everybody was satisfied that the victim of the agitation, Germany, had justly been charged twice, as indeed was proven not only by the outcome of the two world wars but also by the results of the Nuremberg trials of 1945 to 1946, International Military Tribunal. The hate propaganda had by now reached such a degree of perfection that its very initiators no longer noticed their unrestrained conclusions. To continue this policy after the subjugation of Germany represents a danger to those living now and to future generations. Hence an analysis of this practice evident since Versailles 1919 ought to be demanded. Ever since 1919 the victorious Allies and their associates have continued their war propaganda against Germany which, as we know, was not exactly concerned with a truthful reporting of events. While the Imperial German government and Germany's military high command, the Prussian traditions and the German people had been the object of a rigorous campaign of slander designed to help win the First World War, that campaign was diligently continued even after victory, so that the war aim, the crushing and weakening of Germany, would be maintained even in future times of peace. The systematic and deliberate practice of insulting, mocking and deriding other nations, governments and heads of state, with the help of modern means of communication and with reference to freedom of speech in peacetime, with accusations of lusting after revenge, emerged at a time when Germany was weak and defenseless and would have been willing to accept a policy of compliance. Highly indignant even today, those countries refuse to accept a share, even a modest one, of the responsibility for the worsening of the European situation after 1919. A few individual politicians realized the danger then, but they were unable to make themselves heard in the face of a forceful and antagonistic published opinion. Those who continually opposed the understanding of essential truths and the most elementary legal positions, resorting instead to an arrogant classification into civilized nations and barbarians, hence inciting fear and calling for rearmament, play with fire, because without respect amongst the nations there can be no peaceful coexistence. How could those arrogate to themselves the words of the defense of Western culture, who would deny respect for the ingrained tradition of the European sense of justice and truth? Have they the right to dictate moral principles or judgments to other peoples? Can they rightly invoke the National Socialist danger that arose in 1933, when they have always been hostile to Germany, even before Hitler came to power? It was never a question of ideologies, declarations of certain beliefs and principles of leadership, nor was it ever a question of political parties, but solely of Germany's position in the world. Already Kaiser Wilhelm II declared once, "How can I ever convince a people against their will, when day in and day out the press is prompting the people to an attitude of distrust and suspicion, and when every act of friendship and peace is misjudged?" Hatred of Germany was the rallying point of the Versailles victors, and their co-victors. "The Boche will pay," was the leading slogan of the time. It seemed that in electoral campaigns only those candidates who sought to outdo their opponents with displays of rabble-rousing patriotism were able to garner enough votes. These politics of fear were not based on any facts that might have been open to different interpretations. It started out from arbitrary evaluations, insinuated motives, intentions, schemes, procedures and suppositions, most of which were pure inventions. Already a Weimar government had withdrawn from the Geneva Disarmament Conference in September 1932, stating that it could no longer endure the constant discrimination against Germany, and that it considered the arguments presented by the French delegation in support of new security measures outrageous and dishonorable. Lloyd George, British War Premier from 1916 to 1922, stated in September 1932 when referring to the disarmament subject, "I see no difficulty in making the German understanding my own in realizing that the victorious nations have brazenly breached the trust in the armament question." The same man, 2 years later on November 29, 1934, stated in the British House of Commons, "The victorious powers solemnly promised the Germans in the treaty that they would disarm, if Germany led the way in disarming. Germany waited 14 years for the fulfillment of this promise. During that time a queue of distinctive, peaceable ministers were active in Germany, ministers who did not stop to seriously entreat the big powers to redeem the given promise at long last. They, the victorious powers, made fun, bantered these German ministers into a number of agreements, among them one, a distinctive anti-war agreement. In the meantime all countries, with the exception of England, had intensified their arming and had even granted government loans to Germany's neighbors with which they, in turn, established powerful military organizations close to Germany's borders. Is it any wonder that the German people were ultimately driven to riots and revolution against the chronic fraudulence of the big powers? This man was not a fascist, he was not a German, but he once was Britain's Prime Minister. He knew only too well that France had not only continued to rearm, considering herself not to be bound by the relevant clauses of the treaty, but that she had also, from the very days the various peace treaties were signed, encouraged a mass of small states to arm themselves vigorously. Thus, the Allies imposed disarmament upon Germany first whilst accepting themselves the moral obligation to reduce their own armies afterwards. Was this obligation carried out or not? The only reply we can give to this question is no, because it was actually after the First World War that France sought more than ever to become the first military power in Europe and encouraged her allies in Central Europe, especially the Poles and Czechoslovaks, to rearm. France had imposed upon the Germans humiliations and suffering such as the victorious Germans had never attempted to do. France had, in spite of her financial crisis and her declining population, the biggest army in the world. France must be considered responsible for the breakdown of the European disarmament process, and once again was therefore to be blamed for the undermining of trust in the victor's word. That Germany had fulfilled her disarmament obligations was acknowledged by the fact that the victorious powers withdrew their Inter-Allied Military Commission, January 31, 1927, recalled their disarmament verification team, January 1930, and moved out of the Rhineland, June 1930. Leaving aside the armaments question, there appeared in Britain, during the summer and autumn of 1932, a diversion, as it were, that would take people's mind off the Great Depression rampant in the land, but that was to have grave consequences. Winston Churchill and his growing gang of supporters began their first hateful anti-German propaganda campaign with constant and forceful references to the possibility of an imminent war and to the necessity of rearmament. Churchill's propaganda phrases, unrestrained and contradictory though they may have been, later formed the basis for a new scheme of international law. The fact that in 1932 it was the peaceable Weimar Republic that Churchill was presenting as a danger to the world and, consequently, himself as always having to play the prophet of doom and gloom, has been conveniently forgotten today. The state of the political situation in foreign affairs in 1933 and again in 1936 was not of Hitler's making, rather it was the situation he found himself in. The policies of the victorious powers, outlined in the following points, were bound to have certain consequences in a community of sovereign nations, regardless of whether they considered the revision of the Versailles Directives to be justified or not. 1. The hypothesis of Germany's exclusive war guilt was raised to the status of international principle. 2. The refusal to acknowledge equality of rights for Germany. 3. The violation of the Versailles Treaty's directives by the victors and their allies, or rather the support or condoning of these infringements by the League of Nations powers, see pages 30. 4. The failure to guarantee the rights of the ethnic Germans separated from the Reich, and their expulsion from their homeland. 5. The non-observance of the Allied disarmament guarantees. 6. The rejection of the attempts at reconciliation made by all the Weimar governments. Only in the last years, preceding 1933 was some reconciliation achieved, and then only in regard to single issues. 7. The foreign trade economic boycott launched against Germany starting in March 1933 by leading powers, primarily the United States of America. 8. The rejection of all German proposals for arms limitation. Hitler's recommendations up to 1935. Offer for total disarmament. Rejected. Offer of limiting the respective armies to 200,000 men, rejected. Offer of limiting the respective armies to 300,000 men, with international supervision and non-aggression pacts with all neighboring states, rejected. Offer of an air pact, rejected. Offer of a generous European settlement, rejected. Those showing outrage at Hitler's demeanor consequently should first demonstrate this outrage at the policies of the victorious powers, where, especially with regards to France, the public and parliaments remained hostile toward the idea of an accord with Hitler. The following events triggered significant interactions. 9. Immediately prior to promising disarmament negotiations, the British government published on March 4, 1935 a White Book on Germany's illegal rearmament, in which the National Socialist concept of education was also portrayed as a danger to world peace, and it furthermore announced a British increase in arms production. Therefore, the British were justifying their increase in arms production by citing the German arms build-up, which was in reality even a full 12 months later, still in its embryonic stages according to the French ambassador in Berlin. Yet once again a deliberate distortion of the truth was made by one of the peace-loving democracies, which was a contributory factor along the road to war, that is to say, to an aggravation of the tension in Europe. 10. Extending the military service in France to 2 years, announced on March 6, 1935, effective as of March 15, 1935. 11. Agreement of the British-French-Belgian General Staff on March 14, 1935, following extended discussions. Germany's answer to the events 8-11 was to bring back conscription on March 16, 1935 and by repudiating the Versailles armament limitations, but not without having given insistent prior warning regarding the previously announced measures 8-11. 12. The French-Soviet Mutual Assistance Pact, signed on May 2, 1935, ratified and in effect as of February 27, 1936. This pact was concluded in Paris in spite of the full knowledge of the objectives of Bolshevism and in spite of the knowledge that only 1 year earlier, on January 27, 1934, Lazar Kaganovich, head of the Politburo and brother-in-law of Stalin, had made public his point of view in the Soviet Daily Izvestia. A new French-German war would be very much in the interests of the Soviet Union. 13. The Czech-Soviet Mutual Assistance Pact, signed May 16, 1935. 14. In reaction to the French-Soviet Mutual Assistance Pact that had become effective only a week previously, and wary of the growing strength of the Communists in France, the People's Front, since November 1935, Hitler ordered on March 7, 1936 a symbolic 19 battalions into the demilitarized zone of the German Rhineland. The objective was to enhance Germany's military security in the face of the danger of a communist encirclement, but also to forcefully stress the will of the Reich to attain equality of rights. Hitler pointed out that by signing the French-Russian Treaty, France had unilaterally broken the Locarno Treaty of 1925 and was now pledged to commence hostilities against Germany without consulting the Council of the League of Nations, if either of the two signatory powers should decide to accuse Germany of an act of unprovoked aggression. If one comes to realize that the Soviet Union had been typecasting the Third Reich as aggressor since 1933 already, and also the NSDAP from the first moment of success of their domestic policy in the Weimar Republic, then it is not difficult to imagine that it only requires the power of persuasion and a common interest, but most certainly not facts, to regard Germany as an aggressor. At the time when the Rhineland was reoccupied by German armed forces, Hitler stated in his speech at the Reichstag that he was willing to agree once more to the establishment of a demilitarized zone, on condition of a mutual accord on the part of France and Belgium. To conclude a French-Belgian-Dutch-German non-aggression pact for 25 years with a British-Italian guarantee. To rejoin the League of Nations, since the refusal to grant parity of rights would meanwhile have been annulled. Result, refusal. 15. August 1936, Soviet Army doubled in size. 16. Sustained rearmament on the part of Czechoslovakia, Poland and the USSR, as well France and Britain. France's attachment to her idea of national security also had harmful effects. A sovereign nation and a major power in the heart of Europe can hardly be expected to orientate its policies in keeping with certain fixed ideas of its neighbors. One may transfer such a scheme of things to the communists' accusations which are peppered throughout with their slogans of militarism, revanchism, imperialism etc. until they have established their own form of communist system of government. Some years before Hitler came to power, the German foreign minister, Julius Curtius, had quite well described France's view on the European security problem, a view that was to remain unchanged. The French security system cannot be the basis for a European agreement. The political uncertainty of European conditions is to be attributed, primarily, to the Versailles Treaty. France's security was effectively guaranteed before and after Hitler's coming to power by France herself, that is, the mother country with colonies of nearly 100 million human beings. A defense budget which, from the beginning, was double that of Germany relative to the gross domestic product, to say nothing of the fact that she had been alone in adopting a policy of rearmament in 1918. The numerical superiority of military forces, in 1935, when Hitler could mobilize 36 divisions, France had 41 divisions. A lead in experiences in weapons technology. At the time the largest and most modern fortifications on her eastern border, the Maginot Line. The adjacent demilitarized zone of the Rhineland. The very fact of being a victorious nation of World War I, i.e. having been a decision-maker in Europe after the First World War. The Versailles Treaty and, on top of that, the guarantee in arbitration accords of the Treaty of Locarno, 1925, which was extremely generous and unilaterally interpreted, almost as if given full power of attorney. The Covenant of the League of Nations. The benevolent attitude of all leading League of Nations member states, as well as that of the United States of America and the British Dominions. The military alliances with Great Britain, with Belgium, with Poland, and with Czechoslovakia. Moreover, the security of France was not in the least threatened, since at no time had Germany ever given the slightest cause that could have been taken as an unfriendly or at all threatening stance toward France. What countermeasures were open to Germany in the face of encirclement and the highly armed states of readiness of her adjoining neighbors, France being only one of their numbers, by way of security guarantees? Germany did not have one single military ally after 1918 and, at least until 1936, did not in any way come near to the armament and military potential of even one of her powerful neighbors. Germany seemed, in contrast to France, to have no claim whatsoever to even the minimum of self-protection. Furthermore, it would have been contrary to the British law of the European balance of power, if Britain had assumed an objective and just attitude that would have produced a pacifying influence on the European nations. A Germany after 1918, estranged from her neighbors by the unlawful looting of the Versailles victors and associates, was faced with the alternative, irrespective of whoever was to pick up the reins of government, to either renounce her justified claims to national independence and equal rights or else to incur the anger of a power coalition which was most eager to rip Germany of her remaining power. Germany was deprived of those rights, and the particular conditions of her location in Central Europe, having long and unsecured borders with as many nations as no other country in the world, were ignored. Inevitably, German politics of whatever persuasion had to take this into account. The German danger was fabricated at a time and there were absolutely no grounds for this. Drawing attention to the German danger, France concluded her mutual assistance pact with the Soviet Union in 1936, without considering that a French-Russian alliance had already proven to be a contributing step toward the First World War. Public opinion in France, according to a statement of the French ambassador in Berlin, was against an accord with Germany. This was confirmed when the German Foreign Minister, Konstantin von Neurath, informed the American ambassador in Paris, William C. Bullitt, on May 18, 1936. That, the deepest desire of Hitler was to come to a real understanding with France, but every attempt he or Hitler had made to draw closer to the French had resulted in either no reply from France or a rebuff. With Hitler's taking of office, the policy of fear was carried on. Everybody felt even less inclined to admit to their own mistakes and to consider a change in attitude, since we are dealing here with the black sheep of international society, Adolf Hitler. As there were also others who were insulting Germany and laying the blame for each and every woe in the world at Hitler's feet, so they too joined the movement of hatred and fear agitation in the hope to find favor with the rest of the world and enhance their own country's repute and security. In reality, however, these agitators departed from their own professed ideas of equality of rights and sovereignty, of justice and of peace politics to such a degree that they only multiplied the possible causes for conflict. That which they had wanted to prevent, they have evoked, by means of fear and agitation. Yet, legitimate laws can never be derived from fear within the context of international coexistence, even less so from groundless fear. Adolf Hitler stated in an interview with the Daily Mail in 1933. We find the charge that the German people are enthusiastically preparing for war incomprehensible. This charge reveals a misunderstanding of the German revolutionary cause. With a few exceptions, we, leaders of the National Socialist movement, are veterans. Show me the veteran who would prepare for war with enthusiasm. Our youth is our whole future. We cherish them. How could we bring them up only to have them shot to bits on the battlefield? In a radio address on November 12, 1933, the eve of parliamentary elections in Germany, Reich President Paul von Hindenburg said, "Those abroad who insinuate warlike intentions on our part are lying and they are slandering us. Anyone who has experienced the horrors of war in 3 campaigns, as I have, cannot possibly want to see another war, but rather wish only for peace, and consider that keeping the peace is his first duty to the German people and to the world. With all our heart we wish to attain peace in honor and dignity." Adolf Hitler stated at Berlin Tempelhof Airport on May 1, 1934. Even if others deny our people's love of peace, the true spirit of our people is reflected most strongly and convincingly in the comparison of territorial Lebensraum for the German nation and that of other nations. Thus the German people did not want war, because they did not need it. They are capable of earning a decent living without foreign booty, tribute and contributions. And they have already proved it. Hitler once more emphasized this after the celebrations following the reintegration of the Saarland into Germany in March 1935. With today's techniques, any war would amount to madness. Whoever talks of war should be barred from international politics. Even in a war on the smallest scale, utilization of modern weaponry would cause such destruction and bloodletting on both sides that I think only a madman could want a war nowadays. Hitler elaborated more on this theme during the Gauleiter Conference at the Munich City Hall in 1936. All around the world today, a regular witch hunt is organized against me. Pick up any newspaper in the world and read it. The hatred expressed for me is terrifying. I understand the emigrants who have been fleeing our country like mice from a cat since my appointment as Chancellor. They scream that I have taken away their wealth. Let them. I'm not impressed, and nor are the German people. But, just as I had perceived in 1919 and 1920, Germany's enemies are organizing throughout the world a menacing network of hatred and jealousy whilst pretending to attack only me. What have I done? What have the German people done to stir up such hatred amongst these rich men, the richest in the world? We want to rebuild our Reich with our own strength and in peace. Suddenly our products are being boycotted and we are forced to adopt a policy of self-sufficiency. Then they shout that this is against the principles of world trade. I can only ask myself, what do these eternal enemies of our work really want? They certainly don't want to help us. Did they perhaps help the morally irreproachable Weimar Republic? No. They could simply bypass the government's authority more easily then. The Jews of the entire world hate me. That is understandable, and I accept it. But using their power, the Jews are mounting forces the world over against our principles of life. Why does England hate me? Why the USA? Why France? I almost believe it is easier for me to come to terms with Moscow than with the unpleasant democracies, satiated with wealth as they are. But I have troubled, sleepless nights. The thought of the world powers united against us keeps me awake. Hermann Göring, at a gathering of veterans in Berlin in February 1937, said the following. There can be no better defenders of peace than yesterday's frontline soldiers. I am convinced that they, more than anyone else, have the right to demand and to build peace. It is to those men, who for 4 hard years have gone, with their weapon in hand, through the hell of war, the hell of the World War, that it belongs to organize the life of the nation, and one know that the veterans will defend and maintain the blessings of peace for their people. Those who do not know the horrors of war may talk of joyous battles to come. But we know the dreadful cost of the final battle between the nations. Already during the Weimar era, Hitler had to institute proceedings for libelous action as the plaintiff time after time. He won every case. Not even once during that period was Hitler taken to court for defamation. In the domestic or party political struggle for power, this kind of agitation had been cultivated in the name of freedom of speech. However, when there is no control to curb such excesses on the international level, when the stakes have now been raised from solely election success or defeat of political parties to the plateau of peace or war between countries, then such intellectual bickering assumes totally new dimensions. But it was considered legitimate and patriotic to continue these agitations on the international field with disregard to the rising threat to the European nations caused by this. The foreign press seemed to know no constraint, and it came to stirring up hatred amongst nations and racial prejudice. Hitler's remarks from his Reichstag speech of April 28, 1939 went unheeded. As far as Germany is concerned, I am not aware that threats of that kind are being made against other nations, but I do read every day in the democratic newspapers lies about these threats. I read every day of German mobilization, of landings, of extortions, and that against countries with whom we are living not only in perfect tranquility, but with whom we have, in many cases, a deep friendship. Then it is criminal negligence, not to use a stronger expression, when heads of nations, who have at their disposal the power, are incapable of tightening the reins on their warmongering press and so keep the world safe from the threatening disaster of a military conflict. It ought to be the duty of journalism to promote understanding amongst nations at all cost. To slander other nations and their leaders, to denigrate and treat them unfairly, is a transgression of that duty. Democracies are particularly vulnerable to the dangers posed by an anonymous journalism, for the politician's position is not secure and responsibilities are not clear-cut. The power forces of a society, with which a press dominated by mammon is in perfect alignment, can promote politicians at any moment whom they find acceptable and ruin politicians who stand in the way of their financial interests, including those who are truly committed to peace, e.g. Neville Chamberlain. The Reich government was charged with warlike intentions for the purpose of world domination. Was there any truth in this accusation? The National Socialist German Workers' Parties, NSDAP, coming to power allegedly, meant war. This claim could be heard everywhere at a time when every other country in Europe was prepared or preparing for war, judging by their armament and defense potential, that is, all except Germany. That Hitler should have been planning war already in 1933 could not even be established at the International Military Tribunal proceedings in Nuremberg in 1945-46. A government, such as the National Socialist government, having experienced internal and external political difficulties since coming to power, is hardly in a position from a technical point of view to plan for immediate or long-term campaigns of conquest. Was the astonishingly rapid surmounting of Germany's political, economic, cultural and social chaos a sign of war preparations? Does one build motorways in the middle of one's country and passenger ships because one is planning for war? Does one perfect weapon techniques in order to commit crimes? All these intentions were imputed to the German leadership, never to other governments. Yet, a government that neglects effective and prudent management of the people's economic welfare, their security and their future is unworthy and irresponsible, irrespective of how other powers might judge these measures. Already in 1933 the rebounding of Germany's economy was shamelessly described as industrial mobilization. Germany has always worked in a climate of a mobilization regime. Workers were laboring 9 to 10 hours a day. Factories were being converted to war industry centers. Civilian consumption was reduced to an extremely low level. This resulted in conditions similar to those which existed at the time of the World War. Mr. Beness had stated as certain that by spring 1935, Germany would have an air force of 4,000 planes, and that was just the beginning. What about the other powers? There was not the least sign of mobilization amongst them. There was only the purest, most liberal, peace-loving regime. Words like these were not written by some dubious hacks, but by men claiming to be serious historians who fabricate these fantastic accounts. They have no qualms in interpreting the boosting of agricultural production as well as the ancestral system of farmstead inheritance, Erbhofordnung, as plans for deflecting agriculture to a program of war preparation. They have described the National Labor Service, Reichsarbeitsdienst, as an important factor in Germany's secret rearmament, the proverbial German discipline as an indication of craving revenge and lusting for war, and the German political restructuring toward centralization and uniformity, a process which can be found in many nations, as evidence for barbaric tyranny and bellicose imperialistic intentions. The political fermentation created by these assertions is the result of irresponsible agitation, just like the claim of a terrible challenge to the free and civilized world because of German technology. And, according to the Communists, the Second World War began in 1933 with Hitler's accession to power. How much did those agitators from yesterday and how much do the historians of today manage to cram into the trunk of the Hitler fascist rearmament, and that not only from communist quarters? Apparently rearmament means the construction of barracks, airports, research laboratories, research institutes, administrative buildings, etc., installations with which all the other major powers were amply equipped in 1933 but which, apparently, a great power such as Germany ought not to possess: motorways, passenger ships and state-owned industrial plants, the Volkswagen Works and Hermann Göring Works, for example, not to mention the production of boots and trucks. The development of civil aviation had been largely neglected during the Weimar period. Other countries, in particular England and France, had carefully attended to their own civil aviation year after year without prompting an angry word from the world conscience. Even after 1933, the yearly expenditure in that field by either of the two was far greater than what Hermann Göring proposed for Germany. Yet still more has to be crammed in: the procurement of uniforms for the army, for the National Labor Service, for SS, SA, OT, HJ, the establishment of such organizations as the German Labor Front with its work booklet for members, corresponding to the Soldiers' Service booklet, the organization Todt etc., the economic planning in the four-year program, the appeal to national community and comradeship, the physical and military training of the youth, in fact, Hitler's every action from 1933 onward is placed in the category rearmament. All measures taken, by Hitler, however, in order to stimulate the economy, to increase production, to raise export levels, to secure raw materials, to build new industries or to make agriculture self-sufficient, were calculated for the eventuality of war. Neither cultural activities nor social policy escaped censure. This too was pressed into the warmonger service, not only by the opinion-forming press, but also by historians, as a conspiracy against world peace, since it was designed to befog the masses, to deceive them and to transform them into willing instruments for the planned warfare and world domination. One has to marvel how far grown men will go to cater to the gullibility of the masses in order to fan the flames of hatred and use it for their own interests. A great power that has spent 6 or rather 7 years rearming intensively, in preparation for a criminal war of world conquest, of course, to the exclusion of all else, ought to have built up an enormous military capability. How pathetically small, however, were armament, ammunition stocks and equipment provisions in reality, see pages 245 ff. It was not superiority in a tangible, material sense, but rather an exemplary military spirit, a bold strategy, a lead in technology, and by concentrating an effective and well-aimed weaponry at the center of the battle that made possible the victorious campaigns of the Wehrmacht in 1939 to 1940. With more justification than any other government could Hitler claim national and historical necessity for getting Germany back on her military feet. Even a pacifist nation cannot allow its defensive capacity to drop below a certain level. When a state is no longer able to defend itself against an attack by its weakest neighbor, that low point is reached. This low point was for the German Reich, with her 100,000-men army without tanks and without heavy artillery, and without reserves of trained yearly intakes, and without an air force, so drastically undercut in the Versailles Treaty that compared to this even little Czechoslovakia would appear armed to the teeth, let alone Poland, Belgium or France. A military alliance of these nations could bring Germany down with one blow. To say nothing of the Colossus that is the Red Army. Any illegal weapon stocks of the Weimar Republic period were really of no consequence. Therefore, when in 1935 Hitler announced his program, providing for the creation of 36 divisions, he could have had no other objective than to transform the totally abnormal and completely defenseless condition of the Reich into a position that would at least ensure some capability for defense. Hitler was not increasing the arms buildup in order to push the country into the chaos of war at a time, and it was working toward economic recovery and re-establishing national unity. In those circumstances no political leader would set himself such a mad and unachievable goal as a war of conquest. Did Hitler not begin rearming only after the Versailles powers surrounding Germany had broken their pledge to pursue multilateral disarmament and ensure equality for Germany, had rejected the repeated proposals for disarmament of the German governments, yes, even intensified their own rearming and, furthermore, committed themselves to alliances, formation of military blocs and verbal assurances, all directed against Germany? Every single administration of the Weimar era faced the acute danger of invasion by Germany's neighbors. In fact, invasions actually took place under the designation of preventive measures, and border skirmishes took place almost every day. Only reluctantly did France renounce her claim to the left bank of the Rhine. Other countries were claiming German land far in excess of the boundaries drawn at Versailles. Czechoslovakia demanded the mountainous region of Glatz and the Lausitz, and Poland sought to annex all of Upper Silesia and East Prussia. With Hitler's accession to power, this situation did not fundamentally change in Germany's favor. Those factors mentioned were and they remained the starting point for Hitler's course of action. Also, there is no sign of German militarism as forerunner and preparation for German plans of aggression. Even if a world press has distorted the facts for 70 years or more with unchanging monotony and has accused Hitler of initiating rearmament, this may have served the egotistical interests of certain powers, but has not served the cause of historical truth. The British historian A.J.P. Taylor, along with many other experts, has clearly established that the French had fired the starting pistol for the arms race and not the Germans. Not once did Hitler recklessly exploit an aggravated situation, as caused by any victorious power, in order to excuse an excessive rearming. At every stage of development he patiently made offers and proposals of all possible variations on a basis of equality. The words of his Reichstag speech of May 21, 1935 should go down in history in full appreciation of their merit. The Reich government, is willing at any time to keep within the confines of arms limitation to the same extent that this is undertaken by the other nations as well. Of its own accord, the German Reich government has already announced certain proposed limitations. With this it has most clearly signaled the good intentions of avoiding a never-ending arms race. A weak nation is in no position to demand anything in this world and, as the Versailles policy on Germany proved, not even the right to self-determination. Therefore, it would not have been in the German line of reasoning, after the bitter years of impotent helplessness, to refuse any longer an economic and military and, thus, a political revival. Only with resolution and courage could Germany regain her honor and her full sovereignty. However, all the measures necessary, for recovering the national honor, could not be secured by merely negotiating. But apart from that, the honor of a nation cannot ever be negotiated, but it can only ever be taken. In this way, honor was not at one time bargained away, rather it was once taken away. The German-Polish Non-Aggression and Friendship Treaty of 1934 is seen by these peace politicians as a decisive step in the preparation for German aggression. Hitler needed that pact to confuse the advocates of collective security and to show as an example that Europe's real need was not for collective security but for bilateral agreements. This allowed the German aggressors to decide freely when and with whom to make agreements, and to choose the timing of their attacks. More and more audacious, Hitler took a number of actions in order to. Words fail in the light of so much magnanimous recognition of other nations' rights and of the generous respect of the German resolve for regeneration and international cooperation. Malicious agitation for war. No, such argumentations and evaluations are an exemplary indication of true peace politics, at least that's what they were called when practiced on the German people after 1945. Because Hitler was trying to establish friendly relations with the neighboring countries in the East and indeed was able to shape them constructively, he was in turn accused of aggression or rather of preparation for it. A look at the present time reveals that nowadays the agitation lacks the refinement of previous decades, which is all the more astonishing considering that now it is directed against other nations and regimes. In unequivocal terms, many writers of memoirs after the Second World War have written about the situation at that time in Britain, France, the Soviet Union and in other countries. One of them was the Soviet ambassador in London, I.M. Maisky. Even such an experienced statesman as Van Sittert, who then held the key post of Permanent Undersecretary for Foreign Affairs, said to me in the course of a conversation in the summer of 1933. Hitler has many difficulties and enemies, external and internal, to contend with. The French, the Belgians, the Czechs and the Poles are extremely suspicious of him. There are men who aspire to the first place in its ranks, and it will not be easy for Hitler to cope with them. You cannot exclude the possibility that the internal struggle will break up the National Socialist Party. We must wait and see. Since Hitler had to expect meeting hostility from the Western powers, from the Eastern European nations, from international Jewry, insofar as it was in existence and was influential, but also from Bolshevism. These considerations alone would have made any of the imputed long-term planning of conquest impossible for the Reich government. Besides, the First World War had provided sufficient teaching material to describe and illustrate the strategic predicament of the German nation. In addition, it was reasonable to suspect that there were already in place secret treaties of the Soviet Union with Czechoslovakia and France, and then France with Great Britain, so that at short notice an overwhelmingly massive front could be deployed against Germany. Confronted with such impossible odds, any Reich government of whatever constitution would have to summon all their resources to manage at all to prevail even for a few weeks or months. In any case, all German plans had to take account of these circumstances, which they did, as the discovered documents prove. It was slanderous to say that Hitler was going to attack England or France, or to assert that the honor of those two nations had been offended by the Munich Agreement, of September 1938. It is rather ridiculous and dangerous to draw such conclusions from an accord reached freely by four sovereign statesmen, who then afterward strengthened it with additional declarations of peace and friendship. It was equally irresponsible to insinuate and spread throughout the world the monotonous propaganda charges that Hitler, in pursuit of his alleged programs, wanted to exterminate the Czechs, the Poles, the Danes, the Norwegians, the Romanians, the Hungarians, 30 million slaves, or the Jews, and that he wanted to conquer the Ukraine or even the whole world. He neither had a program for conquest, nor did he have a program for extermination or anything similar. Hitler's willingness for friendship with a strong Poland is historically provable right up to the last days of peace. The agitation of fear as practiced by U.S. President F.D. Roosevelt with his declaration that America's frontier was to be on the Rhine, because the Third Reich was allegedly threatening the USA and was planning an attack on the South American nations, can only be described as unbridled warmongering. Normally, these kinds of lunatic fantasies would be relegated to the land of fairy tales and insane asylums, had it not been for leading Democrats, who utilized these slogans for their own policies of inciting war amongst the nations. Furthermore, it cannot be argued that the anti-Semitism raging in Germany was a justification for the war policies directed against Germany, or that it should have been the trigger for it, because no sovereign state has the right to interfere in the internal affairs of another. Although there existed no anti-Semitism in Japan, it did not stop quite similar war policies against this nation, nor did it prevent the dropping of the 2 atomic bombs on a Japan that had already shown willingness for capitulation even before that event. The anti-Semitism in other countries, e.g. in Poland or in the USSR, was never used as a reason for declaring war. It was in particular the leading Western powers, Britain, France and the United States, which were applying severe restrictions on the immigration of foreigners and Jews, and which also put into effect sustained resistance against these immigrants who were forcing their way into the upper echelons of their society. It is not very convincing when especially these powers then direct their moral indignation against a nation that had been lying prostrate after a lost world war and was, therefore, forced to accept an unwanted influx of 70,000 Jews from Eastern Europe and had to watch powerlessly how they gradually took over many top positions in German society, and when this nation, after its recovery, then put up an opposition. It is even less credible when considering that these nations themselves also refused to admit Jewish emigrants from Germany. To continue the serialization of the Versailles War guilt defamation, Germany had to remain labeled a so-called criminal nation. What was still named at Versailles, the instigation of the war for the conquest of Europe, became 2 decades later the conquest of the world, without any scruples and without logical foundations. The irony of world history is that just those particular powers who were the most vociferous at blaming Germany for planning world conquest, the USA, Great Britain and the Soviet Union, were the ones that were championing this aim for themselves, or at least were working their way up to becoming the world police. The proof for the Soviet Union, the communist world revolutionary teachings were rampant right up to the end of the Cold War, including the years 1939 to 1941, and they were the basis for the Soviet foreign policy, which was followed consistently. For Great Britain, first of all, it is self-evident that Britain had already conquered a fifth of the planet by the time Hitler came to power. To top this off, Winston Churchill wrote the following to F.D. Roosevelt a few months before his appointment as Prime Minister in 1939. "Were I to become Prime Minister of Britain, we could control the world." For the United States, F.D. Roosevelt stated in a speech on October 21, 1944. "We must play a leading role in the community of nations." This attitude of Roosevelt could already be noted well before the outbreak of war in 1939. See the chapter on U.S. foreign policy. The German people or their government were no more belligerent than other people or governments, and their methods of dealing with internal and foreign politics were the same or similar to other nations and governments. When judging, one must pass sentence equally on all. It would not be right to gloss over the reprehensible ways of one party, while denouncing the methods of the other party. On the way to reaching a verdict, one cannot avoid the question, which important European nation, before the outbreak of war in 1939, had relinquished some of her own provinces and sections of her population just to keep peace intact. It has to be acknowledged that Germany did exactly this, as it had waived all rights to its former provinces, Posen West Prussia, East Upper Silesia, Southern Tyrol, Alsace-Lorraine, Eupen-Malmedy, Northern Schleswig and all German colonies. The causes of war need to be traced right back to the governments and the press who, having lost all objectivity, were agitating and fanning fear, dread and instability into the flames of hatred, and thus inducing military defense measures and safety precautions. These are then followed by psychological and political chain reactions, ultimately ending in a war. The Versailles victors and their allies, but also the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, CPSU, cannot be acquitted from the charge of having prepared the fertile ground for such chain reactions to flourish. They had resorted to using these dangerous weapons before Hitler, during his reign, but also after 1945, so that every nation is compelled to remain in a constant state of alert. Not even in the face of a Third World War threatening during the Cold War did they seem to have understood and recognized the root causes of war. However, the nations of the world can no longer afford to have a mean and shabby propaganda that would shape the intellectual basis of their relations, of international law and of the international moral code. They demand, have the right to demand, total objectivity and justice. But not only for the present and the future, but also for the past, because it is there that the foundation stone for political action is laid. Winston Churchill and the Bloodlust Party. Since the First World War, Winston Churchill represented public opinion to an increasing degree in Great Britain. Then an empire, Great Britain moreover maintained close political and economic ties with the world powers of the Versailles Alliance. Churchill, who already by 1934 could look back on a brilliant career and an impressive line of ministerial posts, attained to the most powerful position in the British government hierarchy as the Chancellor of the Exchequer, 1924 to 1929. He could count on the support of many like-minded in the British government and the British political parties, as well as that of President Roosevelt's powerful inner circle. All throughout the 1930s right up to the beginning of war. He, Churchill, continued to write exhortations and expostulations in fortnightly articles to Lord Beaverbrook's Evening Standard which were syndicated to the provincial papers, to Europe and America. Churchill was probably one of the most widely read and best-paid columnists in the world. His arguments, which even the Tories, his own party colleagues, found irresponsible, are typical of the sense of value judgment, or lack of it, exercised by the journalists and politicians in his camp. They were also typical of the partners in arms against Germany in the Second World War. Typical was the war and atrocity propaganda practiced under his tutelage and typical also for the court historians after this war. Black became white and white was black. The operative point was that there was agitation without stopping, and that the kettle of hate was kept boiling to advance one's own selfish interests. Indeed, Winston Churchill is a master at this trade. Without Hitler and the background of the events that spurred him to act, Churchill might never have held office again. The countless preposterous statements, which are unequaled in history in their coarseness and moral disqualification, were used by Churchill, when he, driven by political ambition, was trying to rouse Britain against the Nazis. They devalue all the other fluctuating, extreme and often contradictory ideas of this man. Who can take seriously Churchill's words spoken in the House of Commons in November 1933? We see that a philosophy of bloodlust is being inculcated into their youth, to which no parallel can be found since the days of barbarism. The yardstick for his evaluation was not truth, nor was there an intention for truth, but there was his law, the law of the British foreign policy. The most wicked kind of defamation, daily malicious slandering in the press, all conceivable warmongering measures were permitted under this law, which recognized only one authority, Great Britain's interests of might. It goes without saying that Germany, especially after the unjust peace settlement of Versailles, had to counter such displays of public opinion in Great Britain and other countries with an attitude of self-confidence. Churchill, in a logical continuation of his previous policy against the German people, compensated Stalin in the Second World War by giving him German land with these words. I regard this war, 1939 to 1945, against German aggression on the whole as a 30-year war from 1914 onward. For him there existed no difference between Imperial Germany, the Weimar Republic and National Socialism. Equally, it was a matter of indifference to him whether it concerned the Germans, the Poles, the French, the Spaniards, or others' nationalities. Of prime importance for him was the interest of power. He was foolish enough to elaborate this clearly in his memoirs and hand it down to posterity. All remarks and actions of this man, one of the Big Three, in 1945, about Germany and National Socialism must be seen in the light of this fundamental position and must also be considered in the light of the essential features of British foreign policy. Churchill was still describing the Versailles Dictate as just in 1934 and was claiming that the sole guilt of Germany for the First World War was definitely established, contrary to all the divergent findings of historical research. A few months after the conclusion of that treaty, he had declared, "It is not Germany's power, but her weakness, which we must fear." Be it Germany's strength or Germany's weakness, Winston Churchill continued his polemics undaunted, always fanning the flames of fear. However, the fact that he had deliberately caused Germany's weakness at that time, to quote concrete figures, 800,000 people were left to perish because of the British hunger blockade, which had been extended to the Baltic Sea and which was continued after the armistice, he chose not to mention. On the contrary, on March 3, 1919 in the House of Commons, he praised this hunger blockade as shrewdness. We are holding all our means of coercion in full operation, or in immediate readiness for use. We are enforcing the blockade with vigor. Germany is very near starvation. Now is therefore the moment to settle. To remove the monarchy, militarism, and the police state, in Germany did not satisfy him. The Weimar political parties likewise had to be humiliated and driven to the edge. Why should he care, if in the process his ideas lost all credibility? Winston Churchill understood, furthermore, how to demonstrate his British patriotic ethos by agitating with fear and hate against Germany, a procedure which was and which is immensely conducive to spreading peace amongst nations. Insofar as he had made it his guiding principle to insist on a German danger, and on the existence of a de facto state of war, I look at this Second World War as a 30-year war against German aggression having started in 1914, and insofar as he was alternating between extreme admiration and extreme contempt for National Socialism and Fascism, he believed that it fell to Britain, amongst the sovereign European nations, to act as the Versailles police headquarters and moral guide for humanity. Even within the ranks of his own party was he seen early on as war politician. To the world at large, Churchill appeared to be the very embodiment of a policy of war. Already during the First World War, Winston Churchill not only understood but also knew how to put into practice those methods that would stir up nations against each other, provoking them into war. This is what he said then, speaking as a liberal. To raise a panic without reason, a policy of trying to raise ill will between two nations without cause. Nevertheless, Winston Churchill did deliberately pursue this policy of creating bad blood between two nations without a motive for most of his life, at least until 1945. Those getting excited in Great Britain and putting Mussolini on a pedestal included Winston Churchill at a time when Hitler was still distancing himself from fascism. This man Winston Churchill, through his constant agitating, acquired a prestige, despite his often contradictory and unprincipled position, which he still enjoys today throughout the Anglo-Saxon world. This is proof of how little these nations have understood what had taken place in Europe in the first half of the 20th century. Winston Churchill, the British conservative politician, who had declared with pride that he had spent 3/4 of his life either engaging in battle or preparing for battle against Germany, and who would habitually refer to the Second World War as a 30-year war against German aggression, beginning in 1914, but who would also occasionally speak of it as an unnecessary war, said in 1935. In 15 years that have followed this resolve, of the house painter, who had set out to regain all, he has succeeded in restoring Germany to the most powerful position in Europe, and not only has he restored the position of his country, but he has even, to a very great extent, reversed the results of the Great War. The vanquished are in the process of becoming the victors and the victors the vanquished. Whatever else may be thought about these exploits, they are certainly among the most remarkable in the whole history of the world. Winston Churchill, in November 1935. While all these formidable transformations were occurring in Europe, Corporal Hitler was fighting his long, wearing battle for the German heart. The story of that struggle cannot be read without admiration for the courage, the perseverance, and the vital force which enabled him to challenge, defy, conciliate, or overcome all the authorities or resistances which barred his path. He, and the ever-increasing legions who worked with him, certainly showed at this time, in their patriotic ardor and love of country, that there was nothing they would not do or dare, no sacrifice of life, limb and liberty that they would not make themselves or inflict upon their opponents. In Churchill's opinion, the Allies, Britain and France, were responsible for Hitler's success. And the achievement by which the tables have been turned upon the complacent, feckless and purblind victors deserves to be reckoned a prodigy in the history of the world, and a prodigy which is inseparable from the personal exertions of life thrust of a single man. Those who have met Hitler face to face in public, business, or on social terms, have found a highly competent, cool, well-informed functionary with an agreeable manner, a discerning smile, and few have been unaffected by a subtle personal magnetism. Nor is this impression merely the dazzle of power. He exerted it on his companions at every stage in his struggle, even when his fortunes were in the lowest depths. One may dislike Hitler's system and yet admire his patriotic achievement. If our country were defeated, I hope we should find a champion as admirable to restore our courage and lead us back to our place among the nations. Winston Churchill on October 4, 1938. There must not be lacking in our leadership something of that spirit of the Austrian corporal who, when all had fallen into ruins about him, and when Germany seemed to have fallen forever into chaos, did not hesitate to march forth against the vast array of victorious nations, and has already turned the tables so decisively upon them. It was this same man who, having bestowed on the German leader the highest praise for his achievements, unlike any other foreign statesman has ever received from an Englishman, nevertheless painted at the same time a radically different picture of Hitler, against his better knowledge, a portrait with poisonous colors. In a private conversation with the Polish ambassador to London, Raczynski, on the eve of the Munich conference, he declared that the only hope lay in resolution and, if necessary, in war, and threatened that if Chamberlain once again decided on an inglorious retreat, he, Churchill, would show him. His commentary on that conference in the House of Commons of October 5, 1938 ran thus: "We have sustained a total and unmitigated defeat. We are in the presence of a disaster of the first magnitude which has befallen Great Britain and France. The system of alliances in Central Europe upon which France has relied for her safety has been swept away, and I can see no means by which it can be reconstituted. The road down the Danube Valley to the Black Sea, the resources of corn and oil, the road which leads as far as Turkey, has been opened, but there can never be friendship between the British democracy and the Nazi power, that power which spurns Christian ethics, which cheers its onward course by a barbarous paganism, which vaunts the spirit of aggression and conquest, which derives strength and perverted pleasure from persecution, and uses, as we have seen, with pitiless brutality the threat of murderous force. Such were his comments in the face of a conference at which, for the first time since 1919, the right to self-determination for Germans, for 3.5 million Sudeten Germans, was accomplished and accepted through peaceful negotiations. Even when leaving aside the Munich conference, we do here find, in a written communication from British Foreign Minister, Lord Halifax, to President Roosevelt, dated January 25, 1939, a confirmation of the kind of dignity, and wisdom and security and of the sort of European esprit de corps that was being called into service across the Channel to work toward peace. The British Foreign Office learned that Hitler was bitterly resentful at the Munich Agreement, which balked him of a localized war against Czechoslovakia and demonstrated the will to peace of the German masses in opposition to the warmongering of the Nazi Party. He feels personally humiliated by this demonstration. He regards Great Britain as primarily responsible for this humiliation, and his rage is therefore directed principally against this country, which he holds to be the chief obstacle now to the fulfillment of his further ambitions. In the event of Germany picking a quarrel with Holland. On September 7, 1938, in the Times, Winston Churchill endorsed the surrender of the Sudetenland as the best way out of the situation, yet he declared on October 16, 1938, 18 days after the Munich Conference, which had realized his recommendation, in a radio broadcast to the American nation. She, the Czechoslovak Republic, was a democratic model in Central Europe, a land in which minorities were better treated than anywhere else. She has been forsaken, ruined, destroyed and swallowed up. Now, she is being digested. In the same tenor, claiming that the dictator had to let his party pack of hounds taste blood at ever shorter intervals, and to give them hunting opportunities lest they turn on him and tear him to pieces, he continued. Is this a call to war? Does anyone pretend that preparation for resistance to aggression is unleashing war? I declare it to be the sole guarantee of peace. We need the swift gathering of forces to confront not only military but moral aggression. These are poisonous words indeed, which would surely have the most adverse effect on any kind of international relations. A good number of our present-day historians must regret not being able to furnish credible proof for attributing such words to Hitler. Others will have equally regretted the fact that copious remarks from eminent personalities from abroad about Hitler and National Socialism are available which are not only positive, but which even reveal an admiration not usually manifest. Lloyd George, who in 1918 to 1919 had achieved what we wanted, which meant to him that one of our main trading competitors has been beaten to a pulp, declared in 1936, after having visited Hitler, when his daughter greeted him jokingly with "Heil Hitler." Yes, Heil Hitler. I say it too, for he is truly a great man. I have never met a happier people than the Germans, and Hitler is one of the greatest men among the distinctly great men that I have encountered. After his return from Germany, he published a detailed article in the Daily Express on September 17, 1936 entitled, I Talked to Hitler. He rightly claimed at Nuremberg that in 4 years his movement has made a new Germany. It is not the Germany of the first decade that followed the war, broken, dejected, and bowed down with a sense of apprehension and impotence. It is now full of hope and confidence and of a renewed sense of determination to lead its own life without interference from any influence outside its own frontiers. There is for the first time since the war a general sense of security. The people are more cheerful. There is a greater sense of general gaiety of spirit throughout the land. It is a happier Germany. I saw it everywhere, and the Englishmen I met during my trip and who knew Germany well were very impressed with the change. One man has accomplished this miracle. This is the new mood amongst the German youth. With almost religious fervor they believe in the movement and in their Führer. This impressed me more than anything I witnessed during my short visit to the new Germany. There was a revivalist atmosphere. It had an extraordinary effect in unifying the nation. Catholic and Protestant, Prussian and Bavarian, employer and workman, rich or poor, have been consolidated into one people. Religious, provincial and class origins no longer divide the nation. There is a passion for unity born of dire necessity. At the Tehran Conference in November 1943, thus at the height of the German-Soviet War, Stalin emphasized that only a very able man could accomplish what Hitler had done in solidifying the German people. Theodor Heuss stated in 1932, "Nobody can withhold recognition of the indefatigability of this man, Hitler, who, after release from the fortress, began to fashion, and he understood how, with care, tenacity and with deliberation from the shattered remains a vessel anew." Of course, Hitler's achievements are not given their full due, if he was only recognized as the great and tireless organizer. He also stirred souls, and by his appearance inspired an enthusiasm that was willing to sacrifice and dedicate. Viscount Rothermere, until 1939 head of the press office of the British Ministry for Information, member of the British Parliament, after 1945 on the board of directors of the Reuters Agency, and one of the most powerful newspaper men in the world, had nothing to gain by sharing his positive comments on Hitler. On the contrary, it could only be to his detriment. Nevertheless, after having emphasized Hitler's desire for peace, he found the following words. "Great numbers of people in England regard Herr Hitler as an ogre, but I would like to tell them how I have found him. He exudes good fellowship. He is simple, unaffected and obviously sincere. It is untrue that he habitually addresses private individuals as if they were public meetings. He is supremely intelligent. There are only two others I have known to whom I could apply this remark, Lord Northcliffe and Mr. Lloyd George. If you ask Herr Hitler a question, he makes an instant reply full of information and eminent good sense. There is no man living whose promise given in regard to something of real moment I would sooner take. He believes that Germany has a divine mission and that the German people are destined to save Europe from the designs of revolutionary communism. He has a great sense of the sanctity of the family, to which communism is antagonistic, and in Germany has stopped the publication of all indecent books, the production of suggestive plays and films, and has thoroughly cleaned up the moral life of the nation. I was talking with Hitler some 18 months ago when he said, 'Certain English circles in Europe speak of me as an adventurer.' My reply is that adventurers made the British Empire. His courtesy is beyond words, and men and women alike are captivated by his ready and disarming smile. He is a man of rare culture. His knowledge of music, painting and architecture is profound. Many people seem to find difficulty in reconciling the conception of a man of culture with a man of resolute action. It is probable that if a poll were taken to decide who in common estimation is the greatest political Englishman in our history, the name of Cromwell would lead all others. But Cromwell was a man of the greatest determination and the most ruthless methods. In the widely circulated British newspaper The Daily Mail was stated on May 20, 1938. Herr Hitler's policy is achievement without bloodshed. He reached supremacy in Germany, a country of 68 million people, with little loss of life. Austria was brought into the German Empire without a single shot being fired. In the troubles in Palestine during the past 5 years more people have lost their lives than in Germany and Austria from the establishment of the Hitler regime to the present time. A party with a philosophy of bloodlust reminiscent of the times of barbarism could never conquer the heart of a nation of 80 million people whom a period of real hardship had necessarily left cautious and highly alert. Such a party could never win any battle, whether fighting with intellectual or material tools, against a modern and powerful state machinery, nor against the numerous and disciplined organizations of the workforce, of the bourgeoisie, of industry and commerce, nor against the press. It could not expect to get the better of the experienced leadership of the party or of experts in various fields, nor overcome the predominant ideology and the manifold foreign influences. Such a party could never gain victory despite 10 years of oppression, slandering, economic discrimination and financial plight, alone, without allies, without friends or without benefactors. It would be missing the point totally, while sending one's imagination in that direction, the financing of the party by industry, to want to disregard the fact that the great potency of the NSDAP is based on the self-financing through its membership and in its ability to finance public meetings with a contribution from those attending. This, self-financing, is not simply a great organizational feat, but at its root is found the idealism of the thousandfold willingness to make sacrifices. Whoever embraced the NSDAP before 1933 had to expect to make unbelievable sacrifices, and not only of a material nature. A member often put his job in danger, dedicated his free time, and even spent his nest egg, more than likely from his unemployment benefit. He volunteered his health and even the life and destiny of his family for the benefit of the movement. He accepted these hardships because his faith in a united and worthy Germany, in a public-spirited Germany without class struggle and without promiscuity, was stronger than all the persecutions that he had to endure. The ethos of the National Socialist movement, and this is perhaps its greatest psychological achievement, lies embedded in that the separation of class and of status and the professional and educational differences could be surmounted by its great momentum, stronger than most of the other parties. Now, certain individuals in other countries or indeed their managers of the published opinion cannot fathom how hundreds of thousands, even millions, of Germans could shoulder laboring in effort without pay and who, fired with idealism, took it upon themselves to pay for their uniforms, for travel expenses, for additional costs over and above their party dues, at a time of a threatening economic crisis and unemployment, year after year. While at the same time risking their livelihood and their lives, yet nonetheless, that's the way it was. No party, whether in Germany or anywhere else in the world, has ever known or has even come close to ever having known such selfless spirit of sacrifice among its large following, not at a time of political persecution and not at a time of political power. This all for a philosophy of bloodlust? As German political scientist Hans Grimm put it 1932. Admiringly I perceive that he, Hitler, is almost the first one in the world who has moved multitudes without any coercion and also without any tangible benefits to follow of their own free will. Hitler's rise to power was achieved without bloodshed and in a disciplined manner without equal in the history of revolutionary movements. Furthermore, at the earliest possible date, March 5, 1933, the people were given the opportunity to vote in the Reichstag elections, the Landtag, state parliament, and the local elections to express freely their stance regarding the recent events. The words of the highly respected Democrat Friedrich Naumann, 1860–1919, would deserve to be considered in any objective evaluation. It is useless to try to judge revolutionary thinking according to moral criteria, for the political systems in which we live today have not arisen from the precepts of the Penny Catechism. All our present is founded on yesterday's acts of violence. There is not one political power that has not spilled blood while coming into existence. Some 30 years later, a U.S. president reached conclusions similar to those that the man from Berlin had realized already after the First World War. U.S. President John F. Kennedy said on April 24, 1961. The complacent, the self-indulgent, the soft societies are about to be swept away on the driftwood of history. Only somebody strong, industrious, determined, courageous and far-seeing, somebody who recognizes the nature of our conflict, is the one who can possibly survive anyhow. In 1935 the former German ambassador to London, later the Reich's foreign minister, von Ribbentrop, wrote to Lord Allen of Hurtwood. I think I am not anticipating wrongly when I state that an historical account of the National Socialist struggle for power, analyzed at a future date in an objective manner, will acknowledge this as, frankly, the classic example of a revolution that, after all, only a nation of the highest cultural level could carry out. But really, the world did not appreciate that German misery was being cured and that there was an end to German discord. The world did not want to respect the new self-confident German posture. It was precisely that which one did not want. One condemned the way the Germans intended to overcome their misery and the way they contemplated dwelling in their historical sphere. The world only perceived the threat to their unlawful order in Europe, and that was sufficient reason to set in motion the full force of political polemics while their worldwide propaganda machine was given the full steam ahead, without any consideration of their responsibility to their own people. A philosophy of bloodlust remindful of the times of the barbarians, that was the observation of this world. The hate campaigns were so intense that even in deepest peacetime a German, in the eyes of others, was not to be regarded as an equal person with equal rights, must not even be classed as a true human being, but as a barbarian who could show forth nothing but hideousness and who was striving for world domination. Is it likely that a people, uniting themselves in the face of bitter privation and who are not writing the history of their revolution for amusement or simply to pass the time, should really have nothing better to occupy themselves with than this? Is it not impudent warmongering to shriek such anti-German opinions and slogans into the world? The contradictions that evolved from these attitudes and primitive arguments, even from respected politicians, represent the measure of ignorance which permitted the denial of the truth about Germany, or rather the National Socialist movement. Already decades before 1933 had the managers of public opinion been engaged in non-stop conditioning of public thinking, and after 1945, with ever-increasing self-satisfaction, they inundated all of the public life worldwide. Those politicians and journalists, having indulged for decades in these grotesque smear campaigns, will need to examine their deeds now more closely and objectively in view of the Second World War and in view of the portentous world political situation. They should ask themselves to what extent they personally, contributed, whether through negligence or deliberately, to the worsening of international tensions at a time when they, without any investigation of proof, were spreading falsehood under their seal of authority and then thoughtlessly determined a foreign policy and direction that may have furthered their own career, but which proved detrimental to the destiny of nations. Starting out from power interests, they exploited feelings of inferiority, antipathy, and envy in order to incite fear, thus bringing on a psychosis that would leave no room for objectivity and level-headedness. They attributed every imaginable quality and every virtue to themselves whilst refusing outright to recognize those of the other side. They, above all, have forfeited the right to be scandalized by Hitler's methods. They, to wit, did not only endorse the upholding of a state of injustice in Europe, but they also showed no scruple when it came to keeping Germany down with combined forces and with every possible means to hand. The slanderers of the German Reich and the German people made no distinction between the German monarchy, the Weimar Republic, or the Third Reich. The tenor and form of their songs of hate about Hitler were barely different from those of the turn of the century and after 1918. A perusal of newspapers or books of all the various nations in those days will clearly testify which one of the nations in question during all the years has practiced more self-control, has demonstrated more willingness for reconciliation and has shown more magnanimity. It was Germany. Furthermore, it also gives a clear proof of the places where warmongering politicians, the military and journalists were ruling the roost. It was in the countries of the Versailles victors and their allies. Germany has always recognized and valued Great Britain as a brother nation, has courted France as a culturally highly advanced neighbor, has admired the United States for their economic and technological achievements, has recognized and emphasized the need for a peaceable coexistence with Poland, before 1933 as well as during the time of Hitler. These countries, however, did not shy away, although Germany had given the world a great many outstanding scientists and artists and thus a rich culture, from putting her as a nation of barbarians in the stocks of public world opinion, already before Hitler, before the First World War, but especially since the return to barbarism in 1933. No German government, either before or after 1918, that is to say in spite of an unjust Versailles Treaty and post-war politics, incited hatred against the Reich's former enemies. Such conduct was reserved for the political and journalistic spokespersons of the other side. They were hurling their hatred, their lies and defamations, year in, year out, in frightening dedication at the whole German nation, while thinking themselves to be paragons of virtue. Whereas German literature, also in Hitler's time, was filled with respect for other people's national traditions, notions of reconciliation, love of the scientific approach and historical truths, beyond her borders a hate-filled tendency was encouraged that was teaching an historical enmity against the German people and the German right to life in countless books, newspapers, and magazines. Naturally, there were a few exceptions on both sides. One of the spokespersons of many years' standing was Winston Churchill. While he, in his capacity as the British Chancellor of the Exchequer, was supporting France's bullying victor politics and the war reparations while refusing any concessions to the Weimar Republic, he later on turned against this lethargy and folly. Temporarily full of admiration for Hitler, already by October 1938, after the Munich conference, he wanted to come to blows. Churchill presumably would have gone to war with Germany at the time of Munich. If Hitler succeeded in establishing good relations with neighboring states, if he made steps toward true peace with them, Churchill, never at a loss for reasons, declared that those countries had accepted German proposals only, in fear of the rise of the Nazi power. From emphatic critic of the Polish corridor, Churchill changed to the fiercest opponent of Germany's wished-for return of the German city of Danzig and the building of an extraterritorial motorway through West Prussia, a wish that was far more modest than Hitler's former proposal and which was regarded as a necessary peace settlement. Churchill, who had noted that everyone can see how communism rots the soul of a nation, how it makes it abject and hungry in peace and proves it base and abominable in war, it might well herald a return to the Dark Ages when every vestige of human progress during 2,000 years would be engulfed. Could barely check his enthusiasm, when in 1939 Neville Chamberlain shook the blood-stained hand of Bolshevism, and was trying to incorporate the slavery that was worse than death, into his military alliance system. He again changed his mind with regard to the Soviets during the Soviet-Finnish War of 1939–1940, only to do another about-turn at the outset of the German-Russian War in 1941, hastily making a pact with the devil to defeat Hitler regardless of the consequences for the British Empire. His motto: "I have only one purpose, the destruction of Hitler, and my life is much simplified thereby." Later, upon the discovery in May 1943 of the mass graves in Katyn Forest where over 10,000 Polish officers were found to have been shot in the neck, more than 4,000 bodies had been exhumed, Churchill justified his ideological leapfrogging to his exiled Polish friends. "The Bolshevists can be very cruel." He added, however, that their ruthlessness is a source of strength, and to our advantage as far as destroying the Germans is concerned. Ultimately, the sole test of the fitness of an ally was the possible military and material aid that he might give at the moment, whether he be monarchist, fascist or communist, presumably even a cannibal. Churchill, for more than 20 years a pioneer against Bolshevism and of freedom for the small nations, was now directing in grandiloquent self-satisfaction the chorus of hosannas and hallelujahs as the Red Army swept over Poland, East Prussia, Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia and the Balkan states and embedded itself in Central Europe. His motto from the First World War remained unchanged. "This," he said, with a wave of his hand to the charts on the wall so plainly betokening the war, "this is what I live for." How often have we heard him say by way of encouragement in difficult circumstances, "War is a game to be played with a smiling face." His philosophy, tailored to this his life's work, is expounded in his memoirs. "In wartime, I said, truth is so precious that she should always be attended by a bodyguard of lies." Stalin and his comrades greatly appreciated this remark when it was translated, and upon this note our formal conference ended gaily. As a favor to the Soviets, he denied his Polish friends the official acceptance of a public resolution that was calling for the acknowledgement of principles of international law, since that might provoke the Soviets. After 1945, after the Second World War and evidently after having read Mein Kampf belatedly, Churchill thought to have killed the wrong pig, as if the world were a slaughterhouse and England was the butcher. Some months before, according to his then current opinion, he was praising the right pig at the Yalta Conference. "This time I drink it with a warmer feeling than at previous meetings. We feel we have a friend, Stalin, whom we can trust." Speaking in the House of Commons on February 27, 1945, a few weeks after Yalta. "The impression I brought back from the Crimea, and from all other contacts is that Marshal Stalin and the Soviet leaders wished to live in honorable friendship and equality with the Western democracies. I also feel that their word is their bond. I know of no government which stands to its obligations more solidly than the Russian Soviet government. I absolutely decline to embark here on a discussion about Russian good faith. Several months later, on November 7, 1945, again in the House of Commons. Here I wish to say how glad we all are to know and feel that Generalissimo Stalin has the will tightly in his hands steering his mighty ship. Personally, I cannot feel anything but a deep admiration for this truly great man, the father of his country, the ruler of its destiny in times of peace and war, and the victorious defender of life in these times of war. From the time of the First World War, Hitler had realized the absurdity of any German-British war, and of war in general. Winston Churchill becomes aware of this only after 1945, when he described the Second World War as an unnecessary war, and was demanding precisely that which the Germans had already tackled 20 to 30 years earlier, namely to erect a bulwark against Bolshevism. There never was a war more easy to prevent than this last horror through which we have passed. Britain should have shown more astuteness, according to his opinion, after the First World War, by keeping Germany permanently pinned down militarily speaking. Certainly, he was not at all inclined to concede to Germany equality in international law or to contribute in the slightest to the restoration of German honor and Germany's rights. He may have concluded after the war that the result in 1945 was different from that for which Britain went to battle, and that the West, during the Cold War, had to protect the world from the two giant marauders, war and tyranny. Nevertheless, that this should be the consequential outcome of his own policies, he denied. Just as he refused to admit that it was exactly against these selfsame policies and these consequences that Germany had been fighting. Churchill could always turn on the orations to suit the occasion. Consistency was never Churchill's strong point. But one might have expected him to remember what he had written on a previous page. He contradicted himself. It was not so much the actuality of an aggression, nor was it the extent of an aggression, and neither was it the motive or the immediate cause of an aggression that proved the decisive factor for Churchill. Instead, for him it was only a question of who was the one guilty of an aggression. The term aggression, moreover, was given the widest possible interpretation, e.g. the return to the Reich of ethnic Germans, who had been arbitrarily detached from it and were put under undemocratic foreign rule, while at the same time the actual aggressions and quite obviously illegal conduct of the other side was not recognized. Not even ideologies or concepts of states were used as a yardstick, since the determining point for him regarding his views on these questions was purely the personal benefit at that moment in time. Love for the small nations was never a deciding factor either, as he sacrificed these nations without a moment's hesitation to his personal interests. This, coupled with Churchill's lack of any war ideals or post-war plan, shows the complete fraud in his pretensions to leading a great crusade for a free world. Under the pretext of a humanitarian act of concern, Churchill signed the Atlantic Charter, although a short time later he wished it to be interpreted as valid only for the British Empire. At the same time he not only condoned but ordered the systematic wiping out of open German cities, every possible use of violence, every degree of terror, who was killing the most Germans, and suggest means by which we could help them to kill more, put his stamp a few years later to the Morgenthau Plan and praised the expulsion of millions of Germans from their homelands as the most satisfactory and permanent method which, however, was not based on any legal justification, but was meant as compensation for the territory Poland lost to the Soviet Union. There will be no more mixture of peoples, which has caused endless quarrels. I am not alarmed by the reduction of the population. 6 million Germans have lost their lives in the war. We can expect that by the end of the war many more will be killed, and there will be room for those who shall be expelled. Churchill in Yalta, February 7, 1945. We have killed 5 or 6 million and we shall very likely kill an additional million before this war comes to an end. Because of this there should be enough room in Germany for the transfer of people who will surely be needed. With that we shall have no problem as long as the transfer remains in the proper proportion. Even with regard to nations of culture, these big three of the civilized countries were basing their policies on the shopkeeper mentality of horse trading and compensating as in the far-off days of antiquity, when the vanquished were enslaved and became a marketable commodity, their homes the spoils of war. Only now this happened with one difference, namely, in the 20th century all was done in the name of humanity, of justice, of law-abiding states, of Christianity in democracy. Furthermore, it was happening not to some thousands of savage warriors, rather it was being perpetrated on millions of civilized European people. That during this humane resettlement, as the expulsion was called in the Potsdam Protocols, 3.8 million German people went to their death, according to another inquiry almost 3 million, that the remainder could come away with their bare lives under the most gruesome circumstances, that during all of these happenings, all Germans, not for the first time in the 20th century, were regarded as outlaws. All of this does not seem to have burdened Churchill's conscience. Yes, indeed, it was even on the agenda of the Big Three that, during this resettlement the number of Germans must be considerably reduced. The exiled Polish Prime Minister Mikolajczyk was given a sedative by Churchill. Do not worry about the 5 or more million Germans. Stalin will take care of that. You will have no difficulties with them, they will have ceased to exist. On June 30, 1943, Churchill, possessed by a destructive mania, declared in London. What I understand by unconditional surrender is that the Germans have no right to claim any special treatment. Whoever is acquainted with these facts and their initiators will also know who in reality the people were, with a philosophy of bloodlust, reminiscent of the times of barbarism. Churchill himself was one of their pioneers. Deliberately did this man conceal fundamental truths at the time of the Nuremberg war crimes trials and supported numerous historical falsifications. Winston Churchill the Crusader, who supposedly had done all for ethical principles and in particular for the deliverance of Christendom, admitted in the end to his faithful warriors, "I am not a religiously minded man." Just as he had been without scruples when agitating for war against Germany, and later when directing it and when deciding the fate of his defeated enemy, or rather, when he was one of the influential decision-makers, so did he deal with his ally Poland. In Yalta, he admitted in 1945, "Personally the Poles do not interest me." Nonetheless, it seems that in 1939 the Poles did interest him, because with their help he could whip the British public and the British government into a war psychosis in order to control the world together with the U.S. President, as he stated in a telegram to Roosevelt even before he had become Prime Minister. At the height of the war he made it known to the Poles through their Prime Minister Mikolajczyk that he had no further interest in them. "You're no government. You're a callous people who want to wreck Europe. I shall leave you to your own troubles. You have only miserable, petty, selfish interests in mind. If you want to conquer Russia, we shall let you go your own way. You ought to be in a lunatic asylum." While the Polish army was expected to continue fighting for British objectives and interests, in London the Polish government in exile was to swallow, in the name of high moral principles, every lie invented to discredit them, also from the British press and members of Parliament. This was the time when Churchill declared to his protégés that there was no other alternative but the final demise of their nation. When the Red Army moved into Poland in 1944 and Churchill was continually receiving alarming news concerning the forceful methods employed by the Bolsheviks, he issued instructions that the public opinion was to be distracted by increased atrocity propaganda against Germany. Truly, the Poles held no more interest for him. His French allies, too, were given notable proof of Churchill's loyalty when he gave orders to destroy the French fleet anchored at Mers el-Kabir, near Oran, on July 3, 1940, and when he later had civilian cities in France bombed. At the same moment that he was displaying his disregard for the wounds and distress of a bleeding Europe, and when he did not stop stressing his friendship with the Soviet Union, he was making preparations to again press weapons into German soldiers' hands for a possible fight against Bolshevism. Although Hitler was depicted as the wrong pig, he nevertheless kept his place as the man who wanted to conquer the world, in spite of the fact that he had never had these aspirations, that he had relinquished territories, that he had brought back home into the Reich expatriate groups of Germans, and that he had restricted himself in 1940 to only partly occupying France, and the French colonies not at all. Churchill, who reproached Hitler for having strengthened Germany to such a point where she could defend Europe alone or in conjunction with other nations against Bolshevism's determination to world conquest, was demanding for himself the leadership of the Big Three, or rather, for policemen, placed over all the countries in the world, including Poland, that he, like a house on wheels, was pushing hither and thither, without ever consulting Poland. After an 8-hour discussion with Winston Churchill at the end of May 1945, Truman's special envoy and former U.S. ambassador to Moscow, Joseph E. Davies, noted, "I said that frankly, as I had listened to him inveigh so violently against the threat of Soviet domination and the spread of communism in Europe and disclose such a lack of confidence in the professions of good faith in Soviet leadership, I had wondered whether he, the Prime Minister, was now willing to declare to the world that he and Britain had made a mistake in not supporting Hitler, for as I understood him, he was now expressing the doctrine which Hitler and Goebbels had been proclaiming and reiterating for the past 4 years. Exactly the same conditions which he described and the same deductions were drawn from them as he now appeared to assert. When even well-known politicians resort to such extremes in their opinions and actions in the course of a few years, after previously having espoused and pushed through such goals, now still continue against every better judgment to dogmatize the slandering and defamations against their former enemy, then one cannot expect from them or their like-minded associates that they would assess the present situation correctly, that they would have drawn lessons from recent history or, indeed, have the requisite intellectual magnitude and moral qualifications essential for responsible politics. Unfortunately, it was only after 1945 that British politicians understood correctly what was at the bottom of Churchill's agitating and put it into these pithy words. The Manchester Guardian. People may suspect that when politicians spend their time trying to create panic it is because their own case is too weak to stand on reason. Aneurin, Bevan. He, Churchill, is known as a very great stylist and one who reads his prose with delight. A reason why he moves gracefully across the pages is because he carries a light weight of fact. He sub-edits history, and if there is any disagreeable fact, overboard it goes. This has always been characteristic of the right hon. Gentleman. Churchill himself. This keeping alive of hatred is one of the worst injuries that can be done to the peace of the world, and any popularity gained thereby is a shame to the member to attempt to gather it. It is highly unlikely that Churchill would have reached this understanding only later on in his life. Surely not even then would he have drawn any comparison with his own actions during the past decades, when the Second World War was, to a large extent, instigated, nurtured and brutally conducted because of his songs of hate. Chapter 5. Vienna, Munich, Prague, 3 stages to war. 3 events can be considered the 3 stages leading to the Second World War. 1. The union of Austria with the German Reich. 2. The Munich Conference at the end of September 1938. 3. Germany's occupation of Czechia on March 15, 1939. All 3 events need to be objectively evaluated for their actual significance and placed in their right position in the wider context. The Anschluss, Austrian union with the Reich. Until the end of the Second World War, the Austrian population was German, thought, felt and spoke German. Vienna had been the German Reich's capital for half a millennium, nearly 10 times as long as Berlin. Only from 1806 to 1815 and from 1866 to 1938 had Austria during the course of her history not been in either a national or a federal union with the rest of Germany. On November 12, 1918 the Austrian National Assembly decided unanimously on union with the German Reich. The new state was called by the National Assembly in 1918 German Austria, Deutsch Österreich. At Versailles the victors had denied the Austrian people their right to self-determination. The union, or rather the reunification, with Germany was forbidden, likewise the name Deutsch Österreich. Austrian Chancellor Karl Renner, a social democrat, declared at a session of the National Assembly in Vienna on September 6, 1919. Deutsch Österreich shall never abandon her objective of attaining, through peaceful political means, reunification with the German Reich. On October 4, 1922, Renner claimed in view of the credits as guaranteed to Austria by the League of Nations, Economic and Financial Section, Union, Anschluss, with the state to which in the nature of things we belong as the only solution. Plebiscites were held in 1920 to 1921 in the regions of Carinthia, Tyrol, Salzburg and Steiermark, with 99% of the vote in favor of union with Germany. The plebiscites that ought to have taken place in the rest of the country were forbidden by France. As in this way Austria's desire for reunification could be demonstrated, so the will of the German Reich was given an equally clear expression. Article 61, paragraph 2, of the Weimar Constitution dealt with the union of German Austria with the German Reich. It was kept as a formal component in the Weimar Constitution to bear witness to the high ideal of further national development, despite the fact that as a result of the Versailles victors' veto the implementation of paragraph 2 was suspended. Also in the following years France forbade, in the age of European integration, partly by applying economic pressure, every attempt at commercial rapprochement of Austria to Germany, specifically the planned customs union in 1931. The Versailles powers had in this fashion violated the will of the Austrian people. The Austrian people, in turn, had to suffer crises and unrest, the dangers of civil war, social and economic hardships, and even the banning of all political parties with the exception of the National Patriotic Front, Vaterlandische Front. They basically had to live under a dictatorship with emergency laws. The Versailles victors therefore had no moral justification to once more interfere into Austrian-German matters with the excuse of the preservation of democracy in Austria, because since the Austrian Dollfuss government had revoked the constitution at the beginning of March 1933 in a coup d'état and had put the country again under dictatorial rule, as had his successor Dr. Schuschnigg, Austria was no longer a peaceful and democratic state. The country had endured two bloody revolutions, full internment camps, as in Poland, so-called transit camps, and Haltelager, which were basically concentration camps, went hand in hand with the dictatorship in power. Hence, a significant part of Austria's population which was radically opposed to their government endured real economic, moral and spiritual suffering, and this did not only include supporters of National Socialism. There had been no free elections in Austria between 1932 and 1938. Without going into all the details of Austria's history since 1919, it has to be said that basically the internal pressures on the Schuschnigg government in 1935 and early 1936 were becoming more and more noticeable. The internal pressure was party political in nature, partly a result of the dire economic situation, and also a consequence of the country's isolation in foreign affairs. But it was also and in no small part due to the fact that neighboring Germany was prospering in those years, with drastically reduced unemployment and an increase in industrial production. The contrast with the chronic misery in Austria therefore made a reunification with Germany increasingly attractive. As to the situation in foreign politics, Great Britain had little interest in bolstering a country that had stood behind Italy during the Abyssinian War of 1935 to 1936. The Popular Front in France could find no ideological ties with a Catholic, authoritarian system but was, nevertheless, mindful of her Versailles role of watchdog and co-determiner of Austria's affairs. Conversely, the Austrian people were aware that France had done everything to obstruct their reunification with the Reich and to prolong their economic misery. The Czechs, Slovaks, Romanians, Slovenes, Serbs and Croats, on the other hand, had only recently shed the monarchical grip of Austria-Hungary, hence were not too eager to enter into a friendly alliance with Vienna. Everything taking place in the 30s is as such only the logical development of Versailles and Saint-Germain. The breaking up of the Danube monarchy has turned Europe east of the Rhine into a bedlam of contradictory interests, and in the end it was the weakest that was most negatively affected by the repercussions, Austria. Only the rivalries among the big powers have prevented the collapse of the artificial system up to now and have thus kept Austria alive. Austria, being pushed hither and thither, being used as buffer, by herself she can do nothing. Her only support is Italy. This backing falls when Mussolini decides on an attack against Abyssinia. Instead of doing battle with Hitler, it now becomes unavoidable that an attempt has to be made to reach an agreement with Hitler that would keep Austria going. The channel for this endeavor will be Schuschnigg. For 4 years he grapples with the solution of a problem that is simply insoluble, because the nationalistic principle is ideologically irreconcilable with the existence of a second German state, and because it is Hitler in whose hands lies the real power for putting his ideology into practice. Finally, Hitler and Schuschnigg signed an agreement on July 11, 1936, which provided parity of interests between Austria and the German Reich. It was meant to stop the meddling into the internal affairs of each other, planned for the recognition of the independence and a stimulation of the economic and cultural exchanges between the two countries. But the constantly shifting balance of internal and external politics, already apparent before the signing, continued to the disadvantage of the Austrian government. It was agreed to lift the ban on certain newspapers. A deluge of National Socialist propaganda is showered upon Austria from July 11, 1936 onward, all quite legitimate and within the framework of the treaty. What does it matter if the Austrian newspapers authorized for sale in Germany, obedient and faithful to their government, sing the praises of the Austrian citizen? The Germans do not read these newspapers and, in any case, it is not they who are asking to be united with Austria. The 1,000 mark embargo is lifted and the intolerable dwindling of tourism is slackening somewhat, but instead every German tourist coming here is an intentional or unintentional propaganda campaigner. Swastika flags on automobiles or on knapsacks, German nationals are naturally allowed to exhibit the swastika flag. But they are arriving here as both voluntary and involuntary living proof, demonstrating the rebuilding work of National Socialism. They constitute a permanent form of unification propaganda for the Austrians, who day by day experience the effects of economic crisis, the barely reduced unemployment figures, political insecurity on the national level and general discontent of a large section of the population with an authoritarian regime. But, that the 15,583 prisoners, for example, released on January 1, 1937, would still be fanatical National Socialist, obviously seems to have been forgotten. Something else has to be considered. 3 points of this, July 1936, treaty were published: recognition of Austrian sovereignty by Germany, mutual non-interference in internal affairs, and the conclusion that Austria's foreign policy is based on the fact that Austria considers herself to be a German state. But much more important were the unpublished addenda. These concerned calling off their mutual press war, which in the main was only respected by Germany, amnesty for the numerous political prisoners in Austria and other matters. However, a determining factor in the addenda was that Austria had agreed to assign some part of the government's responsibility to the national opposition. That national opposition being now, after Hitler's coming to power in Germany, of course, the Austrian National Socialists. Furthermore, it was agreed that at a given time, no date was fixed as yet, a plebiscite should be held on the question of union of Austria with the Reich. Hitler took this treaty absolutely seriously. He was convinced that, along with the unpublished addenda, it would eventually lead to the formation of a government of national unity, as he termed it. He also firmly believed that the vote in the prospective plebiscite would be at least 70% in favor of unification of the two states. But it is clear now, a year and a half after the signing of the treaty, that the Austrian government had interpreted the treaty altogether differently from Hitler. For the government in Vienna, the emphasis was placed on the acknowledged national sovereignty and the mutual non-interference in internal affairs, but not on the participation of the national opposition in government matters, and still less on the future holding of a plebiscite for unification with Germany, which most likely would have meant the end of the Austrian government. These are, in fact, some of the reasons that had induced Chancellor Schuschnigg, in December 1937, to suggest a personal discussion with Hitler, who accepted this idea, transmitted to him via his ambassador in Vienna, Franz von Papen. In February 1938 Hitler invited Dr. Schuschnigg to Berchtesgaden. The Austrian Chancellor started on his journey after having first informed Mussolini and the British and French ambassadors of his intention and having in turn received their consent. During his meeting with Dr. Schuschnigg, Hitler did not request the annexation of Austria to the German Reich, but merely stressed the importance of a German awareness in peaceable domestic politics combined with an economically sensible policy in Austria. He did not even insist that the NSDAP be permitted again in Austria. He did, on the other hand, ask Schuschnigg not to drive the Austrian National Socialists underground by means of forcible exclusion from the Unity Party, Einheitspartei, the Patriotic Front. While Hitler may have exerted pressure on the Austrian Chancellor during the meeting, and while he may also have conferred with some of his generals during a recess, this does not, however, entitle any third party to assume the role of moralizer or judge regarding the manner as to how two statesmen have to reach an agreement and what practices during negotiations may or may not be permitted. Hitler was by far the stronger and the more competent in these talks with Dr. Schuschnigg, and this would naturally be reflected in the result of the negotiations, with or without any pressure. Untenable is Schuschnigg's assertion that he would have been confronted with an entirely new situation at the Berghof. Already from the Göring letters he would have been aware of Hitler's demands, and when a comparison is drawn between his preliminary treaty, domestic policies proposed in view of harmonizing German and Austrian interests, and Hitler's program, then it will be shown how minor the differences actually are. A comparison of the concluded treaty with the preliminary one shows that only in the question of the replacement of the Minister of the Interior and Police a large concession would have been made, one that went beyond what Schuschnigg had himself foreseen. Franz von Papen confirmed that the conference was concluded to everyone's satisfaction and, in a report written 2 days after the meeting, that Schuschnigg, deeply impressed, engaged in a sharp contest yesterday and today with all the opponents of pacification, since he is determined to carry out his Berchtesgaden pledge. In answer to a question from his chief of police, Skubel, as to what impression Hitler had made on him, Schuschnigg said, "I must say he has something of a far-seeing prophet about him." At Berchtesgaden, Schuschnigg did not yet commit himself definitely, but stated that he would consider himself bound by the agreement only after 3 days, for he had first to discuss it with his government. On February 15, 1938, the Austrian government notified Hitler that the terms of Berchtesgaden had been accepted, and on February 18 that the political clauses had already been enforced. Hitler, too, kept to the agreement, and he withdrew the party leader, Leopold, from Austria so as to make it impossible for the NSDAP in Austria to be legally active. The Austrian affair was underway. It had not been launched by Hitler. It was sprung on him by surprise, and he took a chance, as always. There was no planned aggression, only hasty improvisation. The following day Hitler kept his part of the bargain. Leopold, the leader of the Nazi underground in Austria, was summoned before Hitler, told that his activities had been insane, and ordered to leave Austria along with his principal associates. A few days later Hitler saw these Nazis again, gave them another rating, and insisted that the evolutionary course be taken, whether or not the possibility of success could today be foreseen. The protocol signed by Schuschnigg was so far-reaching that, if completely carried out, the Austrian problem would be automatically solved. Hitler was satisfied. He made no preparations for action, but waited impassively for the automatic solution to mature. The Austrian Chancellor conducted a resolute campaign to play down the February crisis, informing his envoys abroad that the Berchtesgaden conference had been concluded satisfactorily and telling them to rebuff any foreign criticism of alleged appeasement. The initial propaganda line of the Fatherland Front had actually gone so far as to portray Berchtesgaden as an unqualified personal success for Schuschnigg. Even Eden, the antagonistic opponent of an appeasement policy, who had resigned his post as foreign minister on February 20, 1938 in protest against the too lenient course taken by the British government with regard to the Italian and Austrian question, was still stating on 17 and February 18 in the House of Commons that no approach for advice or support had come to London from Vienna either before the Berchtesgaden meeting, or after it. According to information in my possession, Austria has succeeded at Berchtesgaden in clarifying her relations with the German Reich in what we may hope is a favorable and durable fashion, through direct and detailed talks between the two heads of government without the slightest disturbance. On February 14, the London Times commented that there is no need to quarrel with an agreement with which the Führer, the Duce and Herr von Schuschnigg are all apparently content. And added a few days later in a follow-up editorial. Fundamentally, a close understanding between the two German states is the most natural thing possible. One of the least rational, most brittle and most provocative artificialities of the peace settlement was the ban on the incorporation of Austria in the Reich. These crows are coming home to roost. Austria can never be anti-Germanic. Ultimately this is the real strength of the Reich claims upon it and the real difficulty of an Austrian chancellor when he has to defend and define Austrian independence. Hitler had announced his intention to address the Reichstag on February 20, 1938, and had assured Schuschnigg, at his departure from the Berghof, that in this speech he would mention the meeting with some favorable comment. For the first time, a speech by Hitler was broadcast on Austrian radio. Apart from other matters Hitler declared, in conjunction with this, relaxation of the strain in our relations with one another, there should be a practical contribution toward peace by granting a general amnesty, and by creating a better understanding between the two states through a still closer friendly cooperation in as many different fields as possible, political, personal, and economic, all complementary to and within the framework of the agreement of July 11, 1936. I express in this connection before the German people my sincere thanks to the Austrian Chancellor for his great understanding and the warm-hearted willingness with which he accepted my invitation and worked with me, so that we might discover a way of serving the best interests of the two countries, for, after all, it is the interest of the whole German people, whose sons we all are, wherever we may have been born. On February 24, that is only a few days later, Chancellor Schuschnigg replied, also in a radio broadcast, with a speech to the Parliament that no one had elected. Austria did reach with the concessions at Berchtesgaden, so he said, those limits where we have to order a stop and must say, this far and no further. As if consciously trying to provoke Hitler, he declared that Austria was never going to relinquish her independence. His speech ended with these words, red white red to the death. Once again the Austrian question was moved center stage in the European discussions. In the meantime, Schuschnigg had been put under heavy pressure by London to cancel his agreement with the German Reich. In particular, he was pressured by a personal friend, French Ambassador Gabriel Puos, but other diplomats also harassed him. The only one that kept quiet and was nowhere to be seen was the German ambassador, Herr von Papen, to admit that he had been blackmailed by Hitler. Whence did this knowledge come? It was said that the intelligence service on the spot was extremely well informed. The attempts at toning down, undertaken by Dr. Guido Schmidt, by now Foreign Minister, and myself to prevent any melodramatic reporting, were not readily believed. The economic barometer was to react very quickly, fearful runs on the banks and building societies, cancellations of credits by foreign firms. Postal work increased to thousands of telegrams and letters. Alarm signals, especially from Styria. The negative forecasts outnumbered the optimistic ones. Day after day the banks and building societies reported the withdrawal of millions of shillings. There were notifications of cancellations, especially from overseas. Foreigners were leaving the country. Inevitably, this resulted in a situation that became politically untenable, both at home and abroad. Foreign relations were affected, above all on the economic level, because of a looming threat that presented all the disadvantages of the Anschluss, in particular foreign boycott from abroad, without the advantages of an extensive, unified economic area. But the foreign pressures on the Austrian government had still graver consequences. The British, French and American newspapers that could be bought in Vienna announced to the Austrian people the first act of their tragedy. The result was a mood of panic and disillusionment that no Fatherland Front propaganda could dispel. The new government immediately came under fire from no less a quarter than the papal nuncio in Vienna, and talk of the Chancellor's resignation cropped up within 48 hours of his return to office. The French envoy in Vienna, Puos, officially informed Schuschnigg that France regarded the independence of Austria as indispensable to the peace and stability of Europe. In fact, something much more substantial was being debated at the time in Paris. It was nothing less than the attempt by France to organize joint action with London on Austria's behalf. Austria's press attaché in Paris, Dr. Fuchs, apparently succumbing to this situation, even refused to publish the official appeasement reports arriving from Vienna, so that he had to be threatened with removal from office. Similarly influenced and also reacting awkwardly toward his government was the Austrian envoy in Paris, Vollgruber. But he had already been worked on by the Secretary-General of the French Foreign Ministry and censured by a criticism that could not have been made more searching. On the very day that Leger's warning reached Vienna, Schuschnigg took the decision to scrap his entire policy of appeasement and challenge Hitler before the world with his famous plebiscite. What was the reaction in England? While the British papers at the time of the Berchtesgaden Conference, February 12, and shortly after were quite restrained regarding the German-Austrian agreement, if not agreeable, so a few days later, beginning on February 16. The Austrian government's campaign of deception was swept away overnight. The Daily Express spoke of the outright ultimatum with which Austria had been presented, while the Daily Mail warned of the dangers facing Czechoslovakia, if Hitler should succeed in his aim of amalgamating Austria and Germany. Other newspapers followed with cutting editorials. The Times, as already quoted, remained an exception. However, the socialist opposition to Her Majesty's government now tried to make a major issue out of British policy toward Austria, and so induce London to act. During those same 48 hours, this initiative also spread to numerous supporters of the government. In a closed session of the Commons Foreign Affairs Committee, some rather harsh words were exchanged. The indignation voiced ranged from appeals to face the fact that adventurism is now in the ascendant in Nazi Germany and that the cautious people have been proved wrong, to Winston Churchill's declaration that it was time now to call a halt. A majority of the 100 were prepared to take up the cudgels against Hitler then and there, if given the slightest encouragement. The statement, jointly issued by them, made a blunt appeal, in the light of recent events, for a more positive attitude by this country in Europe. The Foreign Affairs Committee, it added, was anxious that the government should remain in no doubt of the future support of the party in such an eventuality. This invitation to action was addressed to the Prime Minister of Britain by one of his principal parliamentary committees. It applied just as well to the Chancellor of Austria. Although Chamberlain was willing to tone down this kind of language, he only partly succeeded. How strong was the pressure he was put under by Parliament and the parties, but also by members of the government, was made evident by the fact that his Foreign Minister Eden, together with Under-Secretary of State, Lord Cranborne, resigned in protest against their Prime Minister's soft policy towards the Axis. To this diverse pressure from London and Paris, after the most disturbing debates in the Chamber of Deputies and the warnings sent to Vienna, to the pressure of a world press that was getting worked up, to an economic boycott and to the political events at home, Schuschnigg had to respond one way or another. He did an about-turn and indeed covertly announced a future opposing of Germany. It has to be stressed that to this day none of the propagandists has regarded this diverse pressure, these methods of violating small nations, as illegitimate political means, nor indeed has even drawn effective attention to this game of intrigue. Even if later on in his memoirs Schuschnigg would mention only in passing these foreign demonstrations while emphasizing, on the other hand, the internal political complications, it is historically indisputable, however, that the Austrian Chancellor had originally not intended a course change and only altered course under the influence from abroad. In the end, this reversal was done in the belief that the Western powers would militarily safeguard the independence of his regime. In his memoirs, Schuschnigg wrote, "For this reason I decided on a plebiscite. It was the last straw and it was evident that it was more and more difficult to parry the unrest among the workers. If the swastika as an ethos symbol is allowed, why not then the 3 arrows of the socialists and dozens of other emblems? There was the fear that a hopeless mess could develop that would not have been prevented without bloody clashes. This was to be avoided at all costs. I have consistently turned down everything that could call the slightest attention to the National Front. I wanted no political parties, this was the only way at the time to prevent the NSDAP. The Berchtesgaden Agreement is carried out to the letter. General situation. A. Police and the executive, in Austria, forces of law and order, powerless. Since February 12, the day of Berchtesgaden, no political sentencing had taken place. All political prisoners, also violent criminals, murderers and perjurers of the executive are pardoned. This would have to produce a corresponding effect. B. Parts of the civil service, the government administration and the finance and school administration, were openly refusing obedience and were appealing to Minister Seyss and the political department of the National Front that I had established at the time. C. Minister Seyss promised order without enforcing it. D. Economic concern, demonstrations and an unstable situation. The defenselessness of the Patriotic Front, whose loyal members and followers of the government could no longer be heard, and because of that, they were becoming increasingly discouraged. Dr. Schuschnigg had announced at a moment's notice on March 9, 1938 his referendum to take place only 4 days later, on March 13, 1938. The announcement was deliberately vague, with a nod to separatism. But most of all, it would have been pretty much impossible to prepare, organize and conduct a plebiscite in such a short period of time. As such it was even unconstitutional. In his announcement Schuschnigg called for a free and German, independent and socialist, for a Christian and united Austria. For peace and jobs and equal rights for all who declare themselves for the people and the fatherland. He had thus destroyed, without a doubt, the spirit and the essence of the agreement with Hitler and thus had brought the situation in the land to a head. At that time there were already 40,000 Austrian refugees in the Reich. The date for the ballot is fixed for the following Sunday, March 13. A country which for the past 5 years has been governed by an authoritarian regime, where there have been no democratic elections for the past 6 years, where neither electoral registers nor any democratic parties are in existence, is now expected to carry out within a few days' time an election which is claimed to be accepted by the world at large as an irrefutable, lawful and unquestionable declaration. The government is going to the country after practically excluding the people from all political activity for 4 years. The idea is sheer madness. After the signing of the Berchtesgaden Agreement, Dr. Schuschnigg could have resigned in favor of President Miklas and requested that he revoke it. That at least would have shown a clear sense of direction, even though it would have contradicted Dr. Schuschnigg's own statement that he was not an opponent of unification. The procedure adopted by Schuschnigg and the refusal to hold a genuine referendum 3 or 4 weeks later, as was demanded subsequently by Hitler on March 10, would now have in its wake the well-known chain reactions that were to realize Austria's Anschluss to the Reich. After the conduct of Dr. Schuschnigg, he, Hitler, must either act or be humiliated. The crisis of March 1938 was provoked by Schuschnigg, not by Hitler. There had been no German preparations, military or diplomatic. Everything was improvised in a couple of days. It was still believed in Berlin throughout the day of the 10th of March that, by changing the date and the text of the referendum, a solution had been found that made it still possible to continue the Berchtesgaden policy with Schuschnigg. Alone the consideration for Mussolini made Hitler keep to his previous program with the tenacity of which he was capable in such situations. From the diary of the future General Jodl we know that only on March 11, 1938, midday at 1:00 p.m., did Hitler sign the military document known by the codename Operation Otto, which ordered a deployment of troops in the event of an intervention in Austria. General von Manstein had to unexpectedly draw up on the 10th of March a plan of operation of the type not requiring a mobilization and not requiring any preparations. Schuschnigg's refusal to acknowledge the impending revolt in Austria against a referendum which could not be carried out lawfully, he had not even informed his cabinet of his solitary decision, let alone asked them for advice. His rejection of a postponement, justifiably gave Hitler license, at the latest from the 10th of March onward, to accuse Schuschnigg of having violated the Berchtesgaden Treaty and thus having provoked Hitler. On March 11, Schuschnigg ordered the cancellation of the referendum, accompanying the decision with extraordinary security measures and a curfew after 8:00 p.m. The annulment of the referendum was to give the impression, and was obviously designed to produce this effect. To demonstrate principally to France, Britain and the US that Austria's yielding was due to an act of violence on the part of the Reich government. Being familiar with the diplomatic correspondence of the preceding days and weeks, Schuschnigg was fully aware, after all, that the Western powers, France especially, would only come to Austria's defense, but in that event with all military might. If it were a clear case of violation, that is, if the Austrian government considers that her rights have been violated. The bomb, as Mussolini described the rushed plebiscite, really did explode in the hands of Schuschnigg. The civil war, which had been contemplated by Dr. Schuschnigg shortly before his resignation, did not take place. When on March 11, 1938 Hitler gave his troops the order to march into Austria, he did not have, as yet, a clear picture with respect to the future constitutional development of his homeland. He could neither have predicted with any certainty, apart from the occupation of the Rhineland 1936, War of Flowers, which now happened for the first time in human history, nor could he have anticipated the reaction abroad. The opinion of the British ambassador in Berlin, Henderson, was already known to him, since he, perhaps by order or with the approval of his government, made no secret of his desire to see Germany and Austria united in one state. In the end it was the foreign press that was putting Austria's Anschluss on Hitler's lips. At the same time, the yielding of Britain and France together with the demonstration of friendship from Italy was made evident. These three factors combined finally persuaded him to carry through the reunification of Austria with Germany. The rejoicing crowds greeting Hitler on his entry into Vienna are not mentioned in Austria's teaching curriculum. The Anschluss, which at the time had the approval of almost all the powers of the completely run-down state, from the socialist Renner to Cardinal Innitzer, is today regarded simply as military occupation. The union of Austria with the Reich was neither a question of annexation in the usual sense of linguistic usage nor a highway campaign of robbery, nor was it the enslaving of a free people, nor the elimination of a democratic system of government, but rather it was the realization of the longings and of the rights of the Austrian people, in existence and nurtured long before Hitler. Furthermore, when examined in the context of international law, it was a lawful action according to the principle of the national right of self-determination. Let us suppose that Hitler had bound himself, by his first promise, to maintain Austrian independence. What would have resulted? The internal feuds would assuredly have gone on and burst into such increasing conflagration that much misery and bloodshed would have followed, with only one end to it all. The Nazi element would have won the day and brought about the Anschluss themselves. Hitler's action saved all that distress. He saw what was the only cure and the inevitable destiny of Austria and acted accordingly. The other powers, looking on, might inveigh against his infringement of another state's sovereignty in his virtual annexation of her territory, but they would hardly pretend, in face of facts, that he had quelled an unwilling Austria by force of arms, or had done anything but bring unity in order to the ancient heart of Europe. The reunification with Germany had long been a matter dear to the heart of the Austrians. Austria would already have been part of the German Reich if the victorious nations had not simply prohibited it after the First World War. And this in spite of the fact that the National Assembly in November 1918 already had unanimously accepted the resolution, made in accordance with the will of the people, stating, "German Austria is a part of the German Republic." Until Hitler took power in 1933, the Social Democrats were the most eager supporters of union. But union with the Germany of Hitler, that was something else. Munich, the reunification with the Sudetenland. The conference held in Munich on September 29, 1938, at which Chamberlain for Britain, Daladier for France, Mussolini for Italy and Hitler for Germany had set down the procedure for the transfer of the Sudetenland to Germany, was the consequence of the Versailles politics that could have no long-lasting existence. Because no state is viable which, to a large extent, comprises ethnic minorities and which discriminates and terrorizes these minorities with all its state-approved means. Because in a state where the leadership speaks of democracy, equality, autonomy and the will to mutual understanding, but practices the exact opposite, there can be no thought of reconciliation in the field of domestic affairs. Because the largest ethnic group in the state, the Czechs, failed to gain the friendship of a single one of the minority groups nor of any of the neighboring countries. In fact, these minorities, principally the Slovaks, and neighboring Poland and Hungary were even working, on their own initiative, toward the destruction of the Czechoslovak state during the crucial year of 1938. Because the creation of a state for purely strategic reasons, as was done by the victorious powers after World War I, was bound to founder as soon as decisive strategic weights would shift in the course of time. Thus, in 1938 the following strategic aspects changed in comparison with 1919. A. From a military standpoint, Germany had to be taken seriously again in 1938, while France was weakened in her internal affairs. B. The Anschluss of Austria led to an almost complete geographical encirclement of Czechoslovakia and opened up a border for Germany which was not fortified on the Czech side. C. The German anti-French, defensive West Wall, Siegfried Line, under construction since 1936 and hastily accelerated after the May 1938 crisis that had been provoked by Beneš, was nearing completion in September 1938 and, therefore, would frustrate any prompt assistance from France to be given to the Prague government. D. The strategic importance of Czechoslovakia to France and Britain was dependent upon whether approximately 40 German divisions in the area of Bohemia-Moravia could be pinned down until the French army could make a successful breakthrough across the Rhine. The Anschluss, the Siegfried Line, the superiority of the German Air Force over the Czech Air Force and the secure leadership situation in Germany nullified these requirements. E. The Prague government had produced during its 20-year rule such an aggravated domestic situation that the soldiers, from its ethnic minorities, could no longer be considered as reliable. F. Great Britain, in 1918 a joint victor with France, more or less withdrew from the European continent after the First World War, concentrating on her empire, and thus was neither willing nor prepared in 1938 to get drawn into a European war over Czechoslovakia. Especially since it was perfectly plain for the British politicians that Stalin would exploit such a conflict for the implementation of Bolshevist world revolutionary interests. G. France was not able in 1938 to rally any support for Czechoslovakia from Eastern Europe, since none of these countries was willing, and they made this very clear to Paris, to lift a finger for the Prague government. These countries categorically refused to give any concession for Soviet troops to be passing through their territories. Poland and Romania especially feared that the secret intention behind Russia's request was to recapture Bessarabia without a fight. Poland, incidentally, was making demands herself on Czechoslovakia. Furthermore, Poland was also no longer in tune with France, not having gotten over the French-Soviet Mutual Assistance Pact of 1935-36. The adjoining countries were hostile or indifferent toward Czechoslovakia. Poland, Hungary and Yugoslavia openly declared their hostility toward the Prague government. Romania refused to allow Russian troops to pass through her territory. Thus the conditions set forth by Russia for her intervention, in favor of Czechoslovakia, were not fulfilled. H. The military and political allies of Czechoslovakia, France and Great Britain, did an about-turn against their Czech protégé because of the strategic shift in the balance of power in September 1938. With this action, they thwarted Beneš's intentions to solve his problems of the internal affairs by means of a European war. The artificial creation of Czechoslovakia, in open violation of the right to self-determination of almost 50% of its population which never wanted to coexist in a state ruled by the Czechs, was questionable from the beginning. The Sudeten area, which had been predominantly inhabited by ethnic Germans for many centuries, had been a part of the First German Reich, until 1806, then of Austria-Hungary until 1918. Hence the Czech people had neither territorial or historical or ethnic or cultural justifications to claim this region. When the Austrian monarchy disintegrated, all the peoples dwelling in it should have been allowed to exercise their promised right of self-determination, but the Czech majority at times violently forced the other minorities, mainly Slovaks, Germans and Hungarians, into their newly created state. History has since proven twice that this artificial state has never been viable without coercion, because at the end of the 20th century Czechoslovakia fell apart once more after the collapse of the repressive communist regime, releasing Slovakia into independence again. The British Lord Chancellor, Lord Malm, was to declare in the Munich Conference debate in the House of Lords that Czechoslovakia, for which one had gone to the brink of war, should never have been created to begin with. Viscount Rothermere, director of the Ministry of Information's press office at the time, judged similarly. This caricature of a country under its Czech leaders has from the moment of its birth committed almost every conceivable folly. The British Foreign Minister, Lord Halifax, also was to inform on September 9, 1938 his ambassador in Paris that one had to consider carefully whether it was worthwhile to make war for something that nobody can maintain and that nobody seriously wants to restore. A Polish diplomat, Count Grzybowski, personal friend of the Polish Foreign Minister Beck, explained during a private conversation with his French colleague Calandra on May 26, 1938, thus months before the Munich Conference. Trying to save Czechoslovakia is a wild dream. Sooner or later, she will collapse like a house of cards. Even Marshal Pilsudski has, ever since 1918, considered Czechoslovakia to be not viable, in the same way as he considered Austria to be not viable. For him the only question was which of the two states would disappear first. The Polish Foreign Minister, Colonel Beck, had regarded Czechoslovakia, with whom one cannot engage in politics anyway, merely as a European disgrace. On 25 to 26 May 1938, months before the Munich Conference, Polish diplomacy was to let the European governments know that Czechoslovakia, an arbitrary combination of words, of several exceptionally mutually hostile minorities, was a country condemned to death. The foundation of this state whose name of Czechoslovakia sounds outlandish to English ears, and that was afflicted with the burden of enmity toward Germany, was even more dubious, considering that the Czechs were known to describe the forcibly integrated minorities as rebels, immigrants, settlers, etc. and were treating them as such. Already at the peace negotiations after the First World War the Czech Memorandum 3 denied to the Sudeten Germans the right of self-determination, as they were held to be the descendants of immigrants and settlers. A Czech historian admitted the fact as well. The widespread belief that, without the capitulation of the Western powers in Munich, Czechoslovakia could hold her own ground is not based upon facts. This is only one of the many propagandist legends which found their way into the public mind. Since Versailles, 1919, the Czech antagonism toward German national traditions and culture was continually exacerbated by the Czechs' determination to inflict damage on that German entity living alongside the frontier. These Germans, who had been forced into that state mostly against their will but who had resigned themselves to the newly created order, were treated socially, economically and culturally in such a way by the Czech authorities that would spoil the Germans' feeling of belonging to this state. This policy of ethnic pressure was designed to force the Germans out of the country. From the beginning the Czechs considered themselves to be the people who represented the state and did not think it worthwhile to try to give the two main minorities, German and Slovak, the feeling that the new state was also theirs. The parliament, constitution and government of Czechoslovakia remained in force without any authorization from the minority groups, and the parliamentary opposition continued without any influence in spite of election results to the contrary. Power was in the hands of the same small Czech group centered on Beneš which boosted the national egoism of the Czechs beyond measure, in spite of the advertising sign democracy. The executives of the Czech parties not only called the Constituent National Assembly, but also nominated the Petka, National Constitutional Committee, consisting of 5 members, thus conducting government policy without taking the wishes of the population into account. The unification of the Germans in Czechoslovakia was not only the result of Hitler's coming to power in 1933, but was equally as well the consequence of the conduct displayed by the Czechs in the sphere of internal development of the state. Therefore, their efforts to obtain autonomy within the state were genuine, and the situation in 1938 was self-induced by Czechoslovakia when all German proposals for concord were rejected. The culture war of the Czech people was not directed against National Socialism but rather against German traditions and culture. Therefore, National Socialism could not have been responsible, especially since this fight for national identity had already begun in 1919. Many years before Hitler was politically influential, the Czech newspapers had adopted the attitude of disseminating texts of a thoroughly unfriendly tone such as these. The České slovo of October 29, 1920 demanded that one ought not to give equal rights to the Germans, but rather, have them hanged from gallows and candelabras. Zlata Praha stated on the occasion of the Sokol festival in 1919 that one ought to have the Germans flogged across the border. Vonkov regretted on January 6, 1926 that the Sudeten Germans had not taken up arms against the Czechs after the putsch in 1918, as that would have presented the best opportunity for sorting things out. The official state newspaper, Československa, wrote in October 1921. The German minority in Brunn will melt away like a piece of ice in the sun and nothing can save them. To be contributing to the acceleration of this development is a self-evident duty of the Czech majority. At a military celebration in 1923 in Potsdam, a Czech speaker stated, "We Czechs must strive to seize all industry. For as long as the last chimney stack of German factories has not disappeared, and as long as German assets are not all in our hands, until then we must fight." Up to 1936 there was no change for the better. For example, the Czech newspaper Obrana Národa wrote on April 15, 1936. The borderland problem is not only a social question, the borderland problem is the reclaiming of over a third of our fatherland back into the hands of our nation. The borderland problem is the populating of a third of our country with people from our nation, it is the augmentation of the current language frontier as far as the actual national borders, it is the construction of a superbly powerful, impregnable and dependable border area, a human stronghold comprising people of our race and blood. Stresnroda of March 13, 1936. The gradual buying up of property in our border areas is the best means of securing Czech positions. The smallest piece of land that passes into Czech hands denotes a strengthening of the Czech element. This attitude, which had as a consequence that the Sudetenland under Czech rule had the highest infant mortality and the highest suicide rate in the world, was surely not an appropriate reaction to the favorable attention that had been given to the Czech people during the rule of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy. The secret of its well-being lay principally in the circumstance that 65% of the industries of the old, Austrian, monarchy, which up to then had been the common property of 54 millions of people, now remained in the hands of an independent state of only 14 million. This is a further striking proof that the Slav nations were not exploited by the Habsburgs so much as was later pretended. The Czechs were the best paid industrial workers, and the richest peasants were the Croats, whereas the standard of living in Tyrol, a purely German province, was always rather low. What happened after the defeat of Germany and Austria in 1918? In the same breath that democratic humanistic phrases were being espoused, more than 500,000 Czechs were being transplanted to an area where they had to fulfill but one function, to be outposts for an aggressive Czech undertaking of huge proportions. In this manner there was forfeited 31% of the German territory in a Chile impounding, for which there was no means of legal redress and which, therefore, was nothing other than sheer plunder on a large scale, organized by the state and carried out under state authority. From a political point of view it is utter madness to constantly convey into the already overpopulated German crises areas an ever-increasing inflow of people. We declare openly, young socialist Wenzel Jaksch, on April 26, 1936 at Bodenbach, that the discrimination against the Germans in the public service sector, in the language question and the whole of the administration has reached a point that in general is thought to be intolerable. The national running battle is continuing on all fronts and is polluting the domestic atmosphere. Utilizing every public and socio-political opportunity, the Prague government systematically pressed the education policy into the service of national expansion. Consequently, two types of schools were established in the Sudeten German territories. Firstly, for the non-Czech ethnic groups alone, but then, however, also Czech schools which were not only meant for the children of the transferred Czechs living in the minority areas, but were also intended for the non-Czech children. By means of all kinds of social tempting and pressurizing of their parents, these non-Czech children were starting school there and eventually would become estranged from their own traditions and culture. Czechoslovakia was evaluated and viewed by Britain and France almost exclusively on the basis of a possible military deployment against Germany, not as a free state that might also at some stage have good relations with the Reich or that might at least be encouraged to adopt a reasonable line of conduct for the sake of peace in Europe. The culture war against the ethnic Germans instigated by the Czechs and the subsequent crimes against humanity were deliberately overlooked in the capitals of Western Europe. In France the political leadership had other interests. In 1919 the French Marshal Foch had already declared, in his capacity as principal military advisor at the Versailles peace negotiations. "You see, looking at a map of Czechoslovakia, here is a great bastion. You will not give me permission to extend the frontier to the Rhine, then at least leave me this bulwark." In his memoirs Churchill also admitted this attitude. The mere neutralization of Czechoslovakia means the liberation of 25 German divisions, which will threaten the Western Front, in addition to which it will open up for the triumphant Nazis the road to the Black Sea. The subjugation of Czechoslovakia robbed the Allies of 21 regular, 15 or 16 second-line divisions. A historian corroborated that the old Czechoslovakia, allied to France and the Soviet Union, had been a dagger pointed at Germany's heart, a hostile stronghold right inside German territory, a gate of entry of the Reich's enemies. She was created for this purpose. When France with the conclusion of the German-Polish Non-Aggression and Friendship Treaty in January 1934 lost 60 Polish divisions, she reinforced her efforts not to lose the 40 Czech divisions and the only Central Eastern European war industry. Czechoslovakia had a share of over August 9. These efforts were reflected in the endeavor to reassure the Czech government again and again of France's firm resolve to stand by her contractual obligations to a Confederate ally and, therefore, ready to aid her economically and to lend support in foreign and domestic affairs, and also to urge Prague repeatedly to deter the minorities from obtaining any position in the government and all influential offices, thereby preserving the value of the Czech army as an ally. The motto for this was, to have Henlein in the Czech government would be the equivalent of the German military attaché assuming the role of deputy chief of the Czech's army general staff. Edouard Beneš sought revenge in his own way, always supporting French policies and French interests on the League of Nations and elsewhere. For 20 years President Beneš had been the faithful ally and almost vassal of France. A Czech historian was to admit, it was thought that the Peace of Versailles would be binding on Germany for all time, and that could not be. On the other hand, the existence of the newly formed states depended upon the treaty. For this reason every opportunity was taken of fanning the flame of Franco-German animosity and preventing a rapprochement between Berlin and Paris. In order to maintain their status they, the new states, fought against any attempt to revise the obviously unjust rulings of the Versailles Treaty. Apart from September 1938, France never encouraged her Czech ally to seek reconciliation with Germany, but rather kept insisting for them to remain tough. A demand followed all the more eagerly by Beneš, since he was aware that Germany would not risk a war with his country in the face of such a coalition. As a consequence, the activities against the Reich increased and an almost explosive escalation of the internal situation was developing, exacerbated when the Sudeten German Heimatfront, Sudeten German Party, emerged at the May elections of 1935 as the strongest party of the entire Czechoslovakian state, but was still categorically excluded from the leadership of the state. Beneš knew how to justify this too. In a democratic state it was the rights of individuals and not of any group as such which must be respected, and it would be impossible to admit totalitarian or authoritarian claims. His Prime Minister Hadza was equally adept in employing this vocabulary. He would not allow communal elections in the Sudetenland, so long as they might develop into markedly violent contests, and also rejected the Sudeten German Party's proposals because the constitution, which did not recognize either a separate legal personality for the different sections of the people or a spokesman for them, The Czech leadership could only hope that, when they were presenting these or similar utterances to their interlocutors, these would be either too stupid or too biased and overlook the contradictions and hypocrisy of those remarks. How could the rights of the individual be protected or be regarded as such when the state leadership refuses to take into consideration the rights of the people as a whole? It had to be obvious to every foreign observer, as indeed it was, that the then Czechoslovakia was neither a democracy nor a state under the rule of law, but rather a state of several nationalities being forcibly held together by a Czech leadership group, and this state's internal policy had as its leitmotif the battle against all non-Czech nationalities. The British envoy in Prague, Newton, felt obliged on April 19, 1938 to make the following recommendation. The first essential would seem to be substitute on each occasion for the expression minorities, the expression nationalities, for if there was one thing which roused the ire of the Sudeten Germans today, it was the application to them of the term minority. As a general observation, I would remark to Dr. Benes that he had on various occasions made a public announcement of the new principles by which the administration would be guided in the future and of the spirit in which it would act. His critics had been wont to reply that these were fine words and nothing more. A few days after his meeting with Benes, Newton added, "In using the expression United States of Bohemia and Slovakia, I explained I did not wish to raise any question of federation but only to bring out the ideals of union and partnership." Benes listened with attention and said that he personally agreed with my remarks. He had long held that Czechoslovakia could not be a national state. In the cabinet it was already realized that his program meant an end of the conception of a national state. But these two were fine words and nothing more. After all, the country was, to use the words of the Czech Prime Minister Hodze, too small to allow itself to be atomized, and that granting autonomy would mean to commit suicide. Or, to quote the decision taken by the plenum of the Supreme Administrative Court in Prague on March 19, 1919, 3 months before the signing of the Versailles Peace, dictate the national minorities might be granted rights only to the degree that thereby the character of Czechoslovakia as a national state is not undermined. Needless to say, this set phrase became the guideline for legislation and government practice. Not only in Czechoslovakia but also in most of the states that had been established or expanded by the peace treaties of 1919 to 1920. That Eduard Benes, at that time Czech foreign minister, was involved during the years 1918 to 1921 in the forced transfer of German territory to Poland is mentioned only in passing. This Benes, having advanced to president in 1935, deemed himself qualified in home affairs on the basis of his strategy in foreign affairs, as described in his memoirs. During all those exacting and exhausting negotiations, from 1935 onwards, I tried my utmost to steer a straight course with the Soviet Union on one side and France on the other. On June 4, 1936, after the French elections which resulted in the formation of the Government of the Popular Front, the new premier, Léon Blum, had sent me a message that France would never again behave with such weakness as his predecessor had done at the time of the occupation of the left bank of the Rhine, and assured me that his government would be strong and firm towards Germany and that we might count on this. This was really France's last stand. The foreign minister, J. Paul Bancourt, sent me a number of messages in the same strain. He tried especially to re-establish the eastern front of the Little Entente, and he also tried to win over Poland. It is evident that the political and military cooperation between Czechoslovakia and a Soviet Union geared for world conquest, with the purchasing of Soviet bombers and the Soviet promise of assistance in spite of the absence of a common frontier, as well the French attempt to open up a route to Prague for the Red Army in the event of war, was to have a disastrous effect on the development in Europe. Russia had already delivered 300 warplanes to Czechoslovakia, and in addition several squadrons of Soviet planes were on Czechoslovak airfields. Not Hitler, but Eduard Benes had been aggravating the Sudetenland crisis more and more. The British historian A.J.P. Taylor was to confirm that, in the spring of 1938 Hitler did not see his way clearly, but that Benes was willing to settle his Sudetenland problem, insoluble at home, on the international field. The diplomatic records show that on March 12, 1938 the assurance was given by Göring to the Czechs that Germany is not considering taking action against Czechoslovakia. After the Anschluss, Hitler stated that the solving of the Czechoslovak question was not urgent, and there is no proof that he acted otherwise. It is often said that the Nazis deliberately roused up otherwise contented German minorities to imagine their grievances and make political capital for Germany out of them. The impartial investigations of Lord Runciman effectually routed this charge. Hitler had not stirred up discontent in the Sudetenland. On the contrary, German diplomats in Bohemia tried to hold back the Sudeten Germans in the face of any Czech provocation, when the excitement over the union of Austria with Germany was at its peak. Other politicians, on the other hand, were already examining the Czechoslovak question long before Hitler had formulated his intentions. Not only did the British and French urge concessions on the Czechs. The British also urged Hitler, already on May 10, 1938, to make demands. This took him by surprise. Before the May 1938 crisis, the Reich government had on 6 occasions endeavored to negotiate with Beneš. He turned down the German negotiators every time. He does not even consider it worth the effort to reply to the offer sent to him by telegraph on February 16, 1938 by the German envoy Eisenlohr. The May crisis in 1938 was triggered by President Beneš with his order for mobilization of the Czechoslovak army. As a pretext he used rumors of alleged concentration of German troops on the Czech border. The sources of these rumors were British news services, apparently from the Foreign Office. In any case, they were originating from the same capital city, hence it had just recently been put to Hitler to make demands in respect to Czechoslovakia, which had surprised him very much. Needless to say that these rumors and their consequence in the shape of the Czech mobilization likewise surprised him. In actual fact there was no movement of German troops, as was established beyond a doubt at the Nuremberg trials after the war. What then induced the Czech government to start these clear provocations for war? There are only 2 possibilities, the accuracy of which, however, can only be a matter of conjecture for now. Either the Czech government, similar to Schuschnigg with his plebiscite, simply took a leap forward and quite deliberately provoked a war. There is the other possibility in that German resistance circles learned of the drawing up of the Second Survey Green, but not the contents. Possibly London was informed of the designing of this study. Anti-Nazi circles at the highest military level were in fact giving information of the most secret military nature to the British government, and from that would have drawn the conclusion that the study was a short-term plan of attack. The British and French press is filled with alarming reports. War seems directly imminent. Henderson, the British ambassador in Berlin, advises his civil servants to send their wives and children back home. He makes the same recommendation to the press corps. The protests continue to pour in, not against the Czech mobilization, but against the non-existent German troop movements. The governments of France and the Soviet Union openly threaten with military intervention. In fact, mobilization in itself already signifies a state of war, even today, after the Second World War. Beneš was upholding the mobilization even when the rumors that had been used as a pretext were refuted by neutral, foreign journalists and military attaches. The reservists would only be demobilized in mid-June 1938. Britain and France, in spite of Hitler's appeals, never advised the Czechs to cancel their mobilization. Hitler issued a secret directive on the very first day of the Czech mobilization, on May 21, 1938, that it was not his intention to take action against Czechoslovakia in the near future. This proves that Hitler did not want to be provoked and, furthermore, was not looking for a convincing pretext, acceptable to world opinion, for crushing Czechoslovakia. He could not have wished for a better justification for an attack, had he been out to make conquests, than the premature mobilization of the opponent, together with the corroboration of the neutral, as well as the British and French military attaches that the explanation as advanced by Beneš was a fabrication. Hitler took a similar stance in the face of the renewed Czech mobilization of 23 to 24 September 1938. The chain of evidence continues and stretches as far as the 1945 falsification of the, still to be separately investigated, Hossbach Memorandum, predated to November 5, 1937, in which, amongst other things, this sentence was passed off as authentic. Hitler had decided to tackle the solution to the German question of territory, and to advance by force against Czechoslovakia and Austria at the next available opportunity. In reality, however, he did not take the next available opportunity. Hence no such plan or decision could have existed. The Czechs, however, were not content with mobilization only. They were at the same time intensifying their military action against the inhabitants of the border zones and were also escalating their hostile press campaign with the mocking argument that Hitler's restraint and inactivity was to be taken as a sign of weakness. Therefore, as Hitler had apparently already retreated from tiny Czechoslovakia, how easy it should be, then, for the great powers to finish off the Reich. This and more could be thrust at Germany without running any risk whatsoever. The press of the West collaborated and was praising the Czech military machine again and again for the unexpected efficiency and quickness with which it was working. We regained our confidence, seeing that we were not alone. How provocative the moves were from Eduard Beneš would also be evident in the weeks before the Munich conference, in that he could not even be persuaded by the pressure exerted by the Western powers to propose a compromise solution to the Sudeten Germans. The reason for this was that, besides the Western powers, he could bring yet another friend into the game, Stalin. The Soviet government, which had declared itself ready to fulfill its commitments under the Soviet-Czech Agreement, confirmed in mid-May 1938 its willingness to defend Czechoslovakia against any aggressor, even if France should refuse to help. The Soviet government approached the governments of Great Britain and France several times, suggesting combined operations in support of Czechoslovakia. The Soviet Union declared itself ready to intervene on behalf of Czechoslovakia, even if France were not to grant her support, which, however, had been a prerequisite for Soviet aid, even if Poland or Romania should refuse to allow Soviet troops to pass through their territory. The Soviet government informed the President and the government of Czechoslovakia that the Soviet Union would assist Czechoslovakia under one condition: when Czechoslovakia is willing to defend herself and will ask for Soviet help. For the rest, this Soviet promise of aid was unconditional, i.e., independent of the legal position and of the question of the aggressor. According to Soviet teaching, everybody is an aggressor anyway who has been labeled as such by the Communists, irrespective of the circumstances. Even the U.S. ambassador in Paris, Bullitt, seemed to be getting perturbed by the crisis and war-promoting influence of the Soviet Union on the Czech government. In a letter to President Roosevelt of May 22, 1938, he advised that the general mobilization ordered by the Czech government has to be understood as provoking war, which could have only one result: establishing Bolshevism on the whole continent. The Munich conference, which took place 4 months after these events, could have been avoided, if President Beneš had accorded to the German minorities the rights which had already been guaranteed in 1919, and if he had not let himself get carried away in continual provocations in the certitude of enjoying the support of his many powerful and, sometimes, goading friends. At that time there were 500,000 Sudeten Germans permanently unemployed, without any support from insurance benefits and without assistance from the trade union or health funds. Out of 800,000 unemployed citizens in the whole of Czechoslovakia, to those numbers the destitute dependents need to be added. Such a state of affairs could not remain unchanged. In Czechoslovakia, payment of unemployment benefits was tied to membership in a trade union and would in this instance still only be paid for 6 months. The subsequent phase would be social welfare or the relief fund of the community. This would amount to a weekly payment, monthly in the case of money from the relief fund, of 10 crowns for single people and 20 crowns, 1 to 2 Reichsmark, for married people. This whole picture of misery is enlarged by the consequential result of this situation in the form of malnutrition and disease, a rising death rate and a severe decline in marriages and births. The systematic ousting of the Sudeten Germans from the economy and the administration, even in their exclusively German spheres, remained a political concept, and as such was bound to lead to an aggravation of the situation. The deeper reason for this misery was the 200-paragraph Defense of the Realm Act, enacted in Czechoslovakia on June 23, June 1936, which, together with its implementation decrees, supplied the legal basis for the complete elimination and weeding out of the Sudeten Germans with their culture and traditions. This law was embarked upon immediately by the newly elected president and thus Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Eduard Benes, upon his election on December 18, 1935, and it remained one of the longest-lasting laws. With the aid of ambiguous phraseology concerning national unreliability, any employee could be dismissed and any employer dispossessed who did not suit the Prague government. Any remaining possibilities left to the Sudeten Germans for eking out a living, which had not been covered by this last regulation, were eliminated by the Borderland Rule. The refusal to exert any political influence on these entire happenings, the flight of more than 214,000 Sudeten Germans across the border to Germany, the slaying of 200 Sudeten Germans in local pogroms, and much suffering were bound to bring the situation continually to a head even without any influence from Hitler. Every foreign visitor who was traveling in those parts at that time agreed that this state of affairs was intolerable. Lord Runciman, a British government special envoy who stayed in Czechoslovakia from July 25 until mid-September 1938 to investigate the situation on the spot, was just one amongst many. The British leadership was being kept very well informed about the conditions in Czechoslovakia during all these years, since elected representatives of the Sudeten Germans had been making their plight known to British politicians since 1919. However, it was the German landowners, Democrats and Social Democrats in Czechoslovakia that had been applying for help from the British government in London against Czech oppression in the days before National Socialism. Only later did Henlein and his fellow party members also come to the Thames to make representations for the same reasons. Already in the summer of 1937, Henlein had traveled to London to personally transact independent negotiations on the granting of autonomy for the Sudeten German regions in Czechoslovakia. Already at that time did the British government, acknowledging the justification of the Sudeten German demands, give Henlein the assurance that it would support his endeavors. The Sudeten German claim to self-determination and independence, publicly made by Henlein on September 15, 1938, was raised only at the very last. After the rejection of their numerous proposals, very modest in scope, which were brought forward frequently over many years of enduring patience, hence suggesting peaceful intentions. After the announcement of martial law in the Sudeten territory by the Czech government on September 12, 1938. After the British press and Lord Runciman, even Mr. Chamberlain as the Prime Minister and also Winston Churchill, were recommending accession to Germany. This is an example written on May 14, 1938 in the New York Times by Auger, a former diplomatic correspondent of the London Times. Mr. Chamberlain today certainly favors a more drastic measure, namely, separation of the German districts from the body of the Czechoslovak Republic and the annexation of them to Germany. Winston Churchill, in the leading article in the Times on September 7, made it patently obvious that the best way out of the situation would be the transfer of the Sudeten districts by Czechoslovakia to Germany. Of course, after the Munich conference Churchill referred to it as the model democratic state of Central Europe, see the references to his warmongering speeches on pages 62f. Lord Runciman, in his report to the British government dated September 21, 1938, unequivocally recommended the transfer of the Sudetenland to Germany. Since there exists the danger of a civil war, and the Czech government is in no satisfactory measure prepared to accommodate any concessions. In spite of these and other attempts at mediation and much good counsel, the Czech government was not willing to give way. Too powerful, after all, proved the influence from Moscow. Benes had received from Stalin once more, in answer to his inquiry, the assurance that the Red Army would be marching in the event of a German-Czech conflict, even if France was not going to intervene militarily and, in fact, irrespective on whatever grounds the conflict would break out. The stipulation for this deployment was merely, as already stated, that the Czech army should be ready for battle and that the help of the Red Army should be requested. For its part, the government of the USSR was inviting the French government immediately, at the beginning of September 1938, to arrange a consultation between representatives of the Soviet, French and Czechoslovak general staffs to work out the necessary measures. Litvinov thought Romania would allow Soviet troops and aircraft transit through its territory, but considered it very desirable, in order to influence Romania in this sense, to put the question of eventual aid to Czechoslovakia before the League of Nations as soon as possible. If there were even a majority in the League Council in favor of such aid, strictly according to the covenant, unanimity was required. Romania would undoubtedly support it and would not object to Soviet forces passing through its territory. The objective of the Soviet Union must have been obvious to every politician of the Western powers. After all, Lenin was teaching already in 1917 that the proletarian revolution would increase the differences among the capitalist nations to the point of creating wars and the eventual self-destruction of capitalism, to be followed by the decisive weight of Soviet might tipping the scales in favor of establishing worldwide Bolshevism. Stalin reinforced his readiness for action and consequently his encouragement for Beneš's inflammatory policies with appropriate measures. In these past few days the government of the Soviet Union has confirmed again her willingness to help the peoples of Czechoslovakia without delay and has approved to this end fitting practical measures. 30 infantry and several cavalry divisions of the Soviet Army have been assembled on the western border of the USSR. The Air Force and armored units have been put on standby. The Soviet armed forces, as Nikita Khrushchev recalled in 1955, were at that time put on a state of alert in order to check Hitler's aggression directed against Czechoslovakia. On September 12, 1938, at the final session of the NSDAP Congress in Nuremberg, Hitler stated in greater details his position on the Czech policy, and declared that the Reich government was not indifferent to the lack and abolition of the rights of the Sudeten Germans, affirming that no European state had made more sacrifices for the sake of peace than Germany, but that these sacrifices had limits. The situation on September 12, 1938 was as follows. Martial law is imposed on almost all regions of the Czechoslovak Republic. The Czechs adopt still more radical measures, intensifying of press censorship, prohibition of assembly, independent military action and measures taken by local police. Konrad Henlein issues a 6-hour ultimatum to the government that demands the repeal of martial law, the withdrawal of Czech police from the Sudeten German areas, and the billeting of the soldiers in purely military quarters. After the deadline has passed, the Sudeten German delegation breaks off negotiations with the government and leaves Prague. On September 13, the Czechs are taking stringent police and military measures and enforce en masse a wave of arrests. Some high officials of the Sudeten German party are leaving Czechoslovakia. The Runciman delegation acknowledges that in the present circumstances the demands of the Sudeten German party are understandable and justifiable. September 15. Konrad Henlein releases a proclamation to the Sudeten Germans and to the world in which he demands the joining of the Sudeten territory with the Reich. Formation of a Sudeten German volunteer corps in Germany. Prague answered on September 16 by banning and dissolving the Sudeten German party, thereby depriving 3.5 million Sudeten Germans of every possible democratic and organizational representation. Prague even issued an arrest warrant for the party's former leader Konrad Henlein and disseminated a wanted poster for his capture. Furthermore, all telephone links with the German Reich were cut. On September 17 a further set of extraordinary measures was added, which abrogated a whole host of constitutional articles. On September 19 London and Paris demanded of Beneš in the so-called Anglo-French Plan, the ceding of the Sudetenland territories with more than 50% German population, and they withdrew their promise of military assistance in case of conflict. On the basis of Lord Runciman's final report, the two Western powers increased their pressure on Beneš on September 21, 1938, informing him that he could no longer count on military assistance in the event of Germany invading Czechoslovak territory. After that and on the same day, Beneš accepted the British-French demands. On the same day Hungary and Poland notified the Czechoslovak government of their respective territorial claims, for the cession of the territories populated by Hungarians and Poles. September 22. The Czech government of Milan Hadza resigns. Enormous Czech demonstrations called for the most stringent measures against Sudeten Germans. Arrests of Germans on a huge scale follow, prompting a mass exodus from the German border areas to the Reich. The Czech Army General Sirovi is asked by Beneš to form a government. On the same day, Mr. Chamberlain meets Hitler in Bad Godesberg, after firstly having obtained the approval of the British Parliament for the handing over of the Sudetenland to Germany, which had been the subject of discussions during his visit to Berchtesgaden on September 15. As a result of the changing circumstances happening within a few short days, Hitler found himself compelled having to insist on a short-term solution, which would be interpreted abroad by the fixers of public opinion, quite uncalled for, as new demands from Hitler to provocatively aggravate the situation. At the time of this Godesberg conference, still other forces were exacerbating the situation in Europe. It was mainly Lord Halifax in London who was providing the new inflammatory material. Already on September 22 he pushed the British delegation by telegraph to giving their approval for advising the Czech government to mobilize. Henderson succeeded in the postponement of this advice. But in spite of this and despite the fact that Halifax was far away from the scene, the British Foreign Minister was urging once more on September 23, "It is our suggestion to permit the Czech mobilization as of 3:00 p.m. "You should wait a bit longer," was Henderson's reply. In the meantime, the French Prime Minister Daladier stated also that the Czech mobilization must no longer be postponed. At 4:00 p.m. the British delegation in Bad Godesberg yielded to these pressures, although Hitler at this moment was telling Mr. Chamberlain that the Czechs had just then shot 12 German hostages, and he gave him the assurance that he would not be issuing any marching orders to the army during the time of the negotiations. Straight after the go-ahead from the Foreign Office in London, the Czech government announced a general mobilization, thereby calling to arms 1.5 million soldiers, and the railway traffic to the German Reich was cut for the whole network. Once again the situation changed, that is to say, had become worse, but not because of Hitler. The conference at Bad Godesberg was wrecked by the Czech mobilization. Again the world press put the responsibility for the foundering of a peaceful solution on Hitler. No mention was made of Halifax busying himself in the background. Other protagonists are to be mentioned also, namely the Soviets. The Czechoslovak government rejected Hitler's Godesberg program, 22–23 September 1938. In making up their minds, the Czechoslovaks were influenced a good deal by the assurance received from the Soviet Union a few days before that it was ready to afford Czechoslovakia assistance in any conditions, even should France betray her. On September 24, alarmed by the turn of events, the British delegation at Bad Godesberg, led by Chamberlain without his Foreign Secretary Halifax, sent a memorandum to Newton, the British ambassador in Prague. Reports which are increasing in number from hour to hour regarding incidents in the Sudetenland show that the situation has become completely intolerable for the Sudeten German people and, in consequence, a danger to the peace of Europe. It is therefore essential that the separation of the Sudetenland agreed to by Czechoslovakia should be effected without any further delay. On September 26 Hitler made a speech at the Berlin Sportpalast in which he said, faced by the declaration of England and of France that they would no longer support Czechoslovakia, at last the fate of these, Sudeten German, people was not changed and the areas liberated, Mr. Beneš found a way of escape. He conceded that these districts must be surrendered. That was what he stated, but what did he do? He did not surrender the area, but the Germans he now drives out. And that is now the point at which the game comes to an end. No sooner had Mr. Beneš spoken when he began his military subjugation afresh, only with still greater violence. We see the appalling figures, on one day 10,000 fugitives, on the next 20,000, a day later already 37,000, again 2 days later 41,000, then 62,000, then 78,000, now 90,000, 107,000, 137,000 and today 214,000. On September 27, President Benes had all radios in the Sudeten areas confiscated and had 20,000 Sudeten Germans arbitrarily arrested and taken hostage, whose execution he had planned in case of conflict. Then the Czechs destroyed 247 bridges in the region. Benes tried to procure binding promises from Britain and France with the help of the intensifying crisis created by his politics and to widen the internal problems of Czechoslovakia into a European crisis. He was even willing to unleash a war to obtain his objective. His memoirs, apparently a section of the memoirs considered as lost, contain the following appeals, or rather statements. Edouard Benes' speech made on the radio on September 22, 1938. To escape from a war with Germany is impossible. It will either take place now or later. I would wish for it to happen now. The duty of our government is to preserve the state up to the moment and a further crisis involving Germany will happen. This crisis is inevitable, from it a general war will start up that will give us back all that we would be losing now. On September 23, 1938. I convoked the government with representatives of the political parties and the army to the Hradčin and demanded the approval for mobilization, while not hiding from them the fact that in a few days a general war, in which France, Russia and Great Britain were on our side, would break out in Europe. I was convinced that a general war against Germany had to come. To his generals he said, "Prepare for an imminent war, we shall yet have a role in it." On October 2, 1938 Benes confided to one of his general staff officers that he had not expected the weakness and treason of the West. In spite of the mobilization of our whole army, the Munich Agreement was forced upon us. He who proclaims continuously the inevitability of a great general war, as indeed Edouard Benes had admitted to, is using a conspicuously obvious language. As a prominent politician, he is doing all he can to promote such a development and to worsen the situation. The danger was all the greater, especially since, unfortunately, the Soviet Union with her world revolutionary designs was also in on it. This language was also heard and understood in Britain and France months before Munich. It was also known in those countries that Germany had refrained from exerting direct pressure on the Czech government for as long as possible, in spite of the provocative actions of the Czech politicians. It was also known in those countries that Benes considered his army to be the best in Europe and his fortifications equal to the Maginot Line, perhaps even superior to it, and that he, since his election to the presidency on December 18, 1935, had based his policies on the feeling that Europe was heading toward a vast conflict. Benes admitted, "I therefore decided in the first place to redouble our efforts to bring our army to a high pitch of perfection. To this task I dedicated myself with greater energy and devotion than to anything else before. I was always proud of the fact that in these 3 years, 1936 to 1938, the Czechoslovak Republic did more in this direction than any other democratic state in Europe and that, when we mobilized in September 1938, the Republic was properly prepared for war, with 2 exceptions. One of these was in the sphere of civil air raid defense. The other was the unfinished state of the fortifications on our southern frontier with Austria. In so far as its army was concerned, France was better equipped than Great Britain, but in 1938 she also was quite unprepared for sudden war, especially a modern one. Its preparations could not compare with Czechoslovakia's. This is surely strange, seeing that France was informed of our arrangements down to the minutest detail by General Fauchet, the head of the French military mission in Prague, who every week attended the military conferences with the President of the Republic, and not only knew exactly what we were doing, but why we did it, emphasis by Benes. In the Western capitals it was well known that the Prague government, prior to the Munich conference, was willing to organize, together with the Soviet Union and the Western powers, general staff discussions on a general war against Germany. This war was to be started with the expulsion, or possibly the extermination, of the Sudeten Germans. One wondered in London and Paris how it was that, after 20 years of peaceful and democratic policies, the Czech government still rejected proposals for a plebiscite in Sudetenland. The explanation was simple. A plebiscite would mean disintegration of the state and, as he said more than once, civil war. No state can rightly claim to build a policy of peace on the oppression of forcibly incorporated minorities and then say that, by granting the right of self-determination to these minorities or by granting of equality in fundamental principles in general, the whole state would disintegrate. It is typical of the provocative attitude of the Reich government that the first calls for a plebiscite in the Sudetenland came from the British press. Only afterwards, and rather late in the day, did the leader of the Sudeten German party, Konrad Henlein, make such a demand. Britain as well as France, but also Mr. Beneš, realized full well what the outcome of a plebiscite would be. Therefore they prevented it with the explanation that Hitler must not be given a weapon for the destruction of the Central East European balance. Hitler had not demanded the Munich Conference in the context of an ultimatum. It had been likewise proposed by other powers and justified on the grounds of a common European interest. In this connection, the role of U.S. President Roosevelt is, more often than not, misjudged. Yet it was he who, on September 26, 1938, was urging Chamberlain, Daladier, Hitler, and Beneš in pertinent communications to call an international conference in order to solve the Sudeten question. Since Roosevelt took many of his decisions in secret, without consultation or counseling from anyone in his cabinet, and since the U.S. State Department documents on the Munich Conference are, to a large extent, still unavailable, one can only guess at Roosevelt's motives. Meanwhile we have some clues, all of which point in the same direction, namely that Mr. Roosevelt did not regard Munich as any final settlement with Hitler but believed that it might lead to war at no distant period. Hence, he continued his plans for a vast armament program, with emphasis on airplanes, which would help to provide Britain and France with the sinews of war and make the United States ready for possible involvement in the impending struggle. Roosevelt knew, or should have known, what was about to be negotiated at the Munich Conference. But in spite of this knowledge he did not encourage Britain and France to support the status quo in Czechoslovakia. He favored the French-British decision for a transfer of the Sudetenland to the German Reich. Messages from Roosevelt of September 26. Shortly after the ratification of this decision, September 29, however, his maneuvers were such that Chamberlain was made generally responsible for the whole disgrace. At the same time he encouraged London, Paris, but also Warsaw, to take a stand relative to Germany that was likely, if not sure, to bring war. The backdrop to this stand had basically been perceived correctly by the Polish ambassador in Washington, Jerzy Potocki, even though the threads which Roosevelt had personally woven for the Munich Conference remained hidden from him. On January 12, 1939, Potocki wrote to the foreign minister. I can only add that, as an astute politician and expert on American mentality, he, President Roosevelt, has succeeded in quickly and adroitly diverting public opinion from the true domestic situation, in the U.S., and interesting that opinion in foreign policy. The modus operandi was perfectly simple. All Roosevelt had to do was to stage correctly, on the one hand, the menace of World War brought about by Chancellor Hitler, while on the other hand, a bogey had to be found that would gabble about an attack on the USA by the totalitarian countries. The Munich Pact was indeed a godsend to President Roosevelt. He lost no opportunity in translating it as France's and England's capitulation to bellicose German militarism. As people say in this country, Hitler drew a gun on Chamberlain. In other words, France and England had no choice and had to conclude a most shameful peace. Roosevelt's meddling in these European affairs was not done on the basis of being an expert in this particular field of problems, or because he had an understanding of how best to defuse the crisis, or because he was aiming to ease the tension in Europe. His involvement was rather on the grounds of self-aggrandizement since, far away from the White House, he was hoping to encounter, as indeed he did, situations and people that could assist him to play a role in world politics. Eduard Beneš, the Czech president of like-minded views, met Roosevelt on this footing. But France and Britain refused to be drawn into a conflict over Czechoslovakia by Beneš or Roosevelt. Chamberlain, who liked to call Czechoslovakia a faraway country and the Czechs people of whom we know nothing, Believed also that the country would not have followed us if we had tried to lead it into war to prevent a minority from obtaining autonomy, or even from choosing to pass under some other government. The actions of the British government before Munich were not dictated by fear of war, but rather because of a belief that Germany had a moral right to the Sudeten German territories. Chamberlain himself had already stated in May 1938 that not even a victorious peace would restore their Czech present frontiers. The Western powers induced the Czechs on September 19, 1938 to cede the Sudeten German territories to the Reich. Hitler had neither been consulted about this decision or about talks with the Prague government. Czechoslovakia had already capitulated in the face of the Anglo-French intervention 8 days prior to the Munich Accords and was not, as it is still commonly depicted to this day, destroyed by Munich. In historical context, it is quite understandable that Beneš and Hadza were unwilling to fight to preserve Czechoslovakia. Hadza, the former Greater Austrian Federalist and collaborator of Franz Ferdinand von Habsburg, had never really been convinced of the viability of the Czechoslovak Republic. Beneš became a victim of his own bad conscience. He knew that the territories at stake had been obtained through force and subterfuge. A statesman with an unclouded title to defend would have enjoyed a source of moral courage, and would have stood firm against the Anglo-French urgings. It was nothing more than that. So it was that Chamberlain and Daladier flew to Munich with precise instructions from their cabinets and with an agreement already accepted by the Czechs. At Munich it was merely a question of sorting out the agreement. Word for word, this is what the agreement states. Germany, the United Kingdom, France and Italy, taking into consideration the agreement which has been already reached in principle for the cession to Germany of the Sudeten German territory, have agreed on the following terms and conditions governing the said cession and the measures consequent thereon. Neville Chamberlain explained in the ensuing, quite extended debates in the House of Commons at the beginning of October 1938. We did not go to Munich to decide whether the predominantly German areas in the Sudetenland should be passed over to the German Reich. That had been decided already. The conservative member Rakes stated to the House. Do not forget that the Czechs annexed the German areas before the Treaty of Versailles accepted it. Honorable members talk about time limits, but I would remind the House that it took the Czechs 20 years before rights were conferred on the Sudeten Germans. Sir H. Croft remarked on the same occasion. The Labour Party and the Liberal Party at the time of the Versailles Treaty were most emphatic against the whole of this patchwork quilt of Czechoslovakia. The fact that Chamberlain flew to Munich and not Hitler to London cannot be interpreted as a dictate by Hitler. While Hitler was justifiably concerned that hostile demonstrations might ruin the chances of a successful outcome of a conference, so it fitted Chamberlain's policy to come to Germany, as he wrote in a private letter on September 13, 1938. Indeed, it would not have suited me, if Hitler had come to London, for it would have deprived my coup of much of its dramatic force. Chamberlain declared in his important speech in Birmingham on March 17, 1939. Not one voice of criticism was to be heard, and I first announced that I would go to Munich. Everybody applauded that experiment. During that same speech he added, the ceding of the Sudetenland to Germany, was something in existence ever since the Treaty of Versailles, a problem that could have been solved long ago if the statesmen of the previous 20 years had only had a more generous, more extensive and more enlightened attitude toward their duties. It had become like a long-neglected malady, and a surgical operation was necessary to save the life of the patient. How does a German historian assess the situation in the relative calm after the Second World War? As with the preceding Anschluss of Austria to the Reich, so likewise here the question of the German element with their culture and tradition, the Germanness, in East and Southeast Central Europe, for which a rational solution has never been found, this same unsolved question is playing a part here. It lends to the events in Munich a peculiar double character. It provides Hitler with a morally perfect starting position. The sins and shortcomings of the enforced treaties concluded at Versailles, Saint-Germain and the Trianon Palace, which after the First World War put an end to the state of war but failed to bring about a proper peace, take their revenge in 1938. When the Habsburg monarchy fell in 1918, the provincial governments of North Bohemia and Moravia Silesia wanted to unite with the new Austrian Republic, whose government, in its turn, desired unification of the German Reich and German Austria. None of that happened. What came into being was an economically non-viable German, Rump Austria, and on the multi-layered ground of the various nationalities in Bohemia and Moravia an ambitious Czech pseudo-national state was brought into existence. In March 1938 events caught up with Austria, while in September 1938 expiation for old sins befell Czechoslovakia. It seems incredible that from October 1938 onward there appears a persistent fondness for describing the Munich Conference as a prime example of the cynical power politics of dictators in relation to peace-loving and fair-acting democracies. When considering the facts, it is absurd to maintain that Hitler had taken by surprise, or humiliated his opposites during the talks, a claim that in fact was never made by the two Western heads of government themselves. After the signing of the Munich Agreement, the two Western statesmen were not only wildly acclaimed in Paris and London by the population, as indeed also in Munich, but also the respective parliaments expressed their approval by an overwhelming majority. Therefore, one cannot assert afterwards, as Chamberlain did on March 17, 1939 at Birmingham, that Hitler had sprung upon the world with the Sudeten question, an unpleasant surprise, which shocked and affronted public opinion throughout the world. The offending surprise is to be charged exclusively to the Versailles peace politicians, as indeed was confirmed by Chamberlain and Daladier with their signatures in Munich. After all, anything associated with the name Versailles after the First World War was far worse than an offending surprise. There would not have been a Munich Conference, had it not been for the victors' practice of transgressing against all equality and justice for the past 20 years. The peaceable methods of diplomacy had been tried and tested for the resolution of the hair-raising state of affairs in Eastern Europe by the various German politicians for 20 years, all without success. So it is hardly surprising when, after 20 years of German patience, amicably asking and complaining, this attitude was gradually changing in order to finally and successfully deal with these urgent matters of concern. Without a doubt, the yielding at this late stage was only attained through the notion of an impending war which, however, should not be placed solely on Hitler's shoulders, because the one who was calling for war and who caused the tension to intensify into the threat of war was Eduard Beneš. To this should be added certain circles in the Western democracies as well as the Soviet leadership. Britain and France announced their mobilization on the following day, September 28, 1938. War seems imminent. In London air raid protection measures are being taken. Anti-aircraft squads make their appearance. Tens of thousands of children are immediately evacuated from London. Hospitals are cleared in haste. In Paris air raid trenches are being dug, sandbags are piled up in front of shop windows. The trains leaving the city are stormed and are soon overcrowded. The rush of fleeing motor cars congests the arterial roads. The people are expecting German bombing raids, which have been painted by the newspapers in the most terrible colors over the past few years, at a time when Germany did not even have any bombers. The people are seized with panic. It is moreover pointless in this case to argue whether the ways and means Germany employed are acceptable or not, when years of patience, yielding and pleading have proved ineffective to protect the rights to existence of millions of people. Does a just claim cease to be just because a man backs it by his resolve and by his sword if need be? Mr. Churchill was never a pacifist, he has always honored the sword. By what philosophy then does he contend that justice is no longer justice if supported by arms? What about Britain and the Boer War? Churchill had taken part in that war, often praising it. Many would rather argue, and with very much force of argument, that a just claim which the claimant is not ready to back by all his might cannot be so very just after all, or the claimant is a bit of a coward. If he was prepared to achieve that justice by armed forces, he was prepared to act in the very way which has not only been accepted, but been applauded by the vast majority of mankind in all ages, and by none more than by our own British race. The truth is that Munich made peace by granting Hitler what justice and especially democratic justice demanded. It was a perfectly worthy peace, the sort of peace which, if concluded oftener at similar conferences, would have saved the world infinite pain and sorrow. It really is high time, if not already too late, that America stops denying the Munich Pact and that she starts rebuking the Pacts of Yalta and Potsdam, in which not only entire ethnic communities but at least 7 entire states were sold out and in which half of 2 continents were cynically betrayed. The Munich Agreement had come about according to the rules of international customs and practices. F.D. Roosevelt and his well-known teams in Britain and France and in the United States of America were losing no time in playing to the galleries with the slogan, as coined by Roosevelt, of the overpowering of the peaceful democracies. Also, already by October 3, 1938, Chamberlain was demanding a British rearmament program in conjunction with a change of policy toward Germany. These were the real, insulting surprises with those grave consequences. Had Chamberlain not just given Hitler a written assurance that there would be mutual consultation regarding all major political questions? The Munich Agreement as well as the peace and friendship declarations never to go to war with one another again were signed by Chamberlain in Germany on his 3rd visit. If one contrasts this agreement and the 3 negotiation reports with Chamberlain's statement after his first visit to the Obersalzberg, it is difficult to believe in the candor and the peacemaking intentions of the British Premier. Chamberlain declared after his arrival in London on September 17, 1938. Hitler was abnormal, unpredictable, surrounded by evil advisers. It was inconceivable to him that a man could remain for long in this state of hysteria. When he was returning to Bad Godesberg, said the British Premier, he was setting out to fight with a wild beast. According to his biographer, Keith Failing, Neville Chamberlain regarded war with Germany as inevitable already at the time of the Munich Accord, and so his policies were geared toward this conflict. An incorrect and war-promoting attitude. Keith Failing, supported by a whole series of historical evidence, verifies that Neville Chamberlain signed the Munich Agreement and the Peace and Friendship Declarations only in order to gain time for rearmament. Göring's research department had managed to listen in on and record a long-distance telephone conversation between Chamberlain and Daladier that revealed the same attitude. Therefore, Hitler was informed about this early. What was not known to him, however, was how widespread this view had already become. Georges Bonnet, the former French foreign minister, confirmed in 1961 in a letter to the New York Times that France and England in 1938 had concluded the Munich Agreement with the German government only to gain time in order to arm themselves against the Reich and to negotiate anti-German pacts with other nations. Undoubtedly, to repeat Chamberlain's words, an insulting surprise for the German signatory to the treaty. The French ambassador in Berlin of many years' standing, François Poncet, declared to the Czech envoy in Berlin, V. Masny, straight after the signing of the Munich Agreement. Believe me, all this is not final. It is but one moment in a story which has just begun and which will soon bring up the issue again. On the following day, the Czechoslovak ambassador in London remarked, Churchill advises and implores, after deliberations with these people, not to let go of the vital fortifications for at least 48 hours. He is convinced that a huge reaction to the treason perpetrated on us will begin here and then spread. Irrespective of the attitude of those diplomats, the French National Assembly on October 4, 1938 applauded the Munich Accords, avoiding any provocative discussions. In Britain, Lord Halifax declared in the debate on the Munich Conference in the House of Lords on October 3, 1938. Great Britain should never fight for a foreign state unless she was in a position to restore its old frontiers after a victorious war. Winston Churchill, however, understood his statement like this. Hitler should not be allowed to get away with it. Hitler had extracted British concessions at pistol point. To Winston Churchill, Lord Halifax, Duff Cooper, Vansittart, Eden and the others who now were directing British foreign policy often from behind the scenes, the Munich Agreement signified that the whole equilibrium of Europe has been deranged. This impaired balance called for, according to the law of British foreign policy, an appropriate gear change for the destruction of the most aggressive tyrant on the European continent. And in their eyes, this was not Stalin, but Hitler. Hence, these gears had already been changed before the so-called Night of Broken Glass of November 9, 1938. The Polish ambassador in London, Count Raczynski, portrayed Britain's policy after Munich in these words. The situation after Munich is described here as a situation which is neither war nor peace. And he remarked on the phraseology that is regularly fed to the British public opinion. This conduct displayed by Great Britain was, keeping to Chamberlain's words, an insulting surprise for Germany. The Conservative Party of Great Britain in fact did uphold the legal validity and expediency of the Munich Agreement right up to the middle of the war. Be that as it may, one cannot rightfully attempt to settle historical facts for good and all, if one's actions are compelled by motives of purely political interest. Neither the Munich Treaty nor Hitler's subsequent policies were pushing any one of the neighboring countries or any other European power toward a military confrontation to the point of becoming unavoidable. Adolf Hitler commented factually, when addressing the German Reichstag on April 28, 1939, on the policies of the Allies after the Munich Conference. If the cry of "Never another Munich" is raised in the world today, this simply confirms the fact that a peaceful solution of the problem appeared to be the most fatal thing that ever happened in the eyes of those warmongers. Beneš, having returned to Prague after the war and looking down upon the city from his presidential palace, confirmed. Is it not beautiful? The only Central European city not destroyed. And all my doing. Prague, the reintegration of Bohemia and Moravia. Before tackling this topic, it is worthwhile to remind those little familiar with European history that the region of Bohemia and Moravia had been an integral part of Germany and/or Austria for more than 1,000 years before the end of World War I. To underscore this fact, a timeline of this rule is given first before we turn to the issue at hand. 13 years of German rule in Bohemia-Moravia/Czechia. Years. Events. 805. Protectorate of Charles the Great, Bohemia-Moravia tributary. 817. Bohemia and Moravia also belonged to Louis the German, King of Bavaria. 846. Louis the German appoints Duke Rastislav in Moravia, against whom he has to make war later. 884. Moravian Prince Swatopluk pays homage to Emperor Charles III. After his death the great Moravian Empire falls victim to the onslaught from the Magyars. 895. Princes of the Bohemian lines affirm their recent submission to the empire at the East Franconian court at Regensburg. 925. King Henry I forces Duke Wenzel, of the Przemysl line, to pay homage. 950. King Otto I, emperor from 962, subjugates Boleslav I, succeeding Wenzel. Boleslav acknowledges the overlordship of the empire which remains undisputed, bar a short break in the 15th/16th century. 1041. King Henry III, emperor from 1046. Byetislaw I, Duke of Bohemia, receives his dukedom as a German fief. Succeeding Bohemian dukes are loyal to the empire. 1254–1255. Ottokar II, King of Bohemia, 1253–1278, great-grandson of Frederick Barbarossa, pretender to the German throne. Königsberg is named in his honor, as twice he takes part as a confederate of the Teutonic Order in the fight against the Prussians. 1310–1437. Kings of Luxembourg on the throne of Bohemia, beginning with the son of, German, Emperor Henry VII, King John, spouse of the sister of Wenzel III. 1346–1378. Emperor Charles IV residing in Prague. 1348. Emperor Charles IV establishes the first German university in Prague. 1378–1400. Eldest son of Charles IV from the House of Luxembourg, Wenceslaus IV of Bohemia, Wenzel, German Emperor. After his death 1419 War of the Hussites, 1420–1436, starts. Through marriage his inheritance falls to the Habsburg Albert II of Austria, 1438–1439, whose line supersedes the line of the Luxembourg emperors on the German throne. After his death, Hungary and Bohemia are lost to the Habsburg Allodium and are, under the sovereign rule of Jagiellon kings, in conflict with Habsburg from 1471 to 1526. 1526. Death of the Hungarian, Jagiellon king Louis II. His sister marries the Habsburg Ferdinand, from 1556, also German emperor, and brings him the crowns of Bohemia and Hungary. Thereby is the union of these two empires with the Habsburg monarchy established, lasting until 1918. 1576–1611. Emperor Rudolf II makes Prague the imperial residence. 1618–1648. The 30 Years' War. In 1618 Frederick V of the Palatinate is elected as the Winter King, by the estates, nobles, clergy, common people. The throwing from the window, defenestration, of the imperial councillors. 1620. Habsburg gains victory at the battle on the White Hill near Prague. 1634. Assassination of Wallenstein at Eger, due to which the German imperial influence gained the upper hand once more. 1648–1918. Reluctant cooperation within the Habsburg monarchy, which holds the German imperial crown up to the year 1806. Seen from that perspective, reintegrating this part into Greater Germany merely 20 years after it had become independent with the aid of Germany's enemies, is not all that much of an outrage as it is usually portrayed nowadays. The sequence of events in 1938–1939. The brutal violation of little, defenseless Czechoslovakia, a statement that was given as reason for concluding that Hitler had broken his promise and was also in breach of trust, was another example of the falsehood which was unceasingly pounded into the heads of masses outside of Germany by the opinion makers of the press. Yet the incorporation of Bohemia and Moravia into the Reich had equally as little to do with the realization of territorial claims as it had with a plan of attack, a plot against peace, or the creation of a platform for the encirclement of Poland and for a breakthrough to the Black Sea. This action arose from the inevitable consequence and the interplay of various historical, ethnographic, political and military factors. The disintegration of this artificially created multi-ethnic abomination, joined together in total disregard of historical and national principles, happened without any German assistance and would already have come about in 1918, had not Russia and Germany been utterly and totally destroyed. Who in the world is aware nowadays that there were in existence in Czechoslovakia, apart from the different languages of all the minority groups, even two national anthems, one for the Czechs and one for the Slovaks? And this fact is just one example of the diverse tension-producing elements in this state. Poland and Hungary were asserting territorial claims, and the Carpatho-Ukrainians in the eastmost tip of that country were demanding their independence. Already at Pentecost 1938, May 30th, months before the new Sudeten solution, the Slovak People's Party of Hlinka was insisting on the occasion of the 20th anniversary of the Pittsburgh Agreement, on autonomy for the Slovaks. The Pittsburgh Agreement of May 31, 1918 had been negotiated during the First World War by Tomáš G. Masaryk, who was to become the first president of the Czechoslovak Republic, and a group of Slovakian emigrants to the United States. It was the Pittsburgh Post that announced then to the world the founding of this Czechoslovakia. Professor T. G. Masaryk was the only representative of the smallest Czech party, the so-called Progressives, in the Vienna Parliament. He was in no way entitled to speak in the name of the Czech nation. During the war his conduct was sharply criticized abroad and in Bohemia. The Czech people by no means echoed Masaryk's battle cry, "Destroy Austria." The Slovaks for their part were insisting from the beginning that the Slovakian League in America did not have the authority to consider themselves as the executor for the Slovak people. At any rate, there is, out of consideration for Woodrow Wilson alone, on whose approval the whole project depended in 1918, in the agreement an assurance given for a cultural special position for the Slovaks, i.e. independence in cultural matters. In addition, it was set forth that the elected representatives of the Slovakian people should, within the next 10 years at the latest, be given the opportunity to decide for themselves on the future of Slovakia. The Pittsburgh Treaty had placed the government, or rather the parliament, of the planned state under the obligation to incorporate this fact in the constitution and to organize the state that was to be established as a federation. Already in 1919 the Pittsburgh Agreement was violated when the so-called Revolutionary National Assembly that was not made up of lawfully elected representatives of the people but was rather arbitrarily put together, and where Slovaks were actually represented by Czech delegates, approved a constitution of the Czechoslovakian Republic which did not respect fundamental clauses of the Pittsburgh Accord. Since the Allied powers were not lifting a finger for the rights of the Slovaks as laid down in the Pittsburgh Agreement, constantly growing tensions, exacerbated by the leadership in Prague, were building up so over the years between the Czechs and the Slovaks. As all the positive demands made on the occasion of the 20th anniversary of the Pittsburgh Agreement had been denied, all Slovakian members of parliament, with the exception of the Communists and Social Democrats, there was neither pressure nor encouragement from Hitler, were requesting autonomy once again on October 6, 1938. This did not come about, first and foremost, as a reaction to the policies of the German Reich, but rather because of the Pittsburgh Agreement and its violation by the Czechs. For 20 long years the Czechs have flouted their commitments. On the basis of the parliamentary decision of October 6, 1938, the Slovakian politician Dr. Tiso had formed an autonomous Slovakian government in Bratislava on October 7, 1938, which was recognized by the Prague cabinet, with the Munich Accord still fresh in their minds. Immediately afterwards, on October 9, 1938, the Ruthenian ethnic group living in the Carpatho-Ukraine likewise organized in Uzhhorod an autonomous government under Andras Brody, which was also accepted by Prague. The two prime ministers of both nationalities were sworn in on the constitution of the state in Prague, having now become a federal republic. On November 22, 1938 a formal constitutional amendment in Prague, the Slovak Autonomy Law, came into force. Although its provisions did not satisfy the hopes of the Slovakian people, it was nevertheless a further milestone along the route of an internal political development where sections of the population were agitating for independence. With the help of this autonomy law, a provincial Slovak government was envisaged. It would have administrative and executive powers, i.e. a Slovak Diet, parliament, with wide legislative authority, while certain subjects of common interest would be reserved for the central government in Prague. Hitler had initially even encouraged Czech opposition to the impatience of the Slovakian people and also to the Hungarian territorial claims after the Munich Conference. For example, he had endeavored still in February 1939 to impede the Slovakian struggle for independence. There were still 113,000 Germans in Slovakia. Yet Hitler could not resolve the fundamental differences in these two peoples. In the spring of 1939, by invoking the Slovak Autonomy Law, the Slovaks were demanding the right to have a say in the allocation of taxes, the right to self-administration and to be given a voice deciding the leadership of the Czechoslovakian armed forces. The Czechs turned down these demands, and the Slovaks remained second-class citizens in their own country, although they were now able, in contrast to previous times, to intensify their actions for independence. While the British ambassador in Prague, Newton, had already reported on March 6, 1939 that relations between Czechs and Slovaks are heading for a crisis, that a Foreign Office memorandum on the position of His Majesty's government in connection with possible developments of the Slovak crisis of March 13 referred to the position in Slovakia as thoroughly unsatisfactory since Munich. It conveyed the expectation that in view of the German press reports on Czech acts of terrorism Hitler may be marching upon Prague, and it stated in these actual words. Until very recently there were no signs of German intervention on the lines of B equals deliberate disintegration of the Czechoslovak state by Germany. Both the official Czech broadcast and Czechoslovakia's foreign minister, Dr. Chvalkowski maintained that there was no evidence that such propaganda had been inspired from the Reich or by the German minority in Czechoslovakia. The most likely development of the present situation would therefore seem to be a Slovakia either nominally independent or bound by even looser federal ties than at present to Prague and dominated in either event by German influence. The Prague crisis intensified to such an extent that the British ambassador in Berlin, Henderson, recommended, on his own authority, to the Czech envoy, Mastny, to have their foreign minister Chvalkowski come to Berlin. He, Hitler, acted only when events had already destroyed the settlement of Munich. There had been no encouragement from Hitler to induce Poland to incorporate the Czech Alsa territory that included the town of Teschin, where large part of the population was German. Furthermore, he had not ordered or advocated provincial parliamentary elections in Slovakia and Carpatho-Ukraine, and he certainly did not predetermine their result. The local population there had voted 98% and 92.4%, respectively, in favor of setting up an autonomous government and against centralism from Prague. Furthermore, it was not Hitler's fault that, after Austria's reunion with Germany and the breaking away of Slovakia, Czechia's remaining borderline to the outside world was reduced to a mere 50 kilometers, 31 miles, which in this case was a far from friendly Poland. Hitler also had not summoned the Slovak leader, Professor Tuka, to Berlin. In fact, Tuka came on his own initiative on February 12, 1939 because, in his words, continued coexistence with the Czechs had become impossible for the Slovaks. He was laying the destiny of his people into your hands, my Führer. He addressed Hitler as, my Führer, my people await their complete liberation by you. In spite of the request for German protection, Hitler was still refusing, in this month before the crisis, to advocate an independent Slovak state. Hitler answers evasively. On no account does he want to tie himself down, and he fears that an official German intervention in favor of the Slovakians could do harm to the newly reached German-French agreement. Hitler merely assures that he will, if Slovakia should become independent, guarantee the independence that the people want. Then Prague tried to quell the various separatist movements. On March 6 the Ruthenian provincial government was dissolved improperly, and between 9 and March 13 Slovakian Prime Minister Tiso and 2 of his staff members were removed from office in an equally unconstitutional manner, followed by the arrest of several Slovakian politicians and the appointment of the Prague puppet government under Sitter. All this happened without any help from Hitler. The Czech actions have taken everyone in Germany totally by surprise. Hitler is in Vienna attending the celebration of the anniversary of the Anschluss. Göring is on holiday in San Remo. Hitler's anger at the repeated provocation, for this is how he perceives the Czech conduct, knows no bounds. He immediately orders to prepare for an invasion of Czechoslovakia. If Dr. Tiso, after these events in Slovakia, asked for a consultation with Hitler and if, subsequently, he had the Slovak parliament declare unanimously the independence of Slovakia, then the Reich Chancellor cannot be held responsible for this development. Similarly, there is no ground for assuming that Hitler had caused or requested the declaration of independence of the Ruthenian government in the Carpatho-Ukraine on March 14, 1939 or their appeal for protection by the Reich. Nor had Hitler advised, much less ordered, the Hungarians to move troops to the Hungaro-Slovakian border as a trigger, so to speak, for further radical changes in that area. When Carpatho-Ukraine declared its independence right after Slovakia, Hungary insisted that Czechia removed its troops from there. Yet instead of answering this request, Czech troops attacked Hungary on March 14, leading to a Hungarian invasion and annexation of the Carpatho-Ukraine. Poland in turn wanted to annex the Czech border region of Ostrava and had already early on concentrated military reinforcement at the border. This all happened before Germany made any move. Winston Churchill was to admit that the Hungarian troops advancing into the eastern province of Czechoslovakia, Carpatho-Ukraine, were secretly being supported by Poland, not Germany. And that the Polish foreign minister had stated publicly in Warsaw on March 14, 1939. That his government had full sympathy with the aspirations of the Slovaks. The Polish government was the first to say openly that the dissolution of Czechoslovakia was inevitable. In stark contrast to Hitler, Colonel Beck, Poland's foreign minister, who liked to call Czechoslovakia a temporary arrangement and a caricature of a state, set to work after the Munich conference toward achieving the further disintegration of this state, a common Polish-Hungarian frontier and the acquisition of Slovakian areas of territory and of Czech industrial areas by resorting to extremely strong pressure, if necessary, by force. Even more so, Poland was of the opinion that Czechoslovakia had to disappear in the near future, and she was preparing herself to take a part of the legacy. I for my part spoke with the Polish ambassador in Paris, Lukasiewicz, on this very subject on May 25, 1938 and requested that he urge his government to put itself willingly on the side of the great powers that defended Czechoslovakia. Lukasiewicz answered that Czechoslovakia was a state arbitrarily composed of numerous minorities decidedly hostile toward one another, a country condemned to death. To try, in spite of all, to preserve it would be a grave error on the part of France and Great Britain. Already on September 21, 1938, Czech President Edouard Beneš had stressed in his response to a British-French suggestion to reorganize Czechoslovakia, not being aware of the constitutional amendments toward federal reorganization of Czechoslovakia that were to follow later. In the opinion of the government, acceptance of a proposal of this kind would be tantamount to acquiescence in the complete mutilation of the state in every respect. From an economic point of view and from that of transport, Czechoslovakia would be completely paralyzed, and from the strategic point of view she would find herself in an extremely difficult situation, and especially, she would sooner or later fall under the absolute influence of Germany. No one can seriously maintain that the European countries mainly contributing to the disintegration of Czechoslovakia, mainly Hungary and Poland, had been vassals of Hitler. Winston Churchill was also surprised at the Polish attitude which did not suit his plans. We see them, the Poles, hurrying, while the might of Germany glowered up against them, to grasp their share of the pillage and ruin of Czechoslovakia. During the crisis the door was shut in the face of the British and French ambassadors, who were denied even access to the foreign secretary of the Polish state. It is a mystery and tragedy of European history that a people capable of every heroic virtue, gifted, valiant, charming, as individuals, should repeatedly show such inveterate faults in almost every aspect of their governmental life. The Hungarians had also been on the fringe of the Munich discussions. Horthy had visited Germany at the end of August 1938, but Hitler had been very reserved in his attitude. The Czech order of September 23, 1938 for general mobilization and the planning, highly dangerous and menacing for Germany, on the part of the Soviet Union and France for a mothership base depositing war planes on Czech airfields, were not, on the whole, made inoperative after the Munich conference. Even Winston Churchill admitted the grotesque size of the Czech army and her absurd stockpiling of ammunition. No doubt they, the Czechs, are only a small democratic state, no doubt they have an army only 2 or 3 times as large as ours, no doubt they have a munition supply only 3 times as great as that of Italy. For Winston Churchill, this was but harmless number games. But for Germany it was deadly reality. Even more so, as in every looming crisis situation, Czechoslovakia and her military ally, mainly the Soviet Union and France, would have formed a common front against Germany. The Soviet-Czechoslovak Mutual Assistance Pact of May 16, 1935 was still in force. The Czech General Staff carried on working together with the Red Army. The Skoda Works continued supplying their armaments material mainly to the Soviet Union, who, as was generally known, was working toward creating a trouble spot in Europe, so as to harvest from that scene ample fruit for her expansion into world revolution. While the USSR was already in a position, by using Czech air bases, to move at short notice a considerable troop potential into the German flanks, Prague had since 1919 never considered herself to be a European outpost against Asia, but rather the other way round as an outpost of Asia against Europe. That power that had already been willing during the pre-war years to use armed force against Germany, the Soviet Union, had clearly perceived the strategic position of the Czech territory for Germany and had accommodated it to her strategy. As long as Czechoslovakia existed, the hands of fascist Germany would be tied. Germany could not do anything against Poland or France because the well-armed and well-organized Czechoslovakian army was an adversary for Germany that was to be taken seriously. All these elements mentioned here are useful for explaining, but not for judging, Hitler's decision to occupy Bohemia and Moravia on 14 and March 15, 1939 respectively and to transform this territory into a German protectorate. Every country rests on its own evaluation and functions in accordance with the requisite necessities for its secure existence. That applies as much to the British, French and Soviet government as it does to the German government. To deny on principle that the Reich government is entitled to judge her own worth, an authority which is derived from her right to existence and the demands of her people for security, would mean that the criteria used by other countries, purely dictated by their interests, is elevated to a maxim. But in this case, every accusation against the German government, that of a one-sided, biased evaluation, is bound to founder and so make a supranational, objective evaluation and, therefore, administration of justice impossible. Nevertheless, the historian has an obligation to use precisely this kind of overriding, unbiased judgment in an assessment. Only then it is possible to gain insights from history to benefit the future of mankind and to make international law binding and acceptable for all. After the Munich conference, the Czech general public was not about to appreciably change their hostile views and combative methods with regard to the German minority living in Bohemia and Moravia, but also as regards the Slovaks and the people from Carpatho-Ukraine. Germany's foreign minister, von Ribbentrop, declared to the Czech foreign minister, Chvalkovsky, on January 21, 1939 in Berlin, that the latest tendencies of Czechoslovakia, should they continue, would one day have catastrophic consequences. Chvalkovsky replied that the remarks of the Reich foreign minister altogether confirmed what he had been telling his government time and again. Added to this are the effects of the geographical position, of geopolitics. Even Czech politicians had to admit that Czechoslovakia could not survive without her natural frontiers. Hitler's directives for the Wehrmacht of October 21, 1938 and December 17, 1938 mandated to keep an eye on the eventuality for the liquidation of the remainder of the Czech state, should it pursue an anti-German policy, worth measures of precaution, not plans for aggression. These directives have often been quoted as proof that Hitler was never sincere in accepting the Munich settlement. The truth is rather that Hitler doubted whether the settlement would work. Though often regarded as politically ignorant, he understood better than other European statesmen the problem of Bohemia, and believed, without sinister intention, that independent Czechoslovakia could not survive when deprived of her natural frontiers and with Czech prestige broken. This was not a wish for Czechoslovakia's destruction. It was a belief held also by Masaryk and Beneš, when they created Czechoslovakia in 1918, it was the principle on which Czechoslovak independence had rested from first to last. The groundless British change of course starting in the winter months of 1938–1939 and following in the wake of the U.S. President Roosevelt, and London's efforts to enlist the Soviet Union for the encirclement front against Germany, starting in March 1939 at the latest, were making their effects felt in the Czech region too. Hitler decided to support the Slovaks rather than the Czechs only after he had learned of the results of Chamberlain's and Halifax's Rome visits in January 1939, that is to say, of the diplomatic activities undertaken on a broad scale against Germany, after he became mindful of the policy of spreading anti-German rumors in order to stir up the public mind, after he found out about the British armament, about the forecast of a German-Polish breakup, after the intimidation of Italy, and in the face of the disdain shown for the German attempts toward peace and after the rejection of his new disarmament proposals. In lead articles that were given a wide spread in the British press the assertion was made that Hitler had broken his promise, made at the Sportpalast in Berlin on September 26, 1938, not to make any further territorial claims in Europe. It was declared that he had not kept his previously given word and, subsequently, he was no longer to be trusted. No mention was made, however, about Chamberlain going back on his word that he had given to Hitler on September 30, 1938, with regard to the British-German Friendship Declaration, when he was informing Mussolini during the period of 11 and January 14, 1939 that he was considering using military action against Hitler, weeks before Hitler took any steps against Czechoslovakia. In spite of this British activity immediately after Munich, matters might still have developed differently, had not the Czechs continued oppressing their minorities in the accustomed manner as practiced since 1919, and had the Poles not caused a change in conditions by delivering one ultimatum after another to Prague. As long as they had not declared their independence, the Slovaks could not expect any effective protection from Germany either, and so they rushed their independence. Tiso, the Prime Minister of the autonomous Slovakian government, opined that Slovak independence could only be guaranteed if the unwarranted territorial and political demands of the Poles, Hungarians, and Czechs could be opposed effectively. The no of the Polish government in reply to the German negotiation proposals regarding Danzig and the corridor through West Prussia also accelerated events in Czechoslovakia, if indeed it did not trigger them. From January, February and March of 1939 onward the Polish no to any German offer was becoming ever more determined, and it was accompanied by the combined actions of Polish mobilization against Germany and of an increased oppression of the German minority, in the Alsa region already since October 1938, as well as ever more unrestrained journalistic endeavors. The British Prime Minister, Neville Chamberlain, declared on the morning of March 16, 1939 in the House of Commons. With that, the breaking up of Czechoslovakia from the inside, a situation has ceased to exist which His Majesty's government has always regarded as temporary. With that statement, Chamberlain confirmed that since the Munich conference the British leadership had also rated as very low the chances of longevity for the remainder of the Czechoslovak state. There is no evidence that Hitler had prepared this march on Prague with long-term and precise planning, which might possibly have warranted the British steps taken since October 1938. The Czechoslovak Foreign Minister Chvalkovsky stated in a document of January 21, 1939 that was accepted by the military tribunal in Nuremberg in 1945–1946. That he had strictly fulfilled the promise made to him, Hitler, on October 14, although this had cost him a very great deal of trouble. After all, it goes without saying that in 1939 this hotbed of unrest called Czechoslovakia could easily have sparked off a war, had Hitler not intervened. In any case, by rearranging affairs as they then unfolded, the shedding of blood in the heartland of Europe, which might not have remained limited to local areas only, was averted. There is plentiful evidence showing that the Czechoslovak state, especially while continuing its oppressive, confrontational policy, was unable to exist in the long run after the separation of the Sudetenland. President Beneš told the French and the British ambassador on September 19, 1938. The Anglo-French Plan of September 19, 1938, cession of territories with more than 50% German population, signifies the crippling of the state, economic paralysis, strategically the handing over to Germany in complete subjugation to Germany in the near future. British and French documents, also recognized as genuine by the International Military Tribunal, also make it clear. In Slovakia the long-anticipated crisis came on March 10, 1939. Only after the unconstitutional dismissal of the Slovakian ministers, that is, after a crisis triggered by Prague, do references appear in the documents to a German action, reaction, in this case, would be more appropriate, but not before that. This irrespective of the fact, though, that the Slovak independence leader, Professor Tuka, had turned to Hitler already in February 1939 with the appeal for the liberation of his country from Czech rule. Winston Churchill stated after the reintegration of the Sudetenland into Germany, "I venture to think that in future the Czechoslovak state cannot be maintained as an independent entity. Perhaps they, Czechoslovakia, may join it, the Nazi regime, in despair or in revenge." The territorial demands of Poland and Hungary and the efforts by the Slovaks and Carpatho-Ukrainians to attain independence marked the start of the realization of the Churchill forecast. The state dissolved in such a way that Neville Chamberlain, on March 14, 1939, one day before the German march on Prague, could state in the House of Commons that no unprovoked aggression on Czechoslovakia had taken place by Germany. Chamberlain, as well as Sir John Simon, stated that the Slovakian and Ruthenian independence movements, which they had no intention of weakening or suppressing, signaled the demise of the Czech state. Consequently, protection of the Czech borders had become unnecessary. The British ambassador in Berlin, Neville Henderson, who was in favor of appeasement and, because of that, had been put under considerable pressure in Britain after the outbreak of war, wrote about this in his memoirs, published in London in 1941. Unfortunately, the Czechs were incredibly short-sighted. They were domineering in their treatment of the Slovaks, and the separatists among the latter were no less blindly disloyal in their attitude towards the Czechs. It was obvious that the controversy which had arisen between them was exposing both equally to German influence, and during the week which preceded the occupation of Prague I did my utmost to persuade the Czech minister at Berlin to use all his influence with his government to induce it to lose no time in settling its dispute with the Slovaks and in withdrawing its troops from Bratislava before it was too late. My warnings to M. Masny that his government was playing Hitler's game for him and that its folly would end in disaster either fell on deaf ears or he himself failed to impress Prague. The Czech government persisted in its obstinacy. The Czech president, Dr. Hacha, traveled to Berlin on March 14, 1939, of his own free will and at his own request. The breakaway by Slovakia and Ruthenia was to lead to a grave crisis in Prague, and Sir Basil Newton, the British envoy in Czechoslovakia, advised President Hacha that it would be best to travel to Berlin to discuss the situation with Hitler. In any case, it was not Hitler who brought things to a head. With prior approval from his cabinet, Dr. Hacha set out for his journey to Berlin in order to avert chaos from breaking out in Bohemia and Moravia, which was threatening to erupt unless the Reich government intervened, following the declaration of independence by the Slovakian parliament on March 14, 1939. Dr. Hacha, who had been forbidden to make the journey by air because of his heart trouble and thus had left Prague by special train, was received with full military honors due to a visiting head of state. The Guard of Honor was presenting arms at the station to the sound of the Czech and German national anthems ringing out. At the Reichskanzlei, Reich Chancellery, the Leibstandard Adolf Hitler, special bodyguard for the Führer, stands to attention. The band of the Leibstandard is playing the Präsentiermarsch, while Dr. Hacha inspects the Guard of Honor. Already on the way from the station to his quarters, at the Hotel Adlon, Dr. Hacha was telling State Secretary Meissner, in excited tones, that he had, in view of the now intolerable situation in his country, come to the decision to ask the Führer and Chancellor of the Reich for help and protection, and he was hoping that he might find him willing to establish a common political ground. There is no international principle which entitles foreign governments to screen bloody murder, and a freely elected and confirmed president, who is congratulated by his predecessor, Edouard Beneš, voluntarily transfers the sovereignty of his state to a superior power, as his country is in a hopeless situation. Although much tragedy and explosive material might be embodied in such an act as Dr. Hacha's, there are often varied factors that cannot be put down to the malicious intention of one solitary man which make it necessary every now and then to have to take decisions of this magnitude. Deserted by the minorities, even without the Sudeten Germans, there still remained 3.5 million non-Czech people in a state of 7 million Czechs, as well as by her big friends Britain, France and the USSR, threatened by Hungary and Poland, economically without protection and militarily helpless. Prague was no longer in control of the situation. Dr. Hacha, until recently president of the Administrative Law Court in Czechoslovakia, the highest in the land, was elected president of the state not by Hitler or his odd job men, but by the representatives of the Czech people. That fact ought to be kept well in mind when reviewing the protocols of the meeting between Hitler and Dr. Hacha of March 14, 1939 in Berlin, a document authenticated by the International Military Tribunal. Typical for the historical analysis of this document is the fact that Dr. Hacha's introductory monologue, which was given without any pressure, with no interruption, without any prior knowledge of Hitler's plans at the beginning of the discussion with Hitler, is mostly only published in excerpts. The British documents on international affairs verify. By accepting it, the post of president, the most difficult task of his life had fallen on him, and, therefore, he had dared to ask the Führer to receive him. He was convinced that the fate of Czechoslovakia lay in the hands of the Führer, and he believed that her fate was safe in the Führer's hands. He had no grounds for complaint over what had happened in Slovakia recently. He had been convinced for a long time that it was impossible for the various peoples to live together in this one-body politic. Although their languages resembled each other to a considerable extent, they had developed along very different lines. Czechia was more closely related to Germany than to Slovakia, which showed a stronger inclination toward the Magyars. The Czechs had maintained relations only with the Protestant Slovaks, while the Catholic Slovaks had been rejected by the Czechs. He was not alone with this view, but was sure that 80% of the population shared it with him. For instance, the editors of the documents on international affairs forgot to print the following passage of the speech. For a long time he had wanted to make the acquaintance of the man whose wonderful ideas he had often read about and followed with interest. They did, however, manage to leave in. Moreover, the whole regime, Masaryk Benes, was alien to him, so alien that immediately after the change of regime he had asked himself whether it was fortunate for Czechoslovakia to be an independent state at all. Those were the reasons why they had never been able to arrive at a satisfactory understanding, and he was glad that developments had taken this course. He thought that the Führer's experience with the Slovaks would be none too good. Besides, he was not shedding any tears over Slovakia. That Dr. Hatcha was not alone in his opinion is proven by the following facts. His election, because this opinion of his had not just now taken shape while in Berlin under the influence of drugs. It is remarkable that Krulys Randa, also a candidate in the presidential election, was to be of the same opinion as Dr. Hatcha. His request for talks in Berlin with an already preconceived objective in mind, by his radio speech on the previous day, March 14, in which he had been announcing further internal reforms with clarifying comments and by his unimpeded departure from Prague with his foreign minister. The telephone discussion with the cabinet members in Prague immediately before signing the agreement with Hitler and the transmitted consent from Prague. The complete absence of Czech resistance to the entry of German forces, in spite of the Czech army having been mobilized and their considerable stocks of weaponry. Dr. Hatch's decision to agree to the transformation of his state into a German protectorate was significantly influenced, quite apart from the purely internal strife, by an advancing Hungarian army that was, on the eve of March 14, taking over and high-handedly claiming a border strip, but also the fact that a blitzkrieg by Poland was feared. These internal and external political connections, which were giving out obvious signals already at the time of the Munich conference that changes, quite specific changes, were becoming apparent for the coming months and years ahead, were the sole reason why at Munich there was not made any guarantee for the preservation of the remainder of the Czech state, although originally this had been on the agenda. This international guarantee was to have been made dependent on the Czechs' government ability to satisfy the demands of the remaining minorities. We had no treaty obligations to Czechoslovakia. We had never guaranteed their security. The fact that, after the Munich conference, the Hungarian government as well as Dr. Tiso for the Slovaks and Dr. Hatcha for the Czechs had consulted Hitler and Mussolini rather than the four great powers of Munich in order to have the Hungarian territorial claims adjudicated by an impartial arbiter, cannot be laid to Hitler's charge. During the negotiations, resulting in the Vienna Arbitration Award of November 2, 1938, Germany was lending her decisive support to the Czechs, which is all the more remarkable as the Czechs had been living for 2 full decades, in fact, right up to the time of the recent arrangement, at daggers drawn with the Reich, while the Reich, on the other hand, was allied in friendship with Hungary. This Vienna Arbitral Award is furthermore additional proof that Hitler had not been making long-term plans, or that he had intended anyway to smash or eliminate Czechoslovakia. If that had been the objective, then there would not have been a more favorable opportunity than when he was presented with this request at the conference in Vienna. That Hitler, in view of Dr. Hatcha's voluntary Berlin visit, intervened actively in these changes that were taking place in the Czech sphere, one may find regrettable. To pass judgment on this in the name of humanitarianism, of peace, and in the name of a generally binding system of values arising from Occidental ethics, could prove extremely difficult. Those powers, however, who considered it appropriate to compel 3.5 million Germans against their will to have to live within a state of 7 million Czechs, and who themselves had appropriated, with varying degrees of violence, colonial territories and protectorates all over the world with the intention of keeping them forever, are then most emphatically not in a position to protest. When later on the Czech government felt induced to endorse the policy of becoming integrated into a federation with 75 million Germans, while retaining their cultural and economic autonomy. If Hitler had remained inactive, then his passivity would have made a peaceable impression, but the results would probably have proved disastrous for peace in this area and for the security of the Reich, because other powers would have exploited these changes and, without question, would have increased the belligerent atmosphere in Europe, in fact, against the intention of the Czech government. The Czech national identity was not in any way demeaned by the Reich, and cultural autonomy as well as economic prosperity was ensured before and throughout the war. No Czech was conscripted for military service, and the entry and settlement in Bohemia required a special permit. Thus did Hitler violate a country that had been part of the First German Reich for 1,000 years, where in the center was to be found the oldest and one of the most outstanding German universities, yes, whose capital city Prague had been, for more than 50 years during the Middle Ages, the capital of that First German Reich. What the Czechs had never granted the Sudeten Germans, autonomy, being in charge of their own national, cultural and economic life and exemption from military service, this was granted by Hitler to the Protectorate. Those who find it difficult to deliberate in a European context when considering Czechoslovakia, who might believe that it matters not whether in this instance all historical connections and developments are disregarded, those who impute all and everything to brutal, imperialistic power politics of the German Reich and of the German men and women and whose attitudes are ossified in the short-sighted dogmas of Versailles, Czechoslovakia, as is known, not having existed before, ought to make a comparison with the events in Hungary in October/November 1956. Perhaps, belatedly, it will then become more evident and will be appreciated more fully what it means to master a situation, badly managed by others, without the shedding of blood. It would be instructive to compare Hitler's generous policies of 1939 with the manner in which the Czechs acted when their country was handed back to them after the defeat of Hitler. Their barbaric actions against the Germans were worse than those of the Russian conquerors. When driving the Germans from the country, the Lidice tragedy was repeated 100 times over. In many cases the terrified Germans threw themselves at the mercy of the Russians, hoping for protection from murderous Czech mobs. The Czechs even murdered their own statesmen of the year 1939, who had done their best to serve the country bravely and loyally. Chvalkovsky was shot without any further ado, and Hatchett died in prison as the result of terrible torture and other maltreatment. It has to be emphasized that Hitler did not annex Bohemia and Moravia. He only established a protectorate, where a large degree of autonomy was retained by the people living in that area, especially in all internal local affairs. No one who values honest history can pretend that Hitler was an aggressor who, by brute force, seized that republic. The two parts of the distracted and feud-riven state both begged Hitler for protection, one against the other. You cannot have protection without a protector. The Czechs were not so keen, perhaps, as the Slovaks for Hitler's protection, but their president's decision was final, and there never has emerged any proof that it was in any way a forced one, as Hitler's enemies aver. Moreover, not one hand was raised, not one gun fired against the so-called aggressor and invader. Does that not seem strange in a people who were attacked and subjected? Not one appeal was made to any other greater power for help against the German enemy. Does that suggest an enemy at all? While evoking the right of self-determination, Britain never did venture to attempt to put Danzig on a par with Prague, i.e. to propose to Hitler that he would get Danzig because it is German, and in return for that he has to release Bohemia and Moravia back to full independence because it is Czech. Such a conjoined operation would undoubtedly have required that Great Britain would have had to enforce a new government for the Czechs, since the former legitimate Czech government had given their consent to the revised version of March 15, 1939. But if we disregard this inevitable and superficial intervention into the Czech right of self-determination, an attempt such as this would have considerably enhanced Britain's moral reputation. London would thus have demonstrated that its claimed fidelity to a high moral principle is followed by a constructively peaceable foreign policy based on that principle. In April 1939 the Romanian Foreign Minister, Gafencu, continuing on to London after first visiting Berlin, hinted to Lord Halifax that such a proposal from Britain might not necessarily have to meet with resistance in Berlin. But Halifax did not react to that. Obviously, Britain was either hardly interested in the Czech question, as she was after the Munich Conference from October 1938 onward, or she was interested only insofar as Hitler's march to Prague could be utilized for war propaganda. Since Great Britain, in her propaganda, in her later decisions for war and its extension was referring to the Prague case with emphatic regularity, it seems likely that the second alternative would express the British attitude more accurately. The British government preferred to spotlight the catchphrase of the violated Czechs in order to increase their coalition contingent against Hitler, rather than to make the constructive endeavor to re-establish Czech independence. The British ambassador in Berlin, Henderson, tried once more, on August 16, 1939 in a letter to Mr. Strang, the head of the Foreign Office's Central Department, to generate an action in connection with this question. Hitler's remark that the Protectorate is a necessity for the moment, Henderson's emphasis, may be worth remembering. I have some reason to believe that he is not satisfied with the solution of March 15 and realizes that he made a mistake. Bohemia might in the end be a question of a formula, as the head of the SA said to me. It could be anything, so long as it is not reconverted into a bastion against Germany and a bridgehead for an attack on Germany. But the British government did not react to this. Chapter 6. Poland wants war. German territories in Polish hands. After the First World War, the right of self-determination of nations, as a new principle of international law, was meant to inaugurate an era of peace. Accordingly, U.S. President W. Wilson tried to draw the borders in Eastern Europe along ethnographic lines, respecting the principle of majority. Although wanting to secure access to the Baltic Sea for Poland, his understanding of the term, however, was to declare the Vistula, Weichsel, International and Danzig as a free port. But Poland, which had only been re-established in 1916 as a state with German assistance, was not going to wait for the outcome of the Versailles Peace Conference that was stretching over many months and instead used the armistice to militarily occupy the Posen region and parts of western Prussia. Wilson, who evidently had no understanding of the political and historical situation of Eastern Europe, would be hoodwinked, in the end, not only by the three leading Polish agitators Sosnowski, Dmowski and Paderewski, but also by the French, who were using falsified maps and fake statistics as well as drawing attention to the Polish electoral votes in the USA. The Versailles Peace Conference accepted the Polish fait accompli with the stipulation, however, that the transfer of territory was made dependent on the Polish obligation of having to guarantee to the German and Jewish minorities far-reaching independence and the preservation of their national culture and traditional way of life. Irrespective of the Versailles border ruling, the Poles still occupied the eastern bank of the Vistula as well as other districts of West Prussia, thus denying all Germans access to this river. France, that which was to occupy a dominant position in European politics after the First World War and was to favor an eastern buffer against Germany for security reasons, was lending her support to the Polish rebels' campaigns of terror against the population in eastern Upper Silesia, as well as to the manipulations of constituencies taking place. Ultimately, this rich industrial area was handed over to Poland despite the Germans winning the plebiscite in 1921. In this way Poland acquired wrongfully a German territory of 46,150 square kilometers that was populated in the majority by Germans. That Versailles Peace Treaty, which was another way of continuing the war, a potential declaration of war that could become an even greater evil for the whole world than the war itself, gave more to Poland than was deserved and much more than she should have claimed. Not only historians from abroad but statesmen of that period, yes, even Polish politicians did not grow tired of pointing to the injustice hereby created and to the seedling of a new war hereby planted. Marshal Pilsudski's famous remark. So you are lusting after Upper Silesia? But really Upper Silesia is an age-old Prussian colony. Indeed, they were desirous of Upper Silesia. Many years of groundwork had been put in by Polish agitators in Britain, and in the USA with more success. Thus Sosnowski, in a letter to President Wilson dated April 7, 1917, was demanding Upper Silesia on the grounds that it was especially the coal mining and steel industry of that area, with all the related byproducts, which had created the power base of Prussian militarism, and that this threat needed to be eliminated. That there was the additional request in that program for the destruction of Prussia, the dismemberment of Germany and the outrageous lie of restitution of the coastal territories stolen from Poland, pronounced East Prussia, which had never been Polish, should be mentioned in passing. Underlying Dmowski's agitating was the belief that only a total remodeling of the European structure of states could restore the balance, which has been destroyed by German expansionism, and that Poland would have to become the focus of the non-German Central Europe. The prerequisite was for Poland to be economically and politically strong, and that goal made her possessing Upper Silesia, among other things, a necessity. The same statesmen were now the new masters of Poland who had described the partitioning of their country 150 years earlier between Russia, Austria and Prussia, by far the largest part went to Russia, as one of the biggest criminal acts in the history of the world, but who in turn were elevating just such dividing up and destruction of their neighbor to the west, Germany, into one of the most important principles of their own governing system. It goes without saying that they knew that the western borders of Poland were a gift of the coalition, as Pilsudski had publicly stated on February 5, 1919. But this knowledge was never to be reflected in their policies. Lloyd George, the British Prime Minister, stated during the Paris negotiations, "I tell you once more, we would never have thought of giving to Poland a province that had not been Polish for the last 900 years. The proposal of the Polish Commission that we should place 2,100,000 Germans under the control of a people which is of a different religion and which has never proved its capacity for stable self-government throughout its history, must, in my judgment, lead sooner or later to a new war in the east of Europe. France is not so much concerned with what is important to Poland, rather the French position is determined solely by the aim of weakening Germany. To surround Germany with small states, many of which are composed of peoples that have never governed themselves and that comprise large numbers of Germans who are demanding reunion with their homeland, such plans would be, it seems to me, a breeding ground for the most terrible reason for a future war." I was as sincere an advocate of Polish independence as any member of the Commission, but I was convinced that to add to Poland populations which would be an alien and hostile element inside its boundaries would be a source of permanent weakness and danger and not of strength to this resurrected state. I knew that a time would come when Germany would respond to the cry of its exiled people and restore them to the fatherland by force of arms. For that reason I renewed my pressure in the conference to reject the recommendations which incorporated in Poland towns and territories which were overwhelmingly German by language, race and inclination. Woodrow Wilson's words of April 7, 1919 also went unheeded. France's only real interest in Poland was to weaken Germany by giving the Poles areas to which they had no claim. U.S. Secretary of State, Robert Lansing, remarked on May 8, 1919. "Do examine the treaty and you will find that whole populations, against their will, were delivered into the power of those who hated them, while their economic resources were snatched away and handed over to others. The result of such directives has to be hatred and bitterness, if not despair. It may take years until these oppressed nations are able to shake off the yoke, but as sure as night follows day, the time will come when they will try to break free. We have a peace treaty, but it will not bring lasting peace, as it was founded on the quicksand of selfishness." The former British ambassador in Berlin, D'Abernon, said on January 23, 1926. "The Polish corridor remains the great powder keg of Europe." Even the Soviet press supported at that time the German demands for a revision. The French professor of Slavonic studies, René Martel, opined in 1929. "Amongst the thorny questions that have troubled us since the war, none is as regrettable and terrible as that of the eastern borders of Germany. There is not one person nowadays that does not know this truth. Not a single one of the many Weimar cabinets, not one single German politician of any party had recognized this border ruling. On the contrary, all parties and governments of the Weimar Republic demanded a revision of the eastern border and were unanimous in rejecting an Eastern Locarno. Reich Foreign Minister Gustav Stresemann might be speaking for all of them. One of my most important tasks is the rectification of the eastern borders, the recovery of Danzig, the Polish corridor, and the readjustment of the border in Upper Silesia. That we do not recognize the eastern borders is a fact I had once expressed in a public speech to the Foreign Affairs Committee, much to the chagrin of the Polish government, when I stated that no German government, from the German nationalists to the communists, would ever accept these borders laid down by the Versailles Treaty. In a memorandum of 1925. The creation of a state whose political borders encompass all German elements who are living inside the enclosed German settlement areas in Central Europe and who want union with the Reich, is the distant object of German hopes. The step-by-step revision of the politically and economically untenable border settings imposed by the Peace Diktat, Polish corridor and eastern Upper Silesia, is the next clear objective of German foreign politics. From the German reply, dated July 11, 1930, to the French proposal for the establishment of a European federal and security ruling. No other country experiences the shortcomings of the European structure more keenly than Germany, which, being situated in the middle of the continent, is particularly badly affected by these deficiencies and repercussions. Therefore, the German government is willing to participate in the League of Nations so as to work for the removal of these flaws. But the ultimate aim of these endeavors would necessarily mean, in a spirit of understanding, to focus on boldly reforming the acknowledgedly untenable circumstances, and so to effect a true appeasement of Europe, one which can be founded only on the principles of justness and equality. Prime Minister Otto Braun, SPD, in Königsberg, November 1930. I do not contest Poland's need of access to the sea, but just as such access has been secured for the new Czech state using the Elbe and Hamburg, it could have been opened for Poland using the Vistula and Danzig without separating East Prussia from the mother country, as well as placing hundreds of thousands of our fellow Germans, without asking their opinion, under foreign sovereignty, where they now live in a climate of terror, or are even forced out of their land. This injustice never could be or would be accepted by Germany as being justified. The Labour Speaker's Handbook, 1922/1923, remarks under the heading Poland. Nearly all West Prussia has been annexed to Poland, although 2/3 of the people are German and all the civilization of the country has been due to Germany. A plebiscite was not allowed. If it had been, it would have gone overwhelmingly in favor of Germany. The whole of the province of Posen has been annexed to Poland, although in the western part there is a German majority. The policy of Labour is to rectify these unjust territorial arrangements. A Catholic German encyclopedia wrote in the year 1931. The creation of the corridor took place despite the fact that in the past the land had never been historically linked to Poland and was not inhabited by an indisputably Polish population, as Wilson's formula would have required. From a strictly political point of view of power politics, it is a punitive measure aimed at weakening Germany and, at the same time, from a military standpoint, it creates a flank position for East Prussia, whose acquisition has been openly demanded by leading Polish politicians, Mowski, Grabski, Srokowski, since 1918 as the last goal to be achieved. By comparison, the necessity of a free and secure outlet to the sea was only a pretext, since that economic need could have been satisfied by neutralizing the lower reaches of the Vistula, creating a free port at Danzig and granting Poland privileged use of the railway lines leading to the sea. Switzerland, Luxembourg, Hungary and Czechoslovakia all stand to prove that neither the existence nor the sovereignty of a state depends on the possession of territorial access to the sea. Indeed, the Polish corridor is creating a state of unrest and insecurity in political and economic terms simply by being there and is preventing the fruitful cooperation, in the interest of both nations, of Germany with Poland. The speedy elimination of the corridor is an essential factor for the appeasement of the whole of Europe. Winston Churchill was no less astute in identifying the legal position in Posen, West Prussia, and, in the interests of peace, was demanding a rearrangement. In the House of Commons, on November 24, 1932. If the British government is really interested in promoting peace, then the government should assume the lead and reopen the question of Danzig and the corridor, while the victorious states are still superior. If these questions are not solved, then there is no hope of a lasting peace. Chamberlain's biographer, Keith Failing. To adjust this defiance of history and reason, the Danzig corridor problem, said Churchill in 1933, must be one of the greatest practical objectives of European peace-seeking diplomacy. Karl J. Burkhardt, High Commissioner of the League of Nations in Danzig, informed the German government representatives on May 21, 1938 that a few days earlier Lord Halifax had termed Danzig and the corridor an absurdity, and probably the most foolish provision of the Versailles settlement. A few days later, on May 26, 1938, the French ambassador in Berlin, Robert Calandra, in a talk with his Polish colleague in Moscow, Count Grzybowski, stressed the following. Do you not believe that the Polish corridor has created an anomalous if not artificial situation in Eastern Europe? If you have any doubts, then listen to what foreigners who have been through the corridor have to say about it. How much the drawing up of the border at Versailles had destroyed the international moral code was made clear by the British historian Russell Grenfell. First of all, was there anything essentially wicked in Hitler's desire to retake the Polish corridor? This reclaiming was not even on the agenda before the war. The author, if there was, the wickedness was no greater than France's relentless ambition from 1870 to 1918 to recover Alsace and Lorraine. Alsace and Lorraine were much more German than French, although before 1870 they had been part of France for 220 and 100 years respectively. But in the same way the Polish corridor had been German territory for the best part of a century and a half, it contained many Germans as well as Poles, and its reversion to the recreated Poland in 1919 separated East Prussia from the rest of Germany and involved the isolation and semi-ruin of the important and holy German city of Danzig. Germany obviously had as good a claim to the corridor as France had to Alsace and Lorraine. And since the victors at Versailles, who included both the British and the French, had recognized this right of prior possession in France's favor in regard to the two provinces, their charge of criminal aggression against Germany, and certain German individuals, for applying the same type of claim to the Polish corridor was plainly hypocritical. In the case of Alsace-Lorraine it is a question, furthermore, of a peripheral zone with a border not even half the length of the East German one. The frontiers in eastern Germany were not only arbitrarily and forcibly shifted in a westward direction, but their length thereby became grotesquely stretched, so that a part of Germany, East Prussia, was detached from the rest of the Reich. With these losses, Germany lost 10% of her total territory. A tightly knit-together settlement area, bonded through economic and cultural ties, was torn apart. The former High Commissioner of the League in Danzig is to write about this in 1960. Rightly so did the French ambassador in Berlin, Calandra, record in his memoirs that the German people had come to terms with the return of Alsace to France, but that they were unable to accept the mutilation of their eastern territories. On this point and also at the same time in the military clauses that dictate must be felt all the more painful, since it would be seen more as the result of a betrayal than of a defeat. In the whole course of events it seems to have been forgotten that there was in existence a Danzig population, comprising 96% Germans and only 4% Poles, who, against all principles, were at the disposal of all. The men, Polish politician Roman Dmowski amongst them, who had carried through their forcible annexations after a lengthy period of hysterical agitation, chose as their basis for the Polish statehood the highly imaginative, constructive and peace-promoting dogmatic enmity toward Germany, of all things. In this they were in total unison with the Polish military and the Polish public, who were not able to detach themselves from this stance until 1939, or more accurately put, not until this day. All reasonable men of Western Europe have recognized and acknowledged the injustices in connection with the corridor, although this had no influence on the politics of these powers and of the League of Nations. Not without reason had the United States refused to ratify the Versailles Treaty and to participate in the League. This, though, did not stop the U.S. President F.D. Roosevelt during the years 1937 to 1939 from laying aside his principles in order to radically change course and to refer to this injustice perpetrated in Eastern Europe as a valid, legal status. This was equally as irresponsible and careless, as when, for instance, the Communists maintained that the national minorities had proved themselves to be breeding grounds for international conflicts, and that the upholding of the principle of the right of ethnic groups, independent of Hitlerite inspiration, was given as a justification for an aggressive attitude. The victors in Versailles had forcibly torn territories from Germany, had, in the name of international law, vilified this nation's wish for unification as aggressive, had falsified history in the sense of a German guilt that could be utilized for political purposes, and they were ignoring all the compulsory measures used for liquidating the isolated ethnic minority groups. This "stop the thief" method has made the victors of Versailles and their co-victors socially acceptable on the international scene. Even today they are still practicing it with the same intensity and effect. This has nothing to do, however, with the will and determination for installing justice and peace. Poland demands territories outside of Poland. Even the acquisition of the corridor and eastern Upper Silesia did not satisfy Poland, and this attitude had caused accusations of imperialism directed at Poland already in 1919 by the chief powers of Versailles. These historians regarded as a temporary solution the Polish state that was born in 1918 from the concurrent collapse of the three partitioning powers. They included in their historic Poland large areas to the west and east that lay outside the existing borders. The Polish concept of a state would consider territorial expansion to the west as vital, because it would increase the availability of raw materials and thus secure for Poland the status of a leading European power. The Polish claims after 1918 knew no bounds. They included East Prussia, 99% German, Danzig, 96% German, Upper Silesia, 60% German, parts of Lower Silesia, 95% German, and the Oder territories, almost exclusively German. These highly imaginative ambitions had already assumed a political character in numerous statements of the political agitators Sosnowski, Mowski and Paderewski, or rather in the statements of the Polish National Committee, founded in Paris in 1917, and in the writings of the Polish peace delegation in Versailles, whose main representatives were Dmowski and Paderewski. The followers of Dmowski's policies were making demands already at the beginning of the First World War during a lecture talk in Moscow. According to this, Poland was to take possession of East Prussia, of Posen, of West Prussia, of Upper Silesia, and 2 districts of the county of Breslau. In a treatise from July 1917, Dmowski demanded the annexation of Upper Silesia, a small part of Lower Silesia, the provinces of Posen and West Prussia, the districts of Lauenburg and Butow in the province of Pomerelia, as well as all of East Prussia. In his memorandum he put a choice of 2 possibilities to the Western politicians. On the one hand, the future of 2 million Germans in East Prussia shall be secured at the expense of 25 to 30 million Poles. Among those 2 million, a considerable number would be German by language only. Many of them would still remember that they are of Polish or Lithuanian origin, and often they would have a hostile attitude toward the Germans. On the other hand, the second possibility would be for Poland to establish her state within the proposed borders. In that way the, above-mentioned, Germanized strip of land will be cut off from Germany, will quickly be developed economically and, at the same time, will be opened up to Polish influence and to Polish immigration. It is not difficult to decide which of the 2 solutions is the more humane and more in accord with justice. How much this population of West and East Prussia, the latter had never been under Polish rule, remembered their Polish origin, could be seen from the results of the few plebiscites which were held there in 1920. The district of Marienwerder, eastern West Prussia, voted 93% for Germany, while the district of Allenstein, southern East Prussia, voted 98% for Germany. What in the name of this justice was to happen to the East Prussian population was clearly articulated in the Polish specialists' memorandum of March 1919, which was presented to the Peace Conference. The territorial isolation of East Prussia, this seat of Prussian militarism, is necessary for a lasting peace, and this must result in a voluntary and continuous degermanization of this important strategic area, from whence the Prussian dynasty has set off to conquer the world. Dmowski also found arguments for requesting the incorporation of Danzig into this new Poland, since he had falsified totally the history of this German city. The Danzig of today is German, but under normal conditions, that is, with the requirements of a natural economic development, it will inevitably become a Polish city. Dmowski expressed himself still more clearly in the previously quoted memorandum of March 1919. The Germanization of Danzig is superficial and, as soon as the Poles have the right to settle there, the city will once again become Polish, just like Krakow and other cities in Poland which at a certain era have had a German majority. Up to the middle of 1918, the Polish ambitions were met everywhere only with resistance, disbelief and shaking of the head. Dmowski himself wrote, "In Western Europe, not only amongst politicians, but also among men of science, geographers, statisticians, the idea was so entrenched that the coastline of the Baltic Sea up to the mouth of the Memel was German and could only be German that, when I began to talk about our territorial claims to the Baltic coast, they started rubbing their eyes, looking at me as if I were half mad." This went on for about 3 years. It is difficult for people to get rid of deep-seated ways of thinking. Still in the spring of 1918, a high-ranking French diplomat, who had devoted much time to the Polish question, told me, "But it would truly be a miracle, sir, if things were to happen as you say and your state reached up to the Baltic." "Perhaps it would be a miracle," I replied, "but the miracle must happen, if both your country, as well as we Poles, want to exist as an independent nation. We have obtained that piece of coastline only because the war lasted so long, allowing us time to create favorable conditions, and especially to spread precise information about the true state of affairs in Pomerania." It was not clear to President Wilson, as indeed many arguments of the Poles were not clear to him, why Poland and France, within the framework of the League of Nations, should be the acting executive body with regard to Germany. Yet none of this stopped Dmowski's memorandum of October 8, 1918 not only from being presented to the U.S. President as well as to the Versailles Peace Conference, but also from being seriously discussed, although according to these proposals, not even 50% of the inhabitants of this new Poland would be of Polish origin. In this memorandum East Prussia was falsely and mendaciously described as conditions there being positively medieval, where the peasant masses were kept in near slavery and were brought up in the spirit of servitude. If social and political progress were to be introduced there, then, according to Dmowski, and this report of his was submitted in the name of the Polish National Committee, East Prussia had to go to Poland. The reference to the prospective votes of 4 million Polish Americans did the rest for Wilson, although the Poles had not yet managed to make all their Western partners see things their way. Yet the Polish ruling class and Polish intellectuals had aimed at the restoration of a Poland bounded by the frontiers of 1772. These frontiers would not in any way correspond with ethnical boundaries, and a state contained within them would not be a national state. Historical Poland was not a national state, but a multinational empire which arose in the course of centuries when the dogma of nationalism, as understood in modern times, did not exist. The British Foreign Minister, Balfour, also energetically opposed the French with the explanation, "I have listened to this recommendation with concern. The Poland of 1772 shall become that of 1918, according to your reports. We did not pledge ourselves to that. What we have committed ourselves to is the creation of a Poland comprising Poles. The state of 1772 does not meet this objective." Precisely what these facts expound most clearly is that, there is nowhere in the publications on international law, including the Polish literature, the assertion to be found that the Poland of today, after 1918, is the re-establishment of the Polish kingdom of old. Otherwise, the long-winded debate on Polish independence during the years 1917 to 1923 would surely have been redundant, yes, even nonsensical, if one had merely wanted to re-establish the former Polish state. It is clear that the real Poles are in the grip of a fever of conquest, in that they, while unable to revise borders which have turned out to be impossible to maintain, are only thinking of new conquests. Again and again the demand for revising the Versailles Treaty resounded throughout Poland after 1919. This, however, was understood by the Polish politicians to mean merely the fulfillment of further claims, first and foremost the claim for the entire province East Prussia and of the city of Danzig. Roman Dmowski, the leading Polish agitator at Versailles, explained in 1923. "I never fought for the return of Poland, since that was taken for granted. What I was fighting for was the creation of a greater Poland. The present-day Poland is not small, but we must all keep in mind that it is only the first installment for a truly greater Poland. As yet Poland is not a totally complete empire, but she must expand until she has become one, if her continued existence is ever to be permanent." Roman Dmowski was not alone in this. President Wojciechowski was emphasizing the request for additional territories for the purpose of creating a greater Poland. In the same year of 1923, the Polish Minister of Education and the Arts, Stanislaw Grabski, in his work Observation on the Present Historical Moment of Poland, had elevated the Polish expansion northwards into the supreme principle for Poland's foreign policy. The objective of this policy was to be reinforcing the elements of victory in the struggle with Germany that was not yet at an end. The Baltic coast will, sooner or later, be the object of a clash between Poland and Germany. The Polish people cannot accept the result of the plebiscite in the Mazuran region, 98% pro-German, as the final verdict in this affair. The existence of the Republic can only ever be of a permanent nature once we are victorious in the unavoidable fight against Germany. The right-wing parties in Poland, particularly the National Democrats, were rejecting a border revision along ethnographic principles already for the reason that the Treaty of Versailles had not satisfied all of their territorial demands. But also the political center and the left were not prepared to go along with it. The National Democratic Party of Poland was keeping alive their pan-Slavic expansionism, which had already been agreed upon as a Russian-Polish war aim in mid-August 1914 between the Russian Foreign Minister Sassanov and Dmowski, and was condoned during the First World War by the Western powers during the period 1919 to 1939. Dmowski's party colleague Jurek wrote on the subject of the Treaty of Versailles. Under the treaty, Poland obtained far more of the territories stripped from Germany than all the other states in Europe put together, including France. If any country can look upon the Versailles Treaty as a great political triumph, that country is Poland. We can say without exaggeration that, after the union with Lithuania in the year 1386, the Versailles Treaty constitutes the greatest achievement of Polish diplomacy in the course of our thousand-year history. Versailles is the only political victory in our history since the 17th century. In a speech in Posen in 1923, Roman Dmowski took the gifts from the coalition at the western borders, where Poland had not attained anything by her own efforts merely for a small down payment for a truly greater Poland. His national democratic doctrine did not simply intend to claim for Poland what was Polish, but rather that Poland demand as much as she could manage to Polonize. The Polish paper Dzień Polski stated in 1923. The taking possession of the Memoland was to be only the trial run for the eventual inevitable impending acquisition of East Prussia by Poland. The Gazeta Gdańsk on October 9, 1925 wrote, "Poland must insist on the fact that she cannot exist without Königsberg and the whole of East Prussia. We must now demand at Locarno that the entire East Prussia be dissolved. It can have an autonomy with Polish sovereignty. Then there will no longer be a corridor. Should this not come about in a peaceful way, then there will be a second Tannenberg and then, hopefully, would all domains return to the fold of their beloved motherland." A high-ranking Polish General Staff officer, H. Baginski, in a book published in Warsaw in 1927 and awarded the annual prize of the Polish Commission for International Intellectual Cooperation, specified the main aims of Polish foreign policy: annexation of Danzig, East Prussia and most of Silesia. There can never be peace in Europe until all Polish territories are restored to Poland, until the name Prussia, the name of a nation no longer in existence, is erased from the map of Europe, until the Germans have moved their capital westwards from Berlin, for example to the former capital of Magdeburg upon Elbe, or Merseburg upon Saale, until their state has again assumed its former name and until they have stopped dreaming about a revision of their border in the east. The French professor of Slavonic studies, René Martel, stated in 1929. All Polish ideas end up, basically, as plans for expansion. Far from wishing to resolve the question of the corridor in a manner acceptable to Germany, they are dreaming in Poland of extending that territory by annexing Danzig and East Prussia in one way or another. An article appearing in 1930 in the Review Mokarstwiek, the Great Power League, close to Pilsudski and, like all publications, government-controlled as they were, read in part. We are aware that war between Poland and Germany cannot be avoided. We must systematically and energetically prepare ourselves for this war. The present generations will see that a new victory, at Grunwald, allusion to the Battle of Tannenberg 1410, will be inscribed in the pages of history. But we shall fight this Grunwald in the suburbs of Berlin. Our ideal is to round Poland off with frontiers on the Oder River, in the west and the Neisse River, in Lusatia, and to incorporate Prussia, from the Pregel River, to the Spree River. In this war no prisoners will be taken, there will be no room for humanitarian feelings. We shall surprise the whole world in our war with Germany. British journalist Kalana rightly added. Such boasts and threats as these have not, of course, been made by the whole Polish people. On the contrary, the ordinary man in the street in Poland definitely opposes the idea of fighting for a new frontier and is all for peace. But there is an element in Poland which demands that Germany should be partitioned. During the year 1930 to 1931 there was published by the Polish Parliament, Sejm, an official memorandum aims of Polish foreign policy of the Foreign Ministry in Warsaw, in which Oder and Sudeten are described as the western border aspiration. The witness K. Grabe had been continuously, from 1922 to 1936, a member of the Polish Sejm. He was born in Karnasuo, district of Nezin, province of Posen. The witness emphasizes that, since the founding of the Polish state, German-Polish antagonism had been increasing year by year due particularly to the harsh and often terrorizing attitude of the Poles toward the large German minority. There is, moreover, no doubt that Poland had, right from the beginning, practiced an active anti-German policy that was not satisfied with the territories stripped from Germany. I recall an official report of the Polish Foreign Office from that time, it was perhaps in the year 1931, entitled Aims of Polish Foreign Policy, which dealt with the desired westward expansion, giving very precise details. In this memorandum, already at that time, was the aspire to western border described as the Oder-Neisse line. My colleagues and I understood this report to be an extraordinary threat to Germany and, considering the hostile attitude of the Poles, we feared, then already, an armed conflict. The Polish nationalists were making additional demands for Memel and Lithuanian territory, as well as Czech and Slovakian assets. For the Polish press it was not enough that every request for a modification of the borders in favor of Germany had been rejected, but was propagating the need for the restoration of all Polish territories to Poland. Thus we may read, for example, in the Kalendars Morskie, Dingen, that the Polish people, with all resoluteness must demand the return of East Prussia, and, in the event of this not happening, the world would awake one day amid a thunderous roaring of war. The result of the plebiscites in East and West Prussia of 1920 was fiercely attacked at every opportunity as a falsification of the true circumstances. Poland could not relinquish her ancient rights. The Polish Foreign Minister, Colonel Beck, in 1932. Poland could not even be content with the status quo. The Polish Deputy Commissioner General in Danzig, Lalicki, also in 1932. Today we cannot name the day and the hour and the Versailles Treaty will be redressed. Not only the Poles of Danzig, but also our brothers enslaved by Germanic hatred in East Prussia will return to the motherland. The day will come, it has dawned already, when Danzig will be returned. In the year 1939 also, members of the Polish government were repeatedly involved in increasing the warmongering and the propagating of these territorial demands, quite apart from the government-controlled press that was keyed into this tune anyway. It is regrettable that in all this nobody thought of reproaching any of them for being vengeful and warmongering, and a law forbidding the stirring up of hatred amongst nations and racial mania did not exist in Poland either. Grey clouds hung in the sky, and it was chilly on that Sunday in March 1939. In the Elizabeth Market in Bromberg stood a dense mass of people. Many uniforms with decorations, the Polish Association of Ex-Servicemen and of the Resistance as well as the Western Frontier Association had summoned people to a rally. Flags, prayers, speeches. When the sentence fell, "We want Appeln and Königsberg," the cheering would not stop. "We will not hand over the land from whence comes our race," was sung by the crowd. Already children in school were learning the Rhoda, composed by the Polish poet Maria Konopnicka. This was a hate song, directed at the Germans. Straight after the Paternoster and the national anthem. "The Germans will not spit in our face," was resounding throughout the square. A Catholic priest gave his blessing, the flags were lowered, the crowd went down on their knees, the bells of the Elizabeth Church were ringing. Then a procession lined up. Half an hour later, Polish policemen were trying to protect the windows of the German shops in the main streets against the blind zeal of the protesters. Standing in front of the windows with outstretched arms, they were really trying their utmost to force back the crowd. They were doing their duty. But it did not help much. 1 or 2 days earlier, it was said in the newspaper that Great Britain had given the government in Warsaw far-reaching guarantees. On June 3, 1939, the Polish Vice Premier Kwiatkowski declared at the opening meeting of the Economic Council of Pomerelia. Pomerelia is, and ever will remain, Poland's connection with the world. Equally, the Social Welfare Minister Kościelkowski stated on June 4, 1939, on the occasion of the unveiling of the Pilsudski Memorial Tablet at the Polish town of Cichocinek. The possession of Pomerelia, is an indispensable condition for Poland's economic and political prosperity. In the event of a struggle being forced upon Poland, to regain those ancient Polish regions which ought to have come to Poland long ago, is the aim of this fight. Apart from the innumerable press reports and statements that were made by leading spokesmen of the Polish public and delivered with the same aggressive zeal, there were 5 books in particular that would endorse this attitude of mind. These books, wanted to call to mind Poland's historic right to these territories, Danzig, East Prussia, Silesia and Pomerelia, and, with their skillful presentation, achieved that purpose at least in part. The first of these books, Consolibus, Experiences and Errors of Our Foreign Policy with Regard to the Tasks of the Present, Warsaw 1926. Content, demands partition of East Prussia between Poland and Lithuania, and of Upper Silesia between Poland and Czechoslovakia. The second, Melchior Wańkowicz, On the Trail of the Smentek, Warsaw 1936. Content, a journey through East Prussia, which will reveal the alleged oppression of the Mazurs, who, for their part, had become almost completely alienated from Poland. The third, J. Kolarski Gdansk, Posen 1937. Content, the city of Danzig is passed off as being formerly Polish, the population is allegedly only awaiting liberation from their whitewash coating of Germanness. The fourth, Stanislaw Wasilewski, in the Appelner Silesia, Katowice 1937. Content, aim and purpose of this book would be, according to the author, to acquaint the Polish public with a hardly noticed piece of ground, neglected and forgotten by Poland for centuries. The fifth, Józef Kieselewski, The Soil Preserves the Past, Posen 1939. Content, we were on the Elbe, we were pushed beyond the Oder. A favorable wind is filling our sails. After a long span of disfavor. These voices that were most typical of the time, were accompanied by a chorus of similar but less noticeable oral and written utterances which were intensifying to the degree that the German-Polish relations were worsening. In 1939, a leaflet distributed by the Organizing Committee for the Grunewald Anniversary Celebration, in commemoration of the Battle of Tannenberg 1410, at Belitz bluntly stated, "We will take back what the German has taken from us on the Elbe, the Oder and the Vistula." The Polish periodical Tempo Dnia was informed already on July 30, 1939 on the Polish peace conditions after the next war, to the effect that they were able to delineate that East Prussia, Upper Silesia and Pomerelia as far as Kolberg will go to Poland. Polish annexationist maps were posted in Polish cities as placards showing red-white Polish flags on German cities as far as Stettin. On June 29, 1939 the Illustrowany Kurger criticized the 1919 borders. Since these were allegedly unfair to Poland, it was suggested that future opportunities would permit the improvement of the Polish western frontier. It was known in London that Poland was even hoping to take over the former German colonies. Frequently maps were also depicted which, for example, would supposedly represent the Polish west frontiers at the time of King Boleslaw the Brave, Krobry, or under Boleslaw Crooked Mouth. Frequently, not entirely faithful to historical assessments, they would extend as far as the Elbe or Sala. Even at the Military Geographical Institute in Warsaw a gigantic mural was uncovered a few years before the outbreak of the Second World War, depicting how Boleslaw the Brave, Krobry, according to the legend, had boundary posts knocked into the ground on the Sala. However, the Polish demands for German land were not isolated occurrences. The official program of the Polish Western Frontier Association, as defined in April 1926, demanded the drawing up of a Polish frontier from the Oder in the west, to include Stettin, up to the Middle and Lower Duna in the east, including Riga. At the same time, 1926, there was being propagated, in a paper by an author calling himself Consolibus, the partition of East Prussia between Poland and Lithuania and of Upper Silesia between Poland and Czechoslovakia. But even outside of the protective anonymity of manifestos and reports, influential politicians were admitting to the selfsame ideas. When in 1921, after her war of aggression against the fledgling Soviet Union, Poland conquered huge swaths of land in the east by dictating a new borderline to the Bolsheviks in the Treaty of Riga, thus incorporating 7 million Ukrainians and 2 million White Russians into her state. This did by no means signify that the dreams of a great Polish empire between the three seas, the North Sea, the Black Sea and the Adriatic, of the geopolitical region of Poland, were now fulfilled. The Polish magazine Nasze Przyszłość was proposing a Polish-Japanese border along the Urals in the summer of 1939. Polish maps depicting national frontiers reaching the Volga, along with corresponding publications and utterances by well-known Poles, were no isolated efforts. The greater Polish notions of incorporating the Ukraine up to and including Kiev and an overland connection to the Black Sea were as alive in 1939 in Polish government circles as they had been in 1919 to 1920. Mr. Beck made no secret of the fact that Poland had aspirations directed towards the Soviet Ukraine, when Ribbentrop visited Warsaw on February 1, 1939. Up to this year Poland alone had a blueprint for the reduction of Russian power in the East. For years the Polish governments have been tolerating these trends, have encouraged them, supported them and justified them. Not one of these demands have come about from any so-called need for having to offer resistance to the National Socialist form of rule in Germany or indeed to the foreign politics of the Third Reich. The Piastian idea of westward expansion was an equally purely Polish body of thought as was that of expansion northward and eastward. There is proof that the aim of the Polish general public before 1933 and after 1933 was exactly the same, to drive out and to displace the East German population. The Poles tried systematically to drive out the Germans. As early as 1933 there were moments, as an experienced American observer wrote, when the tension seemed too great to be borne any longer. From the time of her renewed establishing in the year 1916, or rather 1918, up to 1939, Poland has been at war with every one of her neighbors, except Romania, or was preparing to go to war. Of the 5,147 kilometers of Polish border, almost 4,000 kilometers were disputed. In spite of her painful wounds, Germany remained the only neighboring country in these 20 years with whom Poland could enjoy temporary friendly relations, during the Hitler period. During the generally considered peace-loving, Stresemann era of Weimar Germany, Poland was pursuing her policy of hostility toward Germany as ardently as ever. The short-lived friendship with the Third Reich between 1934 and 1938 was certainly only possible, because Hitler had not pressed for a revision of the unjust Versailles requirements and was prepared to temporarily give up the German interests in Danzig in order to win over the Poles. Roman Dmowski noted in his memoirs that Wilson did not understand the details of the Polish problem, had no feeling for European politics, and was unduly devoted to the idea that everything could be settled on the basis of international law. International law was not high in demand by the Polish leadership during the period 1919 to 1939. Instead, they were intoxicated with other notions starting out from different principles of conquest, imperialism and ethnic cleansing. The British writer and historian J. W. Wheeler Bennett's mocking tone seems appropriate. Poland had been conducting her policy like a canary who has persistently but unsuccessfully endeavored to swallow two cats. In his memoirs, the Polish ambassador in London, Raczynski, described that policy as follows. Pilsudski well knew how much Poland owed to the victorious allies of the First War. He was not blind either to the strength of the Western powers or to the fact that their own interest prompted them to help Poland to achieve a place in the sun, despite pressure from her neighbors to the east and west. But he was more inclined to rely on his own resources than on the goodwill of allies whom he lacked either the means or the inclination to get to know more closely. Moreover, Pilsudski, and especially those of his disciples who came to power after him, suffered, perhaps unconsciously, from an inferiority complex. It was, in their eyes, vitally important to cure their fellow countrymen of their supposedly submissive and deferential attitude towards foreigners, due to uncritical admiration of the latter's material or cultural superiority. This frame of mind on the part of Pilsudski and his successors gave rise to the so-called great power policy. In the Marshal's day this was no doubt justified by political calculation, but after his death it degenerated into a noxious fiction which threatened the very existence of the Polish state. However, this recognition did not prevent Raczynski to subscribe to the very same expansionist, great power mentality with which he charged the leadership. This emerges powerfully from his open letter to Lloyd George of September 25, 1939. In this letter he accused Lloyd George to be essentially responsible for the Polish defeat, because in 1919 he had awarded to Poland a strategically indefensible frontier and because he had prevented the demilitarization of East Prussia, and the restoration of the historic union of Danzig with Poland. That the Polish leadership in the spring of 1939 was making claims to colonies and was intending to discuss these with the British government, and that 3 weeks later Lord Halifax was giving the unconditional guarantee against Germany in the full knowledge of these expansionist endeavors on the part of Poland, or precisely because of that, should just be mentioned in passing. The fact that the true political aim of the Polish ruling class was not nationalist at all but imperialist, that it involved the domination of Poles over large numbers of people of origin other than Polish, has never been sufficiently understood in Western Europe. Poland's policy on her minorities. Fundamental position. In spite of the Treaty for the Protection of Minorities, as decreed by the League of Nations, Poland considered Posen, West Prussia and the misappropriated part of Upper Silesia, but also the German city of Danzig, as territories to be Polonized once and for all. These aims were openly declared, and the relevant measures were taken stage by stage without any consideration for the people affected. Poland was using every conceivable means in this struggle for the cultural, traditional and national element and identity. The yearly agrarian reforms and the reallocation and consolidation of agricultural land, as well as the border zone laws, all contributed to a bloodless dispossession of the German population. In 1920 to 1921, a referendum during which the voter had to opt for a particular nationality had unannounced dire consequences for those entering their nationality as German. Hundreds of thousands of Germans were subsequently expelled from their land. German was prohibited as an official language and severely constricted otherwise. Exorbitant taxes, confiscation of community buildings and newspaper offices, systematic boycotting of German firms and shops, biased prosecutions against the press, lawsuits and bureaucratic harassment all led to financial strain, then to economic ruin and, finally, to the Germans being uprooted from their home ground. German associations and organizations were banned, professional licenses refused or revoked, businesses expropriated. German employees were systematically laid off, then deprived of unemployment benefit and evicted from company accommodation. All jobs in the public sector were allotted to Polish immigrants. Trade and commerce of the Germans were heading toward ruin, especially since young Germans were denied apprenticeships. German schools were closed, German teachers intimidated if not dismissed, and German students were expelled from universities and thereby prevented from professional training. Of the 657 public schools for the German minorities in the year 1925, 1927, 498, there remained, at the beginning of the school year 1938-39, only 185, 150 in Posen in West Prussia and 35 in Upper Silesia. Resistance to this policy was faced down with the most drastic measures. In 1924 alone, about a third of all German holdings, 510,000 hectares, went into liquidation. Insults and violence were also the order of the day, and in most cases the Polish police refused to give protection to the German victims. The cultural life of the German minority was thus paralyzed by these measures. The liquidation of German estates and the degermanization of the western provinces was no accidental public utterance from the former Premier Sikorski in 1923, it had been unconcealed government policy since 1919. In October of that year, the future Minister for Education and the Arts, Stanislaw Grabski, announced the Posen program at a delegates' conference with the following words. We want to base our relations on love, but there is a love for fellow countrymen and another love for foreigners. Their percentage amongst us is by far too high. Posen can show us how 14% or even 20% can be reduced to 1.5%. That foreign element will need to decide whether it will be better off somewhere else. Poland is exclusively for the Poles. Such remarks were not an isolated occurrence, unfortunately. Following a few examples of the various means of displacement. Withholding or withdrawal of citizenship, followed by expulsion from the territory on the grounds of dealing with a foreigner, deportation of former civil servants, teachers and other public employees together with their families, one-sided administration of taxes, especially of the enforcement of tax regulations and of the rules for the agrarian reform, withdrawal of entitlements to practice one's occupation, by revoking of licenses, concessions, permits, with the effect of wrecking the basis of economic life, calls for boycott tolerated by the authorities. The consequent feeling of insecurity with regards to justice and the awareness of being at the mercy of an alien power gave rise to a state of panic amongst the Germans, leading to panic sales of property and emigration of such magnitude that it even exceeded the consequential result of any Polish force brought to bear. This policy forced the German element of West Prussia and Posen to emigrate en masse between 1919 and 1926. German documentation attests. The hatred for anything German had spokesmen in every party. Next to the National Democrats stood the Christian Democrat Korfendy and the Pilsudski follower and voivode of Silesia, Grzinski. But even stronger than the sway held by political parties over public opinion was the influence of a number of organizations and institutions, although most of all it was the press that considered the fight against everything German to be their sole duty. Foremost of these is to be mentioned the Western Marches Society, whose original purpose had been to secure a Polish national character in the new Western territories by a possibly complete displacement of the German element, but which had soon extended its activities throughout Poland. These consisted in the regular organization of whole weeks of propaganda, and also in spontaneous demonstrations which were unleashed, after due preparation, against German schools, newspapers, bookshops, as well as against the personal safety of individual Germans. The Western Marches Society was responsible for the Black Palm Sunday, 1933 in Lodz, when on that day German cultural institutions, publishing house, school, bookshops etc., were wrecked. Furthermore, the Polish insurgent associations in Upper Silesia and Posen were to distinguish themselves by their radical, often brutal, anti-German attitudes. They saw to it that even in times and an obvious easing of political tension was evident, the anti-German mood was kept alive. Again, it must be emphasized that this policy was an official government program. Whatever historical documents are consulted, everywhere is to be found depressing evidence of such single-mindedness and degree of violence. Such a brutal policy of ethnic cleansing had hitherto been unknown, even during the time of Prussian or German rule over parts of Poland vis-à-vis the Poles. Whatever Poland might say of the Prussian Kulturkampf of the 1870s, the settlement law of 1886 or the expropriation law of 1908, the fact remains that after a century of German rule, 1815 to 1918, there were in the province of Posen 41.3% and in West Prussia 24.1% of the rural land holdings in the possession of Polish landowners. The generosity of Prussia even went so far as to make it possible, at the turn of the century, for Polish seasonal workers to acquire private land on a scale of 29,000 hectares in the purely German region of East Prussia, where there had never been a Polish settlement before. These seasonal workers were directed by the Western Frontier Association, the Land Bank, founded in Posen in 1886, and a close network of Polish cooperative banks and institutes engaged in parcelling out of land. In the notorious Memorandum of October 8, 1918, which Roman Dmowski had presented to the American President Wilson, demanding considerable territorial expansion for Poland, this Polish agitator admitted, and thereby the following Polish agitation to this day is reduced to absurdity. All the endeavors of the German people and the German government could not break the national resistance of the Poles. The Polish population and the Polish ownership of property were growing steadily, and the Polish businessman, as well as Polish industry, was rapidly gaining a foothold in the competition with German commerce and German industry. This is proof of the strength and the ability to survive of the Polish population in the entire territory, and is, at the same time, also the most striking example of a government acting against the will and the interest of the people, a government that will retain its destructive character as long as the Polish provinces are part of Germany. Let history record the following: while under German rule, Polish ownership of property was growing steadily, and Polish commerce, as well as Polish industry, was rapidly gaining a foothold amongst their competitors. The Poland of the 20th century, however, looked upon coexistence with the German people in a completely different light. Weighty also were the economic and social measures put upon members of the German minority: expropriation of forest and farmland, dismissal of public and private employees, refusal to take on apprentices and other applicants for employment or to accept applicants for civil service posts, refusal to promote public servants on the grounds of nationality, cancellation of the entitlement to pensions and state benefit income, refusal to consider German-owned businesses for municipal public orders. This in particular affected the Germans in both Poland and Czechoslovakia. The persons affected by these and similar restrictions of rights should have had recourse to the protection of the League of Nations. In retrospect, it has to be acknowledged with deep regret that the way this duty was discharged by the League was quite inadequate. Already the procedural prerequisites, which had been designed for the complaints of minorities, were detrimental to a speedy and benevolent settlement of such cases, so it was that not even a 20th part of the petitions, which had been sent to the League of Nations between 1920 and 1930, were given a decisive ruling. The other 95.5% were either rejected or remained unfinished. In 1936, Marshal Rydz Smigly's paper, The Warsaw Kurger Poreni, commented on this subject. One cannot actually state that the Germans will succeed in stopping the continuing process of degermanization of the western regions, but there is no doubt that they intend to put obstacles in the way of this process. Thus the Poles could be sure of getting ever closer to their goal of ejecting or absorbing the German element. The only thing they need fear from the activity of the Germans was a certain slowing of the pace. By means of expropriation and land reform, Poland had acquired 750,000 hectares of privately owned German estates by 1939. But neither Britain nor the League of Nations opposed this policy, neither before 1933 nor after 1933. On the contrary, by their attitude they were encouraging it even at the time, and Poland's additional territorial claims must have plainly alerted Britain of the dangers to peace in Europe. Of course, French and British politicians protested now and then in Warsaw, but without any vigor and without any effect. The Manchester Guardian reported from Poland on December 14, 1931. The minorities in Poland are to disappear. Polish policy makes sure that they do not disappear on paper only. This policy is recklessly pushed forward, without the least regard for world public opinion, international treaties, or the League of Nations. Under Polish rule, a Ukraine has become hell. The same can be said of White Russia with even more justification. The aim of the Polish policy is the disappearance of the national minorities, on paper and in reality. The same British newspaper had stated a year earlier, on October 17, 1930. The Polish terror in the Ukraine is today worse than anything else in Europe. The Ukraine has become a land of despair and destruction. The situation is all the more of a provocation, considering that, while the rights of the Ukrainians have been guaranteed under international law, the League of Nations remains deaf to all their appeals and requests, and the rest of the world knows nothing of the facts or else does not care. The Treaty for the Protection of Minorities, which represented the fundamental condition for the transfer of German land, was cancelled unilaterally by Poland in pursuance of her rigorous peace mission in 1934, and she denied the League of Nations the right, agreed under the treaty, to check on internal Polish affairs. Leaving that aside, Poland was practicing already before that time, with a continual flouting of agreed guarantees and extreme policy of oppression, a policy of destruction of the German minorities' very foundations of life. A senior Polish government official in Upper Silesia stated, "We are Polonising again, in 10 years' time the job will be finished." An indication of just how charged the German-Polish relations were before 1933 is the fact that up to 1923 over 500,000 Germans had to leave their homeland Posen, West Prussia, and, according to Polish quarters, that number had risen to 1 million by 1931. That figure represented, even before Hitler came to power, almost half of the local German residents. By August 1939, about 1.5 million out of a total of 2.2 million Germans from the territory of the Corridor in East Upper Silesia were forced to flee to the Reich. In the summer of 1939 alone, the number of refugees sheltered in German camps amounted to 70,000 by August 21, 1939, not counting those refugees who had found private shelter or those who were shot or captured during their flight. A leading figure of the German cooperative system in West Prussia wrote, "The Polish school lessons with their reading matter, the newspapers, and the Polish broadcasting had been sowing hatred throughout the past 20 years. The basic principle, according to which the German minority in Poland was to lead their lives, as stated in the Versailles Treaty, was thus removed, decision of the Polish government to destroy the organizations of the German minority. That this amicable participation of the German cooperatives in the building of the Polish state was answered with suspicion and increasing pressure is only a detail in the German minority's situation in these 20 years between the First and the Second World War. The intensified attitude of the state was most evident in the implementation of the political administration, especially concerning police supervision including passport matters. Here the new changes in the frontier zone regulations of 1934 handed the state authorities within the enlarged border area, now encompassing the whole of Pomerelia and the greater part of the voivodeship of Posen, almost unlimited powers over the citizens, when, among other things, the residing in the right of domicile in the border region could be abolished through administrative channels. These regulations were again tightened in 1937, and the hereditary right to his property of the farmer now became doubtful. Well before the war, the police had forms printed that were used to inform, at the outbreak of war, all those Germans of some prominence at local level or those who had fallen out of favor with the police, of their arrest, the prelude to their deadly trek to the east of Poland. It was no Hitler fascist who wrote the following. Ever since 1933, in the face of the national consolidating of the whole German nation, the Polish public had been seized by a growing uneasiness. This was aggravated by exaggerated and false reporting which was repeatedly slipping in news of persecution of Poles living in the Reich. Apart from the disquiet, there was spreading an organized stirring up of the population in Poland. With the press campaign about the incident in the Westerplatte, the anti-German mood had already come to a climax in March 1933. The tension was not discharged, however, in the form of a conflict with Germany, prepared to fit the prevailing atmosphere, but rather it was vented in attacks on the Germans in Poland. It was here that the pressure of public opinion found an outlet. One could almost speak of a plan, according to which such persecutions of the German element had been prepared to take place. They were not spontaneous expressions of a seething populace, but were rather brought about by a carefully primed anti-German press and similar organizations. The policy of restriction by the Polish authorities was continued as if there had never been a pact of agreement. In the sphere of the politics of culture, tradition and nationality, the natural differences appeared so strong as to almost make it impossible to have any positive relations between the two states. Already in the spring of 1933, the voivode of Eastern Upper Silesia, Grzyński, had announced, in a programmed speech at the Polish Ministry of the Interior, the slogan "Exterminate the Germans." The Polish government left the German proposals unanswered, and carried on using the non-aggression pact, with Hitler's Germany, as a screen for a rigorous policy of restriction. Another research result. Ignoring all agreements and promises of goodwill, which were frequently reaffirmed to the protests of the representatives of the German groups in Poland or of the German government, Poland continued its policies of violation until the last days of its existence as an independent nation. A Dutchman, Louis de Jong, executive director of the Netherlands State Institute for War Documentation in Amsterdam, was given the task by UNESCO, after the Second World War, to scholarly examine the frequently quoted and secretive German fifth column. His results. The Polish-German non-aggression pact, dating from 1934, was of no real moment. Both the government and public opinion in Poland increased their pressure on the Volksdeutschen/German minority. No German data, however, have been made known that conflict with the view that the large majority of the Reichsdeutschen and Volksdeutschen living in Poland played a passive part up to the arrival of the German troops. But it is a remarkable fact that there is no proven or even clear connection with the German military operations for many of the reported observations. During the Nuremberg trial of the principal German war criminals, an affidavit of Bohl's was read, in which he asserted that neither the Auslands organization or its members had ever, in any way received orders, the execution of which might be considered as fifth column activity, neither from Rudolf Hess, whose immediate subordinate Bohl was, nor from himself. Nor had Hitler ever given any directives in that respect, Bohl said. He admitted that there had been Germans abroad who had been used for espionage purposes, but that sort of work had been carried out by the French and the British for their espionage services as well, and in any case the espionage work done by the Germans in question had nothing whatsoever to do with their membership in the Auslands organization. The arguments used by Hess and Bohl were not printed by the world press. Professor Hans Koch, an authority on the subject of German nationals abroad, stated, Kurt Luck, a leading expert on German-Slavic relations, has compiled a lexicon wherein over 50 pages are recorded insulting and obscene Polish songs about the Germans, an enormous number of songs of almost pathological arrogance in which the Germans are usually compared to dogs. On the German side, songs of such profound repugnance are not in existence. On the other hand, it is well known that we have rather a whole array of songs expressing sympathy for the Poles. Just as there is no well-known novel or poem about the March on Moscow, there is also not a single German book which speaks about the March on Warsaw. However, there exists a 2-volume Polish work, published in Thorn in 1927, about a march on Berlin. If we set next to this fundamental attitude of the Polish public, which is verifiably documented as having existed for decades, the facts that in Poland, especially during the pre-war years, mass meetings were taking place under the official slogan, "Let's go to Danzig, let's go to Berlin," and that there were certain circles of the Western Frontier Association at the same time demanding to emasculate all German men, so that the German mob in Poland can no longer multiply, then, for every fair-minded person ought to see which of the two side was peaceable and which warmongering. For in all these years, there has never occurred anything similar in Germany, rather a fundamental attitude based principally on respect for and appreciation of the eastern neighboring nation prevailed here. The 1937 bilateral minority agreements between Germany and Poland were massively violated by Poland, as Foreign Minister Beck openly admitted. Even Minister Beck acknowledges, albeit in extremely cautious wording, for these days, that there seemed the voivodes, especially those of Silesia and Posen, were eagerly competing with each other to take measures which were of little use for resolving the minority questions in our western provinces. As provocation, however, was taken by the nationalistic Poles even the most harmless expressions of everyday life, such as use of the German language, etc. In 1937, Erwin Hasbach, then senator and chairman of the Council of Germans in Poland, and Rudolf Wiesner, regional head of the German Youth Party, Jungdeutschen, once more lodged a complaint with the same. The German element in Upper Silesia has become, after a period of 15 years of the Geneva Convention, a starving, unemployed and desperate group of people. Everything has been taken away from us, over 80% are without jobs and starving in Upper Silesia. Our youth is growing up without any chance of being apprenticed, and against our businessmen and traders a relentless campaign is waged. Must we also lose our land? The state and the Polish people need to clearly understand that poverty and starvation have limits which must not be crossed. There has been enough talk about equality and equal rights to jobs and bread for all. We Germans want finally to see action. From now on we intend to push through our national, cultural and economic rights by exercising the internal political channels. The precondition on the Polish side, though, is for them to abandon their intentions of annihilation. The informal discussions, proposed by Berlin, by experts from their respective ministries of the interior with a view to improving the conditions of the minorities in the Reich as also in Poland, were repeatedly rejected by the Polish government. Intensified action 1938 to 1939. Even when anti-fascist historians feel obliged to outline the Polish policies of the pre-war years, they too will reach a conclusion that incriminates the former Polish government. Even these historians confirm that Poland, in her foreign policy and in her dealings with minorities, did not have a very good hand, indeed, was not even clear how to resolve the social welfare and constitutional question, or was able to improve the wretched condition of the Polish peasantry, and that Poland was in the forefront of setting up concentration camps. Even these historians verify that the German-Polish minority dispute had not been a fabrication by Hitler. In fact, in the middle of the summer of 1939, the British government made the main requirement for granting a financial credit to Poland a fundamental readjustment of the Polish economic and financial conditions, which included the devaluation of the zloty. On the whole, the picture they give, the German publications about the sufferings of the ethnic Germans, tallies with what the Poles reported in their own official publications. If one wishes to get some idea of persecutions, it would be a mistake to neglect what the victims have to say. They usually have a better memory than their persecutors. In the opinion of anti-Hitler resistance member Ernst von Weizsäcker from the German Foreign Office, the Reich government had sent in good time the most outstanding of their ambassadors to Warsaw. Whereas for years Poland was conducting an inflammatory press policy, Germany, in contrast, was rather treading softly in her journalistic publications, to the extent of suppressing reports of outrageous realities. In accordance with the newly changed, even more aggressive direction adopted by Warsaw in the spring of 1939, the seasonal workers who every year in April would go to Germany were detained for the first time, long before the events which allegedly were causing German-Polish friction. Apart from this, the intensified anti-German measures taken by the Polish authorities since February 1939 were, as a result, unleashing such anti-German sentiments that no limit was set, not even the willingness to murder. All moral sense and all reason seemed to have disappeared. There is no causal relationship between these Polish policies and the German negotiation proposals made to Poland on October 24, 1938 or, indeed, with the occupation of Prague on March 15, 1939. They are directly interrelated, however, with the fundamental Polish attitude toward Germany in connection with the promise from London to Warsaw in August/September 1938 to support Poland, as much as possible, against Germany regarding the city of Danzig. Already after the annexation of the Alsa territory, at the beginning of October 1938, Poland was implementing ruthless measures such as mass redundancies, abolition of German as official language, which even the Czechs had tolerated, the banning of the German press, of holding assemblies, of organizing official events, while outrages and arrests were carried out on the German population, amongst others, but also on the Czech population. In the parliamentary elections of 1935 in Teschen and Oderberg, the Germans had achieved 46.8% and 40% of the votes, respectively, the Poles only 10% and 20%. 20% of the German population in the Teschen region, approximately 5,000 people, were forced to leave within the first month of Polish rule. The diplomatic contacts between Poland and Germany remained unaffected by these occurrences, owing to the restraint of the Reich government, as Hitler had ordered not to publish anything unfavorable about Poland. In their biting attacks on Germany, the Polish press did not even wait for the British guarantee, rather they were satisfied with secret assurances from London in August and September 1938, as well as the news from January to March 1939 received from London and Washington. Already 1 month before Hitler's entry into Prague, on February 15, 1939. Poland published, in spite of warnings from the Western powers against doing so, the list of names of properties which were soon to be requisitioned for parcelling in the course of the agrarian reform. The list contained an extraordinary large number of German names. On 24 and February 25 there occurred serious anti-German excesses by the student body. While the land reform robbed the minority Germans in 1938 of 2/3 of their arable land, the Frontier Zone Law and agrarian reform of February 1939 expropriated agricultural land, 72% of which belonged to ethnic Germans. In previous years the proportion had averaged 66%. Within a 30 km wide border strip Germans were no longer allowed to own land. This concerned in the 85 to 110 km wide corridor nearly all of the West Prussian region. In addition, there was the activity of the Western Frontier Association, the only point on whose program is extermination of the German element at the Polish western frontier. The head of this Western Frontier Association, M. Zaleski, was claiming at the same time, in a speech made at Katowice, that Poland had made the pact with Germany in 1934 only for tactical reasons, so as to prepare the ground for a future conflict, that it would be a comfortable screen for the Polish government to hide behind while they could rid themselves of the German minority. Those with specialized knowledge of this development had realized these realities already earlier. Additionally to the agrarian reform, countless German enterprises, community buildings and associations were closed, confiscated or demolished. German children were tormented in school by their Polish schoolmates, who were taught to hate them. German farmhouses were set on fire, demonstrations against the Germans were organized, there were mass arrests, expulsions initiated, fighting tolerated and fomented. Workers were systematically dismissed, the defining of the state of emergency in the border zone was extended to over 1/3 of the Polish sovereign territory, and wide-ranging lists of arrest warrants were prepared. The British backing, hinted at since August/September 1938, then the official blank check of March 31, 1939, but also the goading tone of President Roosevelt, boosted Polish chauvinism into open persecution of the minority Germans. For several months British Ambassador Kennard had been warning his government about the dangerous consequences of these Polish activities. The German government was also repeatedly drawing London's attention during the decisive months of the year 1939, April to August, to the exceedingly grave occurrences in Poland. Factually correct, and never refuted by historical research, the German White Book ascertained in the year 1939. German protests were of no avail, number 360. At the beginning of April, a public appeal proclaiming the general program for degermanization of the country was circulated throughout Poland, number 358. Towards the middle of April, the first German fugitives crossed the frontier, number 359. It was practically impossible for the consulates to report every individual case, number 361. Anti-German agitation raged unchecked in Upper Silesia, number 362. Reports from the German consuls were full of terrorist acts, number 363. The Polish Insurgent Society gave the orders for these actions, number 364. On May 6, the Consul General in Katowice reported 200 acts of terror, number 365, and on May 19, another 100, all of which had occurred in Upper Silesia alone, number 372. All Germans were in fear of their lives and property. Terrorism spread also to Congress Poland and was intensified by systematic acts of incendiarism, number 366. The last strongholds of German culture were destroyed, number 369, 373, 374, 377, 379, 383, 385, 390, 391, 399, etc. In despair, the German minority appealed to the Polish president, number 369. The British government, although kept informed by the German embassy in London of the nature of these developments which inevitably endangered peace, number 368, remained inactive. Towards the middle of May, anti-German demonstrations developed into pogroms, in the course of which thousands of Germans were hunted like unprotected game, NOS 370, 371. The number of fugitives increased, number 374, as did Polish saber-rattling, the declaration of annexationist war aims, NOS 367, 378, and public insults and affronts to the Führer which led to renewed protests, number 382. In the commercial world, German cooperative societies, dairies and pharmacies were systematically liquidated, NOS 380, 395. On June 7 a report from Lodz stated, the threat of death, torture etc., for German nationals, has become an everyday matter of course. Whole families, because of constant threats of murder, passed their nights in the shelter of the woods, number 381. The only answer to protests lodged with the Polish Foreign Office was a shrug of the shoulders and the tacit avowal that nothing could be done against the military authorities and Polish chauvinism, NOS 382, 385. Polish bishops were requested by a colonel on the general staff to pray that the time of tribulation for our Polish brethren beyond the frontier might be shortened and that another Grunwald might release them from bondage, number 392. Time and time again the authorities themselves proved to be responsible for this process of liquidation, number 396. Germans in Galicia were faced with annihilation, the outlook was hopeless, and they were threatened with arson and murder, number 407. What was left undone by open terrorism was made up for by an insupportable burden of taxes and chicanery on the part of the authorities, number 408. Independent historians were also confirming these facts after the war. What happened to Poland in 1939 was by no means surprising. The outcome had, as a matter of fact, been predicted quite early in the 20s by thoughtful analysts and a handful of statesmen. Yet these early predictions were easily forgotten. The superficial stabilization of conditions in Poland, propaganda, wishful thinking, emotional judgment, and an erroneous evaluation of the real strength behind the saber-rattling of the Pilsudskiite regime, combined to create, in the 30s, the false picture of a Poland which had seemingly come to stay, even if under somewhat difficult conditions. The annihilation of the Polish state must have come as a shock to many who had been exposed to the optimistic picture, including the bulk of the Polish population, misled into interpreting its government's bluster as strength. To the well-informed it was hardly a surprise, however, the pretense of being shocked by what was perfectly predictable is a standard form of behavior in international relations. Months before the outbreak of hostilities the Polish government had given orders for drawing up lists of suspect Reichsdeutsch and Volksdeutsch. This was probably done in April and May 1939, at about the time that Hitler denounced the German-Polish non-aggression pact. Some groups of ethnic Germans, as we saw, were taken into custody before the outbreak of war and were conveyed to internment camps. In many places Polish patriotic societies had drawn up their own lists of those whom they deemed untrustworthy. These lists too were worked through and, from September 1, 1939, often in a very rough way. German agricultural cooperatives were dissolved and many of their schools, already few in any case, were closed down, while Volksdeutsch who were active in the cultural sphere were taken into custody. Around the middle of May in one small town where 3,000 Volksdeutsch lived among nearly 40,000 Poles, in many houses and shops household effects were smashed to bits. In the middle of June the remaining German club buildings were closed down. By mid-August the Poles proceeded to arrest hundreds of Volksdeutsch by way of preventive measure. Again they chose those who filled leading functions in the community life of the Volksdeutschen. German printing shops and trade union offices were closed. On August 24 8 Volksdeutsch who had been arrested in Upper Silesia were shot down during transport. In view of the British-Polish guarantee in 1939, the tide of oppression of the German minority in Poland was rising higher and higher and was drowning the original problem, Danzig and passage through the corridor. A French historian, Professor Libre, wrote, "The Polish nationalists, who were decidedly opposed to any rapprochement with Germany and who had support in the army, but mainly in the Ministry of the Interior, exploited the situation, the annexation of the Alsa territory, so as to submit the Germans, who were living in the newly occupied area, to chicaneries." This state of mind, divorced from reality, was expressed in clumsy provocations, and Count Schembeck, Undersecretary in the Polish Foreign Ministry, found himself constrained on May 16, 1939, to direct the attention of the Prime Minister, Składkowski, to the excesses of our propaganda within Poland directed against Germany, e.g., distributing a map on which our borders stretch from Berlin to Moscow, with Lithuania included in the national territory. The minstrels are making all kinds of inappropriate jokes about Germany and the person of Hitler. The overwrought state of the Polish public opinion might explain, amongst other things, the headstrong attitude of Colonel Beck at the most critical hours, mainly of the last 2 days of August. Does it not make one wonder to find that, when in documentary standard works as, for instance, Weltgeschichte der Gegenwart in Dokumenten, Contemporary World History in Documents, by Professor Michael Freund, which are put at the service for establishing Hitler's sole war guilt, there could be neither documentary evidence produced nor could even the claim be made that German acts of provocation in the region of the corridor in 1939 were responsible for disturbing German-Polish relations. Neither in Professor Freund's work nor in any other serious publication is it claimed that the documents on the events preceding the outbreak of the war in the German White Books, dealing with the treatment and the ousting of the German element in Poland, are in any way exaggerated, are not objective or factual or indeed falsified. On the contrary, we find the statement about the actual harsh and even cruel treatment of the German minority in Poland, and the fact that the Polish nation was in the grip of an unceasing wave of Germanophobia. Nobody is claiming that the German minorities in Poland were treated with generosity. About the systematic dispossession of property since 1918/1919, about the public appeal throughout Poland at the beginning of April 1939 for the degermanization of the country starting with the total economic boycott of the German minority, about revenue office directives to reduce the property of the German minority in Poland by all available means, about the arbitrary arrests, about the chicanery of the judiciary and the destruction of the livelihood of people by the Polish authorities. About all of these, there is silence today. The German element in Poland has always behaved loyally, and thousands of ethnic Germans were complying when drafted to the Polish army. The Polish authorities, while in office, never once attempted to prove disloyalty on the part of the Germans in Poland since, apart from some isolated cases, it would have been impossible to do so. None of the German minorities' organizations, be they political or economic, was ever put at the disposal of the German military operations, whereas the same cannot be said of the Polish minority groups in Germany. Now as in the past, the statement of the Polish foreign minister, Colonel Beck, made in the afternoon on August 31, 1939, is still undisputed, that no further serious incidents, from the German side, had taken place. Only once did Beck complain to the British ambassador about acts of sabotage. That was on August 31, 1939 at 19:41 p.m., when he added, however, that it was not known whether the originators were Germans or Ukrainians. This correct German attitude was confronted by Polish provocations, which a German historian describes from his own experience in West Prussia. The assaults and other acts of violence were increasingly accompanied by threats to finish off the Germans once and for all. Many Poles were intimating that black lists were kept or were going to be drawn up. The vast majority of the Polish nation let itself be engulfed by a feeling of hatred toward the Germans, and was, in fact, in a political psychosis, from which individuals, let alone the masses, were abandoning themselves to commit against the German people every act imaginable, even the most unbridled and the most savage. The threats were getting ever more vindictive, the attacks ever more bloodied. The authorities, however, were beginning to make preparations on a large scale for the arrest and mass deportation of Germans. Another historian. Since the spring of 1939, Poland had been making extensive preparations for war. Throughout the whole summer a Polish army was deployed along the line from Posen in the south to Bromberg in the north. This was the external situation in which the Polish government was determined to dissolve all organizations of the German minority through administrative channels. The post-war German Federal Office of Statistics in Wiesbaden, an office undoubtedly to be regarded as absolutely factual, wrote. Not taken into account in these figures, statistical registration of the ethnic Germans' population movements, is the mass flight of the German people from Poland. This was, under the threat of hostilities breaking out ever since mid-1939, triggered by the Polish persecutions of the German people. By the end of August, 1939, about 70,000 Germans from Poland were living in refugee camps in the Reich whilst thousands of others had found private accommodation. Primarily it was the intensified Polish pressure, increasingly felt since 1933, such as the Frontier Zone Law, which was depriving Germans of the right of inheritance in a broad border belt area, that was driving many Germans out of the country. From central Poland, which was not affected by the Frontier Zone Law and where the fight of the minority groups was assuming life-threatening proportions only shortly before the outbreak of war. A German historian. Meanwhile, after the German-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact, Warsaw was displaying a facade of unperturbed calmness. However, the most savage chauvinists in the country were intensifying their terror, which they had already been perpetrating on members of the German minority for some time. Also, Polish anti-aircraft batteries had fired on foreign commercial aircraft. While the Quai d'Orsay, France, almost fearfully, was urging the cabinet in Warsaw to take the German rapprochement proposals into consideration, Downing Street, UK, also wished now that the Poles would express their readiness for negotiations in concrete terms. Warsaw had hitherto not taken any effective measures to contain the bloody excesses of the semi-official patriotic associations, to which already 3,000 to 4,000 members of the German minority had fallen victim. Even now Warsaw did not put a stop to these machinations, rather they tolerated an unrestrained hate campaign in the press. So in the end it was what Pilsudski had so appropriately characterized as the 1,000-year-old hostility toward Germany of the Polish nation which, in conjunction with American influences, contributed so decisively to the rejection of Hitler's proposals. A British publicist, who had still been traveling in Poland during the summer of 1939, noted, "One must ask whether it is in keeping with the rights of small nations or nationalities that they should thus be included in states where they are exposed to such treatment. Poland has tried to make the minorities relinquish their language and customs, she has failed, despite more than 20 years of activities such as I have described in this chapter. But the attempts are still going on. One begins to wonder whether the Ukrainians, White Russians and Germans should not also enjoy some protection from England, or must it only be the Poles? The first blood that was flowing before the start of the Second World War was the blood of members of the German minority in Poland. In spite of the German-Soviet non-aggression pact and the tension in Polish-Soviet relations, the Poles did not shy away from intensifying the persecution of the Germans and the anti-German campaign in the press. By mid-August, 76,535 Germans had fled to the Reich, but certainly not because Hitler had forced them. The Germans in Poland had 20,000 dead to mourn before and after the start of the clashes, of whom 12,500 could be identified by name. That means that nearly twice as many ethnic Germans were murdered than German soldiers were killed during the entire Poland campaign, 10,572. These excesses could not be excused under the pretext that it was the case of the Polish government losing their grip on a mass movement getting out of hand. The Polish leadership had been working systematically for months, yes, even years, toward this very end. The operation against the Germans had been methodically prepared. It had been ordered. Not that these victims were put straight before a firing squad, these massacres of the Germans were never based on any title of law, without cause they were shot, without cause tortured to death, beaten and stabbed, and most of them, in addition, were savagely mutilated. These were deliberate murders, mostly committed by Polish soldiers, policemen and gendarmes, as well as by armed civilians, grammar school pupils and apprentices. What was, and still is today, the official Polish attitude after the war? The Poles were not sorry for what had been done. Poland's foreign policy on Germany. Strategy. The conception of the state of Poland was shaped from 1919 to 1939 by the same military junta that also created Poland's foreign policy during this period. Therefore, the Polish foreign policy was closely connected with the plans and objectives of Poland's military leaders. He, Pilsudski, was sometimes prime minister, always war minister, and always in control of the army, of which he remained inspector general until his death. His nominees were placed in all the strategic positions of the Polish state, in the army, industry, the banks, and the press. Critics of the regime said with some justification that Poland had been turned into a colony to provide lucrative jobs for former members of the Pilsudski legions. The structure of the state, merely hinted at with these words, makes it plain that in all of Poland's governmental affairs from 1919 to 1939 the military were in charge. Their policy of territorial expansion was directed toward the West, vital, because it would enlarge the basis for raw materials and would secure for Poland the status of a great power. The North, because access to the Baltic Sea, including the Oder territories, the corridor, Danzig, East Prussia and large parts of Lithuania would be regarded as the equivalent to the lungs of the Polish state organism. The East, because East Poland that included the Ukraine would be in accordance with the historical rights of Poland. The South, because that would make possible the legitimate border with Hungary. This objective was to be reflected both in Poland's foreign policy as well as in her strategy. Power displays were to demonstrate the great power status to each neighboring state. The most important Polish author writing on the country's foreign policy from 1935 to 1939, Adolf Bachenski, advocated a policy of blood, and he decried any attempts to arrive at understandings with Germany and Russia. The various plans for attack on Germany produced by Pilsudski, but also by the foreign minister, Beck, in the years 1919 to 1939, 3 in the year 1933 alone, are historically indisputable. Even Van Sittert, the long-standing highest official at the British Foreign Office, confirmed their authenticity. In fact, one would routinely play down these plans of aggression by such diffused propaganda terms as preventative war plans, but these preventative war plans presuppose a prior knowledge of an aggressive intention of the enemy, which Germany during the years 1919 to 1939 did not harbor. Poland was fully aware that Germany, neither at the time of the Weimar Republic nor in the Third Reich, was contemplating military action against Poland. Indeed, for the most time, between 1919 and at least 1937, would not even have been in a position to contemplate such. After all, the German nation was at first still fettered in the chains of Versailles, and Germany seemed to appear, in Warsaw's opinion, totally unprepared for a general war even in 1939. Hence Warsaw's strategy envisaged, from the first day of war onward, to march on Berlin without ever taking into consideration any German defensive measures whatsoever. Former Chancellor of the Reich and, after the Second World War, pro-communist politician Dr. Joseph Wirth stated at one of the Nuremberg war crimes trials. Every German government between 1918 and 1933 and the German High Command were filled with worry for the continued existence of the Reich, which they saw threatened within the sphere of both domestic and foreign policies. Already in the first years straight after the First World War, Poland had repeatedly been trying to forcibly partition off territories from the Reich. The fear of further attacks was not altogether unfounded. Polish nationalist circles were demanding further cessions of lands. Yet our German army was only pitifully armed. Chancellor of the Reich, Dr. Heinrich Brüning, and the Reichsminister of Defense, Groener, therefore decided to evacuate Silesia in the event of an attack by Poland. Those who, in view of these facts, still insist that we would have had the intention to take the offensive are to be pitied. In the face of all the provocations by Poland, we remained calm and composed. In view of the miserable situation on the German eastern frontiers, it is obvious that an improvement in the military-political situation would have been sought. Nothing was further from our thoughts as South German Catholic Democrats than hatred of Poland. Yet we were the ones, my friends and I, who had the bitterest experiences with the Poles. The former Chancellor of the Reich, Professor Heinrich Brüning, in a letter to Dr. Rudolf Pechel from the year 1947, published in the review Deutsche Rundschau. The failure of the League of Nations, neglecting to take action against the Japanese occupation of Manchuria in the autumn of 1931, in connection with a new, Polish, political plan for mobilization, on which we were informed in the same year by a foreign power, increased General von Schleicher's uneasiness more and more. The Polish plan of mobilization was designed in such a way that there was no doubt whatsoever about the firm intention to take the whole of Silesia in a surprise coup. From 6 to March 15, 1933, Poland yet again, and not for the last time, massed troops in Posen, West Prussia, so that they could at any moment be used for an advance against Danzig, East Prussia and Silesia, just as Marshal Pilsudski, already in peacetime, would leave half of his army behind at the German-Polish border. The three German infantry divisions, in Königsberg, Stettin and Berlin, and the two cavalry divisions, in Frankfurt/Oder and Breslau, that were assigned to be the first to go into action at the German-Polish border, were facing 5 Polish corps composed of 15 infantry divisions, as well as several army troops. The Polish deployment and operational plans, which had been worked out already in the year 1923 in collaboration with the French General Staff, were available. Since 1931, periodic, trial mobilizations were based on these plans that envisaged offensive action with preventive characteristics. Only the eventual refusal of the French government and Poland's fear of Soviet intervention averted the many times planned preventive war against Germany. At the time of the Rhineland occupation in 1936, Poland was again on the verge of dealing to Germany a death blow from the east, in spite of the fact that the German-Polish Friendship and Non-Aggression Pact had been in effect for the past 2 years. The operational study Germany, which was, as mentioned previously, founded on offensive action with preventive characteristics, had been extended since 1938 by more general staff endeavors with France. While the upstart political highwayman, Hitler, was allegedly busy conspiring against world peace, those responsible for the peace-loving Polish policy were penetrated by an illusory optimism which had them believe they would be in Berlin just a few weeks after the outbreak of war. In the spring of 1939 Poland had already issued the call-up for the troops, and by the summer of 1939 she had mobilized so many military units that later on, at the general mobilization, the only units affected were those where the individuals could not be reached by public notices. This partial mobilization was initiated by the Polish Foreign Minister Beck on March 23, 1939 for no reason whatsoever and was thereafter steadily expanded. Straight away it brought 334,000 additional soldiers into the ranks and gradually doubled the strength of the standing Polish army. In the course of this mobilization and the simultaneously distributed plan of operation, the Polish army was deployed all along the German border, where it remained until the outbreak of the war. The plan of operation intended to launch a drive on Berlin directly upon the outbreak of hostilities and, expecting an essentially unhindered advance, was never modified up to the outbreak of war. It is of significance that Hitler was acquainted with it before the outbreak of war. That this type of strategy was to be taken very seriously should be clear from several indications. Being aware of how disastrous the repercussions of the Russian mobilization of 1914 and the Czech mobilization of May 20, 1938 were on the European nations, one must fully realize the consequences and the responsibility of yet another mobilization against Germany. Mobilization means a firm intention for war. To the Polish partial mobilization of March 23, 1939 was added decisive pressure in the fact that Foreign Minister Beck, and on his instigation on March 26 his ambassador in Berlin, Lipski, rebuffed the German proposal for negotiations of October 1938 with a threat of war. Hitler was given to understand in rather provocative fashion that further endeavors with regard to Danzig and improved traffic regulations across the corridor would result in a Polish declaration of war. Beck repeated to the German ambassador, von Moltke, on the evening of March 28, 1939 this threat of war and added that one would, in future hold Germany responsible for every action attempted by the Danzig Senate. This, although Danzig was formally a free city. On August 10, 1939 Poland stated in a diplomatic note that every further expression of interest by Germany with regard to Danzig would be seen as a cause for war. On March 25, 1939 the British ambassador in Warsaw, Kennard, admitted that many foreign diplomats in Warsaw believed that Poland was after provoking a war. Kennard telegraphed to his foreign minister word for word. The calling up of reservists has, I believe, gone considerably beyond the numbers mentioned in my telegram number 79. A competent authority put numbers under arms at 750,000. This, coupled with the precautionary measures mentioned in Danzig telegram number 7, not printed, suggests the thought that Mr. Beck intends to start discussions about Danzig at a moment chosen by himself. I was much struck by statements made both by Mr. Beck and the Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs, my telegrams, that the Danzig question must be discussed soon. I do not share the alarmist views of some of my colleagues that the Polish government intends to force an issue with Germany. A few hours later in another telegram, the Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs said that any German ultimatum or any encroachment on the corridor would of course mean war. Public opinion here at present was bellicose and prepared to support the government in any defense of vital interests. He mentioned that he had to attend a discussion on foreign affairs in Parliament yesterday where he had been badly heckled. He felt generally that Mr. Beck was in an extremely difficult position. He had of course to make every effort to avoid a situation which might entail war but, on the other hand, he had to take into consideration the degree of feeling which had been aroused in Poland by recent events on both her southern and northern frontiers. The German ambassador in Warsaw reported to Berlin on March 28, 1939. The excitement which has prevailed for some time in Poland has increased considerably. The wildest rumors are current among the population. Of graver significance is the development of a pro-war feeling which is being fostered by the press, by anti-German public demonstrations, especially in the provinces, which have already led to numerous incidents, and partly also by saber-rattling semi-official propaganda. The bulk of the population today believes that war has become inevitable and imminent. The practical measures adopted by the government help to aggravate the existing war psychosis. A frequently reprinted article, entitled, We Are Prepared, which appeared in the military paper Polska Zbrojna, is particularly characteristic of the style of the official preparedness propaganda. This article states that the Poles, unlike the Czechs, had no feeling of inferiority as regards the powerful nations of the world. The number of foreign divisions did not frighten the Poles, for their own army, its fine equipment, and the heroic spirit of the Polish nation would be sufficient to assure victory to Poland. Numerous other articles, which have since been appearing in the daily press, are written in the same spirit. Given the Polish national character, this self-assurance and overestimation of their military strength expressed in the press constitute a danger. That this is not merely press propaganda is proved by an authenticated remark made by M. Gluchowski, Vice Minister for War, in the course of a serious conversation. He stated that Germany's armed forces were one big bluff, for she lacked trained reserves with which to bring her units up to full strength. When asked whether he seriously believed Poland to be superior to Germany from a military point of view, M. Gluchowski answered, "Why, certainly." Colonel Beck was aware that his military policy as well as the acceptance and reciprocal extension of the British blank check represented a provocation which might lead to an armed conflict with Germany. This intention is shown in the British and American documents on Beck's talks in London in early April 1939, as well as in the extensive diplomatic correspondence, and not least as revealed in the 1939 guidelines as followed by Polish policy. Polish diplomacy in 1938 to 1939 was a design for disaster. Beck had now pushed Poland far down the road to war and national destruction. Such a policy pointed directly to disaster. On May 18, 1939 in Paris, Polish Minister of War General Kaspersky replied to the French General Staff's question as to whether his fortifications at the German-Polish border would be able to withstand an attack as follows. "We do not have any, as we intend to wage mobile warfare and to invade Germany right from the outset of the fighting." With regard to this probability, France gave her ally the assurance during these General Staff discussions at a military convention that they would overrun Germany's western frontier in a strategic push at the latest 15 days after the outbreak of war. But that was not all. Poland received the disputed Danzig ratification in this wording. In the event of a German attack on Poland or in the event of Poland's vital interests in Danzig being threatened so as to provoke armed action by Poland, the French army will automatically go into action with her various units. That the French pledge was also contemplated with the ulterior motive of now firmly committing Poland to the concept of the Western powers cannot be denied. But this, promise by France within the framework of the military convention, was just words, designed to discourage any talks between Poland and Germany. If a disinterested person could judge like this in retrospect, so doubtless could the French foreign minister at that time, with the view or rather the advice of his ambassador Noël still ringing in his ears, which had been transmitted from Warsaw on May 31, 1938. To dissolve the French-Polish alliance would amount, without any advantage and equivalent whatsoever, to surely driving this country, for a very long time to come, into the arms of Germany. It would mean relinquishing that which could, in spite of everything else, be in certain instances a decisive trump card in our game. At the same time, Romania would be removed from our alliance system completely as a counter-reaction. The geographical position of Poland, the liking that most of the Poles have for France, their military traditions, are just so many reasons that should spur us on to save what can still be saved of the alliance. That would make it more difficult for Poland to get closer to the Reich so as to submit completely. Then we shall have less trouble, when circumstances become more favorable, to lead Poland back to our views. On July 20, 1939, the Commander-in-Chief of the Polish Army, Marshal Rydz Smigły, stated in an official communiqué of the Polish Telegraph Agency, "Danzig is essential to Poland. Whoever controls Danzig controls our economic life. An occupation of Danzig by Germany would remind us of the partitions of Poland. For this reason I ordered a mobilization 4 months ago when the German Chancellor renewed his demands concerning Danzig and Pomorze, i.e. the corridor. Please believe me when I say that this mobilization was no mere demonstration. We were ready for war then in case of necessity, even should she, Poland, have to fight alone and without allies." The deluded confidence of the Polish leadership to be standing in Berlin after just a few days into the war is frequently confirmed. The national holiday, in Warsaw, was celebrated with a big military parade, and the fanatical masses were hailing each new military unit parading past, chanting in chorus, "Let's go to Danzig. On to Berlin." The speakers at the meetings often declare openly that the German demands for an interconnecting link with East Prussia and the return of Danzig to East Prussia would have to be answered with war. The ridiculous German army made up of the underfed generation of the Versailles Treaty, with their stupid cardboard dummy tanks, would be totally thrashed in Berlin. The German army, so one of the speakers' play on words goes, would be utterly destroyed in Berlin-Grunewald, just as the army of the Teutonic Knights was defeated in 1410 near Grunwald. On August 15, 1939, the Polish ambassador in Paris, Lukasiewicz, declared to the French Foreign Minister Bonnet, "It will be the Polish army that will be invading Germany on the first day of war." On August 26, 1939, the U.S. ambassador in Moscow, Joseph E. Davies, wrote, "One of the most prominent officials under Beck, minister, stated to me, positively, that his government would not tolerate proposals that Poland and Germany should get together and compose their difficulties over the corridor and Danzig. He expressed himself as being disgusted with what he called the common exaggeration of Germany's military power. His government, he said, would show them up to the world. Within 3 weeks after the outbreak of war, Polish troops would be in Berlin. The West Wall or Siegfried Line was nothing but a cotton line. Poland did not need Russian aid, they could handle the Germans alone and easily." The same was heard from the Polish ambassador in Berlin, Lipski, on August 31, 1939, to the Counselor of Legation at the British Embassy in Berlin, Ogilvy Forbes. He, Lipski, stated that he was convinced that unrest would break out in Germany in the event of war and that the Polish army would successfully march on Berlin. This plan, Hitler's proposal of August 29, 1939, was a breach of Polish sovereignty and was quite out of the question. He had had many years' experience of Germany. He would stake his reputation in his conviction that German morale was breaking and that the present regime would soon crack. This German offer was a trap. It was also a sign of weakness on the part of the Germans, which was confirmed by the ambassador's appreciation of the situation. Such an attitude, which was maintained by the Poles even after the conclusion of the German-Soviet non-aggression pact, could not fail to have certain consequences, especially since Polish foreign policy was aligned with such delusions. There are several reasons for the achievement of the German victorious campaign, the 18 Days Campaign, and nowadays one usually tends to conceal the first reason. This involved the planning by the Polish leadership. The main body of the Polish army was standing by not to defend but rather to attack. True to the slogans of the pre-war weeks, ready for attacking East Prussia. This attack involved the fact that the Polish government was relying on the guarantee promise of the Western powers and, therefore, was expecting an attack on the western frontiers of Germany to hold down the Reich's main forces there. But the Western powers did not attack, and so the German Wehrmacht in almost their entirety could be brought into action against Poland. The other reasons were the totally novel strategy of the German Wehrmacht and the modern weaponry on which this strategy was based. These facts were withheld at the Allied Nuremberg trials of the so-called war criminals. The victor was not interested in fitting these facts into the mosaic of the interconnected events on the eve of the Second World War, or rather, on the eve of the German-Polish conflict. The historian, on the other hand, must reflect upon them all in his assessment. From Munich to the outbreak of war. The foreign policy of Poland 1938 to 1939 was the same as her conception of the state and her strategy. Toward the end of 1938, Poland removed herself from the position of being prepared to cooperate with the Hitler Reich. A steadily worsening crisis, whose peaceable settlement through negotiations was refused by Poland, was the consequence. Given this basic position, the German suggestions for negotiations, even the one of August 29, 1939, which basically went no further than that of October 24, 1938, were really proposals for calling an armistice, because a state of half-war amounting to a kind of armistice had existed in Europe since March 1939, and by July we were drifting rapidly towards war. In October 1938, Polish Foreign Minister Beck had shown himself willing to negotiate with Hitler about Danzig and about improving the connection between Berlin and Königsberg. Nevertheless, he deliberately delayed the start of these unwelcome negotiations, for he wished to wait and see with regards to the British armament and wanted to thwart an international conference. The fact that as yet no alliance with Britain had been realized was not a reason for Beck to withdraw from negotiations with the Reich. Not only that, but even before Britain gave her unconditional guarantee on March 31, 1939, Beck was challenging Germany with his threat of war, the partial mobilization, the plans for an offensive, the renewed intensified pressure on the German minority, and the announcement that Germany in future would be held fully responsible for every action taken by the Danzig Senate, 23, 26 and March 28, 1939, respectively, so that he could demonstrate his independent great power policy. Of course, already since August and also September 1938 Beck had the assurance, in the bag, that Great Britain would support Poland, as much as possible, at Danzig. Since the end of 1938, there was also evidence for an unrestricted sympathy for Poland from the U.S. government, whose diplomats also probably influenced Poland. The rejection of the German negotiation proposal of March 26, 1939 was deliberately provocative, since there was no cause whatsoever for answering this with threats of war, mobilization, aggravated minority policies, with the awakening of the anti-German mood among the Polish people of every social strata and circle and, lastly, to underline it with the acceptance of a British carte blanche. The assertion that Hitler's entry into Prague on March 15, 1939 was responsible for this response is demonstrably false. The Polish leadership, the only one not to have issued a formal protest against the annexation of Czechia, did not consider the establishment of the Protectorate, done with the approval of the Czech government, as being a threat to Poland. Indeed, they were the ones who had never believed in the viability of Czechoslovakia and, in addition, it was they who were working toward the further partitioning of this state with their territorial claims and ultimata after the Munich Conference, and who were defending a common border with Hungary. Already on October 27, 1938 the German ambassador in Warsaw, von Moltke, had informed the foreign minister of the Reich. As I have already stated in Report PV 47 of October 14, 1938, Poland is trying to induce Slovakia to break away from the political union in which she has been joined until now. Foreign Minister Beck expressed satisfaction with the eventual independence obtained by Slovakia and announced his recognition of this country under national law already on March 15, 1939. Therefore, when adopting her measures against Germany on March 26, 1939, Poland did not even refer to Germany's actions with regard to Prague. To do so would have meant a realistic assessment of German power, which did not exist in Poland right up to the outbreak of war. The Polish leadership, on the contrary, was citing time and time again Hitler's desire for peace, Hitler's perception of the Bolshevik danger and Hitler's military weakness as so many reasons why their provocations bore no risk whatsoever. During a conversation with Romanian Foreign Minister Gafencu in March 1939, Beck stated, "Unlike all his predecessors, Hitler is aware of the reality of the Bolshevik danger. He has always been fighting it. I know that precisely this is for Hitler's new Germany the pivotal, the principal and the decisive problem, besides which all other problems pale into insignificance. How then does it follow from this for Germany to be interested in fighting against Poland? Once the Polish bastion falls, then the gateway of Europe will be open to Soviet expansion. Is this supposed to be what Hitler wants? I know that he does not. Of course, he wants Danzig back, but he would not be prepared to pay such a price in order to gain the Free City." Beck's intention in the negotiations with Ribbentrop from October 1938 onward were to hold out hopes for a review more along the lines of the German proposals and yet refrain absolutely from making any concessions. This stance, which eventually reached a temporary climax with the threat of war, the mobilization, the heightened pressure on the minorities and with the acceptance of the British blank check in March 1939, had just as little to do with the subject matter of the German proposals as it did with the German handling of the negotiations or indeed with German policy as such. Even the Polish White Book on the immediate pre-war period confirms this. The Polish government, like the governments of the other states who, down till 1938 inclusive, were prepared to cooperate with the Hitler Reich, acted on the assumption that they must neglect nothing which might preserve Europe from war. This statement establishes unequivocally that Poland and England changed their attitude toward Germany at the end of 1938, they declined, to put it mildly, as in the words of this Polish statement, from this time on any further collaboration with the German Reich, and accepted oversights and neglects in the peace efforts, insofar as these neglects were to have been their new foreign policy baseline. The result, in any case, was that many foreign diplomats in Warsaw see that public opinion here at present is bellicose and believe that the Polish government intends to force an issue with Germany. Already on March 16, 1939, the French ambassador in Warsaw, Noël, reported to his foreign minister. On the other hand, nobody could fail to notice the increase of anti-German sentiment amongst Poles of the most diverse social classes and circles of society. Beck accepted the British blank cheque on March 31, 1939, and on April 5, 1939 made a reciprocal offer of help to Great Britain, irrespective of whatever action Great Britain, apart from an attack on the British Isles, was to regard as a threat to her vital interests and to which she would respond with military measures. What had induced the Polish foreign minister to go down this foolhardy road, when he, for his part, had rejected London's demands, the collaboration with the USSR, the accepting of Soviet arms for the eventuality of a war, the conclusion of a military alliance with Romania against Germany and Hungary? Beck had come to realize that the method by which Britain had handled this matter had made it 3 times easier to get Poland to agree to almost anything Britain wanted. Beck knew that Hitler had not threatened him and did not believe that Germany had any offensive intentions. Beck assumed that Hitler was not going to threaten Poland in future either, as he basically was a timid Austrian who would not risk war against a determined and strong opponent. Beck stressed in his London talks from 4 to 6 April 1939 that there was a kind of a lull at the moment, since, after the recent events, the German government must have been taken back by the reaction that they had created in the world, i.e. the establishment of the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia on March 15, 1939. Beck knew that his policy must make Hitler and all his chiefs furious. He was nonetheless counting on Hitler dispatching with all the tokens of friendliness his foreign minister to Warsaw, whom only recently Beck had chosen to portray as a dangerous fool. Given the prevailing situation, Beck was convinced that he himself could then decide the limits of the negotiations or when to trigger the war that would have Germany founder. Beck was more than happy to have England's support given in the way that it was, i.e. that Poland is the one to determine when England is to come to her rescue. The fears already expressed by the British ambassador in Warsaw on October 5, 1938. That recent events will encourage him, Beck, still further to ignore any pressure or advice from us, were to become increasingly true. In Beck's view, the impetus behind the political development of Europe ought to be given to Poland, as befitting a European great power. Beck wanted to dictate the conditions, and he was not sparing in his threats of war already at the time before the British guarantee. This man, with the less statesmanlike aspects of his character, including his personal ambition and vanity, who believed that Poland had nothing to lose by the threat of direct action, had found the partner who, without any scruples, gave him free rein to pursue this course. Plainly, this was incitement to war, which did not even have to use the arguments of an aggressive or lusting after world domination or, in general, the war-willing Hitler. Quite the opposite. Beck started from the assumption that Hitler did not want war, that he could not even afford a war and, for this reason, would swallow provocations of the most evil kind from the determined and willing to fight Poland and still have to dispatch, with all the tokens of friendliness, his foreign minister to Warsaw. Britain, having full knowledge of the underlying motives and the balance of power, was lending a helping hand in this undertaking already many months before the continually intensifying German-Polish tension reached the climax. It represents a singularly unparalleled cynicism to then speak, after the outbreak of war, of protection of the smaller nations, of Christianity and of the obligation of the alliance in fighting the aggressor threatening Europe and the world. The unceasing British encouragement, already before the guarantee, was even recognized by Polish diplomats as a resolution for war. It is childishly naive, and at the same time unfair, to propose to a nation which is in such a position as Poland that she should compromise her relations with so powerful a neighbor as Germany and to expose the world to the catastrophe of a new war, only for the gratification of Mr. Chamberlain's internal policies. It would be still more naive of them to presume that the Polish government did not understand the real meaning of this maneuver and its consequences. This serious charge was made by the Polish ambassador in Paris, Lukasiewicz, on March 29, 1939 in a report to his Minister for Foreign Affairs. This statement, which is not the only one, is an unmistakable proof that Poland had been encouraged, already before Britain's carte blanche, to compromise her relations with Germany and to unleash a war. The Polish government quickly became expert at this language. Straight after the British Guarantee Declaration, which was followed immediately by the French Guarantee, there began in Poland a malicious anti-German rabble-rousing. Demands for the occupation of the city of Danzig appear in Polish newspapers. So it continues. The Polish army is to march into East Prussia and to annex this part of Germany. Other papers claim even more, the borders of Poland have to be pushed forward to the Oder. At public meetings, there are demands made which border on lunacy. Not the Oder but the Elbe is Poland's western border. Berlin is not a German city, but an ancient Slavic one, an ancient Polish settlement. Poland starts off with partial mobilization, large posters appear on the walls of houses, "Let's go to Berlin." Beck carried on compromising himself. In his note of March 26, 1939 to the Reich Foreign Minister he had described any further handling of the German matters of concern in Danzig as a reason for war, and at the beginning of April he communicated this to his interlocutors in London. On April 20, 1939, Beck ascertained in his briefings to the Polish diplomats abroad that, although by now the reciprocal British-Polish guarantee had come into force, no sign of any haste on the part of Germany was in evidence, although a new wave of rumors had been noticed. On May 5, 1939, thus only a few days later, Beck gave a speech in the Polish parliament which, as it was dishonest and was misrepresenting the actual state of affairs, was bound to appear like an outright declaration of war. With this talk he ultimately rejected any agreement, in whatever form. Beck's utterance, "We in Poland do not recognize the conception of peace at any price," could hardly have been more cynical and war-minded, given the recent German-Polish negotiations and the German willingness to reach a peaceful compromise. Apart from the untrue assertion that Germany was only making demands without giving anything in return, there is also the following characteristic portrayal of Beck's aggressive posturing, albeit historically untrue. I insist on the term, province of Pomors. The word corridor is an artificial invention, for this is an ancient Polish territory with an insignificant percentage of German colonists. Polish public opinion reacted to this speech with enthusiasm. Beck received a whole pile of congratulatory telegrams. He was fully aware, as was the Polish military, of the course of direction that this speech was unequivocally announcing. That two relatively poor countries, Germany and Poland, should fight one another, a development which, after all, could be in the interest of the rich countries alone. When in the spring of 1939 the policy of settlement with Germany that he, Beck, stood for collapsed, Beck nevertheless remained in office, and he experienced his biggest popularity among the Polish people just at that moment when, in his speech of May 5, 1939, he dealt the final blow to his previous policy. The unconditional guarantee given by Great Britain had blinded the Polish leadership to the practical advantages of an understanding with Germany. Hitler had never put any pressure on Poland, nor hinted at such, had not set any deadlines and did not make any unreasonable demands. Hitler's policy at that time could be likened to a kind of lull, according to Beck's own statement in London. Yet the Polish foreign minister placed himself at the head of the anti-German and war-eager Polish public, dispatched inflammatory and false rumors to other countries, and he did nothing to prevent or to restrict the excesses of his fellow countrymen. The outbreak of war on September 1, 1939 is now seen in Poland as a totally undeservedly endured attack by the powerful German neighbor, like a bolt out of the blue, as it were, falling on an unsuspecting land, forgetting completely, however, that since March of that year Poland had been in a state of a continually rising warlike atmosphere, that in the numerous articles and letters from readers appearing in newspapers war was strongly desired, that owing to certain actions, such as the volunteering for a commando unit of human torpedoes, after a misunderstood Japanese model, and talks given by Polish officers praising the qualities of the Polish soldiers to the sky while defining the German equipment as inferior, the belief in an assured victory was created, with dreams of a quick march on Berlin. Nothing remotely similar would have been found in Germany in 1939. There was not one German politician, not one German diplomat, not one German general, not one German publicist who considered the question of war or peace as unimportant. To the Polish ambassador in Paris, Lukasiewicz, however, and to Polish diplomacy in general, this question was one of indifference. The French foreign minister, Bonnet, came to realize this when he was trying to explain to Lukasiewicz the significance of the British-French-Soviet military talks. "We are not afraid of anything. Russia will not let Germany touch us, Germany will prevent Russia from doing us any harm." At the conference of March 24, 1939, attended by the foreign minister, the outline of Polish foreign policy was established, whereby, if the perimeter of our direct interests and our normal needs was to be impaired, we will fight. This denial of any fear whatsoever, already apparent in early 1937 in remarks made by the then Polish president, Ignacy Mościcki, was to acquire aggressive undertones in 1939 to such a point that the Polish leadership showed scant regard for world opinion, while they demonstrated their intended aggressive goals. Even the few well-meaning pieces of advice proffered from a friendly side were arrogantly rebuffed during the last days and hours before the outbreak of war. So not without reason was a telegram sent on April 2, 1939, shortly before Beck's visit to London, by the British ambassador in Warsaw to his foreign minister. "The chief difficulty is that the Polish government has hitherto failed to educate public opinion on the lines that any concessions are necessary. Nevertheless, no conclusions were drawn from this in London for the preservation of peace." On May 17, 1939, the representatives of France and Poland concluded a military agreement by which the French General Staff committed themselves to break through the Siegfried Line, on the 15th day after the outbreak of war. With this, the Polish aspiration for a mobile campaign with the invasion of Germany and the advance on Berlin was brought closer to complete fulfillment. The French foreign minister, Bonnet, also came to realize the Polish intentions the day that the Polish ambassador, Lukasiewicz, had urged him to incorporate the secret clause, that Danzig is of vital importance to Poland, into the agreement that was to be concluded. Bonnet wrote about this in his memoirs. "It seemed to me that Beck's subtle game was to exploit the French-British alliance by forcing from one of us, with the help of the other, ever more extensive and more precise obligations. The crisis was approaching a climax, and yet the Polish government refused to discuss a settlement. The Poles faced the approaching crisis imperturbably, confident that Hitler would be exposed as an aggressor and that the justified grievances of Danzig would then be forgotten." On June 13, 1939, the British ambassador in Berlin, Henderson, recommended that Poland should talk a little less about her bravery and think a little more about the realities of her geographical position. The High Commissioner of the League of Nations in Danzig, Karl J. Burkhardt, wrote on July 26, 1939 to the General Secretary of the League, Joseph Avenel. "A dangerous mood is beginning to emerge among the Poles. Frequently it has been admitted or, even worse, openly stated that a general war would mean the only salvation for the Republic. What is particularly dangerous is that people have begun to get used to the idea that a catastrophe is inevitable, exaggerated statements are made, and the end result is a kind of emotional poisoning in this unfortunate city." There was arriving a stream of camp followers as the bringers of bad tidings and an omen of foreboding who frequently were only interested in intensifying the crisis either by personal interventions in the localized quarrel or by fanciful reports. Needless to say that England was already fully aware of this development. After the British cabinet had drawn up a statement on the British policy with regard to Poland, which was to be announced by Mr. Chamberlain in the House of Commons, Beck asked Halifax, on July 5, to omit the compromising phrase in which he said that the Polish government would approach such conversations, with Germany, objectively, but with goodwill. The phrase was omitted when Chamberlain spoke in the Commons on July 10. A travel report that was written by two British diplomats on June 9, 1939 to be presented to their then Foreign Minister, Lord Halifax, was made available to the public by the Foreign Office after 40 years. The writers were Sir William Strang, at the time head of department dealing with Germany in Eastern Europe at the Foreign Office in London, and Gladwin Jebb, private secretary to the Permanent Under-Secretary of State, also at the British Foreign Office. Although the report was drawn up by the lower-ranking Jebb and then approved by Strang, the observations recorded in it nevertheless represented a combined contribution. The title of the account is Visit of Mr. Strang and Mr. Jebb to Poland, and is annealed with the date of June 13, 1939 by Kirkpatrick, the official in charge of such matters. Gladwin Jebb wrote, "What struck me most was the apparent calm and confidence of the Poles with whom I talked. I think some were overconfident and ignorant of the very real dangers of an attack by the disciplined and mechanized German divisions. H.M. Vice-Consul at Katowice, for instance, told me that the local Polish officials had been terribly uppish since our guarantee, and were talking of a quick defeat of Germany and an occupation of Breslau. Again, the peasants on an estate south of Thorn, where I spent a most refreshing week-end, were, I was assured by the son of the house, longing to have a go at the Germans. This was confirmed by the highly intelligent head of the economics department in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Solaki, who said that the bellicosity and anti-Germanism of the peasants were due partly to racial and partly to economic reasons, increase in population, and consequent hunger for the German farmers' land. Solaki, indeed, went so far as to say that, if war broke out, he feared that a terrible massacre of the German-Polish peasants might be difficult to prevent. Further, it seems that the Polish peasants, while remaining anti-Russian, are now less conscious of the Russian danger. My friends were not disposed to say that this would result in any return of pan-slavism, but they admitted that in the long run, and in the face of continued German pressure, something of the kind might result. I cannot, of course, profess to know what the Polish military are thinking. All I can say is that the colonel to whom I sat next at dinner, principal assistant to General Statuewitz, the chief of the General Staff, was an intelligent and reasonable man. He admitted freely that the Polish army was deficient in some respects, but was confident that, if necessary, they would acquit themselves very well. Partly from him and partly from other persons I gathered that the idea was to attack East Prussia at the outset of war, since the Germans would find it very difficult to reinforce this province quickly and adequately. Moreover, it was capable of being attacked from many points simultaneously. The booster effect of an occupation of Königsberg might, it was hoped, counterbalance an inevitable retreat from the western salient. In any case, Poland would not necessarily be defeated even if she withdrew to the line of the Vistula. And by the time the Polish armies were back there, the Germans, as well as the Poles, might well be running short of certain essential supplies. Emphasis tended to be laid on the probability of a war in the East being an open war with freedom of maneuver, and that this might tend, in the early stages at least, to favor the Poles. In order to draw my Polish friends, I usually at a certain stage asked them what they proposed to do with the Germans when the fortune of war had, as they believed was probable, decided in their favor. No two persons gave the same answer to this awkward question. But the general line seemed to be that Germany ought to be carved up into two or more pieces and that the larger section should be composed of a southern Catholic bloc, perhaps under the Archduke Otto von Habsburg. In any case, there seemed to be a general idea that East Prussia should be annexed by Poland. The second-in-command of the eastern section of the Foreign Office went indeed so far as to say definitely that this was the Polish plan. He justified it on the grounds that the population of East Prussia was declining, that much of it was really Polish anyhow, that in any case population transfers could be arranged, and that Poland as a young and rapidly increasing state ought to have a coastline commensurate with her national importance. But there is, unless I am wrong, a still larger and more shadowy project in existence for Poland's future after a victorious war against Germany. This is the conception of a federal Poland, including Lithuania, with some form of autonomy for the Ruthenians. Warsaw, in accordance with this dream, would be the center of a huge agglomeration, the western frontiers of which might be extended almost to the Oder, and the southern march with a reconstituted Hungary. There are few Poles in authority, I think, who are unconscious of the very real dangers of a war with Germany, and many seem to realize that this might in fact mean a steady retreat into the interior of the country, which might quite well not be counterbalanced by the occupation of East Prussia, where the standing defenses, apart from the present reinforcement difficulty, are very strong. Their belief, however, is that in the general war which they believe would follow a German attack on Poland, Germany would be defeated in the end, and that the Polish army, even if badly mauled, would then re-emerge from the Pripet marshes or the jungle of Białowieża and proceed to occupy Greater Poland in much the same circumstances as in 1919. Nor is this belief in any way pathetic or fantastic. Poles point out, I think with justice, that the German situation, whether military, internal or economic, is far less strong than the German propaganda machine would have us believe. They hold that some form of German collapse within a year of the outbreak of a general war is a very real possibility, and while they have no doubt that the Germans will fight extremely well in the initial stages, they are confident that the ring will hold and that the effect of a blockade will be noticeable far sooner than it was in 1914-18. The British government had accepted and was resigned to the situation of Poland not wanting to negotiate. Result, more war cries in Poland. Marian Kodacki, the Polish Commissioner General in Danzig, was the man who was representing Polish policy at the center of German-Polish relations and who spoke repeatedly about war, as, for instance, at the time when Danzig would not let its population be starved out because the very livelihood of the Germans was threatened with ruin as a result of the pressure exerted by Poland and when, instead, Danzig wanted to open the border with East Prussia. On August 10, the heavily government-controlled Courier Polski wrote, "Just as Carthage had to be destroyed 2,000 years ago, today more and more voices are heard calling to put an end, once and for all, to Germany's craving for power over the other nations in Europe." Ever more widespread was the general opinion in the land that Carthage must be destroyed. The time is fast approaching when it will be universally held that the removal of the festering sore in the center of Europe is a necessity. All that will be left of Germany, then, will be only a heap of ruins. This demand was not an isolated occurrence in the Polish pre-war press, rather, it was the basic tenor of a strongly government-controlled journalism. When, in addition to this, noted spokesmen of this state were whipping up the people with unceasing warmongering speeches and were openly proclaiming their annexationist goals, then this had to be considered as a policy of war. The one who finally started the military advance by giving the order first, Germany, is not the one that can be branded as guilty for the war, but rather it is the one who, over a long period, has so geared her whole policy as to force the opponent into military intervention, and who has already in the interior of the country turned the warlike hostilities against her foreign minorities into a permanent state of affairs. Karl J. Burckhardt, the High Commissioner of the League of Nations in Danzig, had stated in a report of December 20, 1938. The Poles have a bit of a mad streak. At midnight they start smashing their glasses. They are the only unhappy people in Europe longing for the battlefield. They are thirsting for glory, and in that they know no bounds. There is Mr. Beck, but there is also the army and a public opinion ready to explode at any moment. Roger Makins, British delegate of the League in Basel, reported on June 11, 1939 about a conversation with Burckhardt. Mr. Burckhardt detected certain symptoms of Polish imperialism, and formed the impression that ultimate Polish aims were of wide scope. The French ambassador in Berlin, Calandra. Their only salvation, of Poland and of Romania, lay in preserving the peace, but they made no move in the direction that would have been necessary for it. The following quotes are from historians well known for their antagonism to Hitler. The history of Poland in the last few years before the Second World War is a history of heroism and folly. Also, Increasingly Poland succumbed to an anti-German fervor. But still, it can hardly be denied that in every clash the Poles were always adopting the fiercest reaction possible, apart from war. By overestimating her strength, Poland did not explore every avenue that would avoid any violent confrontations. And Poland? In Poland, the fatal pact, with Britain, did not seem to make any impression whatsoever. Poland persisted in defiant refusal of talks with Germany, and the press was positively falling over themselves in expressing their appetite for war and German hating. For example, an article appearing in those days in a West Polish newspaper was comparing the forthcoming war to a football match. Sneeringly, the German team was challenged. They were going to see what fighting meant to the Poles. Then the Danzigers could watch their compatriots getting thrashed. The arresting of Germans continued, no information was given as to their whereabouts. There is no other way of saying it, Poland did everything to provoke their neighbor to the limit, and thereby strengthen the will of their neighbor to war. The most preposterous was a postcard depicting how the western border of Poland in actual fact should have been running. It was running along the Oder and the Nysa. Such arrogance had to be taken as a direct threat of war on the German side. Amongst the Germans in Poland it provoked only ridicule. Who could take this seriously? Who could have foreseen at that time that one day this border would become reality? The Polish leadership would take the initiative for constantly aggravating the crisis in every conceivable sphere, in their foreign policy, with the mobilization, the military agreements with France, in the displacement of the minorities, in the communications sector including propaganda on radio and on billboards, in their literature, in the public appearance of leading speakers, in the actions taken against Danzig, in the diplomatic snubbing of the German neighbor, in the increasingly frequent border violations. The Ilustrowany Kurger of August 7, 1939 even featured an article about a competition among Polish military units of destroying and seizing Wehrmacht equipment on the other side of the border, in putting the troops on standby for attack, with official threats of war, in the order to Ambassador Lipski, issued at the height of the crisis, not to let himself get involved in any pertinent talks, and in the general mobilization which had already been announced the day before. The firing on the undefended German town of Buthen with artillery during the night from August 31 to September 1 was as characteristic in this chain of events as was the incident of the sudden attack on the transmitting station in Gliwice, although not a deciding factor. By the time of these lastly mentioned two incidents the die had already been cast. In large sections of the Polish population there prevailed a confident war mood. Poland did not even attempt to gain time. The Polish course of action against Danzig. The Polish course of action against Danzig and their conduct in the last days of peace merit a separate account, yet this will merely complement and confirm the whole attitude of Polish foreign policy in the year 1939 against Germany. Poland's constant efforts of trying to extend her authority in the free city of Danzig, with the ultimate aim of revoking its autonomy, led to continual conflicts. These constant efforts go back to the year 1919, and they are a part of the territorial demands made by Poland. These were continuously intensified during the year 1939. According to a statement from the Polish Commissioner General in Danzig, Kodaki, 15 1,000-page volumes would be required to describe the Danzig-Polish disputes in the year 1939. Danzig, a city undisputedly described as German also by the Polish government was, indeed, formally changed by the Versailles Treaty into a free city, but in reality little remained of this freedom. These rights, which Poland had received ever since 1919 in Danzig, were so extensive that Warsaw exercised a decisive influence on the economy and thus on the political fate of the city. Poland represented Danzig abroad, consequently also in the League of Nations. Poland was represented in Danzig by an ambassador, Germany and other states by a consul at best. Poland controlled Danzig's border, including the one with East Prussia, and also determined the customs tariffs according to her own discretion. Poland was maintaining 23 authorities, besides her own post office. Poland administered the Danzig railways and was responsible for the national defense of Danzig. Poland was keeping on the Westerplatte, within the free city, a military contingent and a munitions store. The League of Nations, protector of the free city, and its constitution, authorized a High Commissioner, elected for a 3-year term, who was to prevent outside encroachments and internal unrest, or rather, to have these settled. Since their endeavors at mediation between Poland and Danzig, more often than not, broke down, it was left to the Council of the League in Geneva, as the highest judicial authority, to deal with Danzig matters at nearly all its sittings. But this Council of the League neither possessed an explicit authority or did it have the necessary power to carry through a constructive solution. In the summer of 1936 it created a so-called Committee of Three, whose members were the foreign ministers of England, France, and Portugal, later of Sweden. Poland was, as representative for the foreign affairs of the Free City, also a member of this committee. The attitude of the Polish representative led to a paradoxical situation already at that time. The roles of the League of Nations and that of Poland appeared to be reversed. This Committee of Three was to take over from the Council of the League all of the Danzig issues. The reality was that, with the formation of this committee, England and France became more heavily involved in Danzig than they had been before. Henceforth, the official channels for the High Commissioner of the League ran directly to and from London and Paris. This arrangement was unsatisfactory for all concerned. It is not surprising, therefore, that the High Commissioners of the League in Danzig, without exception, were arguing for a readjustment of the local situation. By this they understood the reintegration of Danzig into Germany, especially since the Polish pretext of needing a port had been rendered invalid with the building and extension of Dingen to the west, with the economic strangling of Danzig and, furthermore, with the securing of a free port area for Poland in Danzig. Count Manfredo Gravina, High Commissioner of the League from 1929 to 1932, had proposed during his term of office to link East Prussia to the Reich by extending the Danzig territory to the west. To empower the League of Nations, as the protector of Danzig, with the necessary authority. To free Danzig from all restrictions imposed by Poland, railway, customs, economy, foreign policy, etc. To transfer Dingen and the surrounding region, as well as a free port area in Danzig, to Poland and to secure this arrangement with a guarantee from the League of Nations. C. J. Burckhardt had also described in the year 1937 and later on the return of Danzig to Germany as imperative. But he too had to realize that he was powerless to change the situation, and he was to admit that it had even been put to him privately from a not unauthoritative party to dispense with his attempts of appeasement in Danzig, as these were regarded as harmful. Since 1935, when the Under-State Secretary at the Ministry for Foreign Affairs in Warsaw, Count Schembeck, made this entry in his diary. It would be in the interest of many people to see a worsening in the Polish-Danzig relations, Polish nationalists as well as Danzig Germans hostile to Hitler, Jews and businessmen from the port of Dingen. The same groups have remained continuously active in the sense as described by Schembeck. The proposal by Hitler made to Poland on October 24, 1938 was considerably more modest than any of the previous Danzig demands from German and even foreign politicians. It was conveyed, and this is confirmed by all the subsequently collected documents, with the sincere intention of placing relations with Germany's eastern neighbor on a better and more secure footing. Hitler did neither threaten nor did he even faintly hint at coercion as a means for achieving his goals. There was no question of any deadline either. On the contrary, right up to the outbreak of war, Hitler repeatedly urged moderation on the Danzig Senate, while nevertheless making it quite clear that Danzig had the protective support of the Reich. It is a provable fact that Hitler intervened in the Danzig happenings only after the Polish ultimatum of August 4, 1939. This he did by summoning Gauleiter Forster, the district head, to Berchtesgaden to make a report, August 10, 1939, and he ordered to avoid any fresh incident in Danzig so as not to aggravate matters there. Asking Karl Burckhardt, the League of Nations High Commissioner in Danzig, for mediation. Advising Poland that Germany would not be tolerating to have Danzig subjected to starvation or military occupation. This reaction was declared an act of aggression in a Polish statement from August 10, 1939, should it be to the detriment of Polish interests. Hitler was not opposed to any of Poland's further economic aspirations at Danzig, but he was resolved never to permit the establishment of a Polish political regime at Danzig. The Sudeten Nazis, like the Austrians before them, built up the tension gradually without guidance from Hitler. In Danzig the tension was already complete, and Hitler, so far as he did anything, held the local Nazis back. The Polish foreign minister, Beck, on the other hand, was pursuing his policy in Danzig not for Danzig as such, but out of principle. Danzig has become a kind of symbol. But what did this policy of principle that Poland followed in Danzig look like? Such is the opinion of the German ambassador in Paris, Otto Abetz. The proposition of a spontaneous awakening of Polish nationalism after Munich does not bear close examination. The anti-German demonstrations demanding the Polish annexation of Danzig and East Prussia were taking place in by far too many and too thinly spread places, the boycott of German-speaking businesses was too well synchronized, the stone-throwing at windows of the German embassy in Warsaw and the German consulate general in Thorn was happening too close together in time for any spontaneity to have been likely. With the backing from Great Britain, Warsaw was forcefully driving forward her Polonising campaign against Danzig. The initiative for aggravating matters lay, as so often since 1919, solely with Poland, and England was leading Poland far up the garden path. After the defeat of Poland in 1939, Foreign Minister Beck told a friend in his Romanian exile, "No one in his right mind can claim that Danzig was the cause of the war. The fact remains, though, that he certainly had behaved in the critical months of 1939 as if Danzig were really the issue." The most significant of these measures, at the end of 1938, Poland was issuing stamps which represented Danzig as if it were a Polish city. By May 2, 1939, the Polish press had proceeded to the point where a demand was made that Danzig become Polish. With Warsaw expressing a rising sentiment of Polish nationalism, there was little prospect for a German-Polish agreement. On May 5, 1939, the Polish foreign minister, Beck, declared in his speech to the Polish parliament, "The population of Danzig is today predominantly German, but its livelihood and prosperity depend on the economic potentialities of Poland. What conclusions have we drawn from this fact? We have stood and stand firmly on the ground of the rights and interests of our seaborne trade and our maritime policy in Danzig. To stand firmly on this ground meant to keep Danzig also in future in an economic dependence by having to rely on Poland for its livelihood and by further increasing this dependence." On June 11, 1939, Warsaw again increased the number of its customs officials in Danzig. The financial burden thus incurred was carried by the Danzig community. This measure was all the more provocative as the number of Polish customs inspectors in Danzig had risen to 4 times the number compared with the level of 1929, while in the same period the trade in Danzig was cut down to 1/3 of its turnover value. In the same month the Polish-Danzig border was closed down for Germans. According to official Polish figures, 10.9% of Poland's overseas export were carried by waterways in 1924. 1937 the figure was 4%, and in 1938 it was 2.3%. At the end of June 1939, the Polish minority leader in the Danzig Parliament Volkstag, Baczynski, assured his few fellow Danzig Poles in a speech delivered at the Polish Festival of the Sea that the union of Danzig with Poland would be achieved by the army. On July 11, 1939, Lord Halifax informed his ambassador in Warsaw about a talk held with the Polish ambassador, Count Raczynski, who had recently returned to London. Colonel Beck is aware that the Polish public opinion was too excited, so that he felt obliged to state he hoped that it might be possible to do something to tone it down. Beck admits that nothing had materially changed the situation, and Danzig itself was still commanded by Poland. But Beck had announced to increase their military preparations round Danzig. Nevertheless, Colonel Beck felt the situation could not continue indefinitely on its present lines, as there was the danger of being faced with a fait accompli. Although he had not yet come to any definite decision, Colonel Beck thought that perhaps the best way in which to call a halt would be to select very carefully one perfectly clear breach of the Constitution by Danzig, which would not be of so grave a nature as to cause an immediate explosion. If a stand were made on this carefully chosen ground, the Danzigers might be compelled to beat a retreat. Colonel Beck had in view some joint tripartite action, not at Berlin but at Danzig. He thought this preferable, as it would not confront the German Chancellor directly with any possible loss of face, and it would be easier for him to effect a retreat through Danzig. Colonel Beck was, however, opposed to sending strong notes without careful consideration, since they might only lead to unfortunate results. Colonel Beck was not, in fact, taking into consideration any talks on the Danzig question, and thought that a tug of war would probably be necessary to re-establish the position, as there had been too many breaches of the Danzig Statute. Although the British government had once again been made explicitly aware, by the middle of July 1939 at the latest, that Poland was planning to become active in Danzig and, by contrived means, diminish the German influence there, with the ultimate aim of eliminating it altogether, and that Hitler was in no hurry where the Danzig question was concerned, and that he was prepared to negotiate through the channels of the League of Nations, we are having recourse to the High Commissioner and not to Geneva itself. They sent shortly after a military mission to Moscow together with the French, with the aim of enlisting the Bolshevik power for the fight against the German Reich in Europe. At the end of July, Poland's reaction to the suggestion made by the Danzig Gauleiter, Forster, to drop all military measures now taken in Danzig if there was a détente in the situation, was such that even Lord Halifax had the warning issued to Warsaw that the Polish government was to avoid any provocative assertions that the German government are weakening. But this too was of no avail. On August 1, 1939, Warsaw terminated the export of duty-free herring and margarine from Danzig to Poland. This decision affected 10% of the trade in Danzig. No detailed explanation is required to understand how much this additional measure would further impair the already severely restricted basic necessities of life in Danzig. The French consul in Danzig informed his foreign minister on August 1. As the Danzig Senate has adopted a policy of silence with regard to the repeated Polish protests in matters of customs inspection, so the Polish government has now taken economic retaliatory measures which could have grave consequences. These retaliatory measures came quite unexpectedly and produced a surprising reaction, with the reverberation to be found in the press on July 31. The two daily newspapers protested loudly against this linking of an economic question with the, in their opinion, purely political matter of the customs inspectors. They considered the whole matter a violation of the exchange agreement which was in force until July 31, 1940, and repeatedly described the Polish attitude as direct action, to which they seemed to display great indignation. All this was taking place at a time when it was well known in Poland that, hitherto the Danzig Senate had never risked coming too far into the open, and that any threat of a customs union with Germany should not be taken too seriously. In the discussion of August 2 about these matters, the Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs, Arsazuski, gave British Ambassador Kennard to understand that the general situation might become critical towards the end of this month. He admitted that the situation might develop within a few hours from the political to the military phase. Incidentally, the economic severance of Danzig from Poland was in total contradiction to the Polish empty rhetoric that Poland was unable to survive without Danzig. This step of ceasing trade with Danzig, already since 1919 Poland had been continually cutting down her trade with Danzig, was therefore meant to serve militant goals. On August 4 Poland delivered to the Free City an ultimatum with a limitation of 17 hours, threatening immediate retaliatory actions and reprisals in the event that an alleged, but not existing, order from the Senate regarding the field of activity of the Polish customs inspectors was not withdrawn and attempts be made to interfere in the duties of the henceforth armed Polish customs inspectors or to impede them. The reason for this, a rumor. The French ambassador in Warsaw is of the opinion that the Polish action was a tactical mistake. Also, the High Commissioner of the League of Nations in Danzig, Professor Burkhardt, maintains that the Polish ultimatum of August 4 has ruined all attempts at easing the tension. There is no doubt that Poland, in this instance, has brought to a head an altercation which might well have been evaded without losing any influence and without any material disadvantage. In the early hours of the morning of August 5, the president of the Danzig Senate, Greiser, was informed that the import of all food products would be stopped, should Danzig defy the ultimatum of the previous day. Greiser, who considered that the tenor of the ultimatum, the short deadline and the substance of the threat make any answer impossible, turned to the High Commissioner and declared himself willing to speak on the telephone with the Polish Commissioner General in Danzig, Kodaki, so that he could rectify the trigger cause of the case's facts and thus prove the groundlessness of the accusation. Although Kodaki agreed to try to get his government to accept the telephone explanations as a verbal note, he did, however, insist that the Danzig Senate confirm in writing the compliance with the Polish demands. In the meantime, Burkhardt had also been notified by Kodaki that the wives and children of the Polish civil servants were going to be evacuated. By delivering this threat to starve out Danzig with no immediate cause, the Polish government was infringing upon the vital spheres of interest of Danzig and the Reich. Secret diplomatic correspondence reveals that military measures might have been taken by the Polish government had the Senate rejected the Polish note. Poland was carrying the crisis to further extremes in that she did not withdraw the ultimatum and the threat of embargo, but also in that she never revoked the arming of the Polish customs inspectors, although it had become evident that the pretext for this action was indefensible. On August 6, Marshal Rydz Śmigły announced to 150,000 legionnaires gathered in Krakow that Poland was determined to meet force with force, and would oppose emphatically every attempt at transgressing upon her interests, directly or indirectly. Danzig, bound to Poland for many centuries, he added, was the lung of the Polish economic organization, and the Warsaw government had defined their position on this issue clearly and unequivocally. Danzig is Poland's lung. We have friends who understand us and who have clearly expressed their solidarity with us. Resounding from the crowd, we want Danzig. The conservative Polish newspaper ZOZ commented on this speech the following day, to the effect that, if the Danzig Nazis were trying to produce a fait accompli, the Polish cannons would roar. The guns which protect the honor of Poland are pointing at Danzig. Everybody must realize that these guns will be fired if the authorities of the Free City, contrary to the obvious interest of the Danzig population, are going to confront Poland with a fait accompli. The Polish ambassador in Washington, Jerzy Potocki, thus drew the conclusion from his talks in Warsaw on this August 7. Poland prefers Danzig to peace. In this atmosphere, President Greiser submitted to the Polish ultimatum. He did this by delivering a verbal note not only on the telephone, he also put it in writing, as requested by Poland. Although this statement was extremely well written and, furthermore, contained a clear protest against Poland's action, it does not alter the fact that it was a climb down. The Polish foreign minister understood it this way, more or less, as indeed did the foreign press. Beck sees his policy of steadfastness confirmed by the outcome of the Danzig crisis, as the French ambassador in Warsaw reported to his government on August 7, 1939. The margin of any possible Polish concessions, however, has become so narrow, as the same ambassador writes on August 8, that any incautious act might well have the most serious consequences. Greiser had notified the High Commissioner of the League of Nations beforehand, and this, too, is a sign of willingness for reconciliation, of the Danzig note, and so had tried to obtain his advice and approval, a procedure not regarded as necessary by Poland in their dealings with Danzig. On August 8, British Ambassador Henderson reported to his foreign minister. It is these elements which are reinforced by press articles either in England or in Poland which tend to humiliate Germany, particularly as it is strongly felt here that on the part of Poland such defiance would never be ventured unless Britain were behind her. It may be considered that humiliation is salutary for him, Hitler, but if this dangerous policy is not that of His Majesty's government, I earnestly submit the utmost should be done at Warsaw as well as London to avoid driving him during the next few weeks into a position where the dictator's pride will not allow him to go slow even if he wishes it. In a later report he mentions that the press comments in Warsaw and London on the speech made by Marshal Rydz Smigli on August 6 have seriously compromised the settlement of the dispute in Danzig of August 5, and he stresses emphatically, "The attitude of the Poles appears to me highly and unnecessarily dangerous." Furthermore, the same day Henderson informed the Permanent Under-Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, Sir Cadogan, about a conversation he had with the German State Secretary von Weizsäcker, who was a member of the anti-Hitler resistance movement. Von Weizsäcker had allegedly asked him, "Is the Polish ambassador alive or dead, or is he no longer in Berlin?" I asked the Belgian ambassador to repeat this to Lipski, and he had discovered from Lipski that his instructions were to avoid all contacts whatsoever with the Germans. I personally think that sort of attitude is too stupid for words, but I don't know what you feel in London about it. Britain is public enemy number one, but I would certainly not suggest following such a course myself. I am going to have a talk with Prince Lubomirski about the Zaz article. As a matter of fact, Lubomirski is the one from the Polish embassy who has been scaring most of my colleagues by the extreme bellicosity of his remarks. Provided we do not register less firmness ourselves, we lose nothing and may gain a great deal by giving Hitler the chance of making a peace gesture, which he may really seek. We lose on every count if we deprive him of that chance, since he can prove to his people that he wanted it and that we would not give it to him. Not only the Germans but also the Italians believe that Poland would like to force an issue this year, because she feels that British support may tend to become more lukewarm later. On August 9 the Reich government informed Polish Foreign Minister Beck at a repetition of demands made in the form of an ultimatum to Danzig would lead to greater tension in the relationship between Germany and Poland and that an embargo would force Danzig, the free city, to seek other possibilities for her imports and exports. Although Hitler had indicated that he would stand by Danzig, he did not, however, threaten. They, the Polish government, replied within 24 hours, without consulting London or Paris, stating that Poland would consider any likely intervention of the Reich government in the relations existing between Poland and Danzig, which would be to the detriment of Polish rights and interests, as an aggressive act. This reply showed, after the Danzig affairs had been fought over unceasingly for 20 years by Berlin and Warsaw, where it had gotten us. This Polish note from August 10 was additional confirmation that Poland intended to totally eliminate Germany's influence on Danzig, also in the event of a blockade, and to act with aggressive force there. Once again Poland had aggravated the situation to such a degree that even Lord Halifax suggested on August 15. The Polish government should, from the point of view of world opinion, examine the possibility of negotiation over Danzig, and to give him, Hitler, no excuse for acting. Ambassador Henderson had also realized the significance of this Polish note and could not believe that Hitler would have remained as calm as he indeed did when he learnt about this note. However, the Poles had, as stated by Burckhardt, the intention to obtain a perilous success, and they never stopped talking about this success. The Polish government was not alone in this. On August 13 Foreign Minister Beck was able to show to the ambassador of the USA in Warsaw, Biddle, a report from the Polish ambassador in London, Raczynski, which contained the explicit approval of the British government for all recent Polish measures. That the Polish government should feel encouraged by this goes without saying. The consequences were to follow. On August 18 the Polish Commissioner General in Danzig, Kodacki, offered to remove the economic embargo if the, meanwhile armed and further reinforced, customs inspectors and frontier guards were granted the right of unrestricted operation in the Danzig territory. The acceptance of this demand would have meant military occupation and, with that, the Polonising of Danzig. So now Danzig was virtually faced with a second ultimatum which allowed for only 4 alternatives. Political customs strangulation and thus the destruction of the city's economy or rather its livelihood for the future too, since August 1 Polish measures along those lines were already in force. consenting to a military occupation by Poland. Opening up the frontier to East Prussia to avoid starvation, thus accepting a likely state of war as had been threatened by Poland for such measure. Seeking help from the German Reich, and thus also accepting a likely state of war as had been threatened by Poland for such measure. The Danzig Senate accepted the economic strangulation and remained passive. The British Consul General, Shepherd, left the Free City on August 24 without taking leave of the Danzig Senate. He was not to return again. The reports of this expert were not utilized by Halifax for any peace resolution. The negotiations on the question of customs inspectors in Danzig were broken off by Poland on the same day, August 24. Even if the documentation as reprinted in the files of the German Foreign Politics, Akten der Deutschen Auswärtigen Politik, ADAP, according to which the Danzig Senate was employing delaying tactics in the negotiations with Poland, be genuine, it is surprising that Poland did not complain about the manner of negotiation and demand that the talks be put in concrete terms. With breaking off the talks, the refusal to even attempt finding a mediator, e.g. Burkhardt or the British government, and the outright rejection, right up to the outbreak of war, to hold any kind of negotiation whatsoever with either the Danzig Senate or the German government and, finally, with the unequivocally formulated annexationist demands, Poland has explicitly demonstrated her lack of interest in these discussions and revealed her true intentions. In the evening of August 26, 1939, Kodacki urgently recommended to the League of Nations High Commissioner in Danzig, Karl J. Burkhardt, to evacuate his family quickly, since there might be clashes any day now, and the town could be bombed. The situation is made worse by the fact that, to a large extent, the attitude of the Danzig Senate is construed as a retreat. This assessment of the situation emboldened Poland to further provocations, hoping that, in the event of war, unrest is going to break out in Germany and that the Polish troops would march successfully on Berlin. Since the end of March 1939, the Polish government had refused all talks with the Reich government under threat of war, had opposed every compromise and, even when crisis point was reached, was rejecting every gesture of goodwill for holding negotiations. Already on May 27, 1939, Foreign Minister Beck had given to Burkhardt the impression that he was giving him instructions, instead of discussing with him ways of working together. Within the momentary tension, so stated Beck in this discussion with Burkhardt, no talks between Berlin and Warsaw are possible. Such explanations are no excuse for the lack of any commitment to negotiations in those who have created the tension. As mentioned before, Danzig was not the only goal for Poland, not the only target for her provocations, but rather a means to an end. Poland, along with her English and French friends, was determined to deprive the Free City of the freedom to live according to her national and cultural ties. Yes, they were even at pains to further limit Danzig's economic basic necessities. This undertaking was ultimately justified on the ground that the freedom of the whole world was allegedly menaced by Hitler. Danzig is German. The elections alone prove this. I have quoted the opinions of famous men. No one can deny that the vast majority of the Danzigers are Germans, or that they wish to join Germany. But if the Poles believe to the contrary, why not hold a plebiscite under English control and abide by the decision? Warsaw would, as I was told there, refuse such a solution, knowing the result in advance. Poles told me that this was not a fair test since they had claims to the mouth of the Vistula. But I have dealt with those claims in an earlier chapter, and can only repeat that such arguments would be equivalent to giving the Dutch estuary of the Rhine to Germany, or the Portuguese area around the Tagus to Franco-Spain. There is no sense in fighting to keep one group of Germans in Danzig from joining another group of Germans in the Reich. It would be tantamount to some other country going to war to prevent England and New Zealand from sharing a single government if they wanted to. Danzig, as a city, was founded by Germans. That Slavs may, many centuries ago, have opened a trading center on the site of the present Free City is no reason for giving the area to Poland. The Serbs are also Slavs, and one might as well award it to them, for we have no proof that the Poles are the descendants of such Slavs. Indeed, historians declare they are not. But his point is not even of academic interest, and if we base claims on ancient days of occupation, we may as well begin by presenting the east coast of England to Denmark, for it belonged to the Danes long after the Slavs who may have founded a trading center in the Danzig region had migrated. Imagine Germany, or for that matter France, Russia, or Italy, wishing to guarantee Denmark the east coast of England on historic grounds. The historical side of the argument could not be denied, but its utter absurdity would make all Europe laugh. Chapter 7. Hitler's position on Poland. Fundamental principle, from 1933 onward. One of the very first moves of Hitler's foreign policy was the endeavor to bring about an amicable relationship with Germany's eastern neighbor Poland. This despite the fact that, by the time Hitler came to power, 1933, the Polish Marshal Pilsudski had planned to attack Germany 3 times in alliance with France, when, furthermore, up to that time almost half of the ethnic Germans had been driven out of Poland, when further Polish territorial demands continued to be made in a thoroughly aggressive manner, and when not one of the Weimar governments had hitherto managed even a halfway tolerable rapprochement with Poland. The Peace and Friendship Declaration of January 26, 1934 was so formulated as to renounce every resort to force for a 10-year period and to settle all contentious questions in a neighborly fashion. The frontier question was ignored. Although it was out of the question for Hitler to conclude an Eastern Locarno Treaty with Poland, meaning to formally recognize the eastern frontier of the Reich as delineated at Versailles, not one of the Weimar governments was able to do this either. Hitler did everything within his power to smooth the path for a peaceable future coexistence of the German and Polish nations. All documents attest to the fact that Hitler had signed the agreement in all sincerity and honesty, and his foreign policy was in conformity with this accord in the years following 1934 right up to midsummer of 1939. In spite of the escalating tensions caused by the Polish aggressive stance starting in March 1939, from April 28, 1939 onward Hitler tried hard to realign the fundamental principles of the agreement with the changed conditions, the British guarantee to Poland and Poland's partial mobilization. Possibly the most distressing evidence of the strong determination of German politics to do justice to the spirit of the Treaty of 1934 was the silent passing over, for the time being, of all these chicaneries and all of these blatantly obvious injustices inflicted upon the German element within the Polish state. If Poland would have done perhaps only 50% for the German minority of that which was being done in Germany for the Polish minority, then the feeling of disappointment in the German public, which was growing more bitter by the day, would not have sprung up. German proposals for a revision of the questions outstanding since 1918 have always started out from the principle of recognizing the Polish interests. Hitler took this approach to such lengths in that he was to be the first German politician since the Versailles border ruling who acknowledged in principle the need for Poland to have free access to the Baltic Sea, who made cessions, and who refrained from threatening military action as a means of exerting pressure so as to force negotiations or during negotiations. Without a doubt, the fundamental principle Hitler was following for many years was this: the border and minority questions are insignificant and compared with the necessity for concord between these two European peoples. Here is evidence for this for the year 1935. Hitler was clearly demonstrating by his exceptionally accommodating formulae and by his suggestions for a necessary German-Polish friendship in the case of danger that he set great store by Poland's support in the face of the French-Soviet alliance of May 2. Evidence for 1936. Ribbentrop and Hitler saw Polish-German relations almost exclusively within the perspective of the, then, rapid pace of Soviet foreign policy and, therefore, were putting much emphasis on the common ground in Polish and German interests. Evidence for 1936, records of the Polish Under-Secretary of State at the Ministry for Foreign Affairs, Count Schembeck, of his conversation with Hitler on August 12, 1936. When he assumed power in 1933, Polish-Danzig relations were in the worst possible state. He then ordered his people that they should at all costs come to an understanding with Poland. The decisions of the Versailles Treaty might be the cause of dissatisfaction and regret, but none the less the facts which had arisen must be taken into account. The Danzig question was negligible in comparison with the magnitude of those problems which pointed to the necessity of harmonizing German and Polish policy. When he ordered his people in Danzig not to quarrel any more with Poland, he was violently attacked not only by German nationalists, but also by socialists and communists, and that in Danzig as well as in the Reich itself. He was accused of betraying Germanism. He, however, ignored these attacks, and did not retreat one single step from his chosen policy of the necessity for an understanding with Poland. Evidence for 1937, reports of talks of Marshal Rydz Smigly and Field Marshal Göring. Göring announced that he had been instructed by Chancellor Hitler to emphasize that he, Hitler, was more than ever determined to continue the policy of rapprochement with Poland. On the German side, there was no desire whatever to deprive Poland of any part of her territory. For that matter, it was quite obvious that a strong Poland, with access to the sea, a Poland with whom Germany could agree her policy, was incomparably more necessary and useful to the Reich than a weak and mutilated Poland. For Germany realized that an isolated Poland would be much easier to subdue, and then the whole Russian avalanche would strike directly against the German frontier. Evidence for 1938, Adolf Hitler on September 26, 1938 at the Sportpalast in Berlin. We realize that here are two peoples which must live together, and neither of which can do away with the other. A people of 33 million will always strive for an outlet to the sea. A way to understanding, then, had to be found, it has been found, and it will be continually extended further. But the main fact is that the two governments, and all reasonable and clear-sighted persons among the two peoples and in the two countries, possess the firm will and determination to improve their relations. Evidence for 1939, reports of the talks of Hitler and Colonel Beck at Berchtesgaden on January 5, 1939. In answer to this, the Chancellor stated that to solve this problem it would be necessary to try to find something quite new, some new form, for which he used the term Körperschaft, which on the one hand would safeguard the interests of the German population, and on the other the Polish interests. In addition, the Chancellor declared that the minister could be quite at ease, there would be no fait accompli in Danzig and nothing would be done to render difficult the situation of the Polish government. Every Polish division was a corresponding saving of a German division, a strong Poland was an absolute necessity, for Germany. All of us, victors and vanquished, would be buried under the same ruins, the only one to benefit would be Moscow. Colonel Beck acknowledged in the subsequent conversation with the foreign minister of the Reich, von Ribbentrop, on January 9, 1939 in Munich, that he had noted with sincere satisfaction the Führer's clear and firm policy of friendly understanding with Poland. Not one of these quotations is chosen arbitrarily. Each one is a typical example of Berlin's position vis-à-vis Warsaw. On the other hand, no equivalent basic intention on the part of Poland has been in evidence during all these years. The proposal to Poland made October 24, 1938. Why choose this moment in time? The project of an extraterritorial motorway, Autobahn, running across West Prussia into East Prussia goes back as far as the year 1933. Hitler's idea, as expressed in May 1935, of a technical transport solution solving the corridor problem by means of a rail connection and an Autobahn, is one of the many suggestions intended to diffuse the German-Polish matters of dispute. In May 1935 the Polish foreign minister had started his evasive and delaying tactics, although he, as well as the Polish government, had begun to realize, by 1937 at the latest, the dire necessity of reaching a fundamental settlement on the Danzig question. As for the Versailles requirements, even today it would be patently obvious to any expert on that period, and as was indeed acknowledged at the time by every reasonable and clear-sighted person, that these must not be allowed to strain neighborly relations between the peoples of Germany and Poland for all times, that is to say a new formula would have to be found at some time. That the Polish government had come to be aware of and admit this necessity is shown by the following passage from the Polish memorandum addressed to the German government on May 5, 1939. 2. the Polish government had foreseen for several years that the difficulties encountered by the League of Nations in carrying out its functions at Danzig would create a confused situation which was in Poland's and Germany's interest to unravel. For several years the Polish government had given the German government to understand that frank conversations should be held on this subject. The German government, however, avoided these and confined themselves to stating that Polish-German relations should not be exposed to difficulties by questions relating to Danzig. Moreover, the German government more than once gave assurances to the Polish government regarding the Free City of Danzig. Finally, the Polish government indicate that their attitude in the question of facilitating communications across Pomorze depends on the attitude of the Reich regarding the Free City of Danzig. As any politically aware person would agree, such revision must not be worked solely at Germany's expense once again. Toward the end of October 1938, Hitler deemed it appropriate to reintroduce these points for discussion, cautiously and ever willing to compromise. Creating a basis for negotiations belongs to the incumbencies of politics. The choice of timing requires political dexterity. Did Hitler get his timing right? Indeed, he had ample cause to regard the second half of October 1938 as a favorable opportunity for such talks with Poland. On July 22, 1938, 3 months before the German proposal, the Polish Foreign Minister Beck had stated to the High Commissioner of the League of Nations, Karl J. Burkhardt, "In the absence of any pressure and threats it is still possible to discuss with the Reich some of the leftover problems of the Versailles Treaty." With the hybrid founding of the Free City in 1918 a permanent discord was intentionally created between Poland and Germany. Or, in another passage, "The statute of the Free City of Danzig was without a doubt the most bizarre and complicated creation of the Versailles Treaty. It would be difficult to presume that it had been created other than for the sole purpose of becoming the source of continual conflicts between Germany and Poland or, at the very least, of being a barter object which could be used, at opportune occasions, to sacrifice Polish interests in favor of Germany's." 5 weeks before the German proposal, the Polish ambassador, Lipski, went one step further by suggesting to Hitler on September 20, 1938 a settlement of the Danzig question. Therefore, the subsequent German initiative, especially since it was presented in a very amicable form, should not have come as too much of a surprise. At the beginning of October 1938, Beck had entered into a German credit agreement that granted Poland a loan of 120 million zloty. The harmonious accord existing at that time between Germany and Poland was recognized by all European powers. Beck had refuted, in an interview given to the Hearst Press on October 10, the rumors circulating that Germany had been demanding the reintegration of Danzig, and he emphasized that peace in Europe would be possible only when the nations reached a lasting understanding with Germany. The Polish stance during the Sudeten crisis, their forced acquisition of Teschen, and the subsequent Warsaw policy on Czechia was seen by England and France in an antagonistic light. On the other hand, relations between the Reich on the one hand and Britain and France on the other seemed good, even though some sharp, semi-official notes of discord had seeped through from London ever since the Munich conference, although Berlin could not have known their extent nor, indeed, their significance, while on the Polish side, the government there feared that their action against Czechoslovakia might result in an intervention by the Soviet Union and was, therefore, asking for at least a benevolent attitude of neutrality from Germany in this specific case. The Soviet note of September 23, 1938 that threatened to terminate the non-aggression pact between Poland and Soviet Russia and, in addition to that, the concentration of several Soviet army units at the Polish border, were concrete reasons for these concerns. Likewise, the Polish ambassador in Washington, Potocki, confirmed later that relations between Poland and the USSR had taken a decided turn for the worse after the Czech crisis in early October 1938. The immediate impetus, however, started out from the Polish ambassador, Lipski, and the German State Secretary, von Weizsäcker, thus, significantly, neither from Ribbentrop nor from Hitler. On October 22, 1938, per instruction from his government, Lipski presented to the German Under-Secretary of State Wermund a request that the Reich government lend its support to the transfer of the Carpatho-Ukraine, a region belonging to the national territory of Czechoslovakia, to Hungary. Weizsäcker, who transmitted this proposal to Ribbentrop and Hitler, recommended that one should seriously examine the question whether to initiate a serious discussion with Poland and of demanding compensation from her. Here he had in mind Danzig and Memel. England's unprovoked turning away from the only recently signed German-British declaration of peace and friendship at Munich largely contributed to persuading Hitler to clarify anew Germany's relations with Poland. What was not within his sphere of knowledge, however, was the utter determination, as displayed by mainly Roosevelt, to change the course with one aim only, totally ignoring any legal position and in complete disregard of Hitler's peaceful willingness to resolve matters through negotiation to frustrate any and every step in favor of Germany. Indeed, President F.D. Roosevelt did possess those means of exerting pressure, of which Bullitt, his special ambassador, would often boast about during his diplomatic talks before the war. Potocki, the Polish ambassador to Washington, could report after a conversation with Bullitt on November 22, 1938 that Roosevelt was of the opinion that, at its close, war, power alone could put an end to Germany's mad aspirations to expansion. In answer to my question as to what he imagined this coming war would be like, he answered that the United States, France, and Britain must rearm on a gigantic scale if they were to be able to confront Germany. The decisive step cannot be taken until the right moment comes. Roosevelt was pursuing the goal of including Poland and the USSR in an anti-German front as well by means of the economic and propaganda war against Germany, which already within 6 weeks after the Munich conference and quite independently of and without any knowledge of the German-Polish talks, had led in the United States to a psychosis, similar to that which prevailed just before America declared war to Germany in 1917. As mentioned before, Hitler could not foresee this machination from Roosevelt. Bearing this in mind, no historian can, therefore, rightfully criticize Hitler, neither for his endeavor to initiate the talks with Poland, nor for the contents and the result of these talks. The unfolding of the negotiations. Such was Hitler's circumspection that, when he had Ribbentrop in October 1938 continue with those talks which had been suggested by Lipski and had been further expanded by von Weizsäcker, the Polish foreign minister remained convinced for years afterwards that the real initiative for the talks had come from Ribbentrop and not from Hitler. The German basic principle of the negotiations was conveyed by word of mouth. In this way the most prudent of diplomatic forms was employed that would permit a withdrawal without any loss of prestige. In these proposals the Reich government did not make any demands, did not set any deadline, did not exert any pressure, did not impair Poland's sovereignty, did not offend her honor and did not aim to humiliate her. The German proposition envisaged a strengthening of the German-Polish neighborly relations and a willing European disposition to fight Bolshevism. Its contents. The Free State of Danzig would return to the German Reich. An extraterritorial motorway belonging to Germany was to be built across West Prussia and, likewise, an extraterritorial railway with several tracks. In return for this, Hitler was prepared to guarantee Poland's economic rights in Danzig, including a free port, to give final and permanent recognition to the existing borders between Poland and Germany, to prolong the German-Polish peace declaration to 25 years. To guarantee the independence of Slovakia, conjointly with Poland and Hungary, and by this step the Reich would renounce her supremacy in this region. To render Poland military assistance in the event of a Soviet offensive. For many months neither the outline or the contents of the German proposal were regarded as a stumbling block by Foreign Minister Beck, even though he was not willing to give up one crumb of the Versailles spoils of war. Furthermore, Beck had been keeping for months the contents of the talks with the Reich government to himself and, indeed, had already raised fears in the Western countries that Poland might draw closer to Germany. It is significant that even Beck himself acknowledged the need for a revision of the Danzig question. On October 31, 1938, 1 week after having taken cognizance of the German proposals, Beck gave instructions to his ambassador in Berlin, Lipski. Paragraph 4b read as follows. In the opinion of the Polish government, the subject of any future understanding concluded with the object of permanently maintaining good neighborly relations would have to be the following. B. Such a settlement of the problem of the Danzig Free City as would prevent, in future, the continually recurring difficulties of a technical and psychological nature which arise from friction in this sphere. The question of the Free City is urgent because in the state of affairs hitherto prevailing, with the League of Nations reserving very far-reaching prerogatives to itself, but not able to fulfill its task in a manner beneficial to the Free City and to Polish interests, the need arises for the Polish and Reich governments to approach the problem in a spirit of frankness. Soon after that the Polish foreign minister made the official announcement that Poland was not conducting any negotiations about Danzig and the corridor. As for internal policy, however, he informed the League of Nations High Commissioner Burkhardt on November 21, 1938 that Poland would give up representing Danzig in foreign affairs. After all, Poland's interest in Danzig was mainly an economic one. The purpose underlying this statement seemed clear, to inform Hitler of Beck's true intention, that he was about to take up the proposals of Weizsäcker, linking the matter of Carpatho-Ukraine with that of Danzig, and gradually to make concessions. Thus Hitler was further strengthened in his belief that Beck honestly wished to hold talks on these questions, particularly since he had given Hitler to understand on January 5, 1939 at the Obersalzberg, that he could thoroughly appreciate the German point of view, and he was prepared to consider the problem at more leisure. In reality, however, the Polish foreign minister was not at all contemplating a diplomatic readjustment. Toward the end of January 1939, the German foreign minister, von Ribbentrop, traveled to Warsaw, and he made a point of once more stressing that it was Hitler's desire to have strong neighborly relations with Poland. This could be accomplished, as had already been indicated previously to the Polish government, by forming a German-Polish defensive alliance within the framework of the Anti-Comintern Pact and by guaranteeing the common frontiers now in existence, that is to say, Germany would agree to a final and permanent renunciation of Posen West Prussia and East Upper Silesia, as well as by the guarantee of a non-aggression pact for 25 years. How restrained and justified this, German, request, reunion of Danzig with the Reich and an extraterritorial connection with East Prussia, can best be demonstrated by a comparison with the demands made by the German opposition of Gordeler sometime later during the war, at a time when the fortunes of war were no longer favoring Germany. Gordeler was demanding the return of the frontiers of the Reich according to 1914. It is an undeniable fact that the foreign minister of the Reich made every endeavor to establish amiable relations. The French foreign minister, Bonnet, commented on Ribbentrop's visit to Warsaw. Nothing about this speech, by Ribbentrop, was alarming. In Paris some people were even disturbed by the sincerity of the verbal exchange. Was that not an indication that Poland was preparing to strengthen ties with Germany, at our, French, expense? On January 31, 1939 Beck confirmed to the French ambassador in Warsaw, Noël, that he had found himself in complete agreement with the German minister on the necessity in the possibility of settling, in the spirit of neighborliness, which is the basis of the Pact of 1934, present and future difficulties between both countries. Hitler had conciliatory words for Poland in his Reichstag speech of January 30, 1939, despite Ribbentrop's recent lack of success there. The German press was still not allowed to print any offensive reports about Poland. Hitler had ordered the Foreign Office and the Danzig Senate, likewise, to remain calm even in the face of provocations. Cooperation with Poland was still the German aim, Danzig merely the security for it. Hitler himself thought this. On March 25, 1939, he issued a directive. The Führer does not wish to solve the Danzig question by force. He does not wish to drive Poland into the arms of Britain by this. A possible military occupation of Danzig could be contemplated only if L. Lipski gave an indication that the Polish government could not justify voluntary cession of Danzig to their own people and that a fait accompli would make a solution easier for them. On March 26, 1939, Lipski returned to Berlin. He brought with him a firm refusal to yield over Danzig, though not a refusal to negotiate. Until this moment everything had gone on in secret, with no public hint of German-Polish estrangement. Now it blazed into the open. Beck, to show his resolve, called up Polish reservists. Hitler, to ease things along as he supposed, allowed the German press to write, for the first time, about the German minority in Poland. Warsaw was prepared only to shunt out of the way the League of Nations High Commissioner in Danzig and, in this event, to facilitate the German transit traffic to and from East Prussia. According to Beck, this issue would have complication involved in such a system. Any other solution, so Lipski had been briefed already on October 31, 1938, must inevitably lead to a conflict. This response implied either accepting unconditionally the Polish proposal or unreservedly condoning the growing Polish influence in Danzig with the statutes remaining unchanged, which were to have been guaranteed by the incompetent League of Nations, or the third option, war. Warsaw was not about to offer any improvements in Danzig's condition. Any alterations at Germany's expense, however, would find approval. As from now on, the Reich government had to submit to the threat that, in future Germany was to be held strictly accountable for every action taken by the Danzig Senate. Only Danzig prevented cooperation between Germany and Poland. For this reason, Hitler wanted to get it out of the way. For precisely the same reason, Beck kept it in the way. It did not cross his mind that this might cause a fatal breach. Beck's dramatic and objectively indefensible breaking off from the German talks assumed even more startling proportions when the British unilateral guarantee of the carte blanche given to Poland was expanded into a bilateral agreement on March 31 and at the beginning of April 1939, on the occasion of Beck's visit to London. It did not stop here, though, on May 5, 1939, before the same, Beck declared the German concessions to be worthless and that they were not meant to be taken seriously. In this speech Beck was concealing the fact that at no time had he ever shown any real interest in any of the German concessions. A self-respecting nation does not make unilateral concessions. Where, then, is the reciprocity? It appears somewhat vague in the German proposals. This the Polish foreign minister felt emboldened to pronounce in this discourse of May 5 in spite of the fact that only 1 week before Hitler had announced to the entire world in his address before the Reichstag on April 28, 1939 the exact details of his proposals including the unambiguously worded concessions. By this time, Beck would preclude even the merest hint of a German concession as an offense against Poland's honor, whose safeguard was more important than that of peace. From the secret files that were made available only after the war it was confirmed that it was neither the content nor the form of the German proposals, as put forward by Ribbentrop, that were the cause for the brusque posturing as displayed by the Polish foreign minister for the benefit of the Polish public and the Polish military, but it was rather prompted by Beck's desire to engage in great power politics, to challenge Hitler and to be the one to dictate the conditions for the future of the European Community of Nations. Beck knew that the British government was in full accord with his aspiration, as he affirmed in the same discourse. It was possible to establish rapidly the principles of Polish-British collaboration, first of all because we made it clear to each other that the intentions of both governments coincide as regards fundamental European problems. As to what exactly were meant to be the intentions of both governments can be discovered from the diplomatic documentation. The British ambassador in Berlin, Neville Henderson, wrote on April 26, 1939 in a private letter to his foreign minister. If Danzig had gone German 6 months ago, no one would have worried, and an extraterritorial corridor over the corridor is a perfectly just arrangement. If Scotland were separated from England by an Irish corridor, we would want at least what Hitler now demands. Taken by themselves, it would be wicked to drift into a world war for the sake of these points. I cannot bring myself to believe that the policy of a showdown now rather than later has any moral or practical justification. The same Henderson in letters of 4 and May 6, 1939. According to my Belgian colleague, practically all the diplomatic representatives here regard the German offer in itself as a surprisingly favorable one. The Dutch minister, the United States charge d'affaires and my South African colleague have themselves spoken to me in that sense. I must confess that, when Göring used to mention to me the solution of a corridor over the corridor, I never even discussed it because I thought it too good to be true. The same Henderson in a letter of July 26, 1939. It had, in fact, always seemed to me inevitable that in some form or another Memel and Danzig, on the basis of self-determination and being practically wholly German, must in time be freed from the Versailles shackles and revert to the Reich. A German historian who is anything but a friend of Hitler. It is, indeed, difficult to imagine how any German government could have demanded anything less than that which Hitler was claiming in his proposals. An American historian presents a summary. Ribbentrop and Hitler suggested a settlement in October 1938 which was far less favorable to Germany than Point 13 of the Wilson program had been. This proposed settlement would not enable Germany to regain the position she would have retained had the Allied powers not have violated the 1918 armistice contract. The applicable doctrines of international law indicated that the extraterritorial arrangement would constitute merely a servitude rather than an actual transfer of sovereignty. The Germans in this arrangement would receive a special privilege if in an area under Polish sovereignty. The October 1938 Hitler offer was the most modest proposal which Poland had received from Germany since 1918. It was the impatience of the Polish leaders, rather than of Hitler, which led to the rupture of negotiations in March 1939. Hitler was also willing to retreat somewhat from the original proposals and to abandon the German suggestion for a railway to accompany the superhighway to East Prussia. It might have made a difference had Beck been equally frank at this time and spoken his mind to Hitler about Danzig. Hitler would have known where he stood before he was confronted with a Polish mobilization and a British encirclement policy. From spring 1939 to August 1939. Hitler had found the brusque rejection from Poland regrettable. Foreign Minister of the Reich von Ribbentrop had this to say at the Nuremberg International Military Tribunal trials. I just said that Hitler received this harsh and serious message of the Polish ambassador, of March 26, 1939, very calmly. He said, however, that I should tell the Polish ambassador that of course no solution could be found on this basis. There should be no talk of war. There were no fanatical statements in Germany that German honor had been offended, none of the arguments, therefore, as were brought to bear by the Polish foreign minister in his crucial speech of May 5, 1939 before the Sejm. The warlike fanfare accompanying the Polish refusal was bound to aggravate the situation even further. In spite of this, any German press reports dealing with Poland continued to be restricted to statements as issued by the German news agency only, Deutsches Nachrichtenbüro equals DNB, and so they were mainly kept along defensive lines and played down the seriousness of the situation until August 1939. Hitler had made a good offer to Poland, advantages in the economic field, a guarantee of support against foreign aggression, friendship, yes, even the final and permanent recognition of the unjust Versailles borders as well as Poland's general interests. The Polish foreign minister, Beck, affirmed to the British Prime Minister in the London talks of 4 to 6 April 1939. The German government had never contested Polish rights in Danzig, and had recently confirmed them. Mr. Beck replied that nothing that had happened had passed beyond the stage of conversations. No written demands had been presented to the Polish government. Yet in spite of this, Poland favored the British guarantee, and this was moving the situation ever closer to war in Europe and, ultimately, to a world war, although Poland was not receiving in exchange any economic benefits, nor military support, neither the guaranteeing of her frontiers and no safeguarding of her independence. With this maneuver did the British politicians, together with their Polish counterparts, embark on changing the destiny of Europe and, in doing so, they were calculating on a violent reaction from Hitler. The expected and hoped-for outburst of rage failed to materialize. Hitler confined himself to 4 steps. 1. For the first time the German press was permitted to report on factual truths about Poland, even on the meanwhile stepped-up anti-German outrages on the German minority, although for many long months a rigorous censorship from the German news agency, DNB, allowed reporting only on a small and limited scale. 2. Until and including August 1939, the Danzig Senate was repeatedly advised to practice restraint and to avoid altogether any course of action that might be construed as provocation. 3. The Supreme Command of the Wehrmacht was directed to prepare a plan of operations which would, after September 1, 1939, facilitate taking swift action against Poland at a moment's notice, Operation White, directive from April 3, 1939. This plan was designed for a particular situation only, in the event that Poland's isolation could be effected, i.e. thereby limiting a war to Poland. It was a secret military directive, intended for a specific eventuality, not in any way a decision for war. Therefore, the order would not have aggravated the situation. Even less so if one bears in mind that no spectacular mobilization was planned, in contrast to the Polish plan. Leaving aside the fact that in Europe it was actually nothing unusual for a country to keep in readiness plans of operation against neighboring countries, even though their diplomatic relations would still be on a favorable footing, Hitler's directive was merely the response to the change in the situation that was forced upon him by very concrete Polish threats of war. If the sole reason for the posturing of England and Poland was that they were trying to only safeguard themselves against further expansion of the Reich after the incorporation of Bohemia and Moravia, then these countries ought to have impeded any warlike eventualities, ought to have instigated negotiations on minor disputes, and they ought to have orientated their policies toward the principles of international laws and not toward the laws of the balance of power politics. Protective alliances formed along those criteria might indeed have produced worthwhile results, whereas, on the other hand, the guarantee given to Poland created a fateful shift in the situation which played right into the hands of all the war-lusting forces. Although for many years Poland had held in readiness her plan of operations against Germany, it was now that Poland was making a move to put it into action without delay, the war aim being the acquisition of Danzig, East Prussia and the Oder territories. In contrast, Hitler's plan of operation was not aiming at any political war objective. Quite the opposite. 1 week later, on April 11, 1939, he stated in a further directive that Operation White was merely designed as a precaution in the event that Poland adopts a threatening attitude toward Germany. The German foreign policy continued to be based on the principle of avoiding trouble. Field Marshal Keitel wrote about this in the Nuremberg International Military Tribunal prison. Hitler was repeating over and over that on no account did he want a war with Poland, and that he was never going to let matters develop to the point where there was a danger of an intervention by France, in accordance with her Eastern Treaty obligations. This measure, the plan, Operation White, represented the bare minimum that any government would have undertaken, having found themselves in the same or a similar situation. This directive is not issued subsequent to Poland's rejection of the German proposals and requests. It is put out only now, after Poland has allied herself with England. Hitler is beginning to realize that England is now decided upon an out-and-out confrontation. 4. The speech delivered by Hitler before the German Reichstag on April 28, 1939 was, against all expectations from abroad, moderate. Since the British and French guarantees to Poland, in conjunction with the military policies of these countries, contravened the terms of the treaties with Germany, Hitler pronounced in this Reichstag speech that the German-Polish Declaration of Non-Aggression and Friendship of 1934 and the Anglo-German Naval Agreement of 1935 had been torn up by the respective parties on the other side. Both Poland and Britain have affirmed, contrary to their contractual treaties with Germany, their reciprocal assurances of mutual assistance in the event that the use of force against the Reich became necessary. In addition to that, the Polish partial mobilization and an intensification of an already rigorous minority policy was implemented or, rather, condoned. This handling of the situation was in contradiction of the joint declarations of peace and friendship which had been signed as a result of the Munich Conference only a few months previously. These were, as is well known, to have debarred henceforth any threat of force and any use of force. Great Britain had brought about a change of fortune in Europe without any justifiable reason, because the Reich government had not threatened Poland, let alone England being threatened by Hitler. It must, therefore, appear all the more astonishing that Hitler should continue in his efforts to win Britain over, even though since the end of 1938 the British leadership had determined not only to adopt an uncompromising approach in all dealings with Germany, but was also plainly and busily engaged in increasing the tension with their blank check to Poland, by turning a blind eye to all Polish measures, with their alliance talks with the USSR, and furthermore with their inflammatory, rabble-rousing, for instance with their gross overstating and exploitation of the Tilia lie, with Chamberlain's ludicrous charge that Hitler wanted to conquer the world etc. In his speech of April 28, 1939, Hitler was endeavoring to restore Germany's prestige, which had been deliberately tarnished. In no way could his explanatory account have aggravated the situation, as it was merely recounting facts. No German naval projects had been stepped up, and there was no slackening in the efforts at improving relations with Poland. In his speech in the Reichstag on April 28, number 214, and in the German government memorandum of the same day, number 213, the Führer wrote finesse to 6 years of honest, patient endeavor to secure the friendship of Poland. However, even in this serious moment he made one more offer of peace and declared himself prepared, in the name of Germany, to discuss a new treaty. Poland did not make use of this opportunity, but chose to reply with a haughty speech from M. Beck on May 5, with intensified anti-German agitation and an unending stream of speeches and newspapers articles demanding for Poland more territory inhabited by Germans and even Reich territory. It was admitted in competent Polish circles that M. Beck had become the prisoner not only of Polish chauvinism but also of the British endeavors, number 216. During the following months Hitler was keeping a low profile, avoiding any measures which could have worsened the situation. The signing of the Pact of Steel, with Italy that was taking place during this period on May 22, 1939 did not create a provocative alliance designed for offensive purposes. Hitler had even made numerous small diplomatic disclaimers during this time. This included the assurances, conveyed through diplomatic channels, that the Reich government did not wish to go to war over Danzig and was willing to pay a price to improve the general tone. Although the Führer, in July 1939, still insisted that there is no modification of German claims regarding Danzig and the corridor, he also added the sensational statement that nothing will be done on the German side to provoke a conflict on the question can wait, if necessary, until next year or even longer. According to a report sent to Paris by the French ambassador in Warsaw, Leon Noël, the press chief of the Danzig Parliament, Volkstag, and editor-in-chief of the German-language newspaper Vorposten, Zarsk, as well as the Gauleiter of East Prussia, Erich Koch, had both insistently repeated, independently of each other, to Mr. Burckhardt, the League of Nations High Commissioner in Danzig, that Danzig is really not worth a war. At the same time, Zarsk is anxious, to a degree that is quite remarkable, to brush aside the memory of the Czechoslovak precedent. He has admitted that this expedition was a mistake, and even added that in Berlin they do not know how to get out of it and would be very glad to find a solution. Enclosed with the same report was an edition which was the description of the personal impressions in Danzig from the French ambassador's first secretary, who would relate that the effervescence which had been observed in the Free City was considerably exaggerated by interested propaganda and never presented the character of organized preparations for violent action. The Danzig authorities declare that the Free City wants to be in such a state as not to allow itself to be invaded without resistance. They also say that Danzig must defend itself against possible aggression by the Poles. This argument, for that matter, is not pure propaganda. It corresponds to a real anxiety on the part of the population. Recently, while in Western Europe the possibility of an approaching putsch in Danzig was kept in view, the Danzigers, for their part, seem to have sincerely feared some such step on the part of Poland. The Reich Press Chief's deputy, Helmut Sundermann, justifiably points at the German press directives issued at the beginning of summer in 1939, which have been withdrawn from historical research since 1945 to a large extent. It began with a comment made to the Danzig delegation that was congratulating him, Hitler, on his 50th birthday on April 20, 1939, the reintegration of the Free City into the Reich was to be considered as postponed for the time being. It continued with frequent language regulations for the German press. For some months the press reports had been concentrating in growing measure mainly on the encirclement, and only secondarily was the subject Poland. Indeed, the papers were instructed to only comment on the political tension with regards to Poland in line with such news as was released by the German news agency, DNB, and, in such cases, to refrain from placing it as a lead feature. However, since almost the entire foreign press during those weeks was writing about nothing else but Danzig and the corridor, it was not easy for the German editorships to adhere to these strict guidelines. This is a directive for the press of July 3, 1939. The German news agency, DNB, will be issuing a review of these last few days and manifesting the extent of the agitation as practiced abroad, even at the highest governmental levels. The Führer is coming to Danzig, Putsch in Danzig, etc., etc. When these predictions fail to come true, the agitators hastily assert that the Führer had retreated when faced with the threats. This is the old, well-known tactic. Here we find the reason for the more than outlandish fancies of Polish chauvinism. The above outlined journalistic precautionary measures were only given up at the beginning of August. In fact, it was in connection with the so-called customs inspectors' dispute. On July 11, 1939, a person of high standing in National Socialist circles made a declaration to a member of the French embassy in Berlin, which the French ambassador acknowledged as authorized by the Reich government. According to this, Hitler was ready to officially drop the foreign minister of the Reich, von Ribbentrop, as the initiator of the German-Polish talks, and to improve relations with Poland, Britain and France. In this declaration it is stated, Herr von Ribbentrop no longer enjoys the Führer's absolute confidence. The Führer has given expression to a certain number of grievances against his minister. In particular, he reproaches Herr von Ribbentrop with having willfully concealed from him several items of information proving the high potential for war of Great Britain. Moreover, he accuses his minister of having committed him, in connection with Danzig, to a difficult undertaking which runs the risk of compromising Germany's prestige if a satisfactory solution is not soon found. It must be borne in mind that the raising of the Danzig question is Herr von Ribbentrop's personal doing. However, when he undertook the campaign for restoring this territory to the Reich, he did not realize that he would meet with firm resistance on the part of the Western powers. It seems that the Poles might still make proposals which our government would agree to consider. Have you not been struck recently by the somewhat changed tone of our press toward Poland? You no longer find accounts of Polish-German incidents. Nevertheless, according to our information, the people of Poland continue, on the most trivial grounds, to molest our nationals living in the country. Our minister wants to hold out a hand to the Warsaw government for one last time. The government, and especially those in control at the Wilhelmstrasse, view the future with some anxiety. They realize that the feeling of hatred for Germany grows daily. Only yesterday, this hatred, this indignation, was peculiar to the rulers of certain states. Today, it looks as if the masses had been won over to these feelings. This development is especially noticeable in the case of Great Britain. The French ambassador, Calandra, who was serving in Moscow for the period of November 1936 to October 1938, in order to reach a French-Soviet agreement against Hitler, was most surprised about his subsequent Berlin legation and apparently could not quite perceive the purpose of the move. He lost no time in alerting his foreign minister, Bonnet, to this trap already set, with the suggestion to do everything within his power to open the eyes of the public, since Germany obviously wanted the restoration of the frontiers of 1914 and was trying to shake the attitude of the Western powers. He had to admit, nevertheless, that the remarks of the person of high standing in National Socialist circles does as a whole tally closely enough with the impression which emerges from a study of the German newspapers, and also with information which I have gathered elsewhere. Several papers have declared that Danzig is not a casus belli, and the Deutsche Allgemeine Zeitung even seems to invite negotiation, when it writes that a reasonable solution is entirely within the bounds of possibility. A similar note is to be heard in government circles, where it is given to be understood that there would be no refusal to negotiate if Poland were to put forward proposals. This opportunity, too, was lost, as once again the French government failed to intercede and thereby made another endeavor by the Reich government collapse. The German efforts to reach an understanding with Poland remained unchanged. Official representatives of the Reich and of Danzig were informing foreign diplomats during their numerous occasions of contact about their mutual apprehension and, while there was no urgency about the problem of Danzig, there were foreign forces driving the Danzig matter to a head in such a way that it was getting difficult for the German side to have ways of retreat be kept clear. Hitler had not touched on the Danzig question since April 28, 1939, and wanted those diplomats concerned with the question to be informed, even on July 25, that he was prepared to carry on waiting as long as might be necessary in order to bring about a solution of the Danzig question by peaceful means. On August 7 he sent for the Danzig Gauleiter, Forster, requesting an explanation as to why his efforts aimed at easing the political tension had failed. The recall of the German ambassador from Warsaw was intended mainly as a warning to Poland, but it was also an announcement that Polish efforts for conciliation had become necessary. Unfortunately, Poland chose to ignore this hint as well. The fact is established that Hitler contributed little to the course of diplomacy between April and August 1939. As on previous occasions, he was content to prepare and to wait, confident that the obstacles would somehow disintegrate before him. But it was precisely during these months that decisive developments were gotten underway. One may recall the British prompting which the Polish foreign minister resisted in London at the beginning of April 1939, the spreading of unfounded rumors of German troop movements against Poland, the overeagerness shown by Great Britain in the presenting of unsolicited guarantees to other countries. The intensified activity of U.S. President Roosevelt designed to frustrate the policy of appeasement in Europe, the attempts to draw the Soviet Union into the coalition against Germany. Quite otherwise was the behavior in Berlin. The tripartite negotiations, and in particular the agreement that British and French missions should be sent to Moscow, aroused ever-growing alarm in Hitlerite government circles. They feverishly discussed and attempted to put into effect various measures which they thought might frustrate, or at any rate postpone, the signature of a triple pact. Also, with regard to Poland, the negotiations proposal prepared by the German Reich and presented to Poland on October 24, 1938 was no longer put up for discussion during the summer months of 1939. Something quite different had become the decisive factor, the degermanization policy which was carried out, because of the British pledge of assistance, with increasingly unbridled restraint in the corridor provinces, in East Upper Silesia and in Teschen. In addition to that were the various activities by Poland related to its various ultimata directed at Danzig, which were carried to such an extreme that the only choice left to the Free City was between starvation and military occupation, and in the end there was the Polish refusal to settle any differences by negotiations. One must realize, when assessing these events, that the Polish government was fully aware that Danzig merely served as a pretext for the British government, indeed, that the British assurance of protecting Poland in the case of war was nothing but pure deception. There was no need, therefore, for Chamberlain's self-revelation before the House of Commons on September 1. Naturally, there had to be a limit to Hitler's accommodating stance toward Poland. The watershed was reached at that point, when any further yielding of the Reich would have confirmed the Poles in their belief that Germany could be intimidated and provoked with impunity and make Germany lose her prestige. Anyhow, only a statesman with the authority of the former Chancellor of the Reich could proffer a legally binding relinquishment of Posen, West Prussia, and East Upper Silesia. Which peace-loving state or which exemplary states leading the civilized peoples have ever offered even just one such renunciation? Not a single one. However, this does not stop some historians from raising an attention-seeking finger aloft and to denounce as aggression the upholding of the claims to historical settlement areas, even label the conditional renouncing of this said settlement area as aggression, so as to divert attention away from the worldwide, forcibly attained conquests of other nations' statesmen. If he, Hitler, had wanted to provoke Poland to the point of war, then he would have demanded Danzig and the entire corridor. And even that would not have entitled Poland morally to a war, as the entire arranging of the corridor was a mixture of vindictiveness and political folly from the Allies and a gross injustice to Germany. Instead of now, after Poland's refusal, increasing his demands or showing himself as impatient or abusive, Hitler proposed further concessions to the Poles and retained an unparalleled patience. In the interest of a peaceful solution, Hitler was even prepared to abandon the large German minority in Poland, who were being treated with increasing violence by the Poles. But the Poles were neither able to appreciate the moderation of the German demands nor the considerate and friendly manner in which they were presented. Also the words conveyed by the British ambassador in Berlin, Henderson, on July 26, 1939 to his foreign minister, made no impression in London. But it is not impossible that Hitler may consider it more prudent, having achieved so much, not to start a war for what remains. He may well regard it as preferable to obtain somewhat less than his full desiderata by negotiation rather than risk the whole of his winnings at one blow. When the Polish government prevented the duty-free export of essential commodities from Danzig on August 1, 1939, directed an ultimatum at Danzig on August 4 and followed that on August 10 with a note to Berlin in which any further intervention by the government of the Reich on behalf of Danzig's vital interests was defined as an aggressive act, which now, thanks to the British blank check, was bound to be followed by a European war, then the Polish government was undoubtedly guilty of aggressive acts. Threatening with war, Poland was hereby demanding from the Reich government the surrender of all those rights in Danzig which had been insisted upon by every German government since 1919. Nevertheless, Hitler was not going to be provoked. Whether it was a coincidence or Hitler's reaction to the Polish ultimatum to Danzig on August 4, at any rate, he invited the High Commissioner of the League of Nations in Danzig, Karl J. Burckhardt, on August 10 for talks on August 11 to the Obersalzberg, where he had him swiftly conveyed by private plane, with the express entreaty for mediation. The sole existent report about these talks should be evaluated by exercising great caution, since it was neither written down by Burckhardt or any other participant, but rather by two representatives of Halifax and of Bonnet. The fact remains, on August 11 Hitler had, without any doubt after learning of the new Polish note from the day before, informed Burckhardt that he, Hitler, at present was not intending to make any Danzig proposals, but that he was willing to wait, providing that Poland refrained from provocative action and from offending the German prestige any further. Local negotiations might be continued, the German willingness for discussions was already known to the Poles. Therefore, would the Poles take the initiative for negotiations, as this had been taken out of his hands because of the Polish threat of war on March 26, 1939. Hitler. My wish is for an Anglo-German understanding and to conclude a once-and-for-all final pact with England. Burckhardt was hindered from achieving this task, not by the German side. And he did not render any objective and convincing information as to the reasons for the failure of his mediation. Nevertheless, he was alluding to powers abroad in the West that had made the aim perfectly clear as not to make easy a German drawing back, and they had given him the advice to refrain from his damaging appeasement maneuvers in Danzig. After taking note of this endeavor for mediation by Hitler, Lord Halifax informed his ambassador in Warsaw, Kennard, on August 15, 1939. It was his impression that Hitler was still undecided, was trying to avoid a war and to keep a low profile without loss of face, if possible. The British historian A. J. P. Taylor arrived at the following conclusion. He, Hitler, was intending to succeed without war, or at any rate only with a war so nominal as hardly to be distinguished from diplomacy. He was not projecting a major war. He was not interested in preparing for a long war against the great powers. A big war with the Western powers was, undoubtedly not part of his plan. British policy had, without design, made Danzig the decisive question for 1939. Danzig was the most justified of German grievances, a city of exclusively German population which manifestly wished to return to the Reich and which Hitler himself restrained only with difficulty. The destruction of Poland had been no part of his original project. On the contrary, he had wished to solve the question of Danzig so that Germany and Poland could remain on good terms. Adolf Hitler was explaining his policies to the French Prime Minister, Daladier, in a letter of August 27, 1939, as follows. Year by year I have tried earnestly to achieve the revision of at least the most impossible and most unbearable of all the conditions of this dictate through negotiation. This proved impossible. Many enlightened men of all nations believed and were convinced that revision was bound to come. Whatever objection may be raised against my methods, whatever fault may be found with them, it cannot be overlooked or denied that I succeeded without any more bloodshed in finding solutions which were in many cases satisfactory not only for Germany. By the manner in which these solutions were accomplished, statesmen of other nations were relieved of their obligation, which they often found impossible to fulfill, of having to accept responsibility for this revision before their own people. No Frenchman with a sense of honor, and certainly not you, M. Daladier, would, in a similar position, have acted differently from the way I did. It is a lie when the world alleges that we always used pressure in attempting to carry out any revision. During the 15 years preceding National Socialism's rise to power there was ample opportunity to revise the Versailles Treaty by peaceful means. But the revisions were not made. I myself then took the initiative in every single case, not only once, but many times, to bring forward proposals for the revision of absolutely intolerable conditions. I am firmly convinced that, if Poland at that time had been advised to take a sensible course instead of being incited by a wild campaign of the British press against Germany, accompanied by rumors of German mobilization, then Europe would today be able to enjoy a state of profound peace for the next 25 years. Actually, it was the lie about German aggression that excited public opinion in Poland. The Polish government were handicapped in making necessary and clear decisions and, above all, their judgment on the extent of Poland's possibilities was clouded by the subsequent promise of a guarantee. The Polish government rejected the proposals. Firmly convinced that Britain and France would now fight for Poland, Polish public opinion began to raise demands which might best be described as sheer lunacy, were they not so extraordinarily dangerous. At that time unbearable terrorism set in. Physical and economic oppression of more than 1.5 million of Germans living in the territories severed from the Reich. Even in Danzig the outrages committed by the Polish authorities fully created the impression that the city was apparently hopelessly delivered up to the arbitrary action of a power that is foreign to the national character of the city and its population. Yet I would ask you to appreciate also this, namely, that no nation with a sense of honor can ever give up almost 2 million people and see them maltreated at its own borders. Any objective observer would have to agree that it had become necessary for the Reich to give protection to the ethnic Germans in Poland and Danzig because of the unrestrained Polish provocations. Not only the German government, but any government, would have needed to check such provocations or else surrender into foreign hands, along with her prestige, the protection and the rights of the minorities for whose very safeguarding of their livelihood she was responsible. The well-known British military historian Liddell Hart wrote on September 3, 1949. After the end of the war, the most important German archives fell into our hands, and so we had a very precise picture of the intense level of the dread of war felt among the German leadership. However, these documents have been kept largely hidden from the public worldwide. The Reich government did not have them published because they did not want to provide the enemy with evidence of weakness, whereas the victors, who took these documents as booty, were not anxious to have them widely disseminated for obvious reasons. Nevertheless, there are politicians of renown of Germany's enemies who are proving that the concepts and the esteem, the purpose of raison d'etat are equally valid everywhere, here as well as there, be it in this state or in that regime. The 1923 British Yearbook of International Law, London. A government cannot remain indifferent to the lot of the citizens of an alien state who have the same national culture, who speak the same language, who profess the same faith as the majority of their own nationals. The Polish Foreign Minister, on May 5, 1939 at the same. We in Poland do not recognize the conception of peace at any price. There is only one thing in the life of men, nations and states which is without price, and that is honor. Prime Minister Lloyd George. If England had to submit to be treated thus, that in instances where her vital interests are at stake she would have her voice pushed aside as irrelevant in the Council of Nations, then I must say that peace at any cost would mean a humiliation that no great country can endure. American President Eisenhower stated in a televised speech on March 16, 1959. Peace cannot be bought by making a sacrifice of 2 million free Berliners. Chapter 8. The armament level in the year 1939. Germany. In the assessment of the military potential of the European powers, many historians nowadays overlook, when debating the German rearmament, the strategic plans of the Polish, the French, but also of the Soviet armed forces. However, leaving aside these plans, the actually existing war potential of the individual European powers will attest to whether or not any of these nations could have had the intention for an intensive and criminal rearming aiming at a world conspiracy. What are the results of the 6 years of rearming in the Third Reich from 1933 to 1939? Professor Michael Freund, the much-quoted German historian after 1945, wrote in factual plain language in the year 1944. Germany's struggle to get back on her feet and the German armament took place against the backdrop, and as a consequence, of a feverishly pursued worldwide arms race and of a revolution in military policies on a global scale. 30-07-1934. The reason for the British air armament program was given by the Lord President of the Council in the British House of Commons, Stanley Baldwin, with these sensational words: Britain's frontier is on the Rhine. 24-09-1934. Introduction of the auxiliary service in Poland. 28-11-1934. Escalation of the British air armament. June 12, 1934. Military service is to be extended in Switzerland. January 1, 1935. Military service of 2-year duration in force in Czechoslovakia. 30-01-1935. Announcement that the strength of the Red Army had already reached 1 million men under arms. January-March 1935. The announcement of the French-Russian Entente resulted in quite considerable armament measures on France's part, in particular the restructuring of the French Air Force. When in the British White Paper of March 1, 1935 the British armament measures were justified on the grounds of Germany's rearming, the Times declared that the argument given for the British armament measures could have been presented more objectively. Not only did Germany have to take account of the armament measures of the other powers, but she also had to take note of the threatening posturing, especially Poland's, aiming at military invasion. Furthermore, the German President, Field Marshal Hindenburg, retained discretionary powers over the German army and foreign politics when Hitler came to power, and this was respected by Hitler until the death of Hindenburg. For the moment, all obvious violations of Versailles, for example to exceed the 100,000 men limit, would be avoided. Hitler kept strictly to the armament negotiations. However, the constant threat of a preventive war eventually became a very effective argument for the German armament demands. In the opinion of the chief of the German General Staff, General Adam, there was done, during the whole of the year 1933 practically nothing to increase the army. This was at the time when, for example, it was pointed out by the chief of the French General Staff, Gamelin, that, compared with Germany, France had an armaments lead of 20 billion francs. Furthermore, this came at a moment when France was rejecting the German proposals for disarmament with the concealed opinion: "You are wasting your time. The convention which you favor will never be concluded, for we shall never be a party to it. Hitler won't last much longer, his fate is sealed. Any convention with him would consolidate his power. Should war break out, not a week would elapse before he would be deposed and replaced by the Crown Prince." The highest official in the British Foreign Office, Lord Vansittart, was at that time entertaining similar ideas, that is, to keep Germany down through economic pressure. "We can ill afford to let Hitlerite Germany prosper." The Trade Union Congress is also of this opinion, though for different motives. See their recently announced boycott of German goods. In his view, one should aim for the destruction of Hitlerism and make every effort to keep Germany in such an enfeebled and miserable condition that not even the communists would want to become involved there. How persistently these and similar views were influencing the development of an informed opinion in the British military and the British government is demonstrated by the example of a report from March 1934 by the Defence Requirements Committee assigned to the government. This report takes it naturally for granted that the potential foe was Germany. Of course, this report, too, goes back to prior events and into a time when Hitler had not yet assumed power and Germany was as yet without an air force and without National Socialism. British statesmen were discussing already in November 1932 plans which envisaged air deterrence that would enable Britain to have some military influence in Europe without having to maintain a large army on the continent. The only defense is an offense, said Baldwin then, considering the role of bomber aircraft, which means that you have to kill more women and children more quickly than the enemy, if you want to save yourselves. So what efforts did this German opponent make? In the fiscal years 1933 to 34 and 1934 to 35, no increase in the armament expenditure was recorded. An expenditure representing 4% of the gross domestic product has to be regarded as positively moderate compared to the neighboring countries, Great Britain 3%, France, 1932 to 8.1%, Soviet Russia 9%. The armament expenditure was only increased in the financial year 1935 to 36, in view of the changes taking place in foreign affairs politics, the collapse of the disarmament negotiations, the French-Soviet Mutual Assistance Pact. For 2 years foreign politicians and the foreign media had been accusing Hitler of saber-rattling to get into a criminal war of aggression, and thereby destabilizing peace by spreading terror and instability around the world. In the end, Hitler saw no other alternative but to strengthen the German armed forces as a protection against the tendencies displayed by the other powers of forming various blatantly aggressive alliances against the Reich. Spreading lies about the German rearmament became a necessary requirement in order to find a justification for the refusal to disarm, for continuing the arms build-up, for the forming of military alliances, for the building of fortifications, for general staff meetings, and, also, to continue lending some semblance of right and necessity to the policies of Versailles. The foreign military attaches as well as the foreign secret services in Germany had precise information of the quite moderate level of the German armament. There is an abundance of documents confirming that the foreign governments, Poland, Great Britain, France, and USA, felt emboldened into taking tough actions against Germany when they realized the inadequately developed state of the German military defense. This reality, however, did not stop those governments from inflaming their population by feeding them false data and fake arguments through the media. The British historian A.J.P. Taylor stated, "The French had fired the starting pistol for the arms race. Germany, for instance, was little more prepared for a great war between 1933 and 1936 than she had been before Hitler came to power. The difference was that he had strong nerves, and his predecessors had not. Many of the early alarms about German rearmament were false alarms. Even in 1939 the German army was not equipped for a prolonged war, and in 1940 the German land forces were inferior to the French in everything except leadership. The Nazi secret was not armaments production, it was freedom from the then orthodox principles of economics. Under Hitler's direction, Germany was equipped to win the war of nerves, the only war he understood and liked. She was not equipped to conquer Europe. In considering German armament we escape from the mystic regions of Hitler's psychology and find an answer in the realm of fact. The answer is clear. The state of German armament in 1939 gives the decisive proof that Hitler was not contemplating general war, and probably not intending war at all. Compared to the level of 1944, the German level of armament had reached 9% in 1937, 16% in 1938 and 18% in 1939. 1939 is equal to 18%. According to another calculation, which takes as a basis Germany's armament of 1943, the figures look as follows. 1933 equals 2%. 1934 equals 2%. 1935 equals 4%. 1936 equals 6%. 1937 equals 9%. 1938 equals 20%. 1939 equals 25%. 1940 equals 44%. General Jodl stated at the International Military Tribunal in Nuremberg on June 4, 1946. In 1935, when we set up 36 divisions, France, Poland, and Czechoslovakia possessed 90 divisions for times of peace, and 190 divisions for war. We had hardly any heavy artillery, and tank construction was in its earliest stages. Real rearmament was only begun after the war had already started. We entered into this World War with some 75 divisions. 60% of our total able-bodied population had not been trained. The peacetime army amounted to perhaps 400,000 men, as against 800,000 men in 1914. Our supplies of ammunition and bombs were ridiculously low. And if we did not collapse already in the year 1939, that was due only to the fact that, during the Polish campaign, the approximately 110 French and British divisions in the West were held completely inactive against the 23 Western German divisions. We had ammunition for 10 to 15 days of combat. Moreover, these divisions were equipped with very little artillery and almost no means at their disposal of any anti-tank defense. Furthermore, they were immobile. Even if the territorial and the reserve divisions of the 3rd and 4th wave are also added to the count, the American military historian Telford Taylor arrives at only 106 German divisions in the year 1939, while the French army alone, including trained reserves and colonial troops, comprised an equal number of divisions at the outbreak of war, but due to the level of training was stronger than the German army. Moreover, to this have to be added the British, the Belgian, 23 divisions equals 550,000 men, and the Dutch divisions which, combined with the French divisions on the German front, came to 156, or rather, 142 divisions. The German leadership had to consider that these troops, in case of conflict with Poland, would be deployed for an advance on the Reich. Besides the approximately 2.6 million German soldiers, including reserves, grouped into 102 divisions, there were in the autumn of 1939 a further 500,000 men in paramilitary organizations. Nonetheless, only 52 divisions could be considered fully fit for action. In the year 1914 there were almost 1 million more men under arms in Germany than there were in 1939. In contrast to 1914, when the German Reich had at her disposal 25 age groups of trained reservists, in 1939 she could only call to arms 5 age groups. In 1935, France, unaided by her previous allies, could have invaded and reoccupied Germany almost without serious fighting. In 1936 there could still be no doubt of her overwhelmingly superior strength. We now know, from the German revelations, that this continued in 1938. In the year after Munich, 1939, which we are now examining, the German army, though still weaker in trained reserves than the French, approached its full efficiency. The German army was not capable of defeating the French in 1938 or 1939. When the German army could scarcely put half a dozen trained divisions on the Western Front, the French with nearly 60 or 70 divisions could most certainly have rolled forward across the Rhine or into the Ruhr. In this connection, one ought to compare the size of population of the two countries. Germany had 80 million people, France 42 million people. Burton Klein, an American scientist, Harvard University, supplements in his thorough study on the German economic war preparations the previous data with the following words. Up to the time of the German reoccupation of the Rhineland in the spring of 1936, rearmament was largely a myth. The armed forces did not even have a central economic agency which could review the various demands for materials and formulate some sort of a reasonable requirements picture. It was a cardinal policy of Hitler that war strategy was not a concern of economic planners. Supplies of important items like copper, iron ore, gasoline, and rubber were, in August 1939, in sufficient supply for only 3 to 6 months of contemplated war needs. In 1939 Germany's steel economy was dependent on foreign sources for 65% of the ore supplies and practically all of the ferroalloys. In the expansion of imports in 1937 and 1938, however, food imports increased faster than raw material imports, with the result that the composition of imports was almost the same in 1938 as it had been in 1929. It can be said that German manpower was fully mobilized in 1939 only in the sense that there was no unemployment. The distribution of the labor force over this 14-year period was surprisingly stable. Pronounced shifts occurred in only 2 of the occupational groups, agriculture and public employment. There were large sectors of the economy in which manpower was unaffected by war mobilization. In 1939 the civilian economy still possessed large reserves of labor. There was no pronounced concentration of investment in those activities associated with economic preparations for war. In the pre-war period, the German economy produced both butter and guns, much more of the former and much less of the latter than has been commonly assumed. By 1937, civilian consumption, investment in consumer goods industries, and government non-war expenditures equaled or exceeded previous peak levels. There is no question, therefore, of a rearmament program so large that it prevented a substantial recovery of civilian production. The volume of munitions production and the number of divisions which Germany mobilized were, by comparison with published appraisal, small. Investment in those industries comprising the war potential was not much larger than the volume reached in the prosperous years of the previous decade and was small in relation to total investment. The government's disinclination to ask for civilian sacrifices was demonstrated in a number of instances. One of these was its refusal to consider higher taxes as an alternative to deficit spending, another was its unwillingness in 1937 to cut food imports in favor of increased raw material imports, still another was its failure to transfer workers out of unessential occupations, another example was inefficient economic administration. When Schacht, president of the Reichsbank, attempted to cut expenditures for municipal improvements, he was invariably opposed by some prominent party members. When, on numerous occasions, he tried to reduce the budget of the German Labor Front, the issue was taken to Hitler, who invariably decided in favor of the latter. Because it was contradictory to its ideology, the party also opposed measures to force a larger number of women into the labor force. Public non-war expenditures in 1937 and 1938 were much above any previous peak. The factors which prevented the Nazis from having a larger rearmament were: A. The fear of larger deficits. B. The government's unwillingness to ask for civilian sacrifices. C. Hitler's inability to subordinate various private interests to his aims. D. A lack of efficiency in the direction of the program. In another statement it is confirmed. It was shown that the precision mechanism of National Socialist militarism was working neither according to a planned overall strategy or according to a long-term planning of an armament program. On May 5, 1938, General Ludwig Beck, chief of the German Army's General Staff, had diagnosed the military-political situation, and he also cited this as one of the reasons for his opposition to Hitler. 1. Germany's military situation, when considered in its entirety, bears no comparison to the impotence of former years. However, when viewed in relative terms, it cannot be regarded as strong as in 1914, because for years all of the powers that would possibly be against Germany have also been rearming to a substantial degree, sometimes to the fullest extent. Furthermore, as is generally known, Germany will have, for years to come, only deficient armed forces. Only in the period after the Poland campaign, the German government started the switchover of the country's industry onto the tracks of war and began to expand hurriedly production for war. Hereby even the communists concede that, at the outbreak of war, Germany's industry, at least in its essential components, had not been switched over onto the tracks of war and war production had not yet been expanded. The main reason forcing the German High Command to postpone the date of the offensive, against France, several times was the fact that the Germans were not able to accomplish the formation of the essential army units in time. If the Reich had been building up armaments for an offensive purpose for years and had been drilling and training, then it should have been in a position, at least several months after the outbreak of the war, to form its army units in time. Soviet sources also confirm that the German campaign in France was carried out not with superior, but rather with numerically inferior forces. The armed forces of Britain, France, Belgium and the Netherlands, taken altogether, totaled 142 divisions, according to other sources, even 156 divisions. They were confronted by 136 German fascist divisions. Given this power balance and the resources available, there is no basis for asserting the vulnerability of the Allies or their being ill-prepared for war in the technological field and to be talking about the decisive superiority of the fascist aggressor. It became evident already during the campaign of Poland that the German artillery was not equal to the task of returning fire under the conditions of the rapid tempo of the fighting, not only qualitatively but also quantitatively. The German High Command was compelled to reinforce the effectiveness of the artillery fire with the assistance of the Air Force. The miscalculations of Hitler's generals in regard to the artillery were to bear grave consequences for the German fascist army in the course of the Second World War. American military experts have revealed the fact that Churchill's criticisms of alleged British and French lag in armament and his allegations about overwhelming German superiority and activity in armament were utterly without foundation. An official report submitted to the Secretary of the Army of the United States in October 1947, entitled Foreign Logistical Organizations and Methods, exposed the gross inaccuracy of Churchill's figures and charges. This report can be found in a publication of the Soviet Academy of Sciences. It had been transferred there, without any protest, from an official survey of the U.S. War Department. We are dealing here with an admission from one of Germany's western enemy that was validated as correct by Germany's eastern enemy. In 1938 Germany produced only 3,350 combat planes or 5,235 military aircraft of all types, very few indeed with which to wage a long war. In 1939, on the eve of the war, Germany produced 4,733 combat planes or 8,295 military aircraft of all types, England, 8,000 military planes of all types. Therefore, between the air fleets of England and Germany alone there existed almost no quantitative difference. Germany produced mainly fighter planes and bombers, whereas England continued to place the emphasis on the production of fighter aircraft. In the last 4 months of 1939, that is, in the first 4 months after the war had started, Germany produced only 247 tanks and self-propelled guns, while the British produced 314 tanks. In September 1939, the sum total of all tanks produced in Germany amounted to about 3,000, of which only 300 were medium-heavy. Until 1939 not a single new armament factory had been built in Germany. When Germany invaded Poland, the Hitler Army was equipped for only 6 weeks of combat. The German Air Force could count on only 1,000 aircraft for tactical aerial fighting, the first line. Also the supply of bombs was sufficient for only 3 months of war, calculated according to the quota used in the Poland campaign. The ground forces had in total only 3 panzer divisions, while the reserve of panzers numbered 600, the Navy had 53 submarines at its disposal. Therefore, Hitler Germany could only wage a short war and, in fact, concurrently against only a single enemy. One would do well to read this quotation more than once and to pay attention to the source. 1 page further on it is stated that Germany was only able to increase her output of aircraft, tanks and all the other remaining armaments many times over, because she had managed to crush France and to drive off the British Army from the continent and, thereupon, help herself to the rich sources of occupied Europe. Accordingly, Germany in 1939 had at her disposal in aircraft, tanks and ammunition, proportionate to her population, 80 million, only slightly more than half of the armaments compared to what Britain had, with 50 million, just one of Germany's main enemies. What is not taken into account here is the Canadian industry that was working to supply British armaments, as well as the facts that U.S. President Roosevelt had promised wide-ranging assistance to England and France already months before the outbreak of war and, furthermore, that England was militarily protected owing to her island position. In their pro-ally and anti-revisionist volume The Challenge to Isolation, concerning the treaties dictated by the victors after the First World War, the American professors William L. Langer and S. Everett Gleason offer the final refutation of Churchill's absurd charges of overwhelming German armament in 1939. There can now be little doubt that the Germans in 1939 were far from being prepared for a long war on a large scale. Their current war production was inferior to that of the combined British and French, and they had remarkably little in the way of reserves. Of the 100 divisions they put into the field against Poland, only 3 were mechanized and none completely motorized. In a word, the Germans were equipped for a 2-month blitzkrieg, such as they waged in Poland. They were by no means equipped for the type of war in which they became involved. The German Reich Defense Committee saw a future war as only a defensive war, since heavy artillery was entirely lacking, tanks were at the test stage, the ammunition situation was catastrophic. The German armaments programs were geared to 1943 or 1944. Although an armaments program is by itself no proof of an offensive intention, Germany's numerous armament shortcomings demonstrate that the war in 1939 had not been planned by Germany. The High Command of the German Army received in December 1938 the order, that is almost a year before the start of the war for the conquest of the world, that up to the year 1945 they were to apply themselves only to the task of organizational restructuring and training and to desist from every means of preparation for a possible war, which also included preparations for securing the borders. The West Wall was still short of shutters, turrets and machine gun mounts. In the transportation sphere Germany is not, at the moment, ready for war. Germany's heavy industry, which depended 80% on the import of iron and manganese, had done nothing in the way of stockpiling in the event of war. Hardly any of the essential raw materials were in stock or could have been produced in sufficient quantity. The rolling stock of the National Railway, Reichsbahn, was less than in 1914. The changeover from a peacetime economy to a war economy had to be improvised, since there existed neither any pre-planned guidelines, nor any coordinating measures, nor any standardization criteria, nor any limiting of types, nor any appropriate planning of personnel. Some isolated measures, as for example the stockpiling of food, demonstrate clearly that those in charge of the agrarian policy of the German Reich before 1939 were more likely expecting to be forced into becoming self-supporting in terms of food for some length of time ahead, rather than to be counting on any yield from large areas of superabundance resulting from an occupation by German troops. A further admission from a Soviet source. One of the weak spots of the Hitlerite war organization was, above all, the totally inadequate preparation of the technological material foundation of the Reich, which was not geared in its economy for a war of global proportions against the coalition of the great powers. This was mainly caused by insufficient supplies and stocks of several of the most essential types of strategic raw materials, the dependence of the armed forces on the importing of these raw materials from abroad, and the continual restrictions involved that were placed upon this import. The general cuts in exports and Germany's enormous national debt caused many economic problems which had a direct bearing on war production output and the condition of the armed forces. It is also necessary to point out that, when measured against the demands of a world war, the Wehrmacht had at its disposal a limited arsenal with regard to armored vehicles and, especially, to war stockpiles. The lack of an essential fleet of medium and heavy tanks, the predominance of light tanks, which, as practice was soon to show, did not fulfill the protection requirements because of their date of construction, imposed a limit to the size of the tank units and made it necessary to improvise their formation. The Hitlerite state could not withstand the burden of a long war against the coalition of European states. It was especially the German Army General Staff that feared military action of the Western powers in the case of a conflict with Poland. It was well known in Berlin that the combined forces of France, England and Poland could outdo the Wehrmacht, by quite a large margin.